5 years before the end of the world in my previous life, I was tragically betrayed by my beloved wife Li Jia and her family, and was framed to death by 3 people. When I was dying, I was filled with anger and resentment. I thought it was all over, but I didn't expect that fate would give me a chance to be reborn. I was reborn 1 month before the apocalypse, just when I was worrying about the coming of the apocalypse. I found myself obtaining an unprecedented golden finger, a system that could copy space tens of millions of times. As long as I touch an object with my hand, the system can copy it tens of millions of times, and the system space also has the function of keeping it fresh and warm. In addition to being able to replicate thousands of times, I didn't expect that my golden finger would bring me even more incredible abilities, perspective, and telepathy. From then on, I could not only see the secrets hidden by others, but also read their thoughts. Faced with past betrayal, I was determined not to indulge anyone anymore, especially Li Jia's family. I am ready to seize this opportunity of rebirth, avenge myself, and prepare for the coming end of the world. Now I am no longer the foolish boy who can be bullied by others. I am destined to become the overlord in the future doomsday. But now the first thing I have to do is to take revenge on my wife and her family, and frantically stockpile supplies. In order to let the 3 of them die in their own hands, I could only say comfortingly, "Okay, don't cry, I will seriously consider the matter," I said without even looking at them, and went back to the bedroom, quickly opening the food delivery app to search for nearby supermarkets and vegetable markets. I bought 100 kilograms of rice, flour, and sugar. Pork, mutton, chicken, duck, beef, each 100 catties. Shrimp, lobster, crab, crayfish, salmon, carp, sea bass, cod, bream, hairtail, etc., each 100 catties. 1 barrel of peanut oil and rapeseed oil. 2 bottles of sesame oil, chili oil, etc. 10 bags of salt and various seasonings. 3 toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, and razors. 50 packs of various snacks, etc. I bought everything I could see on the app. Ding dong. Your takeaway has arrived. Just a moment later, the doorbell rang. Li Jia and her mother, who were still sitting in the living room, were stunned at first and looked at each other. Li Jia asked, "Mom, did you order takeout?" "No, maybe he ordered it." Zhao Hohot pointed to my bedroom and said softly. Li Jia nodded, got up, and opened the door. When the door opened, Li Jia screamed in surprise. She saw dozens of delivery men carrying large and small bags of goods, blocking the entire corridor. Moreover, there was a steady stream of delivery men rushing over here. Suddenly, the entire community was filled with delivery men, causing the owners of the entire community to be curious about why so many delivery men were rushing over to their community today. What's more, some people have already started recording videos and preparing to post them online. At this time, Zhao Hohot also came over from the room and said in disbelief, "Why are there so many things? Did you make a mistake?" A delivery man, panting and tired, carrying 100 kilograms of rice, said, "The address, the house number are all correct, there is no mistake." And he also said that as long as I carry this 100 kilograms of rice, I will be given an extra 500 yuan. Give you 500 yuan? Is your bag of rice worth 500 yuan? You might as well just rob it. Zhao Hohot said speechlessly, pointing at the delivery man. "Big sister, it's written on the receipt. If you don't believe me, look. What receipt? I don't want the rice." "Who said I don't want it?" At this moment, I suddenly interrupted Zhao Hohot, and she trembled with fear. "A phone? Why did you buy so many things?" "You'll know later." I looked at Zhao Hohot coldly, said something ambiguous, then looked at Li Jia and said, "I said give money, so give it to them quickly." Li Jia was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately said, "But I didn't bring my cell phone, often." "Then go back to the room and get it," I said coldly. "Okay." Seeing me like this, Li Jia had no choice but to go back into the house to get out her cell phone, and with a painful look on her face, she scanned the money to the delivery man. But what she never expected was that my next sentence almost made Li Jia collapse. "Every delivery man has to give it." "What? Offing? Are you kidding me?" Li Jia looked at me as if I were a monster. After all, if she had to give 3 or 500 to every delivery man, wouldn't that empty her wallet? "I told you to give, so just give it. Why are you so fussy?" As I yelled at her, Li Jia couldn't help but shudder. After all, she still remembered how hard I hit her in the restaurant today. So she gritted her teeth and paid the money to each delivery man one by one. In just a short while, the tips of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan had all been paid out. This made Li Jia look at me with resentment, and she couldn't help but say in her heart, "Lin Feng, you just wait." But at this moment, I completely ignored the feelings of Li Jia and her son, and just kept touching the supplies delivered by the delivery man in the corridor with my hands. For a while, the system's prompt sound kept ringing in my ears. A bag of 100 gene rice was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million bags of 100 gene rice. A bag of 100 gene flour was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million bags of 100 gene flour. A bag of 100 gene white sugar was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million bags of 100 gene white sugar. 100 kilograms of beef was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 1 billion kilograms of beef. 100 kilograms of mutton was detected. Congratulations on obtaining Li Jia and her son couldn't help but look at each other at my strange behavior, because they really couldn't understand what I meant by doing this. You too, hurry up and move all these things in. At this time, with my reminder, they came to their senses and moved the things I had just touched into the house. Looking at Li Jia and Zhao Hoha busying around, I had no intention of helping. Instead, I took out a cigarette, put it in my mouth, and started smoking it by myself. Li Jia was very angry when she saw that I not only didn't come to help, but also dared to smoke in front of her. If it were in the past, I wouldn't dare to do this even if I had 2 more guts. But now it is so blatant. Li Jia is really angry at the moment. So Li Jia suppressed her anger, looked at me and said, "A phone, I really can't move this bag of rice. Come and help me. Whether you want to move or not is none of my business." Unexpectedly, I flicked the ash in my hand and said coldly. I didn't care about the surprised expressions of Li Jia and her son, and went downstairs and drove to a real estate agency. After all, when the end of the world comes, owning an independent house with certain defensive capabilities can greatly increase the chance of survival in the end of the world. Due to time constraints, it is obviously too late to rebuild one, so it is better to try your luck at a real estate agency to see if there is such a house. The person who greeted me was a male real estate agent who was less than 30 years old. As soon as he saw me, he politely asked me directly, "Sir, do you want to rent a house or buy a house?" "I can rent or buy a house, but I don't know if you have the house I want," I said calmly. When the property manager heard what Lin Feng said, he laughed and said, "Sir, our real estate agency has the most complete listings in the city. If we don't have the house you're looking for, I can assure you that other real estate agencies won't have it either." "Well, if you say so, do you have any houses with a particularly high safety factor?" "A house with a particularly high safety factor?" "Yes," I said affirmatively. The real estate agency manager smiled politely. "Sir, what kind of safety factor are you referring to? Could you please explain it in a little more detail?" "It's something like a doomsday safe house or a shelter." I looked at him seriously and said. Unexpectedly, when I said this, the manager's eyes lit up. I immediately felt that there was a chance, so I quickly asked, "Is there?" "Sir, to be honest, I do have it, but..." "But what?" "But the price may be a little high." "It doesn't matter if the price is a little high, as long as I am satisfied, everything is fine." I lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. After all, he was so poor that he only had money left, so it didn't matter how much money he had. After hearing what I said, the property manager continued, "This house is a villa in a wealthy area. This rich man sold all his properties in the country and immigrated his entire family overseas. Now there is only this villa left, which he remodeled into a weird state. It has been listed with our agency for 2 years, but there has been no chance to sell it. If you are really interested, I can take you to have a look now." "Okay, let's go take a look." I pretended to be calm and said, then I stood up and went to the villa in the wealthy area with the real estate manager. As soon as they drove there, they were stopped by a security guard at the door. In the end, the property manager secretly gave the security guard 2 packs of cigarettes, and the security guard let them in. "Mr. Lin, this is the one." After getting off the car, I looked in the direction the property manager pointed, and my eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, this is a 3-story villa with a total area of 600 square meters. The exterior is in a modern architectural style and has a 100 square meter garden." The property manager said, took out the key, and opened the door, turned around and looked at me and said, "Mr. Lin, please come in." I nodded slightly and followed him in. At this time, the real estate manager's explanation came from behind me again. The glass of the entire villa is made of 3 layers of composite bulletproof glass with a multi-layer structure, which can completely withstand the attack of the Barrett sniper rifle. In addition, the previous owner of this villa replaced the entire villa with a high-temperature and corrosion-resistant titanium alloy structure, making the entire villa more solid. The roof is equipped with solar and wind power generation, and the underground city also has a diesel generator and a gasoline generator, which can fully meet the electricity needs under any conditions. Hearing the property manager's explanation, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. But I still pretended to be calm and said, "Has the wall of the whole villa been treated in any special way?" "The walls of the entire villa are made of 90-centimeter rolled steel plates. Ordinary shells cannot blow them apart. You can rest assured about this." After hearing what the property manager said, I nodded in satisfaction and said, "How much is this villa per month?" "I plan to rent it." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this house is not available for rent," the property manager said apologetically. Chapter 5. Going abroad to meet the owner of the safe house. "What? This house is not for rent?" "Yes, Mr. Lin, the landlord has a clear requirement that this villa is only sold to people who know the business, not for rent." When I heard this, I nodded slowly and asked, "What would the price be if I paid in full?" The property manager held up 2 fingers and said, 2 billion. "Okay, but I have a condition," I said. The property manager immediately responded, "Mr. Lin, please go ahead." I looked at the obviously excited property manager and continued, "I hope to trade with the landlord in person." After hearing this, his face changed and he was obviously embarrassed. I frowned. "Is this request difficult?" "It's not difficult, but the landlord has immigrated overseas, so it may take some time." "Where did he immigrate to?" I asked. "To the United States." When I heard the word beautiful country, I thought to myself, maybe this is an opportunity to get some arms. So I smiled and said, "Since he doesn't have time, I can go find him." "What? You plan to find him yourself? The property manager seemed a little alert. I knew what he was worried about. He was just afraid that I would bypass him and deal directly with the landlord so that he wouldn't get the commission. Don't worry, I won't bypass you. Let's go find the landlord together. I smiled and comforted him. After hearing this, his expression eased a little. Then when do we leave? Let's go now. I looked at my watch and said anxiously, Mr. Lin, are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry at all. I have time now. I smiled and replied to him, then took him to sort out his passport and headed straight to the airport. For me, time is life. I know this very well. After more than 10 hours of flight, we finally arrived in the United States. As soon as I walked out of the airport, I immediately felt the scorching sun here. The ultraviolet rays were much stronger than in China, and the air was not as fresh as I imagined. The property manager contacted the landlord, who was very surprised and immediately arranged for us to stay at the hotel. The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he saw me, he was obviously stunned. After all, I was only in my early 20s standing in front of him, and I didn't look like I could afford such an expensive villa. Despite this, the landlord still extended his hand politely. Hello, I'm Zhou Jiexiong. I heard that you were interested in buying my villa. Mr. Zhou, my name is Lin Feng. I like that villa very much, so I came here to talk to you. I smiled and shook his hand. Mr. Lin, since you are interested, tell me your terms. I am willing to buy it at a price of 2 billion, but can I trade it with an equivalent amount of gold? When Zhou Jiexiong heard this, a suspicious expression immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Lin, are you kidding? I flew here specially. Do you think I'm joking? I responded with a smile. Zhou Jiexiong thought for a moment and said, okay, but the transaction must be completed immediately. Of course, no problem, I said, and winked at the property manager. The property manager immediately took out the contract, appraisal report, and other documents, while I quickly walked into the room, closed the door, and began to take out the prepared gold from the space. I walked out with the suitcase. There's more in the bedroom. Let's check it first. The moment I opened the suitcase, the property manager's face changed obviously. He was shocked that no one checked so much gold. After several hours of negotiation, the deal was finally done. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to work with you, but I still have something to ask you for help. What is it? Zhou Jiexiong asked curiously. I'm very interested in guns, but it's forbidden to buy these things in the country. I'd like you to take me to the largest gun store to have a look. Haha, sure. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhou Jiexiong arrived at the hotel on time and took me to the largest local gun store. The store has all kinds of guns, such as Remington M700, Smith Wesson MP9, Mossberg M500 shotgun, AR-15 rifle, Glock G19X pistol, Winchester M70 sniper rifle, AK-47, etc. What surprised me the most was that there were rocket launchers for sale. Faced with these dazzling array of weapons, I pretended to be curious and looked at Zhou Jiexiong. It's a pity that I am not eligible to buy these. If I could buy them, I would really like to get them all. Zhou Jiexiong smiled and said, Mr. Lin, if you really want to buy it, you can, but you are going back to China soon? Are you sure you want to buy it now? Yes, I want to show it to my friends when I get home. Mr. Zhou, do you have any other ideas? Chapter 6. Copying the US military weapons 10 million times. Mr. Lin, if you just want to play around, you don't have to buy a gun. You can choose to rent a gun. When I heard Zhou Jiexiong say this, my eyes lit up. If renting a gun is considered another way to own these weapons? After understanding this point, I immediately responded, that's fine, but it's troublesome, Mr. Zhou. No problem, let's go now. So, under the leadership of Zhou Jiexiong, we drove to a supermarket run by white people. After talking with the supermarket owner, the owner took us into the basement of the supermarket. To my surprise, the guns here were even more abundant than those in a specialized gun store. Mr. Lin, it's $5,000 per hour here, and you can use these weapons as you like. I took out a gold bar from my pocket without hesitation and handed it to the supermarket owner. This should be enough for 2 hours, right? The boss took the gold bar, bit it with his teeth, and said in not very fluent Chinese, okay, 2 hours is enough, I hope you have fun. After the boss left, I couldn't wait to pick up a Desert Eagle. A Desert Eagle pistol was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million Desert Eagle pistols. Hearing the system's prompt sound, I was ecstatic and immediately started touching other guns. An AK-47 submachine gun was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million AK-47 submachine guns. 30 AK-47 magazines detected. Congratulations on getting 300 million AK-47 magazines. 5,000 bullets detected. Congratulations on getting 500 billion bullets. A Mossberg M500 shotgun was detected. Congratulations on getting the 10 millionth Mossberg M500 series shotgun. A Springfield M1A semi-automatic rifle was detected. Congratulations on getting the 10 millionth Springfield M1A rifle. As I kept touching these weapons, the system's prompts almost never stopped. Zhou Jiexiong looked at me, probably thinking that I was just so excited, but how could he know my real purpose at this moment? In just half an hour, I copied almost all the guns and ammunition to my space. When I confirmed that everything was done, I picked up a Glock G19X pistol and fired a few shots at the target in the basement. Zhou Jixiong saw this and said in surprise, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect your shooting skills to be so good. I was a soldier for several years, and I haven't touched a gun for a long time. My hands are unfamiliar with it. I put the gun back where it was. It's almost time. I have to catch a flight this afternoon. Let's go. Zhou Jixiong was stunned for a moment. After all, I was so obsessed with these weapons just now. Why am I so eager to leave now? However, I don't care what he thinks. Anyway, the mission has been completed. It's time to return home and deal with other things. After flying back to China overnight with the property manager, I didn't waste any time and went directly to a company that produced large meat grinders. After I found the person in charge, I told him my request, build a special large meat grinder according to my size. The person in charge seemed a little confused after hearing this. Boss, can I ask what you want such a large meat grinder for? I smiled calmly. Don't worry about this, as long as it can be done. It can be done, but this large oil-electric dual-purpose model is not cheap. The price is negotiable. As long as it can be made within 3 days, these 2 gold bars will be the deposit. I said as I took out 2 gold bars from my pocket and handed them to him. He took the gold bar and was obviously surprised. Sir, for such a large deposit, wouldn't it be more appropriate to pay it directly in cash? What? Do you suspect the gold bar is fake? I smiled coldly. He waved his hands hurriedly. That's absolutely not my intention, sir. Don't worry. Then it's done. Pay a deposit of 100,000 first, and I'll come to pick up the goods in 3 days. I said nothing more and directly paid the deposit of 100,000 with my mobile phone. Afterwards, I drove to a gas company and bought 5 4 kilograms, 5 12 kilograms, and 5 45 kilograms gas cylinders, and arranged for them to be delivered to the wealthy neighborhood the next day. Gas is not only for cooking and boiling water, but also for other purposes occasionally. As for the customized large meat grinder, it is an important protection tool. At this time, my cell phone rang suddenly. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Jia calling. I couldn't help but squint my eyes. The phone rang for a full minute before I slowly returned to the car and pressed the answer button. Lin Feng, where have you been these days? Do you know how worried I am? I said coldly. Please be more careful with your words. If one of us must die, that person must be you, not me. Li Jia quickly explained. A phone. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about you. Are you okay? If not, hang up. I interrupted her impatiently. All the rice and flour you bought last time can't be put away. You have to put them away even if you can't. You will regret it if you don't. I said coldly and hung up the phone, thinking in my heart, Li Jia, this is only the first step of my revenge. I will make you and your 2 children live a life worse than death. Then, I drove to a fruit store and bought a variety of fruits, 2 or 3 kilograms of each. 3 kilograms of apples were detected. Congratulations on your winning 30 million kilograms of apples. 3 kilograms of bananas were detected. Congratulations on your winning 30 million kilograms of bananas. 2 kilograms of kiwis were detected. Congratulations on your winning 20 million kilograms of kiwis. I returned to the car carrying a bag of fruits. As I touched the fruits, the system prompts kept beeping. The purchased fruits, like other items, were all copied to my space. However, at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of me, and my face turned cold instantly. Chapter 7. Copying delicious food. I saw from the car window that Li Jia was holding the hand of a middle-aged man and walking towards a small hotel not far away. Seeing this scene, the hatred in my heart deepened a little bit. You just called me and went to check into a room with another man, Li Jia. You are such a bitch in heat. Although I already knew what kind of people Li Jia and her 2 sons were, seeing it all with my own eyes still made my blood boil, and I wished I could drive my car over and run over this couple to death right now. However, my reason told me that doing so would make me waste my chance of rebirth. So, I took a long puff of the cigarette, tried my best to calm myself down, picked up the phone, and prepared to call the police to tell them that there were prostitutes here. But then I thought, if I do this, it will probably disrupt my revenge plan. So I forced myself to stay calm and not let my emotions affect my decision. After I figured this out, I simply started the car and drove towards one of the top restaurants in the city. Welcome, sir. How many people are there? A waitress came to greet me as I entered the restaurant. I said calmly, I'm the only one. I want a private room. Sorry, sir. The private rooms are full now. Can you please go to the lobby? The waitress said apologetically. I sighed helplessly and found a seat in the hall and handed her the menu. Cook all the dishes on this book for me. I want them all. What? Are you sure you want them all? Can you finish them, sir? The waiter's face was full of shock. It's my problem if you can't finish the food. I'll pack it up anyway. Go and make it. Okay, sir. The waiter hurried away to find the manager. Soon, the restaurant manager received the news, immediately put down his work, and ran to ask, what's going on? The waiter briefly explained, and the manager thought for a moment and said, since he wants to order all the dishes in our restaurant, let him do it. Ask the security to keep a close eye on him and immediately arrest him if he finds anything unusual. Understood, manager. After the waiter left, he began to arrange for the security and went to other places. Soon, the waiter brought a tray and placed dozens of cold dishes in front of me. The guests around me looked at me and whispered. I didn't care at all and lowered my head to touch each dish. A plate of Fuchi Fipian was detected. Congratulations on winning 10 million plates of Fuchi Fipian. A plate of glutinous rice lotus root was detected. Congratulations on winning 10 million plates of glutinous rice lotus root. A plate of pickled pepper chicken feet was detected. Congratulations on winning 10 million plates of pickled pepper chicken feet. Every time the system beeped, every dish on the table was copied into my space. Not long after, another waiter came over with hot dishes and filled my table with a table of dishes. Sir, Kung Pao chicken, braised lion's head, steamed sea bass, mapo tofu, sweet and sour spare ribs. All the dishes are here. Please check. I glanced and saw that the plates were almost higher than me and nodded and said, please help me get 10 bowls of rice. The waiters looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They also began to think that I was making trouble. Who would order all the dishes in the restaurant at once? Listen to him. Give him 10 bowls of rice. Following the manager's order, the security guards also gathered around tacitly. Soon, the waiter put 10 bowls of rice in front of me. I realized then that my behavior seemed to have caused some unnecessary misunderstandings. But now I can't change anything. I can only take it one step at a time. The restaurant manager came over and said with a slightly provocative tone, hey, my friend, how long have you been hungry? Why did you order so much? Can you finish it? Who are you? I glanced at him coldly and asked disdainfully, I'm the manager here. What's the matter? I still responded coldly and continued to touch the rice with my hands. 10 bowls of steaming white rice have been detected. Congratulations on getting 100 million bowls of steaming white rice. As the system prompt sounded again, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the restaurant manager was obviously very dissatisfied with my behavior. Boy, your meal today is not cheap. Can you afford it? That's right. Who would order all the dishes in the restaurant? You are really a troublemaker. Yes, it's too abnormal. The guests around me started to whisper, and some took out their phones to record this farce and post it online. The manager's attitude made me angry. From what you said, I can't afford it? Do you know how much this meal costs? The manager looked at me with disdain, his words full of sarcasm. Tell me how much it is? 100,000. Can you afford it? What if I can afford it? I responded coldly, looking the manager up and down. You. He sneered, if you can afford it, I will call you Grandpa 3 times now. I couldn't help but be a little surprised when I heard him say that. It's just a payment. Do you have to make such a big deal? When I said this, not only the manager, but everyone present began to think that it was impossible for me to have 100,000 yuan. Chapter 8. Impatience can ruin a great plan. Haha. What's wrong? Are you scared? The hotel manager smiled smugly when he saw my reaction. The people around me also showed disgusted expressions. I think we should call the police. Yes, call the police. No need to waste time talking to him. Yes, call the police. Seeing these people filled with righteous indignation, I could only helplessly take out my mobile phone and scan the QR code on the table. 100,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account. With the sound of payment receipt, the people around me who were full of a sense of justice shut their mouths, returned to their seats, and continued to eat quietly. At this time, the hotel manager finally realized the seriousness of the situation and prepared to run away. But how could I let him run away like this? I grabbed his arm and whispered, don't leave in a hurry. You haven't called me Grandpa yet. Yes, if you have anything to say, let's talk it over. How about I give you a 15% discount? The hotel manager laughed awkwardly. I snorted and asked, do you think I'm short of that little money? Then what do you want? People should be honest. How come you forgot what you just said so quickly? The hotel manager's face was filled with pain, as if he had eaten a fly. But in order to protect the reputation of the hotel and his own job, he had to reluctantly whisper, Grandpa. Louder. Grandpa, 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 are you satisfied? The hotel manager glared at me angrily, but still managed to shout out these 3 words. Your voice is loud, but your attitude is not sincere enough. You, what do you want? The hotel manager was so angry that he was shaking all over. His eyes were full of anger. Hearing this, my face instantly turned cold, and a strong murderous aura emanated from me. I asked you to be sincere. Didn't you hear me? The hotel manager had never seen such a look before, and was instantly frightened and trembled all over. Grandpa, Grandpa, be good. That's right. I smiled, patted the hotel manager on the shoulder, regained my usual calm, and then turned and left. In the dim night, I finally drove back to the home I didn't want to stay in for a moment. But in order to maintain the disguise, I still had to endure it and wait until the end of the world. Then I would personally take revenge on these 3 people. I walked to the door, took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and then pushed the door open. However, as soon as the door opened, I suddenly felt a surge of blood, and the anger in my heart could hardly be suppressed. Because in the room, there were not only Li Jia and her mother and daughter, but also the middle-aged man who had gone to the small hotel with Li Jia. At this time, the 4 of them were sitting at the dining table, eating lobster, talking and laughing, and they didn't take me seriously at all. When Li Jia and the others saw me coming back, they were obviously stunned, and no one even spoke. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely subtle, as if the air had frozen. Who is this person? I broke the silence after a few seconds. He is my leader. I met him by chance this afternoon and invited him to dinner at my home. Li Jia explained in a panic. Hello, I'm Wang Gang. You are Li Jia's husband, right? Li Jia often mentions you. The middle-aged man stood up and stretched out his hand to me. I looked at him coldly and didn't intend to shake hands with him. Instead, I asked calmly, really? What does Li Jia usually say about me? Wang Gang pretended to be nonchalant, took his hand back, and said with a smile, he praised you for doting on her and making breakfast for her every day. So that's what you always say to me outside? I turned to Li Jia and sneered. Li Jia smiled awkwardly and tried to change the subject. Have you eaten, husband? I have. You two can eat slowly. I responded calmly, turned around and went back to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. However, as I lay down, I accidentally touched something. I picked it up and took a look, and my anger rose again. It turned out to be a pack of unopened condoms. Li Jia, if I don't come back tonight, are you planning to have sex with your boss at home? Just as I was staring at the pack of condoms, Li Jia walked into the bedroom in a panic. When she saw what I was holding, her expression instantly became even more flustered. I smiled casually, picked up the words on the package, and murmured, I didn't expect it to be textured. This thing must be more exciting to use, right? Who knows? Aren't we waiting for you to come back? Li Jia explained hurriedly, trying to get the pack of condoms back. Hee, I sneered and ignored her. Go out quickly, your leader is still outside? Well, husband, you must wait for me, I'll be there in a while. After Li Jia said that, she blew me a kiss and hurriedly left the bedroom. As she left, the calm expression on my face suddenly turned extremely cold. At this moment, I really had an urge to take action immediately and kill these people with my own hands. As time went by, I finally heard the voices of Li Jia and her son saying goodbye to Wang Gang. Half an hour later, Li Jia, who had just washed up, climbed onto my bed in a sexy lace nightgown like a lazy cat and gently nestled in my arms. Honey, what's wrong with you recently? You're so cold to me, as if you become a different person. I'm really sad. Facing her teasing, I tried to stay calm and said in a flat tone, is that so? Yes, you've been mean to me these days. Is it because I added my mother's name to the property certificate? After all, she is my mother, and I am her daughter. I am also doing this for her to have someone to rely on in her old age. Hearing Li Jia's true intentions in such a coquettish tone, my long-suppressed anger almost burst out. But I still suppressed my anger and responded in a calm tone. Didn't I tell you that I will consider this matter? Really, husband? Li Jia gently tore open my pajamas and put her lips on mine. Chapter 9. The Obstacle in the Community. Seeing Li Jia teasing me like this, the desire for revenge quickly spread in my heart. I turned defense into offense and pressed her down roughly, which immediately made her giggle. However, the next day, as the cell phone rang urgently, I reached for the phone on the bedside table in a daze and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Boss Lin? Who are you? I'm from Anhua Gas Company. I'm here to deliver a gas tank to you today, but the security here won't let you in. Can you come out for a moment? Hearing this, I suddenly lost all sleepiness and immediately replied, okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon. I quickly got up and put on my clothes, turned around and looked at Li Jia who was sleeping on her back with disgust, and without even brushing my teeth, drove towards the rich neighborhood. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the gate of the community and saw an Anhua Gas employee sitting in a dilapidated pickup truck with a depressed look on his face, and he was in a stalemate with the community security guard. I walked over quickly and asked coldly, what's going on? What's going on? Who are you? The community security guard looked at me with disdain. I'm the owner of this place. I was the one who asked them to bring these gas tanks in. What's wrong? The security guard looked me up and down, then sneered. Do you know how much the houses here cost? The new energy vehicle you drive is worth a little over 100,000 yuan, right? You said you are the owner of this place. Why don't you say you are the Jade Emperor? As soon as the words fell, the other security guards also laughed. Facing these people's ridicule, I felt helpless. Some people always like to use the insignificant power around them to show off, as if this can prove that they are superior to others. You don't know that I am the owner of this place, which proves that you haven't received the notice. I don't blame you for this. But you humiliated me in broad daylight, which is wrong for you, I said coldly. I didn't expect that the security guard's attitude became even more arrogant after I said this. Boy, let me tell you, a villa here costs at least hundreds of millions, and at most billions. Do you still think I'm humiliating you? I suppressed my anger and tried to speak in a calm tone. Call your security manager and ask him. Don't make trouble here. However, the security guards obviously had no intention of listening to me and continued to make noise. You call the security manager? Do you really think you are the owner of this place? I couldn't stand it anymore. Before they could finish speaking, I grabbed one of the security guards by the collar and shouted angrily, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either call your manager or I'm going to beat you to death today. Stop. Who are you? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came over with a walkie-talkie, pointed at me and shouted, Captain, this guy tried to force his way into the community, but we didn't let him in. He even wanted to hit people. The security guard who I grabbed by the collar immediately started shouting. The security captain's face changed. Friend, every place has its own rules. You can't do whatever you want. I sneered. I don't know how you became the captain. I am the owner of this place now. Why can't I come in? Are you the owner of this place? The security captain was stunned. What else? I responded coldly. Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. I know every owner here and have never seen him. The security guard immediately retorted. Yes, Captain, let alone knowing the owner. We know which owner owns the cats and dogs here. The other security guards also echoed. Look at his appearance. How come he looks like the owner of this place? I couldn't help but sneer. Villa number 18, Area A, was just bought the day before yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can check. What? Did you buy Villa number 18, Area A? Yes, I said impatiently. The security captain immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Excuse me, what is your surname? My surname is Lin, and my given name is Fong. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I shouldn't have made you unhappy. The security captain immediately greeted him with a smile. Captain, how could he be the owner of this place? Snap. Before he could finish his words, the security captain slapped the security guard in the face. You blind man, you come to ask me when you don't know? This month's bonus is gone. I shook my head helplessly. Can I go in now? Yes, of course. The security captain said apologetically. I asked the gas worker to put the gas tank in the backyard of the villa, and then, like a magic trick, copied the gas into my space. I exhaled deeply, sat on the luxurious retro sofa, lit a cigarette, and began to carefully look at the decoration of this luxurious villa. After all, this is my second time here, and I can't help but feel a little strange. At this time, the WeChat notification sound rang on my phone. I looked down and saw that it was a friend request from the security captain just now. How did he know my contact information? I whispered to myself and then clicked to agree. Security captain, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have troubled you today. I will never let something like this happen again. I snorted coldly, replied with a smiley face, and prepared to throw my phone aside. However, just when I was about to ignore it, the security captain sent another message. Chapter 10, Being Pulled into the Owner Group. I was a little impatient, so I picked up my phone again and saw the message from the security captain. Security captain, Mr. Lin, this is the owner group of our community. Please join us when you have time so that we can get to know each other. Then, the security captain sent a group chat invitation. What a hassle, I muttered, but finally clicked on the invitation and joined the owner group. There are some things that you may not want to do, but you still have to go through the motions. After all, it is not the end of the world yet, and it will not do you any harm to keep a low profile. After joining the owner group, I quit WeChat, quickly opened the delivery app, and started buying medicine. I paid special attention to antibiotics, bandages, medical alcohol, iodine disinfectant, and 84 disinfectant. After all, once the end of the world comes, animals, plants, zombies, and corpses will rot, which will inevitably bring plague. These disinfectants are the most effective means to prevent the spread of the virus. In addition, the pungent smell of disinfectant, medical alcohol, and 84 disinfectant can block the zombies' sense of smell and prevent them from being discovered. Not long after, the delivery guys delivered the medicines one after another, with a confused look on their faces. They have seen large quantities of goods delivered, but this is the second time they have encountered a situation like today where several people deliver medicines together. They began to speculate that it might be the same person. Just as they were speculating, I took the medicine and heard the system's prompt. 100 boxes of 9,999 cold medicine were detected. Congratulations on your winning 1 billion boxes of 9,999 cold medicine. 100 barrels of disinfectant were detected. Congratulations on your winning 1 billion barrels of disinfectant. 500 bottles of medical alcohol were detected. Congratulations on your winning 5 billion bottles of medical alcohol. Detected. After doing all this, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't bought any vegetables yet, so I picked up my phone again and started buying fresh vegetables and dry goods. I bought 30 kilograms of spinach, cabbage, carrots, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams. I also bought 20 kilograms of broccoli, cucumbers, pumpkins, winter melons, and loofahs. I also bought other vegetables such as eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, onions, garlic, leeks, enoki mushrooms, and mushrooms. When the delivery man brought the vegetables and dry goods, I copied them to my space in the same way, and a dozen kilograms of vegetables instantly became billions of kilograms. I'm afraid I can't finish eating all these vegetables in my lifetime, I muttered, and picked up my phone to relax and play some games. However, at this time, I found that the messages in the WeChat owner group were ringing nonstop. Out of curiosity, I clicked on the group chat and saw that everyone was discussing me. Area A Villa number 12 Zhou Jiesin. I didn't expect that my brother's house was really sold. It seems that this brother Lin Feng is financially strong. Area B Villa number 6, Yin Tianlu. Your brother's house is only a few hundred million. How can he sell it for so much money all of a sudden? Zhou Jiesin, Villa number 12, Area. What do you know, my brother renovated the villa. The decoration inside is expensive and the defense capability is comparable to that of a cannonball. Yangmi, Villa number 9, Area B. Haha, I am really laughing to death. Is he afraid of the end of the world? Li Xin, Villa number 17, Area C. It can actually be sold for 2 billion. It's really eye-opening. Zhao Lucy, Villa number 8, Area A. Haha, I must see it myself. What does the person who bought your brother's house look like? Watching these discussions, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Aren't Zhao Lucy, Yangmi, and Li Xian the most popular movie stars recently? I didn't expect that they also live here. Different circles and classes live in completely different worlds. but they never thought that an ordinary person could integrate into their upper-class circle in this way. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but send a message in the group. What you said, in your words and in your heart, aren't you talking about me as a sucker? After sending this message, the group fell silent instantly, and all the owners were silent. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's Fear of Insufficient Supplies. After a while, Zhou Jiesin finally sent a message in the owner group. Mr. Lin, I don't mean that. Please don't think too much. Then, Zhao Lucy also interrupted and said, so you are the one who spent 2 billion to buy that villa? What's wrong with me? I replied with a cold smile. Zhao Lucy. It's nothing. I just want to ask you, why did you buy such a villa that even artillery shells can't destroy? Do you lack a sense of security? Yangmi. Haha, it really made me laugh to death. Congratulations on getting the answer right, because I think this villa can really give me a sense of security. I replied. Zhao Lucy. You're really interesting. Really? But I have something more interesting that I haven't done yet. I said. Zhao Lucy. What's the more interesting thing? Yangmi. Li Xian. Tell me now. I smiled coldly, quickly tagged everyone in the owner group, and typed a message. At everyone. Looking for beautiful women, free food and accommodation. Better if they can do housework. Those who are interested can chat privately. But you have to take 3 full-body selfies without beauty filters. After my rebirth, my mentality has changed drastically. How could I live alone in this indestructible villa until the end of my life? After all, I suffered too much in my last life. So in this life, I want to enjoy myself to the fullest, indulge myself, and live a life I have never lived before. However, as soon as this message was sent out, it was like a bomb dropped into a lake, causing a huge response. Zhou Jiesin. Brother, are you okay? Do you know what you were talking about? Zhao Lucy. Your joke is not funny at all. Humph. I will ignore you. Yangmi. Pervert. Li Xian. This guy must have a problem with his brain. Yin Tianlu. What on earth does this buddy do? How can he say such a thing? Fan Zhiping. Villa number 18, Area B. What does this guy do? Who added him to the owners group? Zhao Hu. Villa number 1, Area C. We are all decent people. How can you say that? Seeing the accusations and insults from these owners, I appeared unusually calm. Because I know that before long, many people will come to me for help. I stretched, threw my phone casually on the sofa, opened the refrigerator, took out some meat, drinks and other food from the space, and prepared to fill each refrigerator. There are only 3 or 4 refrigerators in the whole villa. Isn't that too few? I muttered to myself and copied one of the refrigerators at random. As the system prompt sounded, 10 million refrigerators instantly appeared in my space. Then, I copied the other appliances in the villa one by one. After all, these appliances are of high quality, far better than ordinary appliances on the market. There's only oil and water left. After doing all this, I muttered again, picked up the car keys on the coffee table, slammed the door, walked out of the villa, and left the community. I drove directly to a car repair station. Not only can you repair your car here, you can also refuel. Although refueling is not formal, sometimes some formal businesses are not profitable, and some people will inevitably do some unpresentable things for personal gain. Boss, do you have any oil for sale? Hearing my words, a man in his 30s, covered in engine oil, crawled out from under a broken truck. What kind of oil do you want? I want both diesel and gasoline. He wiped the oil off his hands, looked at me for a few times, and pondered for a moment. How much do you want? I'll take as much as you have. I responded calmly. His expression instantly became alert. Seeing his reaction, I quickly added, don't worry, I'm really here to buy oil. Come with me. He regained his normal expression, waved at me, took me into the store, pointed to the 20 or so oil drums piled in the corner, and said, how much oil do you want? I want all of them. I answered. Hearing this, his face darkened. Brother, each barrel of oil here is 200 liters. Are you sure you want all of them? Yes, how much? I said, taking out a large stack of 100 yuan bills from my pocket and began to count them. Seeing the money, the man's eyes suddenly lit up and he swallowed his saliva. The oil here is cheaper than the one sold at the gas station, and the quality is the same as the oil sold at the gas station. I know, otherwise I would not have bought it from you. How much do you say? Here are 11 barrels of diesel and 15 barrels of gasoline. I'll give you a discount. 36,000 will be enough. Okay, no problem. I took out 3 stacks of money, counted out 36,000 yuan and handed it to him, then turned around and began to touch every oil barrel. 11 barrels of 200 liters of diesel detected. Congratulations on obtaining 110,000,000 barrels of 200 liters of diesel. 15 barrels of 200 liters of gasoline detected. Congratulations on obtaining 150,000,000 barrels of 200 liters of gasoline. After copying the diesel and gasoline in the barrels to the space, I looked at the man who was still busy counting money, turned around and asked, can you help me deliver this oil? Boss, you know these oils can only be traded privately. We don't have delivery service here. He looked embarrassed. Since we can't deliver, I don't want it. I smiled, took the money back from his hand, and drove away. Damn it, the duck in my mouth just flew away. Looking back, I heard the man angrily curse. Afterwards, I went to a large bottled water distribution center and used a similar method to copy 5,000 barrels of water into the space. That day, I shuttled between major bottled water distribution centers and auto repair shops and copied all these supplies. Then, I was filled with anxiety and decided to go to the supermarket again to buy everything there, even sanitary pads. After all, the scarcity of supplies in my previous life made me deeply afraid of these things. A bottle of water and a piece of bread can be exchanged for a beautiful woman to accompany me for a night, and men can fight for a little food. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Just as I walked into the supermarket, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind me. Chapter 12, Supermarket Storm. I was walking in the supermarket with a shopping cart. When I heard Li Jia's voice, I couldn't help but look back. I saw Li Jia and her mother also pushing a shopping cart, standing behind me with a look of surprise. Why are you here? I asked calmly. Li Jia looked at me and answered in confusion. Of course I am here shopping with my mother. Shouldn't you be at work now? Why are you here? I almost forgot that I still have a job after my rebirth. But this is no longer important to me now. So an idea came to my mind, and I immediately said loudly to Li Jia and her daughter, you two are just right. Go to the food area in the south side of the supermarket and take 5 to 10 of each item, quickly. When Li Jia and her mother heard this, they immediately became nervous. Offing, what happened? It's a serious matter. Let's talk about it when we get home. Now you better listen to me, I said anxiously. Okay. Seeing how anxious I was, Li Jia and Zhao Hohot also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately started shopping like crazy. Before long, more than a dozen shopping carts in the supermarket were filled by them, and people around them began to whisper. What do you think happened to this old man and this kid? I don't know. This should be the legendary heavy shopaholic. Damn, this is the first time I've seen someone shopping like this. I have to take a picture and post it online. Hearing the discussions around me, I smiled coldly and quietly watched Li Jia and her daughter shopping crazily. Suddenly, several security guards appeared around them, watching them vigilantly. After all, their behavior was indeed a bit unusual. If the end of the world was not approaching, who would shop on such a large scale? Often, we have bought everything in the food and daily necessities areas. An hour and a half later, Li Jia walked up to me breathlessly. I looked back at the checkout area of the supermarket and saw dozens of fully loaded shopping carts, and nodded. Great. Let's get a few dozen boxes of instant noodles. Zhao Hohot exclaimed after hearing this. Do we need to buy so many instant noodles? Can the house hold them all? What happened to Lin Feng? Didn't I say it just now? I'll tell you when I get home, I said with a frown. Okay, since you said so, I'll see how you explain it when we get home, Zhao Hohot said, grabbing Li Jia's arm angrily and picking up the instant noodles. You two idiots, you will definitely be grateful to me in the future. I silently looked at the backs of the mother and daughter, cursing in my heart. At this time, the supermarket manager and several security guards walked towards me quickly. It was obvious that he already knew that I was the mastermind behind the shopping spree. My friend, are you sure you want to buy so many things? I turned and looked at the supermarket manager. Who are you? I'm the manager of this supermarket. Is there a problem? We can't buy things, right? Just as I finished speaking, the security guard next to me suddenly shouted, how can you buy things like this? I think you were here to mess things up. I glanced at him coldly and turned to the supermarket manager. Do you think so too? The supermarket manager seemed to feel that things were not as simple as they seemed, and quickly smiled and said, I mean, you bought so many things at once, do you need our help to send them back? Yes, I answered without hesitation. The supermarket manager was stunned for a moment and began to hesitate. Are they really here to buy things? At this time, Li Jia came over and said with some resentment, a phone, 25 boxes of spiced beef noodles, 22 boxes of spicy noodles, and 20 boxes of seafood noodles. Is that enough? Enough, go check out, I said lightly. Check. Li Jia looked at me in surprise. Zhao Hohot also said hurriedly, oh, how much does it cost to buy so many things at once? Last time, Li Jia only spent tens of thousands, and this time she bought so many things at once, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands. However, Lin Feng's words completely left Li Jia speechless. I give you my salary every month, and you don't go to check. Do you want me to go? Okay, I'll go. Li Jia looked at me angrily and walked to the cashier reluctantly. For a professional liar who relies on marriage to cheat money, being forced to pay money again and again is simply a shame. If it weren't for the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house in the community, Li Jia and her family would have disappeared from my world long ago. An hour later, the cashier finally finished scanning the items in dozens of shopping carts. The cashier smiled and said, the total is 118,642.96 yuan. Do you want to pay by mobile phone or cash? Who can bring hundreds of thousands of cash to the supermarket to buy things? Li Jia said angrily. That's right, aren't you talking nonsense? Xiaojia, we don't want these things anymore, let's go home. Zhao Hohot interrupted and shouted. At this moment, the supermarket manager winked at the security guards, and more than a dozen security guards surrounded Li Jia and Zhao Hohot in an instant. Zhao Hohot saw that something was wrong and immediately shouted, what are you going to do? I tell you, this is a society ruled by law, and you can't do this. The supermarket manager snorted coldly. You also know that we live in a society ruled by law now. If you don't pay today, I will call the police myself and sue you for provoking trouble. I want to see how you end up. Chapter 13. Li Jia and her daughter were heartbroken. When Li Jia and her daughter heard what the supermarket manager said, they were shocked. After all, they were guilty and naturally did not dare to have any contact with the police. We don't have that much money. You can't force us to buy or sell, right? Zhao Hohat said nervously. The supermarket manager smiled coldly. If you don't have any money on you, you can go and get some. There are 3 of you, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yes, wife. Tell me where the money is, and I'll go back and get it now, so that these people won't look down on us. I suddenly interrupted, as if to provide them with a solution. Lin Feng. Li Jia was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she looked at me with gritted teeth. Yes, since you didn't bring any money, let your husband get it. I think they are probably here to cause trouble. How could they pay? What do you think is their purpose in doing this? What else could it be? Business is not good. Isn't there a supermarket across the street? Maybe they were sent here to cause trouble. At this time, the crowd around began to whisper. If someone spent millions to buy gold, houses, and cars, it would not be surprising. After all, there are many rich people. But spending hundreds of thousands to buy these things in a supermarket is indeed hard to understand. Li Jia and her daughter were so angry that their faces turned blue, and they almost wanted to eat me alive. They still don't understand why everything was fine when they first arrived, but now they are stuck here and can't go home. What makes them most angry is that I actually stood there and watched coldly, and occasionally gave them a god assist, which made them almost vomit blood in anger. Li Jia glared at me, her heart bleeding as she said, "Okay, I'll pay. But Lin Feng, you have to give me an explanation today, or I'll never let you go." She was so angry that she took out a bank card and looked at me with resentment. Xiao Jia, don't. Zhao Hohat saw this and hurriedly spoke to stop her, but Li Jia had already taken out the bank card, and it was obviously too late. Finally, with the sound of the bank card being swiped, the payment was successful, and the people around stopped talking and shut up. Seeing that things had finally come to a conclusion, I smiled and turned to the supermarket manager and said, "Manager, please help us send these things back." "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." The supermarket manager readily agreed. So, a large truck of goods was delivered to the community, attracting many owners to come and watch. "Grandma, chocolate, I want some chocolate." A little boy pulled his grandmother's hand and tried to take a piece of chocolate from the supermarket staff. At this time, Zhao Hohat, who was angry, suddenly pushed the boy away and said viciously, "If you want to eat chocolate, go buy it yourself, don't take my chocolate." Wow, grandma, I want some chocolate." The child's grandmother, Aunt Zhang from the neighborhood committee, said angrily, "Zhao Hohat, your grandson wants to eat a piece of chocolate. Do you have to yell at him like that?" "Of course I don't have to. Our family's money didn't come from the wind. If you want to eat it, just buy it yourself. Don't always take advantage of us. This house obviously belongs to Lin Feng, but you and your son refuse to leave. How come it's your house now? What a joke." Upon hearing this, Li Jia's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and she immediately shouted, "Watch your mouth. How dare you say that about my family?" Aunt Zhang picked up her grandson and said unyieldingly, "Isn't what I said the truth? If it were someone else, they would have been kicked out long ago." I watched the situation getting more and more tense from the sidelines, and realized that if I didn't intervene, a conflict might really break out. So I walked over and said to Aunt Zhang with a smile, "Aunt Zhang, don't be angry. Doesn't Xiaobao like chocolate? Here, Uncle will give it to you." As I spoke, I took out a box of the most expensive chocolate in the supermarket and handed it to Xiaobao. "Look at Lin Feng. How could he accept someone like you as his mother-in-law?" Aunt Zhang took the chocolate, picked up her grandson, and left cursing. Zhao Hohat saw Aunt Zhang's back, twisting her body and walking away proudly, and she was about to explode with anger. She stood there and said angrily, "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to dare to help others in return. I really underestimated you." I shrugged and smiled. "We are all neighbors. There is no need to make things so awkward, and she is also a member of the neighborhood committee. What do you think?" Zhao Hohat and Li Jia seemed to realize that what I said made sense. "Then tell me, why did you buy so many things today?" "Yes, often. Why do you seem to have changed in this period of time?" Li Jia and her son looked at me in unison, with a serious tone. I looked around and whispered, "Do you think you can tell it outside?" "Why not? Don't play tricks in front of me. If you don't make it clear today, I will never let you go." Zhao Hohat said angrily. I frowned and said in a low voice, "Please put yourself in the right place before you speak." "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? I'm spending my own money. Do I need to discuss it with you?" Li Jia and Zhao Hohat were stunned, and seemed to understand the meaning of my words. I smiled coldly. "You should be grateful to me. If it weren't for me, you would have been kicked out long ago." Li Jia hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere. "Feng, you can't do this to Mom. She did this for our own good." Snap. Before I finished speaking, I suddenly slapped Li Jia hard. "Li Jia, after such a long time, I didn't expect that you were still a mama's girl. When will you be able to be independent? I am so disappointed." Li Jia was stunned and covered her face angrily. "Lin Feng, you hit me last time in the restaurant, but you dared to hit me again this time." "Yes, I hit you. It would be great if I could wake you up earlier." I said angrily. and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 14. Don't you want this house? Then I'll give it to you. Lin Feng, I'm going to fight you. After hearing what I said, Li Jia couldn't control her anger anymore. She roared and rushed over. For Li Jia, today was not only the time to give out money, but also the time to be humiliated by me for no reason. Now her emotions were close to the edge of collapse. However, just when she was about to pounce on me, Zhao Hohat suddenly hugged her and winked at her in a low voice. Xiaojia, it's Mom's fault. Mom shouldn't get involved in your business. Zhao Hohat's reminder instantly calmed Li Jia down. After all, they hadn't gotten the house in Lin Feng's community yet, so it was not appropriate to tear each other apart now. Li Jia quickly put away her anger. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at me pitifully. Offing, I found that you really don't love me anymore, was she said as she ran upstairs, pretending to be sad. Offing, look how sadly Xiaojia is crying. Why don't you go and comfort her? Zhao Hohat said anxiously beside her. Get lost. I didn't wait for her to finish and uttered the word, get lost, loudly, shutting her up completely. At this moment, when I saw Li Jia and her two children, the memories of the end of the world came to my mind. I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart when I thought about how they had eaten me mercilessly when I needed help the most. I slowly walked towards the stairs after the supermarket staff had moved all the things upstairs. However, as soon as I reached the door of my house, I was stunned. Because I bought so many things in the supermarket, the entire living room was almost full, and even the bedroom, balcony and kitchen were all filled to the brim. I can't live like this anymore. Ooh, Li Jia saw me coming in and started crying loudly again. I snorted coldly and ignored her. This was exactly the effect I wanted. The more Li Jia cried, the more refreshed I felt. Offing, now you should tell us why you bought so many things. Zhao Hohat finally couldn't help it and asked urgently while standing in the living room full of food. Li Jia stopped crying and turned her eyes to me, waiting for my explanation. I pretended to be thoughtful and sighed. I had a dream not long ago. A dream? Li Jia, Li Mingho, and Zhao Hohat looked at me in unison. I nodded. Yes, a very, very scary dream. Even if you had a very scary dream, what does it have to do with you buying so many things? Li Jia asked while sitting on the sofa, crying. Zhao Hohat also said, yes, what does it have to do with it? It's just a dream. No, this is not an ordinary dream. Many people in the dream turned into zombies, and those who survived by chance were either starved to death, eaten, or turned into zombies and ate people. It was so scary. As soon as I said this, Li Jia, her mother, and her two daughters looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Phone, don't scare me. Are you okay? After a while, Li Jiatsai asked cautiously, but there was a bit of gloating in her eyes. I patted my chest and comforted her. I'm fine. What can happen to me? What? Don't you believe me? Believe it, believe it. Li Jiaqiang smiled, his tone a little unnatural. At this time, Li Mingho blurted out, brother-in-law is not crazy. Mingho, shut up. Li Jia immediately interrupted Li Mingho. I could see that although Li Jia was a little worried, she also had a hint of smugness on her face. They obviously thought that if there was really something wrong with Lin Feng, then they could naturally take control of the house. Don't you believe my dream? Forget it. I won't say much. I want to be alone and quiet now. You don't have to stay at home tonight. I turned around and said calmly. Offing, if you don't let us live here, then where should we live? Li Jia asked with a frown. I glanced at them and said impatiently, can't you just stay in a hotel for one night? Li Jia seemed a little unwilling when she saw my attitude, but finally agreed. Okay, Mom, let's go. As she said that, she exchanged glances with Zhao Hohat and Li Mingho, and left here without any reluctance. Watching the mother and her two children walk out of the house, I snorted coldly, feeling proud in my heart. Don't you want this house? Then I'll give it to you. I thought about it and copied all the goods I bought from the supermarket today. 25 boxes of 5-spice beef noodles were detected. Congratulations on getting 250,000,000 5-spice beef noodles. 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot were detected. Congratulations on getting 100 million boxes of self-heating hot pot. 10 boxes of ham sausage were detected. Congratulations on getting 100 million boxes of ham sausage. Chocolate detected. As the system notification sounded, I became more and more excited. With these supplies, the end of the world may be more like heaven to me. Ha ha ha. I laughed wildly, and with a thought, I put all the goods I bought from the supermarket into my space. Not only that, the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in the kitchen, and the stored ingredients in the refrigerator were all put into my space. After doing all this, I suddenly turned around, looked at the house where I had lived for many years, and said in a low voice, don't you want this house? Then I will give it to you. After that, I suddenly opened the door, slammed it, and left. The next day, Xiaojia, is this okay? Why not? I am now Lin Feng's only legal wife, and it is most appropriate for me to do this. Li Jia, her mother, and her son stayed up all night in the hotel, discussing how to send Lin Feng to a mental hospital. After all, Lin Feng's behavior yesterday made them think that he had serious mental problems. Li Mingho pondered for a moment and said, I think your idea is feasible. Why don't we contact the mental hospital and lock Lin Feng up now? Wait a minute. Li Jia thought for a moment and shook her head. Sister, what are you waiting for? If we lock Lin Feng up in the mental hospital, Won't the house belong to us? Chapter 15. The Viciousness of Li Jia's Family of Three. Li Jia glanced at Li Mingho meaningfully and said, if everything is as simple as you think, we would have found the next target long ago. Why are we still wasting so much time on him? Then what do you say? No, sister, do you already have feelings for that guy Lin Feng? Li Mingho changed his tone and stared at Li Jia. When Zhao Hohot heard this, she also said quickly, Xiao Jia, all men in this world are like your father. There is no good thing. You must not. What are you thinking? I mean, for the sake of safety, we have to go back first, right? After all, Lin Feng has been elusive these days. If the people from the mental hospital come, what if he is not at home? Li Jia said impatiently. Hearing this, Li Mingho stood up and walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and said in a gloomy tone, well, let's go home now. Ah, how could this happen? But at this moment, Li Mingho suddenly cried out, and immediately Li Jia and Zhao Hohot also hurried to the window to see what was going on. But when they came to the window and took a closer look, they all couldn't help but show astonishment. Because at this time, the whole sky was colorful and magnificent, as if they were in a fairyland. At this time, a large number of people had already gathered downstairs of the hotel, constantly checking in to commemorate the scenery. This sky is so beautiful. How could it be like this? Li Jia stood in front of the window and couldn't help but admire. Okay, let's go home now. The most important thing is to get a house. When we have money, what kind of scenery can we not see? Zhao Hohot suddenly said at this time, causing Li Jia to immediately look away and nodded heavily. So Li Jia, her mother and her two children, who had just returned to the community, were eager to go home to see if Lin Feng was still at home. If Lin Feng was still at home as they thought, they would immediately call the mental hospital and ask them to send someone to take Lin Feng to the mental hospital. In this way, the house would truly belong to them completely. But when Li Mingho got a step ahead and rushed to open the door, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise and looked at everything in front of him with an unbelievable look on his face. How could this happen? What happened? Li Jia, who was exhausted and panting at this time, said something casually and immediately widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, where did all the things I bought yesterday go? Zhao Hohot said in surprise, could our house be robbed last night? Oh mom, what kind of thief? Nowadays, thieves only steal valuables and money. Who would steal food nowadays? Sister, the extra door refrigerator in our house is missing? What? Li Jia's face suddenly changed when she heard Li Mingho's words, and she immediately walked into the kitchen. The surprise on her face became even more intense at this moment. It's not just the refrigerator that's gone. Even half a bottle of vinegar and half a bag of salt in the kitchen were gone. This must have been done by Lin Feng. Xiao Jia, why did Lin Feng do this? Zhao Hohot asked Li Jia in confusion. Li Jia gritted her teeth in anger. Why else? He's mentally ill now, so it's not surprising what he does. Yes, he is a mental patient now. What should we do now? Li Jia subconsciously clenched his fists and said fiercely, I will call him now and ask him where he is, and then notify the people in the mental hospital to lock him up. After Li Jia said this, he took out his mobile phone and called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was sleeping soundly in the villa, was suddenly awakened by a rapid ringing of his cell phone. So Lin Feng looked at the time with sleepy eyes and saw that it was already 10:30 in the afternoon. He slowly pressed the answer button. Hello, who? A phone. I'm your wife. Don't you remember me so quickly? Fuck your grandma? From the tone of your voice, do you really think I'm a psycho? But it's better this way, because it's more interesting this way. At this time, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he yawned and said, excuse me, what can I do for you? Where did you put all the things in our house? I thought about it for a long time last night. I really shouldn't have bought so many things at once just because of a nightmare, so I gave those things away. What? That's worth 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and you're just going to give it away like that? Yes, is there a problem? Lin Feng sneered. Li Jia suppressed his anger. No problem. Tell me where you are now, and I'll come find you right now. I'm in a luxurious villa now. Lin Feng, do you think I will believe what you say? Tell me quickly, where are you? I've already told you that I'm in a very luxurious villa. If you don't believe me, then what have we talked about? Lin Feng hung up the phone immediately after saying that. He slowly walked to the window, suddenly opened the curtains, looked at the colorful sky, and his face suddenly changed. Is it really going to be brought forward? It seems that the days when you can neither live nor die will soon come. After a simple wash, Lin Feng ate some breakfast in the space and drove to the company that customized the meat grinder. How is it? Is it done? As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company, he couldn't wait to find the person in charge of the company and asked. The person in charge of the company smiled and said, Boss Lin, you came at the right time. I just debugged the meat grinder you ordered last night. Come with me to the workshop to take a look. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Feng responded and went to the production workshop with the company's person in charge. Lin Feng walked into the production workshop with a calm face and steady steps. His eyes were instantly locked on the giant meat grinder he had customized. Chapter 16. The Omen of the End of the World Coming Early. I stood in front of the giant meat grinder. The blades were sharp and gleaming coldly. They were lined up in a row, 3 meters long and 2 meters high. It looked like some kind of monster, with its big mouth full of fangs, as if it was ready to crush any invading enemy into mud. Boss Lin, according to your requirements, the dimensions of this meat grinder are 2.2 meters high and 3.3 meters long, with a total of 299 cutters, each of which is made of shell steel. I dare say that this machine can not only grind meat, but even steel bars can be ground into slag. Hearing what the company's head said, I nodded with satisfaction. The company's head went on to say, "We have also equipped this machine with a 12,000-watt motor, and through our company's patented technology, it can be started with 220-volt household electricity. In addition, it is also equipped with diesel and gasoline tanks to prevent emergencies such as power outages." After listening to him, I carefully inspected the meat grinder and then patted the outer casing of the machine. "Are you sure this machine can be powered by 220-volt household electricity? Are you kidding me? This is our company's exclusive patented technology. Don't worry." The person in charge of the company vowed. "Hearing what you said, the machine is indeed good, but I wonder how it works in real use? Boss Lin, please rest assured that this meat grinder has a 5-year shelf life and can be returned or exchanged for any problems within 5 years." "Really?" As I spoke, I opened the control panel and pressed the start button. The meat grinder made a low roar, and the huge meat grinder shaft began to rotate from slow to fast, as if a beast was roaring, and its fangs were constantly flipping, as if showing its strength. I picked up a steel bar as thick as my arm and threw it in without hesitation. The steel bar was instantly swallowed up and turned into a pile of iron slag. Seeing this, I nodded with satisfaction, took out the bank card I had prepared long ago from my pocket, and handed it to the person in charge of the company. "Happy cooperation. A large meat grinder was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million large meat grinders." Just when the person in charge of the company took the bank card, the system's prompt sound rang in my heart again, making me smile slightly. Next, I drove to a drone store, bought a few different drones, and then drove towards the villa area. The color of the sky became more and more strange, and gradually became colorful. According to the memory of the previous life, the arrival of the end of the world would not happen until half a month later at the earliest, but the current strange phenomenon made me begin to suspect that the arrival of the end of the world would be earlier. I remember that when the acid rain came in the previous life, a similar strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, which lasted for 7 or 8 days. I couldn't help but start to wonder, could it be that my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect, causing the end of the world to come earlier? Last night, I contacted the workers, hoping to fence off the villa, install barbed wire, and connect high-voltage electricity, but now I'm not sure if they have completed the work. So I stepped on the accelerator and accelerated towards the villa area. After returning to the villa, I looked at the colorful clouds outside again and breathed a sigh of relief. Having experienced the end of the world, I know that the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. I opened the owner group and saw that the owners in the group were posting their own photos. Today, such a wonder appeared in the sky. It must be an auspicious sign. Yin Tianlu from Villa Number 6, Zone B, said excitedly in the group. Li Xin from Villa Number 17, Area C, also posted a photo. "Everyone, look, how about this photo I took?" Zhao Lucy from Villa Number 8, Area A, Sister Li Xin, "Your photo is really good." Looking at everyone talking about it in the group, I couldn't help but sneer. After all, having experienced the end of the world once, I have long been indifferent to life and death. The life and death of others is no longer important to me. There is only one rule for survival: decisive and ruthless killing. Just then, my cell phone rang suddenly and I answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin phone?" "It's me. I'm a worker who's here to install the power grid for you, but the security guards in the community won't let us in. They require confirmation before letting us in. Give the phone to the security guard. I'll talk to him." 10 minutes later, 2 workers rang the doorbell of my villa. Just as I was about to open the door, I suddenly thought of something, so I quickly took out a black umbrella from the space and prepared to be on guard again and again. Now I can't be sure when the acid rain will come, so it's better to bring an umbrella than not. When the 2 workers saw me opening the door with an umbrella, they were obviously a little surprised, but I didn't care and asked directly, "Why are there only 2 of you?" One of the workers in his 40s lowered his head and said, "The 2 of us will measure it today. Mr. Lin's villa can only start construction tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" I asked with a frown. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Another worker quickly responded. "How long will it take to complete?" "About 2 or 3 days. It's too long. I hope you can surround the entire villa with wire mesh and connect the electricity within 2 days." "But Mr. Lin, this. I can pay you 10 times the wages." I interrupted him and quickly added. The 2 workers were obviously tempted. They looked at each other and finally nodded firmly. "Okay, but we have to work overtime at night." "Of course, no problem. It's entirely up to you to decide when to start the work. I just want the results. If it's not completed, the wages will be paid according to the normal standard." "Okay, we will arrange it now and try to finish it by this time tomorrow." "Then keep going. I hope you won't let me down." I patted one of the workers on the shoulder, then walked back to the villa with an umbrella. However, just after I closed the door, my phone rang again, which made me frown. Chapter 17. Reality will teach you a profound lesson. Li Jia. Why is it her again? Lin Feng looked at the caller ID on his phone and suddenly felt angry again. But in order to calm the 3 of them first, Lin Feng forced himself to adjust his emotions as quickly as possible and answered the phone. "Lin Feng, where are you now?" As soon as the phone was connected, Li Jia's almost hysterical voice came out of the phone. The shock made Lin Feng's eardrum hurt for a moment, which made Lin Feng unable to hold back the fire and blurt out. Li Jia, why are you acting like a shrew now? What did you say? I said, why are you acting like a shrew? Isn't it just writing your mother's name on the property certificate? Why are you so anxious? As soon as Lin Feng said this, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Offing, are you really planning to write my mother's name on the property certificate? Li Jia's tone suddenly became gentle again. Is there any need to ask? After all, she is your mother. When do you plan to? Probably in the next few days. As soon as I get back, we'll go to the housing authority right away. Really? So when are you planning on coming back? Didn't I just tell you? I'll be back in a few days. Okay, Offing, you said it. I will believe you one last time. Don't worry, just wait at home for the next few days. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone and returned to the villa. As for Li Jia, as soon as Lin Feng hung up the phone, Zhao Hot couldn't wait to ask, how is Xiao Jia? What did Lin Feng tell you? What else can I say? He said he would be back in 2 days and add your name to the property certificate. Li Jia sighed helplessly. He is a mental patient now. Can you believe what he says? Whether we can believe it or not doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't dare to call the police to find him, so until he tells us his address, we can only take it one step at a time. After saying this, Li Jia walked to the window and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky outside. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, and a look of viciousness suddenly appeared on his face. The next morning, a dozen workers outside the villa, who had not slept all night, had already installed all the electric fences. It seems that money really makes the world go round. Seeing such a fast speed, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Mr. Lin, are you up? At this time, the bald worker from yesterday saw Lin Feng and said in a flattering manner. Lin Feng nodded and said, how's the progress now? Mr. Lin, now we just need to turn on the power. We'll probably be done with it by this afternoon. Very good, but I wonder what the effect will be after it is powered on? Lin Feng looked up at the surrounding area and said to the electric fence that was 5 or 6 meters high. Mr. Lin, this electric fence I made for you has 2 modes. One is to serve as a warning and deterrent. Once a person or animal touches the fence, they will receive an electric shock. Generally speaking, it will not cause any harm to people. What about the other one? Lin Feng asked. The other mode is to use high voltage electricity of about 50,000 to 100,000 volts directly according to your requirements. No matter whether it is a person or an animal, once it touches the fence, it will be instantly electrocuted into slag. Very good. I hope you can complete the task within the specified time and with guaranteed quality and quantity. Lin Feng looked up at the increasingly charming Songkong, said something, and then returned to the villa with an umbrella. After returning to the villa, Lin Feng opened his mobile phone again and ordered 10 kilograms of tomahawk steak and 20 kilograms of top-quality A5 marbled Wagyu and M9 marbled Wagyu beef from the fresh food supermarket before the acid rain came. Then Raymond Lam ordered some high-end ingredients such as caviar, truffles, saffron, and foie gras. After all, how can we survive in the long days of food shortage without stockpiling some high-quality ingredients like this? Afterwards, Raymond Lam downloaded all kinds of TV dramas, variety shows, and movies, regardless of what era they were from. Especially the short films from a certain island country are the focus of Raymond Lam's attention. After all, Raymond Lam is a person who is very keen on learning. Some knowledge and skills are still worth exploring. When all this was done, the deliver man had already delivered the Wagyu beef, caviar, and other ingredients. After Lin Feng copied these ingredients and stored them in his space, he took out his phone again and tagged everyone in the owner group and said, at everyone, hiring beautiful women, free food and accommodation, those who can do housework are preferred, but you need to take 3 full-body selfies without beauty filters. If you're interested, you can chat privately. Li Xian. Who let him out again? Yang Mi. Why didn't anyone kick him out? Lu Tianfang, Villa 2, Area B, tagged Yang Mi. The group leader is the security chief, and the security chief said that they are also owners, so he can't do anything. Villa 21, Area B, Zhao Jingyi. Oh my god, how could I run into such a pervert? It's really like seeing a ghost. Seeing the owners in the owner group saying this about him, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He was not angry at all. Because Lin Feng knows that the more angry these owners are, the more regret and annoyance they will have in the future. Please don't be so angry. I did this out of kindness. So Lin Feng immediately spoke in the owners group. Lu Tianfang. How dare you say you have good intentions? Lin Feng said, I'm sorry, owner, I only recruit beautiful women here. Lu Tianfang. Fuck you. Owner Zhao Jingyi. This owner named Lin Feng, please make it clear that this is the richest group of owners in the city. Do you think other owners will care about your little money and serve you as a servant or nanny? Li Xian. Exactly. I really don't know what's wrong with you. You actually posted this kind of message in the owner group? Owner Yin Tianlu. Brother, you are ill and we need treatment. Ha ha. Ha ha. Seeing the owners group mocking him again, Lin Feng snorted coldly, turned around and looked at the increasingly charming clouds outside the window, and then continued in the group. I hope you're all right, but I think it won't be long before reality teaches you a profound lesson. As soon as Lin Feng sent out this message, the owners in the WeChat group fell into a brief silence. But then Lu Tianfang mocked Lin Feng in the owner group. What a joke. You're teaching me a profound lesson. I'm worth tens of billions now and own 2 listed companies. I just want to ask, What can you teach me a profound lesson with? Chapter 18. Owner's Ridicule. Facing Lu Tianfeng's arrogance, Lin Feng smiled contemptuously and replied in the group. Why? Do you really want to know? What a joke. Do you think I care what a nouveau riche like you says? Lu Tianfeng even mocked with a contemptuous tone. That's right. I don't know where this little bastard got in from, but he actually spread rumors and misled the public here. This owner named Lin Feng, I am now officially warning you. If you send such boring messages to the owner group again, I will call the police right now. Yes, call the police. At this moment, following Lu Tianfeng's ridicule, other owners in the group immediately echoed him. But suddenly at this moment, an owner named Zhao Daping from Villa number 19, Area A, suddenly said in the owner group. The villa at number 18 in Area A has an electronic fence installed. How come it looks like a prison? Lu Tianfeng. What? Lin Feng actually installed an electronic fence? Owner Yin Tianlu. What on earth is he trying to do? What will happen to a good neighborhood after he messes it up like this? Zhao Hu, Villa number 1, Area C. This owner named Lin Feng. Are you doing this to get a taste of what life is like in prison? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing the mockery from the owners, Lin Feng replied without any emotion. If you don't show mercy, you will kill yourself. If you don't show mercy, you will kill yourself. Good words can't persuade the damned. Soon you will pay a bloody price for your foolish behavior. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Lu Tian laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to the bloody price you mentioned, but I don't know when it will come. Don't worry, time will give you the answer. After Lin Feng sent this message, he looked at the time, and it was already noon. So Lin Feng took out a few plates of fragrant stir-fried dishes and a bowl of rice from the space and started eating slowly. After dinner, Lin Feng exercised on the treadmill for another half an hour, and his cell phone rang again at this time. Lin Feng was seen exercising while pressing the answer button on his phone and said breathlessly, "Hello. It's me, Mr. Lin. The electronic fence has been installed for you. Please come out and take a look." When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy, so he immediately stopped exercising and said to his phone, "Okay, I'll come out right now." Lin Feng had just walked out of the villa holding an umbrella, and nearly 20 workers were already standing in the yard of the villa, waiting for him. "Mr. Lin, the electronic fence has been completed. Please check it." "Yeah, okay." Lin Feng nodded and responded casually, then followed the bald worker to the 2 control boxes embedded in the wall of the villa. "Mr. Lin, that red control box has the normal voltage of the electronic fence, which only has a deterrent effect on people, so it won't cause too much harm to people. But that black control box is full of high-voltage electricity of more than 100,000 volts. Once a person or an animal touches the fence, at best they may be electrocuted to death, or at worst they will be turned into ashes, with nothing left. You sound so powerful. Can I try it?" Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, looking at the bald worker. The bald worker was stunned at first, then immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Lin, the normal mode of the electronic fence is easy to use, but how are you going to try the other mode? If I say we can try, we can try. Just wait." Lin Feng returned to the villa, carrying the workers on his back, and took out 40 to 50 kilograms of pork belly from the space. He came to the bald worker and said, "Turn it to high-pressure mode and have your workers throw this piece of meat over the fence and try it out. Okay, Mr. Lin, you two come over here." At the command of the bald worker, 2 workers not far away grabbed the pork and threw it towards the fence with all their might. With a loud bang, under the voltage of more than 100,000 volts, the piece of pork weighing 40 or 50 kilograms was instantly shattered into pieces by the electric shock, turning into minced meat. There was a burnt smell floating around. Yeah, not bad. Seeing such amazing results, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the owners of this community who have turned into zombies will not disturb his peaceful and comfortable life here. "Boss, since you are satisfied with our work, can you please calculate our wages?" "Of course." Lin Feng generously paid the workers their wages and said to them meaningfully, "If you trust me, go back and stock up on food and water." When the workers heard what Lin Feng said, they couldn't help but look at each other, each with a look of confusion on their face. At this time, the bald worker stood up, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boss Lin, what happened? If you trust me, just do as I say." "Okay, you can leave," Lin Feng said seriously. Seeing that Lin Feng had ordered them to leave, the workers packed up their tools and walked out of Lin Feng's villa without giving it much thought. Boom. But at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and a lightning that almost broke the sky apart was like a sharp sword, splitting the entire sky. Not good. At this moment, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed and he immediately locked the fence. But the workers were still unaware of it, and some of them even looked up curiously, gazing at the enchanting sky. However, when a drop of rain fell on the workers' faces, their skin began to fester instantly, and they let out a heart-wrenching scream. At this time, some workers were already banging the fence frantically with distorted faces and in pain. But how could Lin Feng let them in? At this moment, Lin Feng just held an umbrella for himself, showed an apologetic expression to the workers separated by a fence, then tiptoed carefully to avoid the acid rain on the ground and returned to his villa. After all, for the reborn Lin Feng, himself is the most important, so the life and death of others has nothing to do with him. After returning to the villa, Lin Feng carefully shook off the acid rain on his umbrella, and immediately closed the doors and windows for fear that he would get some of that stuff on him. It seems that the end of this world has come early, but fortunately, I always carry an umbrella with me when I go out. Otherwise, I would have died on the spot like those workers. At this moment, Lin Feng was still frightened and thought to himself, subconsciously lighting a cigarette to calm himself down. At the same time, screams were heard outside the villa. Lin Feng felt as if he was in hell on earth. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 19. The End of the World. If I remember correctly, the rain in the previous life lasted for 10 days, and after 10 days there would be a short period of calm for 2 days. Then those who have been caught in the rain will be resurrected and become zombies to attack the survivors. I just don't know if this life will be the same as the previous one. Lin Feng looked out the window and saw the acid rain getting heavier and heavier, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang again, forcing Lin Feng to immediately collect his thoughts and answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin? What is wrong with me? That meat grinder you ordered. We are now at the gate of your community. Many people have died outside. Please come and save us. Hearing the panicked voice on the phone, Lin Feng could fully feel how desperate the person on the other end of the line was. But Lin Feng said, I'll give you a tip. As long as you don't get out of the car and don't get caught in the rain, you'll be fine. I'll give you the meat grinder. Mr. Lin, please don't hang up yet, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for the man to finish speaking. After all, there is only so much he can do. It is simply impossible to ask him to save a completely unrelated person. Open your phone and click on a certain audio video, and you will see videos full of scenes that sound like hell on earth. Some of the people who were struggling to survive in the acid rain were like fish dropped into a frying pan, jumping around and trying to find a place to take shelter from the rain. Some of them crawled forward in pain like maggots wriggling in the rain. But at this moment, the video suddenly showed the words "video missing" in white letters on a black background. Obviously, all the videos on TikTok have been removed from the shelves. At this moment, even the videos and other mobile phone apps have been deleted. It seems that all mobile phone software has been controlled by the state, but in the face of the end of the world, anything you do will be in vain. Lin Feng murmured softly and activated the normal mode of the electronic fence. I lay on the soft leather sofa, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Li Jia, her mother, and her 2 sons looked at the tragic scene outside the window with horror on their faces. Sister, what happened? How did it become like this? At this time, Li Mingho was hiding behind Zhao Hohat, trembling all over, and said to Li Jia, who was standing in a daze in front of the window. It seems that things have really changed. Li Jia looked out the window and said with a pale face. Zhao Hohat said in a trembling voice, Shao Jia, what do you mean by this? Haven't you two noticed? Anyone who gets wet by the rain feels as uncomfortable as if they were doused with sulfuric acid. Sister, are we going to stay here forever? I've already agreed with some friends to go to the bar tonight. Li Mingho, are you kidding me? It's already this late, and you're still thinking about going to the bar. Xiaojia, your brother is still young, you. Mom, now it's a question whether we can survive, so please stop protecting him. What should we do? Are we really going to die here? There is only half a bucket of water left at home. All the food in the house has been taken away by that guy Lin Feng, so now we have to find some food quickly. Sister, why don't you go to Lao Wang's house next door and take a look? Li Mingho said with an idea in mind. Upon hearing this, Li Jia immediately glared at Li Mingho. Li Mingho, Lao Wang next door is a security guard in his 50s. Are you really going to push your sister into the fire pit? Sister, there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, our family has always relied on cheating men to make money. Enough. I will only cheat on men I like. I won't do that to old men like this. Li Jia snorted coldly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Li Jia, Li Mingho looked at Zhao Hohat for some unknown reason. Zhao Hohat immediately glared at him and yelled, You little brat, what are you looking at? Do you really want your mother to go next door? No, that's not what I meant. Li Mingho immediately shook his head. At this moment, Li Jia suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at Li Mingho and said, Isn't there a fat woman living in 503? Mingho, why don't you go over and knock on the door and try? Is this possible? Li Mingho exclaimed. Li Jia immediately said, Why not? The fat woman living in 503 wants to find a boyfriend. I've noticed her several times, and I found that she actually likes you. Don't come here. That fat woman always looks at any man like that. I'm not going. Li Mingho, it's because that fat woman treats all men like that it's easy for you to get food from her. When Zhao Hohat heard what Li Jia said, she immediately became alert and grabbed Li Mingho's arm and said, Mingho, just go and give it a try. If you find that something is not right, can't you just come back? Seeing Zhang Hohat also said so, Li Mingho made up his mind and nodded. Okay, I'll go try, but let's make it clear that if there's any emergency, I'll come out as soon as possible. Li Mingho opened the door and walked towards room 503 without waiting for Li Jia and Zhao Hohat to respond. Li Mingho came to the door of 503, took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and then rang the fat woman's doorbell. Who is it? As the doorbell rang, a deep female voice came from the room. When Li Mingho heard the fat woman's voice, he swallowed hard and responded with a trembling voice. I am the owner of 508. Li Mingho had just said half of his words when the door of room 503 was slammed open by a fat person weighing about 200 pounds, who could not be identified as a man or a woman. Then the fat woman wiped the potato chip residue off her face, looked at Li Mingho with shining eyes, and said with a silly smile, "Handsome boy, what do you want to talk to me about?" I don't have any food at home. Can you lend me some? We will return it to you when the rain stops, or we can use the money to buy yours. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. We all live in the same building. Come on, come in with me and get it. Thank you so much." When Li Mingho heard the fat woman say this, he was immediately delighted, so he immediately responded and followed the fat woman inside. But at this moment, as the door closed, Li Mingho's cry of surprise was heard in the room. "Oh, what are you doing?" "What? You were the one who wanted to come to my house and rape me, and you actually asked me what a virgin like me was going to do." As the fat woman laughed obscenely, the room was immediately filled with sounds of clothes being torn and Li Mingho screaming in fear. Chapter 20. Li Mingho is humiliated. "Mom, save me." A sound came from the room, and Li Mingho let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zhao Hohot, who was hiding not far away, trembled all over as if she had stepped on a high-voltage wire. She grabbed Li Jia beside her and said in panic, "Why did I hear Mingho's voice just now? Could something have happened?" "Mom, it seems like Mingho is really in trouble." Then what are you waiting for? Go and save your brother." As Zhao Hohot spoke, she and Li Jia smashed the door of the fat woman's house frantically. But how could these two women break down the sturdy security door of the fat woman's house? In the end, Li Jia and Zhao Hohot could only pant and yell at the door, "Fat bitch, open the door quickly, or we will call the police. Go ahead and report it if you want. Anyway, this kid ran to my house. From now on, I belong to your Li family." After hearing the response from the fat woman in the room, Zhao Hohot and Li Jia looked at each other with deathly pale faces. Because at this time, no one had expected that this fat woman could be so vigorous. "Son, I'm so sorry for you. You actually let this fat woman ruin you." Zhao Hohot instantly understood what was going on and immediately let out a hoarse cry. The other surviving owners on this floor quietly opened their doors to see what was going on. But when the other owners saw that it was Zhao Hohot, they immediately closed the door and stayed away. This shows how bad Zhao Hohot is in her daily life. Besides, who in the entire community doesn't know that the fat woman is a powerful female hooligan? Perhaps only the old woman Zhao Hohot and Li Jia, who had just arrived in this community, did not know the details of this fat woman. So if the fat woman doesn't eat this young hunk of meat that comes right to her door, even she will look down on herself. It was not until 2 hours later that Li Mingho stood at the door in tattered clothes, holding 3 buckets of instant noodles and looking aggrieved. "Hubby, when you finish eating the instant noodles, remember to come find me." At the same time, the fat woman's satisfied voice was heard from the room. Zhao Hohot, who had finally come to her senses at this moment, rushed in like a mad dog, ready to fight the fat woman to the death. But at this moment, a kitchen knife was pressed against Zhao Hohot's neck, so Zhao Hohot retreated again with a look of horror on her face. The fat woman held a kitchen knife in her chubby hand and pressed it against Zhao Hohot's neck. She said fiercely, "You old woman, do you know who my father is?" At this moment, Zhao Hohot looked ashen and shook her head subconsciously. The fat woman said smugly, "Let me tell you, my father is the district chief here. Your son raped the district chief's daughter in broad daylight. I think you know the consequences without me telling you. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously you." Li Jia, who could no longer bear it, immediately retorted angrily. But when she was halfway through her words, she didn't know how to continue, and in the end she could only hold it in until her face turned red. After all, this was the first time she had encountered a woman forcing a man to do such a thing, and doing it so confidently and then blaming him. Seeing that Li Jia was speechless, the fat woman looked even more proud. "What? If you are not convinced, should I call the police department and ask them to come and judge the matter?" When Zhao Hohot and Li Jia heard that they had to call the police station, there was a hint of panic in their eyes. After all, professional fraudsters like them will have some criminal records in the police station, so Li Jia and her mother and 2 of them naturally did not dare to have too much contact with the police station. "It's our bad luck. Let's go." Li Jia said this and dragged Zhao Hohot and Li Mingho back home in embarrassment. "Li Jia, are we just going to let it go like this?" Zhao Hohot looked at Li Jia and said while crying. Li Jia's expression was grim, and he said fiercely, "How can I just let it go like this? I'll think of a way to deal with her in a few days." And on Lin Feng's side, after getting up in the morning, Lin Feng took a hot shower, then took out 2 baskets of buns, a bowl of beef spicy soup, and 2 fried dough sticks from the space, and ate them slowly at the dining table. After all, if nothing major happens in the future, then life in the villa will be a slow-paced life. So Raymond Lam took a selfie with his breakfast and shared it with Li Jia, adding the caption, "Good morning, dear. Have you eaten?" As the breakfast selfie was posted, Li Jia did not reply to the message immediately. But 5 minutes later, Li Jia replied, "Lin Feng, where are you? Isn't it raining acid where you are?" "It's down." Lin Feng replied vaguely while eating breakfast. "But it doesn't look like it's raining acid there. Otherwise, how could you buy breakfast? Lin Feng, tell me the truth. Where are you now?" At this time, Li Jia was looking at the picture sent by Lin Feng, swallowing her saliva constantly, wishing she could hold the phone and take a few bites of it. After all, Li Mingho had just brought 3 buckets of instant noodles yesterday, and now she was already starving and exhausted. At this time, Lin Feng sent another voice message, and Li Jia hurriedly clicked on it to check it out, trembling with hunger. Didn't I tell you before that I live in a big villa now? If you don't believe me, let's have a video call right now. After Raymond Lam sent this voice message, he indeed made a video call to Li Jia. The moment Li Jia saw the video on the mobile phone, his mouth opened in surprise. Because Li Jia could seem to feel the luxury of the villa and the delicious breakfast on the table through the screen. Hubby, I didn't expect you to live in a villa. Lin Feng in the video smiled calmly and said, what's the matter? It's just that I feel too bored living here alone. When will you come over to accompany me? Then where do you live, husband? Li Jia asked in the gentlest tone. It's not far away, in the rich neighborhood. I bought a villa here. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It's so boring to be trapped here all day. As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up a bun, stuffed it into his mouth and started eating. Li Jia was surprised, happy, and greedy. Hubby, I heard that houses there are not cheap. Where did you get so much money? Chapter 21. I particularly like your unruly look. It's a long story. I'll tell you when you come over. Lin Feng said this and suddenly changed the subject. How are you now? Are you three all right over there? Husband, you have taken away all the food in the house. We are out of food now. Li Jia spoke to the phone screen in a resentful and pitiful tone. But when Lin Feng looked at Li Jia's face on the screen, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. But Lin Feng pretended to be anxious. Wife, what should I do? Can you go to the next door to borrow some money? It would have been fine if Lin Feng hadn't said this, but as soon as he said this, Lin Feng obviously noticed that there was something wrong with Li Jia's expression. What's the matter? They won't lend it to you, wife? Off phone, Mingho went to the fat woman's house to borrow food yesterday, but I didn't expect that the damn fat woman would rape Mingho. What? Lin Feng almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Li Jia angrily asked, Lin Feng, you are still laughing? Who told you to go to her house to borrow food? I remember telling you before, stay away from that fat woman. Did you say that? I don't remember. When Lin Feng heard what Li Jia said, he couldn't help but snorted in his heart and said secretly, I have not only told you this, but you also didn't take my words seriously. Who can you blame? Thinking of this, Lin Feng said again, it is said that he definitely said it. What are you going to do now? Feng, can you drive over to pick us up? There's really nothing to eat at home. Li Jia, this acid rain feels like sulfuric acid when it hits my body. You are not asking me to pick you up. You are asking me to die, baby. When Lin Feng said this, Li Jia was obviously stunned, because at this moment she could clearly feel that Lin Feng was cold towards her, and even a little teasing, which made her feel a little panic. Feng, that's not what I meant. I just missed you too much. Okay, in the future, don't say things that affect our relationship. It won't be too late for you to come back after the rain stops in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Li Jia immediately nodded in response, because in her opinion, Lin Feng was currently her only lifeline. So now no matter what Raymond Lam says, Li Jia will obey. After finishing the call with Li Jia, Lin Feng casually opened the owners group, only to see that the group was filled with panic and anxiety among the owners. Villa number 8, Area A, Zhao Lucy. Oh my god, my personal assistant didn't come back yesterday, and my phone couldn't be reached. Is he dead now? Li Xin, Villa number 17, Area C. What should I do? There is no food at home. I am really scared. Woo woo. Zhou Jiesin, Villa number 12, Area A. With so many people dead outside, you won't be missing an assistant, right? Villa number 21, Area B, Zhao Jingyi. My husband didn't come home yesterday. I got 10 million. Can anyone help me find him at the company? Zhao Hu, Villa number 1, Area C. My wife and child died outside the villa. When will the rain stop? I can go collect their bodies. Lin Feng looked at the various messages sent by the owners in the owner group and was surprisingly calm. Having experienced the end of the world once, he has naturally become numb to such tragic situations in the world. After all, he had spent 5 full years in the end of the world in his previous life, and he had seen all kinds of tragedies in human nature. At this moment, the security captain of the community suddenly said to all the owners in the owner group, At everyone, dear owners, the more difficult the time is, the more we all need to unite and work together. So I decided that in order to allow everyone to hold on until the rescue team comes to save us, we will collect the food from every household and then distribute it uniformly. This way we won't abandon or give up on any food-starved business owner. What do you think of this? As soon as the security captain sent out this message, owners immediately jumped out to agree. Zhao Lucy, that's great. I'm the first to agree. Yangmi, count me in. Li Xian, and me. Li Jingyi, I agree too. Looking at the replies from the owners in the owner group, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Because Lin Feng knew without thinking that it was impossible for these movie and TV stars to have the habit of cooking for themselves. Naturally, they didn't have any ingredients for cooking at home, so of course they jumped out to express their approval. Those owners who had food at home naturally remained silent in the group. After all, no one is a fool these days, let alone those owners who are worth tens or hundreds of billions and are sophisticated and selfish. Seeing so many people agree, the security captain immediately said in the group, I know everyone has concerns now, but at this time, we all need to unite as one, so I suggest some owners put aside your concerns. At this time, Fan Jeeping from Villa number 18, Area B, snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach us how to do things? Do you believe that I can get you fired by your company with just one phone call? Yin Tianlu, Villa number 6, Area B. That's right. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Everyone here is worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Do you think it's your turn to teach us how to do things? At this moment, other owners in the owner group who had food immediately scolded the security captain so much that he dared not even fart. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled coldly again, and then tagged everyone and said, "At everyone, hiring beautiful women, free food and accommodation, those who can do housework are preferred, but you need to take 3 full-body selfies without beauty filters. If you're interested, you can chat privately." Owner Li Jingyi, Lin Feng, I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Even if I die of thirst or hunger, I will never go to your place. Zhao Lucy, I never thought you could be so dirty, huh? Yang Mi, isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Xian, you are such a hateful person. Shameful. Hateful. Looking at these beauties who made him jealous, actually speaking ill of him, Lin Feng was not anxious, nor angry. After all, the end of the world has just begun, so he has to tame these beauties slowly and completely like taming those unruly wild horses. So Lin Feng used his magnetic voice to send a message to the owners group. I particularly like your rebellious attitude, so let's wait and see. Chapter 22, A Wild Horse That Will Not Be Easily Tamed. What? Still waiting and seeing? Who do you think you are? Yang Mi said with disdain. Li Xian, excuse me, are you God? Zhao Lucy, don't be afraid, sisters. I think it won't be long before a rescue team comes to save us. Owner Yin Tianlu, Lin Feng, you finished pretending. Do you really know something unknown to others? Looking at the message sent by Yin Tianlu, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He threw the phone aside and said to himself, "Since you've already said it's something unknown, why are you asking? If I tell you, wouldn't it become known to everyone?" 2 days later, in the luxurious Villa number 8, Area A, Zhao Lucy sat on the bed in a daze, hugging the quilt. Then she was seen trembling all over, looking at the acid rain outside the window, her face full of fear and helplessness. At this moment in Villa number 9, Area B, Yang Mi carefully held the last piece of chocolate in her mouth. Suddenly, a tear slid down her cheek like a crystal-clear pearl, and she began to sob silently. Li Xian, who lived in Villa number 17, Zone C, was already starving. She leaned weakly against the window, looking at the acid rain outside, and was completely in despair. But at this moment, the mobile phone, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rang with a message alert. I saw 3 beauties in 3 villas picking up their mobile phones almost at the same time. After all, mobile phones are their only way to contact the outside world now, so they will check the phone as soon as there is any slight movement. As they turned on their phones, they saw the owner, Li Jingyi, shouting in the owner group, "Who has extra food? I can buy it with money, any amount is fine." Yang Mi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lucy all agreed as if they had discovered a new world. Me too, any amount is fine. But the owners here are all rich or noble. Who cares about money when it comes to life and death? So those owners who had food didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Bite. Suddenly at this moment, a 15-second video successfully attracted the attention of all the owners in the owner group. Lin Feng was seen in the kitchen, frying a tomahawk steak while talking to the screen. "My friends, is this how you fry steak? What else do you need to put on it?" Li Jingyi stared at the steak in the video, swallowing her saliva and saying, "So you are Raymond Lam? You look quite handsome, don't you? But that's not how you fry steak. I can help you fry it." Raymond Lam. "Okay, please take 3 selfies and send them to me separately so I can see if you're suitable for my requirements." Li Jingyi, Lin Feng, you are dreaming. Even if I starve to death, I will never surrender to you. Yang Mi, I never thought you were such a despicable and shameless person. Li Xian, after this disaster is over, I will let the media expose you thoroughly so that people all over the world will know how shameless you are. Zhao Lucy, how can there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm almost starving to death now. Can I buy your food with money? Lin Feng tagged Zhao Lucy, "Madam, the shameless person in the world you just mentioned is not for sale." Zhao Lucy, woo-woo. But suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly found friend requests from Yang Mi, Li Jingyi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lucy. Kiki. This made Lin Feng sneer. It seems that these women are all a group of creatures who say one thing and mean another. Lin Feng said this and took the lead in agreeing to Yang Mi's friend request. As soon as Lin Feng agreed to the friend request, Yang Mi immediately sent him 3 photos of her without makeup from different angles, and wrote, "You pervert, you got it easy this time." Then Lin Feng opened the picture and saw that even without makeup, Yang Mi still had delicate facial features, fair skin, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned lips, which further highlighted her arrogant temperament. But Lin Feng knew that if he wanted to tame such a beauty, he must not act too hastily. So Lin Feng said to Yang Mi, "Excuse me, what are your specialties?" "What do you mean by that?" Yang Mi asked. "Like washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and so on." "Hey, please figure this out. I'm a famous star. How could I possibly do something so lowly? I'm sorry, but from now on you are a servant in my eyes. I'll give you a 1-month trial period. Are you willing?" As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, the other end of the phone fell into silence. At this moment, Lin Feng certainly knew how she felt, but in the end times, this was the meaning of a beautiful woman's existence. Otherwise, who would be willing to carry a burden around? I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you can't make it, forget it. There are so many beautiful women in the whole community. We won't be short of anyone. Lin Feng, aren't you afraid of being punished by God for doing this? Heaven's punishment? I just want to give a beautiful woman like you a home. Why should I be punished by heaven? Lin Feng, you bastard. Remember what you said to me today. I think it won't be long before you suddenly realize how good I am. Don't worry, Lin Feng. Even if I starve to death, I won't let you succeed. I just like your unruly look, because it makes me want to conquer you. Ha ha ha. You are such a complete bastard. It is obvious that Yang Mi is a wild horse that cannot be tamed easily, but it is just the beginning now, so Lin Feng is not in a hurry. At this moment, Jason Zhou from Villa number 12, Area A, suddenly said in the group. Forget it, I really can't stand it anymore. I have a box of instant noodles here, 12 buckets in total. Each bucket of instant noodles is 100,000. A box is 1.2 million. The highest bidder wins, but you have to come and pick it up in person. Who wants it? What? You want 100,000 for a bucket of instant noodles? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Yin Tianlu shouted in the group. Jay Cho, whether you want to buy it or not, this is the price of my instant noodles. Yang Mi, a total of 1.2 million, right? I'll buy your instant noodles. Li Jingyi, sorry, I'm going to pay 1.3 million. Li Xian, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please be kind and don't argue with me. I'll give you 2 million. Zhao Lucy cried in a voice message. How could you do this? I haven't eaten for a long time. Can't you give me some? Whoa. Yang Mi, how about this? Let's buy this box of instant noodles together. What do you think, sisters? Chapter 23, Human Nature. Li Jingyi rejected Yang Mi's proposal and said, I don't think it's that great. There are only 12 buckets of instant noodles in a box. If we divide it among the 4 of us, how much can each of us get? I'll pay 3 million to buy it for me. Ms. Li Jingyi, I know you are not short of money, and you can afford it even if it costs 10 million per barrel. But have you ever thought that none of the owners living here are short of money? So I suggest that we buy it together and split it equally is the best way. Yang Mi said. At this time, Li Xian also said at the right time. Yang Mi is right. Let's split it equally. Sister Jingyi? Okay, but I need 1 more bucket, said Li Jingyi. Yang Mi, okay. Li Xian, okay. Zhao Lucy, okay. Looking at the arguments among the owners in the owner group, Lin Feng snorted indifferently. After all, Lin Feng had experienced this game of human nature between people countless times in his previous life. So Lin Feng naturally knew exactly what these women were thinking. It's nothing more than pretending to agree first and then openly robbing. At this moment, Lin Feng had an idea, and several dishes such as braised spare ribs, beef stewed with potatoes, and steamed lion's head appeared on the table. Before eating, Raymond Lam shared the food with Li Jia as usual and wrote, Honey, when will you come? I have no appetite at all. Later, he shared the same photo in the owner group, with the caption, If you eat like this every day, won't it be too greasy? Then Lin Feng put down his phone and started eating with a good appetite. At this moment, several women who were secretly delighted about having received millions and finally being able to buy instant noodles were completely broken down by the photos sent by Raymond Lam. Li Jingyi angrily said in the group, Lin Feng, I think you are doing this on purpose. I really want to scratch you to death. Zhao Lucy, oh my god, am I dreaming? I can actually see beef stewed with potatoes and braised spare ribs. Yang Mi gritted her teeth and said, Lin Feng, even if you have more food, I will not surrender to you. Li Xian, Lin Feng, why hasn't my friend request been approved yet? Yin Tianlu, just now he looked like he couldn't cook, but now he has so many delicious dishes. I think this photo is probably photoshopped, right? At this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone kept ringing on the dining table. Lin Feng knew without looking that everyone in the owner group, whether they had some food or not, were already making a fuss. But Lin Feng didn't care at all. After all, it was his mealtime now, and Lin Feng didn't have the spare time to pay attention to these owners. At this time, after Li Jia received Lin Feng's message, she wanted to rush out and find Lin Feng right away. But Li Jia thought again that the acid rain outside, like sulfuric acid, was like a solid line of defense, ruthlessly blocking her steps. This made Li Jia like an ant on a hot pan, restless. Sister, please stop hanging around in front of me. I'm dizzy. At this time, Li Mingho looked at Li Jia who kept walking and said weakly because of hunger. After hearing Li Mingho's voice, Li Jia suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at him and said, Mingho, do you think someone would die if they went out now? Sister, you are trying to kill yourself. Are you really going to look for Lin Feng? Li Mingho looked at Li Jia in surprise. Li Jia smiled bitterly. No, I was just asking. Oh, I feel relieved when you say that. Mingho. What? Hearing Li Jia suddenly being so gentle to him, Li Mingho immediately looked at Li Jia with a vigilant face as if it was a conditioned reflex. After all, these two siblings have been together for so long that Li Jia's eyes, a gesture, and even a tone of voice under certain conditions are like twins with telepathic connection, as if she can know what the other person is thinking. Mingho, there's no food at home. Why don't you go to the fat woman's house and borrow some? Sister, are you my biological sister? Even if I starve to death today, that fat woman will never get me. Li Mingho didn't wait for Li Jia to finish her words. He immediately clamped his legs together and cried in a defensive posture, like a young wife who had suffered a great injustice. Seeing Li Mingho's resistance, Li Jia didn't know what to say. She just coughed to ease the embarrassment and said, "Isn't that what I just said? Why are you so excited? That fat woman weighs hundreds of pounds and she almost sat on me to death. How could I not be excited?" Li Mingho said aggrievedly. Snap, snap, snap. Open the door. Open the door. Lin Feng, open the door quickly. Open the door for me. Suddenly at this moment, a hurried knock on the door and urging voices abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two siblings. Li Jia and Li Mingho looked at each other first, and then Li Jia responded to the outside. "Who is it? Let's look for Lin Feng. He's not at home." The person outside the door was puzzled at first and asked, "You are his wife, so it's okay to find you. Open the door quickly." "Yes, I can find you too. Hurry up and open the door for me." Hearing the shouting outside the door, Li Jia couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At this time, Zhao Hohot, who was dizzy and dazed from hunger, also came out of the bedroom and said viciously, "Who is this?" Zhao Hohot said this and walked over in 2 steps and opened the door. But the moment the door opened, Zhao Hohot was instantly stunned by what she saw. "I saw more than a dozen owners blocking the door with ferocious looks." At this time, Lao Wang, the security guard next door, stared at Zhao Hohot and said, "Your family bought a lot of things a few days ago, right?" "Yes, but now there is nothing." Li Jia, who was the first to realize what was happening, hurried to the door and said, "What? No more? Do you think we will believe it?" Lao Wang from next door looked at Li Jia coldly and asked back. Li Jia retorted in a non-aggressive tone, "Believe it or not, there is nothing to eat at home anyway. Don't be so excited. It's not like we won't give you money." Lao Wang from next door stared at Li Jia's bottomless cleavage with greedy eyes and said. Li Jia noticed that Lao Wang next door had a strange look in his eyes, so he covered his chest with disgust and said angrily, "It's useless even if you take the money. If I say there's no money, there's no money." Li Jia was about to close the door, but at this moment, Lao Wang next door rudely pushed the door open with his big hand. "I said we all live in the same building. You little slut, do you really want to do things so drastically?" Chapter 24 Lin Feng's Plan. "What do you mean, old Wang?" When Li Jia heard this, there was a hint of panic in her eyes, but she still pretended to be calm and spoke. Unexpectedly, Lao Wang next door snorted coldly. "Your family bought so many things a few days ago, and so many delivery guys lined up to deliver to his house. Who in the whole community didn't know about it?" "Yes, and last time, they went to the supermarket to shop and brought a truckload of stuff. I thought at the time that Lin Feng had some problem with his brain, otherwise he would buy so many things at once. It turns out that they knew about this natural disaster a long time ago." "What? Their family knew about this disaster a long time ago?" "That's right. Otherwise who would be so abnormal as to hoard so many things at once?" At this time, the owners who were blocking the door started talking in a frenzy. When Li Jia and her 2 sons saw this scene, they suddenly felt that even if they had 100 mouths on their bodies, they would not be able to explain it clearly. So Li Jia immediately yelled, "I don't know what you were talking about. If you continue like this, I will call the police right now." Her roar stunned all the owners blocking the door. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Lao Wang next door snorted coldly. "You stinky bitch, there are so many dead bodies soaking in the water outside the community, and no one cares or asks, and you actually want to call the police station. Do you think anyone will pay attention to you?" What do you want?" Li Jia said in panic. "Of course I'll go to your house and see if there's anything to eat." Mr. Wang from next door pushed Li Jia away, kicked Li Mingho over, and walked in with other owners. However, after searching the house, the owners found that there was not even half a bag of salt, let alone food. "Fuck, how come this place is cleaner than a dog's lick? Where did you hide the food?" Lao Wang from next door grabbed Li Mingho by the collar and glared at him. "Brother, there is nothing to eat at home?" Li Mingho said truthfully with trembling voice. "What? No food? How did you survive these days?" Whoa. When Li Mingho was asked about his sad past by his neighbor Lao Wang, he couldn't control his tears. After all, the scene of being humiliated by the fat woman has become a memory that Li Mingho will never be able to erase in his life. It is like a scar branded deep in his soul. Whenever he recalls it, he will feel pain and humiliation. "Hold it back. If you dare to cry again, I will throw you out." Hearing the ferocious threat from Lao Wang next door, Li Mingho immediately stopped crying and looked at Li Jia helplessly. "Let my brother go. Wang Dazhu, if you're really capable, go find Lin Feng. Why are you bullying us here?" When Lao Wang next door heard what Li Jia said, he immediately looked at her with a strange expression. "What did you call me just now?" "Wang Dazhu. Isn't your name Wang Dazhu?" "Ha." As soon as Li Jia said this, everyone present burst into laughter. "This is the first time in my life that a woman has dared to call me by my nickname in front of me." "What? Nickname? Isn't Wang Dazhu your name?" Just when Li Jia was confused, Lao Wang next door immediately grinned and said, "I'm giving you one last chance now. Call Lin Feng right now. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be even if I don't tell you." When Li Jia heard what Lao Wang next door said, her heart suddenly tightened and she quickly took out her cell phone and called Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng's cell phone rang, he did not answer it immediately while sweating on the treadmill, but continued to exercise frantically. It was not until the phone rang for the 3rd time that Lin Feng answered it and pretended to be excited and said, "Honey, do you miss me again? Phone, Lao Wang from next door has brought a lot of people here. You need to think of a solution quickly. When Lin Feng heard Li Jia's panicked voice, he knew that his plan had succeeded. Because before the end of the world, Lin Feng deliberately bought things in a big way, just to let all the property owners in the community know that they had a lot of food. In this case, one can imagine the future situation of Li Jia and the other three. So Lin Feng immediately asked in a puzzled tone, "Old Wang next door? Why did he bring the owner to our house? Didn't we buy a lot of food before? They came here specifically to steal our food, but you took away all our food. What do you think we should do, Offing?" Hearing Li Jia say this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his mouth, and then said in an angry tone, "Give him the phone, I want to talk to him in person." "Good," Li Jia responded, then handed the phone to Lao Wang next door and said in a trembling voice, "A phone wants to talk to you." Lao Wang next door snorted with disdain and roughly took the phone from Li Jia's hand. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, Lin Feng's angry curse came from the phone. "Wang Dezhu, you old man, if you dare to touch Li Jia and the others, believe it or not, I will go back and beat the shit out of you." The neighbor Lao Wang, who was humiliated in this way, instantly had a hideous expression. "Lin Feng, I have to say you are really brave. Aren't you afraid that if you anger me, something bad will happen? Who are you trying to scare, old man? This is a society ruled by law. You are already quite old. If you don't want to go to jail again, you better behave yourself. Lin Feng, you are really ignorant and fearless. I will let your wife tell you in person how I treat them." When Mr. Wang from next door said this, he hung up the phone abruptly, kicked Li Mingho over again, carried Li Jia, and walked into the bedroom. "Let me go, you beast. Help, help. You stinky woman. Your man forced me to do this. You can't blame me." At this moment, Lao Wang next door's hands were like pliers, and no matter how Li Jia struggled on his shoulders, he could hold her tightly. Zhao Hohat, who was standing by, had already been frightened out of her wits by the sudden change. It was not until she heard Li Jia's heart-wrenching wail from the bedroom that Zhao Hohat woke up from her dream and cried, "What sin have I committed? Shut up, or I'll drag you in." But with a roar from Lao Wang next door in the bedroom, Zhao Hohat felt like she was electrocuted. Her body trembled violently, and she shut her mouth obediently. At this time, Chapter 25 agreed to the friend requests from three beauties. At this moment, seeing Lao Wang next door hang up the phone angrily, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Because this is the result that Lin Feng wanted. Lin Feng wanted Li Jia and his family of three to suffer torture and hardship in the apocalypse. Only when he had had enough fun, perhaps he would give them a quick death. Then Lin Feng sat comfortably on the leather sofa, opened WeChat, and after a moment of hesitation, he agreed to Li Xian's friend request. As soon as Lin Feng agreed, Li Xian took the initiative to say on WeChat, "That's great, you finally agreed to my friend request. Do you know what you are going to do next?" Lin Feng said in a frivolous tone. Li Xian responded on WeChat, and then sent 3 selfies without makeup. Li Xian's delicate facial features in the photo seemed to have a unique Jiangnan charm, with a hint of sweetness in her coldness, giving people the illusion that she is charming with just a glance and a smile. However, due to the sudden changes in recent days, Raymond Lam could clearly see from the photos that Li Xian's hair was disheveled and there was fatigue in her eyes. "What are your specialties?" "I can dance and act, and if needed, I can sing a couple of songs." Seeing Li Xian's reply, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Because of Li Xian's performance, it was obvious that she was more submissive than Yang Mi. "Will you serve men?" As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, the person on the other end of WeChat fell into silence. So Lin Feng continued on WeChat. "I don't need me to say it. I think you can see it, right?" "What did you see?" Li Xian sent a voice message cautiously. "So many people died outside the community, but no department came to handle it. Don't you understand what this means? Well, I'll only give you 1 minute to think about it. If you miss it, don't say I didn't give you a chance." After Lin Feng sent this voice message, he put his phone on the coffee table, lit a cigarette for himself, crossed his legs, and started smoking. But as time passed quickly, just 1 minute passed quickly. Seeing that Li Xian did not reply within the specified time, Lin Feng snorted coldly, picked up the phone on the coffee table, and blocked her completely. After all, it is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and some people still have a little self-esteem, especially those beautiful women. However, when the zombie outbreak occurs, these women will discover how ridiculous the things they have been holding on to are. "Okay, I promise." At this moment, Li Xian suddenly sent a text message, which made Lin Feng slightly stunned. But then Lin Feng replied, "Sorry, the 1 minute consideration time has long passed, so you don't have a chance." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he completely blocked Li Xian and never gave her a chance to argue. Because at this time Lin Feng knew that only in this way could he completely tame these usually arrogant stars. This is like training an eagle. Only when the pride and self-esteem in their bones are completely destroyed, can Lin Feng feel at ease to let these women in. After all, if Lin Feng lived here alone during the countless long nights in the apocalypse, he would be driven crazy. Because humans are social animals. This is engraved in our genes and bones, just like fish cannot live without water and birds cannot live without the sky. Therefore, Lin Feng can easily imagine that if he is still living alone here in 20 or 30 years, he will either be mentally ill with degraded language ability or a madman who talks to himself in the air. Later, Lin Feng agreed to Zhao Jingyi's friend request. As soon as the friend passed, Zhao Jingyi immediately sent a voice message in an extremely charming voice. "Little rascal, you finally accepted my friend request?" After hearing Zhao Jingyi's voice, Lin Feng smiled coldly and replied, "Didn't you get an extra bucket of instant noodles?" "Don't mention it. They were all fine at the beginning, but in the end those three little bitches denied it." Hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng thought, "This is still good. If you meet a powerful boss and the three of them unite, you will definitely not be able to get even a bucket of instant noodles." Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Zhao Jingyi had already sent him 3 selfies with the caption, "Little brother, don't let others see it." It seems that wives are different from other women. Lin Feng was thinking about it and casually clicked on Zhao Jingyi's selfie. But when he opened the photo, even the usually calm and composed Raymond Lam couldn't help but be moved. Zhao Jingyi had a pair of eyes that were captivating and full of spring, and her snow-white skin was as smooth as jade. Her jet black hair falls on her shoulders, as smooth as a black waterfall. It seems that Zhao Jingyi is not inferior to the current popular stars at all, and is even better than them. It seems that the women of rich men are different from ordinary people. Lin Feng exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart and asked on WeChat, "Do you have any special skills? I can do the laundry and cooking. What if I ask you to serve me?" "That's fine, but you can't go too far." Seeing Zhao Jingyi's reply, Lin Feng sneered and said, "I'll think about it again." "What? You still want to consider it? Can you tell me why?" "Because you are not reserved at all, just like a prostitute." "Lin Feng, you bastard, I'm going to strangle you to death. Please be careful how you speak to me. I am just considering it now." After Lin Feng sent this message, he exited the page directly and agreed to Zhao Lucy's friend request. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Zhao Lucy." "I know you are Zhao Lucy. Did you take a photo without makeup?" "Yes." "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Feng said impatiently. Then Zhao Lucy was seen slowly posting 3 selfies without makeup. In the photo, Zhao Lucy has messy hair and red eyes, giving people a pitiful and lazy feeling. Now she doesn't look like a popular actress in the film and television industry at all. It looks like this girl is about to collapse. Lin Feng looked at the photos on his phone, murmured softly, and then said, "Do you have any special skills?" I don't know, but I can learn anything. I just ask you to take me in, woo." Zhao Lucy said in a crying voice on WeChat. "Are you sure anything is okay?" "Yes, anything is fine." Seeing Zhao Lucy's sincerity, Lin Feng slowly said, "Okay, put on the raincoat, hold an umbrella, put on rain boots, and give you 10 minutes to come to my place." Chapter 26, Taking in Zhao Lucy. After all, this is acid rain, not sulfuric acid. As long as people can provide good waterproof protection and prevent rain from getting on their skin, they can still survive outside. But no one can guarantee that everyone will be safe. A gust of wind mixed with rain hitting the face may completely disfigure a person. But the only thing to be thankful for is that this acid rain is not sulfuric acid after all. It is only harmful to humans and animals. Otherwise, the tragedy outside would only be more serious. "Okay, I'll come right over now." When Zhao Lucy received Lin Feng's message at this time, she felt like she had grabbed the only straw that could help her survive in despair. She put on a raincoat and rain boots, put on a windproof helmet, pulled the long-handled suitcase that had been prepared long ago, then grabbed the umbrella at the door, and walked quickly towards Lin Feng's villa. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was in the villa, was smoking a cigarette and looking at his watch, waiting for the first beauty to come to him. "Mr. Lin, please open the door. I'm here." Only 7 minutes had passed when a person wearing a pink windproof helmet, a raincoat, rain pants, and rain boots, holding an umbrella in one hand and pulling a suitcase in the other, was already standing at the gate of the electronic fence. Seeing Zhao Lucy dressed so strangely, Lin Feng just smiled indifferently. After all, in such a situation, as long as his skin is not exposed, Raymond Lam will not feel weird no matter what he wears. "Take off your helmet so I can confirm your identity." Lin Feng, who was sitting in the villa, shouted outside the villa, and Zhao Lucy slowly took off her pink helmet. After confirming his identity, Lin Feng pressed the remote control, and the electronic gate in the villa courtyard slowly opened. But the moment the gate opened, Zhao Lucy's expression became obviously a little nervous. But in the end, Zhao Lucy made up her mind and walked in with her luggage. "Hello, we finally meet." As soon as Zhao Lucy stepped into the villa, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the leather sofa, spoke first. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy quickly put down her luggage and said in a trembling voice, "Hello, I'm new here. Please take care of me in the future." Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of you. Go take a hot bath. You are a big star after all. Why don't you pay attention to your appearance?" "Good." After Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Lucy realized how embarrassed she was. So under Lin Feng's guidance, Zhao Lucy came to the bathroom, took off her restraints, and soaked her body in the bathtub of suitable temperature, like a blooming lotus, exuding charming fragrance. At this time, Lin Feng, who was in the living room, saw Zhao Lucy's luggage, and his mind moved. Then, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. One suitcase containing women's clothes was detected. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 million suitcases containing women's clothes. Then Lin Feng opened the suitcase that Zhao Lucy brought, took out a silk pajamas from it, and then put the suitcase into the space. There is no other way, because Lin Feng did not buy women's clothes, so he can only use this method. Wash it, and put on your pajamas. Oh, okay. After hearing Zhao Lucy's response in the bathroom, Lin Feng returned to the living room. He thought about the dining table, and more than a dozen dishes and 2 bowls of rice appeared on the table. Then, with the sound of the bathroom sliding door opening, Zhao Lucy, wearing a silk pajamas, was seen walking barefoot on the carpet in the living room like a lotus emerging from water, looking at the braised pork, steamed sea bass, poached chicken, and other dishes on the dining table with extremely eager eyes. Wanna eat? Lin Feng picked up a piece of beef, stuffed it into his mouth, and asked vaguely. Zhao Lucy stared at the food on the table with a dazed look in her eyes, swallowed her saliva, and said, I want to eat. If you eat my food, you will be mine from now on. After hearing Zhao Lucy's reply, Lin Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Since you have agreed, then eat. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy quickly walked to the table, grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, and stuffed them into her mouth without caring about anything. Eating like this is bad for your stomach. Come on, show your life. As Lin Feng spoke, he took a photo of Zhao Lucy and shared it in the owner group, with the caption, This is the first time I've seen a girl eat like this. It's not elegant at all. As the photos were released, the owners group instantly exploded with excitement. Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng, you actually let Zhao Lucy move into your house. Please tell me, in what way am I inferior to her? Li Xian, Lin Feng, how could you do this? Yan Tianlu, Lin Feng, I didn't expect that your family has quite enough food. Can I buy some at a high price? Zhao Hu, brother Lin Feng, in the face of such a disaster, you can't always think about yourself, right? At this time, Jie Chou also quickly followed up and said, Yes, as a man, you must know how to share, brother Lin Feng. Looking at the owners group, so much information popped up all of a sudden, and many owners had already sent him friend requests. At this moment, Lin Feng knew without thinking that those owners who had some surplus food at home would soon run out of money. But Raymond Lam just smiled calmly, then sent the photo to Li Jia, with the caption, Dear, can you believe it? I took in the famous star Zhao Lucy. At this moment, Li Jia, who had just been humiliated by Lao Wang next door, curled up helplessly like a frightened wild cat. But when she saw Lin Feng's text message, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. At this time, Li Jia's mentality has changed significantly. Because in such a situation, what matters to her is no longer the omnipotent money, but food and a man who can protect her. So it is obvious that in Li Jia's view, Raymond Lam is currently her last and only support. But when she opened WeChat, Lin Feng did not send her some comforting words as she had imagined, but instead said that he had taken in some crappy female celebrity. What she couldn't accept the most was that all the food on the table was eaten by that woman. Lin Feng, your wife was just bullied. Have you forgotten about it so quickly? At this time, Li Jia stared at the phone, shaking with anger. He wished he could reach out and slap the woman twice. But the little bit of rationality she had left told Li Jia that she had to exercise restraint, especially at this time. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that Lin Feng would fall in love with someone else. After thinking this through, Li Jia tried her best to calm down, picked up her phone again, and called Lin Feng. Chapter 27 You are a rogue. As the phone rang, a hint of evil appeared on Lin Feng's face. However, Lin Feng did not rush to answer the call. Instead, he waited until the phone rang for the 5th time before he slowly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Ah Feng, you finally answered the phone. What were you doing just now? Hearing Li Jia's anxious voice on the phone, Lin Feng calmly replied, I just went to take a shower. When Lin Feng said this, Zhao Lucy, who was still working hard at eating, was obviously stunned. But Lin Feng immediately gave her a look, and Zhao Lucy buried her head in the large plate of stir-fried beef and began to eat it with relish. Ah Feng, were you taking a shower alone just now? What else? Who else do you think it is? Nothing, I just asked casually. Li Jia explained hurriedly on the phone. When Lin Feng saw that Li Jia's attitude towards him suddenly changed, he naturally knew her current situation and the change in her mentality. But Lin Feng knew that this was what she deserved. Therefore, Lin Feng would never be merciful to Li Jia and her family of 3. He would make them live a life worse than death in the apocalypse and suffer all kinds of humiliation. Only then could he completely relieve the hatred in his heart. That's it, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Ah Feng, please don't hang up yet. Lin Feng pretended to be impatient and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so dilly-dallying today? Ah Feng, there is really no food at home. I can't stand it anymore, Wu. I bought so much food for our home before, but you actually quarreled with me. No one in your family believed me. Instead, you thought I was a psychopath. If you had believed me at the beginning, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Who would have thought that your dream would come true? I regret it so much now. Hearing Li Jia's regretful tone, Lin Feng snorted in his heart, then slowly said, "Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I need to rest now. A phone, don't hang up yet." Lin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for Li Jia to finish speaking. Because Raymond Lam makes Li Jia feel anxious and worried. Then Lin Feng casually threw his phone aside, looked up at Zhao Lucy opposite him, and said, "Are you full?" "Yeah, I'm full." Zhao Lucy put down her chopsticks reluctantly and said softly, "Since you are full, do some exercise to promote digestion." "Exercise? How do you exercise?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lucy's cute appearance, but said in a frivolous tone, "Come to me, I will teach you." Zhao Lucy was startled and seemed to realize something all of a sudden. Her face flushed and she asked, Lin Feng, what are you going to do?" "We just agreed that after you eat my meal, you will be mine from now on, so I can do whatever I want." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately pulled Zhao Lucy into his arms. An hour later, Lin Feng lit a cigarette with satisfaction, looked at Zhao Lucy, and said, "Wash the bowls and plates later. It's getting late. I'm going to bed first." Lin Feng said this. Then he stood up, yawned, and went back to the bedroom. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, he found that Zhao Lucy had cleaned the entire living room. She had also washed the dishes and put them in the cupboard. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that this girl actually slept on the sofa in the living room all night. It seems that she was so busy last night that she didn't know when she went to bed. Lin Feng thought secretly, then walked over and gently touched her pretty face with his hand. "Don't want." Suddenly at this moment, Zhao Lucy woke up at some point, grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and said in panic. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled evilly. "What don't you want? You were so awesome last night. I haven't recovered yet." Zhao Lucy said shyly. "I'll be gentle this time." "No." But with Zhao Lucy's exclamation, Lin Feng once again. 1 hour later. "How could you do this?" Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled calmly. "Who told you not to prepare breakfast for me?" "I was so tired last night that I forgot about it," Zhao Lucy said. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Since you didn't prepare breakfast for me, then prepare to give birth to a child for me." "Lin Feng, you are just a scoundrel." When Zhao Lucy heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately looked at Lin Feng in shame and anger and shouted, "Ha ha." But Lin Feng didn't care at all. He walked into the kitchen with a big laugh. Behind Zhao Lucy's back, he had an idea and several baskets of steamed dumplings and soy milk and fried dough sticks appeared on the tray in the kitchen. "Hurry up and wash up, it's time to eat." Then Lin Feng picked up the tray with breakfast, came to the living room, said something to Zhao Lucy, and started eating first. Looking at the steaming dumplings and soy milk at this moment, Zhao Lucy was suddenly stunned. This speed is too fast. Even if you simply heat up leftovers in a microwave, it won't be that fast, right? Although Zhao Lucy had some doubts in her heart, she knew that she was now living under someone else's roof, so she naturally would not ask questions that were not appropriate. So after a simple wash, Zhao Lucy sat at the dining table and couldn't wait to eat the breakfast that ordinary people would eat, something she might not even have glanced at before. After all, her previous breakfast was made from leftover ingredients, such as fresh seafood, organic vegetables, and high-quality meat. But she has not yet realized that every bite of food she eats now will become a delicacy that no one can possibly obtain even if they risk their life in the near future. Seeing Zhao Lucy eating with such relish, Lin Feng wiped his mouth with a tissue and said solemnly, "Do you still think I'm a rogue?" Chapter 28. Mobilization of the Security Captain. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Lucy also put down the steamed buns in her hand and said seriously, "You treated others like this last night, and just now. Do you think that eating your 2 meals can clear your image of not being a scoundrel? You don't have to eat it," Lin Feng said with a smile. When Zhao Lucy heard Lin Feng say this, she was a little flustered and asked, "You? What do you mean by this? A so-called big star like you, who can't carry anything, can't lift anything, and eats everything without leaving anything. I am able to accept you. This is the blessing you have accumulated in your previous life. If you really don't like me, you can just get out of here. I will never stop you." Lin Feng, you. At this moment, after hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Lucy's face suddenly turned red with anger and she was speechless for a moment. But Lin Feng completely ignored Zhao Lucy's gaze, which was as if she wanted to tickle him to death, and still spoke. "To put it bluntly, I just covet your beauty, but don't forget, there are more beautiful women in this world than just you. If you ever become annoying, I will definitely kick you out of here." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Lucy suddenly realized something. "From what you said, is it true that there will be no rescue team to save us in the future?" "You guess." At this moment, Raymond Lam was not stupid enough to tell all his secrets to a woman whom he had only known for less than 24 hours. So Lin Feng smiled evilly at Zhao Lucy, said something in a frivolous tone, and threw a thick recipe book to Zhao Lucy, and then continued. "Just study hard. I'll leave the kitchen to you from now on." At this moment, Zhao Lucy subconsciously took the recipe and looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. After all, in Zhao Lucy's opinion, the man in front of her was too mysterious. At first, all the owners were laughing at him for spending 2 billion to buy a villa. Then an electric fence like a prison was installed. Then a terrible acid rain suddenly came. When all the owners started to worry about food, he actually wanted a beautiful woman to move into his villa. All these abnormal signs seemed to indicate that this man had actually known about this disaster a long time ago. At this time, Lin Feng, who seemed to know what Zhao Lucy was thinking, spoke again. So now you just need to remember one thing. If you follow me, you will have endless food to eat. But if one day you betray me, or if I abandon you, then your good days will be over. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Lucy couldn't help but tremble, and then nodded quickly. Because the days of living a life worse than death in the past few days were really too hard to bear. If Raymond Lam had not agreed to let her move in, she would have collapsed. I'll wash the dishes first, and then I'll clean up. Zhao Lucy suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and started to do housework while speaking. Seeing Zhao Lucy like this, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "That's right. By the way, let me remind you that without my order, do not leave the villa, let alone let others in. If you do that once, I will kill you directly." As Lin Feng's voice, which was filled with a chilling atmosphere, fell, Zhao Lucy lost her balance and dropped the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, which broke into pieces. "Why are you so clumsy? Go and clean it up quickly." Seeing this scene, Lin Feng just said one sentence and walked to the treadmill to start exercising. "After all, I will need to live in this villa for a long time in the future. Therefore, it is very necessary to maintain a strong body." As for how long he would live in this villa, Lin Feng naturally hoped it would be a lifetime. But there are always unexpected changes in the weather, and people are always subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time. So whether Lin Feng's wish can come true depends on God's will. As usual, after finishing an hour of fitness, Lin Feng took out a bottle of multifunctional drink from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly, a refreshing liquid entered his internal organs, making Lin Feng feel extremely refreshed. Then Lin Feng opened his mobile phone and found that Li Jia had sent him more than 20 WeChat messages. But Lin Feng didn't intend to pay attention to her now. Letting this vicious woman suffer for a while longer was something Lin Feng wanted more of. But suddenly at this moment, a message in the owners group successfully attracted Lin Feng's attention. The security captain, who had not been seen for a long time, shouted to all the owners in the group. "Dear owners, this acid rain has been falling nonstop and no one knows when it will stop. Now we have less and less food to eat, and even the water is polluted by the acid rain. So I decided to form a team and go out to look for supplies, but I don't know if there are any owners who would go with us." As the security captain finished speaking, the owner Lu Tianfang suddenly said, "Why don't you just do this? Once you find the supplies, I'll offer you 10 times the market price. How about that?" "Yes, we'll offer 10 times the price, so please help the security guys. Security brother, be careful on the road." At this time, as Lu Tianfang's voice sounded, other owners hurriedly echoed him. After all, the acid rain outside is so corrosive that if you are accidentally contaminated by it, you may suffer disfigurement and skin burns at the very least, or die on the spot at the worst. So for these rich people, their lives are more precious than anything else, so how could they possibly go? But what these owners didn't expect was that the security captain snorted coldly and sent a voice message saying, "Please understand clearly. We risked our lives to go out and find supplies. Let alone you offering 10 times the price. Even if you offer 100 or 1,000 times the price, do you think we will sell it to you? What's your attitude? How can you talk to the owner like that? Do you believe that I can fire you with just one phone call?" Lu Tianfang said angrily. "Ha ha ha, are you a funny guy hired by the monkey? You even fired me from my position. You idiot. Why don't you open your eyes and see what time it is now?" As soon as the security captain said this, the other owners wanted to stand on the moral high ground and criticize the security captain. When the owners realized that something was wrong, they all shut up tacitly. Seeing that no one in the group spoke, the security captain continued, "Let's be frank. I won't force you to go if you don't want to, but don't be jealous when we get the supplies back. I'll go." At this time, Yang Mi suddenly said in the owners group. Chapter 29. The end of the world has its own rules. "You go?" The security captain asked in the owners group in a questioning tone. Yang Mi replied, "That's right. Anyway, there's no food in the villa, and even the tap water is undrinkable. We might as well go out and give it a try. Haha, what can a woman like you do? I'll be thankful that you don't hold me back, so forget it. I just want a man with a penis. But I want to live too. Why don't you take me with you?" Yang Mi almost lost control of her emotions and shouted in the owners group. But the security captain ignored her and said to other owners in the group, "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "Who said that? I'll go." At this time, the owner Zhao, who was the first to shout in the owners group, "I'm going too. Count me in." And me. At one point, 6 or 7 property owners chose to go out with the security guards to look for supplies. "Very good. Now put on your raincoats and rain boots and gather at the gate of the community. Let's try to find some supplies before it gets dark." The security captain is right. Let's set out quickly and try to find a batch of supplies before dark. Right? At this moment, as the security captain's voice fell, all the owners who were going out to buy construction materials echoed, hurriedly put on raincoats and rain boots, walked out of their own high-end villas, and walked quickly towards the gate of the community. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful arc. At this moment, in Lin Feng's view, this group of owners who live a life of luxury all day long will definitely serve as cannon fodder. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng expected, 5 hours later, 3 deformed Great Wall Cannon pickup trucks came back with sparks coming out of their wheels. There were 15 people in total when they left, but now there are only 11 left. And the 4 who didn't come back were all owners. At this time, the family members who were waiting in the community guardhouse in the rain, when they saw that their sons or husbands had not returned, all let out heart-wrenching wails. My son. Husband. Where's my husband? Why hasn't he come back? The security captain glanced at the family members impatiently and said, there are people looting supplies everywhere. Luckily, we have more people and have snatched a batch of supplies from others. As for those of you who have lost your loved ones, we will give each of you an extra small bag of instant noodles as a pension. What? My son went out with you and lost his life, and you only gave him a pack of instant noodles. Did a dog eat your conscience? I don't want instant noodles. Give me back my husband. Whoa. That's enough. Looking at these crying family members, the security captain suddenly roared, which immediately scared these people so much that they stopped crying and looked at him with fear. Because the security captain looked so ferocious at this moment, he was no longer the security captain they knew before, who was always polite to them when he saw them. When I greeted you guys before, you all acted so arrogant and ignored me. I can give you 1 more pack of instant noodles per family. That's already good enough. What else do you want? Do you think I'll give you all the supplies in this truck? Faced with the security captain's roar, these owners who lost their loved ones could only be forced to accept reality. After all, the world has changed now. If they continue to make trouble like this, their sons or husbands may not even get the supplies they exchanged their lives for. Look at you guys. You've made our security captain angry. The brothers have worked hard. Let me help you unload the supplies. Suddenly at this moment, the owner Lu Tianfang climbed into the car nimbly while speaking and was about to take the self-heating hot pot from the car. But at this moment, the security captain picked up a steel pipe as thick as his arm and smashed it on his head. The owners who did not go around to look for supplies but were eager to do so immediately gave up the idea of helping to unload the supplies. After all, the threat of having your entire head smashed into pieces is extremely terrifying. You son of a bitch, I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to show up on your own. The security captain said, pointing the bloody steel pipe at everyone present, and said, listen to me, men, if you want to have food, you have to go out. Women can exchange your bodies for it. After all, these supplies were obtained by all of us with our lives. Why should we give them to you? My captain is right. We fought so hard to get what we wanted. Why should we share it with a bunch of wimps like you who are just sitting there waiting to die? Yes, why? At this moment, with a roar from the security captain, the other security guards who went to look for supplies all held iron bars and looked at the group of owners ferociously. Yang Mi, who was hiding far away, was immediately frightened by what she saw. Her face turned pale and she stumbled back to her villa. After all, the hunger and malnutrition in recent days had already destroyed the last line of defense in Yang Mi's heart. Is there really no one who can save me? Yang Mi collapsed to the ground in despair and weakness. A crystal clear, yet extremely bitter tear slid down her thin cheek. At this moment, WeChat on her mobile phone suddenly rang. Yang Mi seemed to still have a glimmer of hope and joined the owner's group. Security captain, at everyone, if men want to have food, they must go out. Women can use your bodies in exchange. After all, the end of the world should have its own rules. Obviously, the security captain repeated what he had just said in the owner's group. Is this really the end of the world? Whoa. At this moment, Yang Mi could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and finally burst into tears in complete despair. But suddenly at this moment, the phone in Yang Mi's hand vibrated again. At everyone, I am looking for beautiful women, with free food and accommodation. I want them to be good at both being in the living room and cooking, able to endure loneliness and create brilliance, dignified outside, and that kind of high-quality beauty in bed. However, due to limited places, we are only recruiting 30 beauties. Those who are interested can chat privately, but they need to take 3 full-body selfies without beauty filters. As soon as Lin Feng sent out this message, the owner's group instantly exploded. Brother Feng, height 168 centimeters, measurements 34D, 24, 35, age 22, please agree to my friend request. Brother Feng, I have also sent out a friend request. Please agree to it. Brother Lin Feng, do you want a man? In fact, sometimes men can do better than women. Would you like to consider it? Yang Mi looked at the owners, who were frantically trying to please Lin Feng, and felt mixed emotions. The things that she had been protecting in her heart began to completely waver at this moment. But at this moment, after seeing the message sent by Lin Feng, the security captain clenched his fist in anger and yelled at the phone. Lin Feng, you kid, are you really trying to make things difficult for me? Chapter 30 Lin Feng, you are a devil, a devil. Hearing the angry voice of the security captain, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his lips, and then replied slowly in the group. What are you talking about? There are so many owners out there who have nothing to eat. I just want to give these poor women a home. Why are you so angry? Lin Feng, you are a man. If you want 30 women, aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion? Besides, do you have so much food to feed so many women? I think you are ruining my good deeds. The security captain yelled in the group like a mad dog. Even if I ruin your plans, what can you do to me? To put it bluntly, I just can't stand your behavior of forcing women of good character into prostitution. So even if I risk dying of exhaustion, I will rescue these women from your clutches. You bastard. Just wait. I'm going to kill you. You must keep your word, otherwise I will definitely look down on you. As Lin Feng spoke, he placed his phone on the coffee table, lit a cigarette for himself, and changed the normal mode of the electronic fence to the high voltage mode. You really want to take 30 women in? Suddenly at this moment, Zhao Lucy stood behind Lin Feng, pointed at the information in the owner's group, and asked in a low voice. Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he turned to look at her and said, whether it is monogamy or polygamy, these are the rules of the game set by the country. But now the national order has collapsed, and these rules are gone, so naturally whoever has the ability is entitled to more. Hearing Lin Feng's heresy, Zhao Lucy felt terrified. After all, for many people in the early days of the end of the world, it is difficult to accept what Lin Feng just said. But how can we accommodate so many people? Zhao Lucy looked like she was trying to make the next best choice and continued to persuade. After Zhao Lucy's reminder, Lin Feng touched his forehead, pondered for a moment, glanced around, and said, this is a 600 square meter villa with 5 bedrooms on each floor, a total of 15 bedrooms. 2 people can live in each bedroom. Isn't that just right? If that's what you said, where are we going to live in the future? Can we sleep together then? Wow, what? You want to have threesomes every day? Hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Lucy looked at him in astonishment. You even know about threesomes. It seems like you know everything. Lin Feng suddenly whispered in Zhao Lucy's ear and made a teasing remark, causing Zhao Lucy to blush with embarrassment. Lin Feng, come out here. Do you believe I will skin you alive today? At this moment, the security captain had already brought a group of people, shouting and holding steel pipes, and rushed over in a mighty manner. It came so quickly. Lin Feng heard the shouting outside, muttered to himself, kissed Zhao Lucy fiercely, and came to the door of the villa, shouting across the electronic fence. I didn't expect you guys to come so quickly. Stop talking nonsense. If I don't kill you today, I will look down on myself. Hee hee. Upon hearing what the security captain said, Lin Feng sneered, which made the security captain even more furious. Smash this broken fence for me. I'm going to kill him with my own hands today. As the security captain gave the order, several security guards and 3 owners who had taken refuge were ready to take action, etc. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke out to stop him, which immediately made the security captain proudly say, what? Are you scared? I tell you, Lin Feng, if you don't want to die, count out to me right now and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I might let you go. That's right. Our security captain has always been kind-hearted. If you really know you're wrong, just admit it quickly, otherwise we'll have to go in later and you won't even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Ha ha. At this moment, the security captain and his men burst into laughter, making Zhao Lucy, who was hiding in the villa, even more panicked. It's too late. What should we do if these people really come in? What time is it now, Lin Feng? Can't you just give in to them? Just as Zhao Lucy was trembling and thinking wildly, Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, I just want to ask, can the friendship between our property management company and the owners be overturned? Can't we solve the problem calmly? No. It's already this fucking hour, and we're still talking about friendship. Go to hell, brothers. Smash it. At the command of the security captain, the men in raincoats suddenly raised the iron bars and steel pipes in their hands and smashed them hard at the fence. Boom. However, when the steel pipes, iron rods, and even hammers in those people's hands just touched the fence, sparks burst out instantly, with lightning-like effects. Some people were directly electrocuted by hundreds of thousands of volts of high voltage, leaving not even a trace of residue. Some were stuck to the power grid and caught fire instantly. Even if it was a minor one, the clothes on his body would instantly turn to ashes and then be drenched by the acid rain, causing him to scream like ghosts and wolves. At this moment, not to mention them, even Lin Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw this horrifying scene. After all, this was also the first time that Lin Feng truly witnessed the true power of a high-voltage power grid of hundreds of thousands of volts. Lin Feng, you are a devil, a devil. At this moment, the security captain opened his eyes wide in horror and yelled at Lin Feng like a madman. After all, it is so terrifying that anyone would collapse on the spot. Actually, I'm a pretty easy person to talk to. It was you who insisted on making it like this. Do you know you're wrong now? Lin Feng, you are a psychopath. The security captain shouted at Lin Feng in a crying voice, then led his men and fled away. However, Lin Feng snorted coldly at the security captain's departing back and murmured softly, You are such an idiot. When the apocalypse comes in a few days, you will all become victims of it. Afterwards, Lin Feng returned to the villa and gave Zhao Lucy, who was in a daze, another kiss, and said, You must be scared, little naughty girl. You will get used to it slowly in the future. As Lin Feng spoke, he sat down on the sofa, holding a cigarette in his mouth and turning on his cell phone. But at this moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became terribly gloomy. Chapter 31. Start Hoarding Beauties. Damn it. The security captain actually kicked me out of the owner group. Lin Feng looked at the screen of his mobile phone, cursed in a helpless manner, and as if to go all out, he added all the beautiful female property owners who had previously applied to be his friends as his friends. I estimate there are more than 100 of them, right? Lin Feng looked at his phone, murmured something, and then formed a group for himself, dragged all these beauties into the group and said, Li Xian from Villa 17 in Area C, Zhao Jingyi from Villa 21 in Area B, after 2 days of careful consideration, congratulations on becoming the second and third people to move in. So now please both of you, pack your clothes and come check in, but you only have 15 minutes to check in. No more will be accepted after the expiration date. As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, Li Xian and Zhao Jingyi replied at the same time. The luggage has been prepared long ago. I will be there soon. Me too. At this moment, the other women in the group also went crazy, posting selfies to the group and saying in an almost pleading tone, Brother Feng, how do you see me? Brother Feng, please accept me, asterisk. Brother Feng, I have a lot of experience in that area. What do you think of me? At this moment, Lin Feng was in the group, looking at the massive amount of photos and information, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because there were more than 180 women in the group, Lin Feng was indeed a little dazzled by the choices. So Lin Feng spent a few more minutes, picked 2 more beauties, and said in the group, let's do this for today, and continue tomorrow. Then Lin Feng lit a cigarette, narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited for Li Xian and the other 2 beauties to join. Lin Feng, are we here? 11 minutes later, with Zhao Jingyi's shout outside the fence, the gate was slowly opened by Lin Feng. Immediately afterwards, Li Xian, Zhao Jingyi, and 2 other beauties came in carrying their luggage. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, who was watching everything from the side, was filled with resentment towards Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had behaved like this before the end of the world, he would have been considered the worst scumbag. But that's just if. After all, this is the end of the world, and things are completely different now. Lin Feng, we finally meet. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who had just stepped into the villa, looked at Lin Feng shyly, while Li Xian and the other 2 beauties didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng smiled calmly and said to Zhao Lucy, go and talk to Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian about the rules here. Zhao Lucy was startled at first, then nodded and said to Li Xian and Zhao Jingyi, you 2 come with me. So Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian went somewhere else and privately talked to the other 2 about the rules set by Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to the other 2 women. I saw a beautiful woman with temperament. She had delicate facial features, but not overly ostentatious. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her clear eyes gave her a unique charm. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. As if she felt Lin Feng's gaze, the woman trembled involuntarily, but she still mustered up her courage, looked at Lin Feng and said, Hello Mr. Lin. My name is Chen Bangxia. Chen Bangxia, can you briefly introduce yourself? I am 26 years old and an intern. Although I am only an obstetrician and gynecologist, I can still treat some emergencies and illnesses. Chen Bangxia said anxiously. Seeing Chen Bangxia say this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. After all, if there is a doctor, the future protection will be more comprehensive. And you? Then Lin Feng suddenly turned his gaze to another beauty and said, I saw that this was a relatively pure type of beauty. She has a fresh appearance and pure eyes, giving people a sense of innocence, especially her legs, which seem to be longer than Raymond Lam's life, adding a lot of extra points. My name is Wang Shushiwei. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a sophomore. Wang Shushiwei said nervously. Seeing Wang Shushiwei so nervous, Lin Feng didn't want to ask any more questions, so he waved his hand and said, Well, since you chose to move to my place, you must know the rules here. What rules are you talking about? We will definitely follow them. Well, brother Lin Feng, we will definitely abide by it. As Chen Bangxia finished speaking, Wang Shushiwei hurriedly followed suit. Looking at the 2 women's expectant expressions, Lin Feng said bluntly, It's very simple. I will provide you with food and shelter, and from now on you will be my, Lin Feng's, women. Are you willing to do this? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Chen Bangxia was the first to speak. It's better to be with you alone than with a group of security guards. I have no objection to this. I have no objection either. Wang Shushiwei said with a flushed face and lowered her head. Very good, but it's not enough to just agree to be my woman. You guys also have to do the laundry, cooking, cleaning, and other work. You girls can discuss this. In addition, without my consent, you cannot leave here privately, let alone bring outsiders in. If anyone dares to disobey, it is a betrayal to me, so I will kill you without hesitation. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushiwei looked visibly stunned. But in the end they nodded. After all, it is too dangerous outside, so they have no reason to go out from here. But the prerequisite is that Lin Feng can really continue to provide them with food. Well, now that you all agree, welcome to join my big family. As Lin Feng spoke, he turned around to look for Zhao Lucy, Zhao Jingyi, and Li Xian. But when Lin Feng brought Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushiwei to the kitchen and saw the scene in front of them, they were immediately furious. Zhao Jingyi had a sausage in her mouth that was thicker than her arm. Li Xian was frantically gnawing on a roast chicken, looking like a starving ghost reborn. Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushiwei, who saw this scene, couldn't help but stare at the food in Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian's hands with hungry and thirsty looks on their faces. Zhao Lucy, is this how you talk to them about the rules? Lin Feng glared at Zhao Lucy and yelled. Zhao Lucy waved her hands and explained. Lin Feng, they were really hungry. I was soft-hearted, so I just let them have a small bite. What the hell did you just say? They've already eaten so much, and you still have the nerve to say that you can only let them have a small bite. Chapter 32. I really can't leave. We agreed on this at the beginning. I can't do anything about it. Lin Feng is being rude to me. You two should stop eating. Zhao Lucy said this while stamping her feet anxiously. Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian seemed to realize that they had indeed gone too far. They reluctantly put down the food in their hands and smiled awkwardly at Lin Feng. I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I didn't expect there was so much food in your kitchen, and I couldn't control myself for a moment, hee. Well, I really couldn't control myself. I'm so sorry. Li Xian licked her fingers and said apologetically. Seeing the two people say this, Lin Feng's anger subsided by a lot at this time. After all, they had been hungry for so long, let alone them. To be honest, even I would find it difficult to control myself when faced with the temptation of so much food. I'm not afraid of you eating the food here, but you're not polite at all. How come you're the same as when Zhao Lucy first came here? Besides, can your stomach handle the way you eat? After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Xian and Zhao Jingyi suddenly felt even more embarrassed. Although I have a lot of food here, if you overeat and become obese and out of shape, you will be disliked by others, and you will leave here anyway. Upon hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian quickly raised their hands and promised, don't worry, we will never overeat again in the future. After hearing what the two of them said, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, since you have all finished eating, let's prepare today's lunch. Okay, I'm good at this. I'll do it now. As Zhao Jingyi spoke, she quickly tied on her apron, opened the refrigerator, and selected the ingredients for today's cooking. Li Xian, who seemed to have eaten too much, burped and said, I'm sorry, Lin Feng, I'm not very good at cooking. Just help Zhao Jingyi. If you don't know how to do it, you should learn. After all, when you were acting in the past, you could remember such a long paragraph of lines, right? Following Li Xian's response, Lin Feng smiled calmly and turned around to hug Qin Bangxia and Wang Shuxiwei and said, you two must be hungry too. Come on, I'll take you to eat. When Lin Feng hugged Qin Bangxia and Wang Shuxiwei, their bodies became noticeably stiff. But when they heard that there was something to eat, they immediately let down their guard and walked out of the kitchen with Lin Feng. Scumbag. At this time, Zhao Lucy looked at the backs of Lin Feng and the others as they left. She muttered something with a resentful look on her face and went to help Zhao Jingyi. At this time, under the expectant gaze of Qin Bangxia and Wang Shuxiwei, Lin Feng actually took out dozens of steaming skewers of barbecue and 2 cans of Coke from the room. Like beef kebabs, lamb kebabs, chicken breast, squid, etc. Skewers, it's actually skewers. As soon as Wang Shuxiwei saw the skewers in Lin Feng's hand, she could no longer remain reserved and stood up with an excited look on her face. Qin Bangxia's eyes lit up and she pursed her lips gently, trying her best not to let saliva flow out. Her breathing also became rapid at this moment. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the other 3 came out of the kitchen and couldn't help swallowing. Although they are not very hungry now, but in this situation, and seeing the barbecue, who wouldn't want to take a bite? Lin Feng seemed to be aware of the burning gazes behind him, and immediately turned back to look at Zhao Lucy and the other 3. You are not hungry now, so hurry up and cook. Can I just eat one to try it out? Zhao Jingyi pointed a finger at Lin Feng and said shamelessly. Okay, 1 string for each of you. Lin Feng took out 3 skewers with a helpless look on his face and handed them over. He turned to Qin Bangxia and Wang Shuxiwei and said, you must eat slowly, otherwise you won't have anything to eat. Qin Bangxia and Wang Shuxiwei nodded heavily in unison, and Lin Feng then handed over the skewers on the tray. After all, Raymond Lam did this for their own good. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone rang again. So Lin Feng took the phone in his hand and saw that it was Li Jia calling again, which made Lin Feng's mouth curl up again. Because this is Li Jia, who has called more than 100 times. I think she must be on the verge of collapse now. But Lin Feng hasn't had enough fun yet, so how could he let her go easily? So Lin Feng answered the video call directly. As soon as Raymond Lam answered the call, the disheveled Li Jia in the video suddenly seemed to be possessed by a ghost and let out an excited shout. It's connected. Lin Feng finally answered my call. Obviously, this was just as Lin Feng had expected. Li Jia was now in a semi-abnormal mental state. Therefore, if she is stimulated a few more times, there is a high possibility that she will go completely crazy. But Lin Feng hadn't seen her family of 3 die with his own eyes, so how could he possibly make her go crazy? Besides, it is impossible for a mad ant to truly feel pain, so this is not what Lin Feng wants to see. Wife, are you guys doing okay over there? Lin Feng asked with false concern. Wow, oh no, we haven't eaten for several days. Often, can you come and save us? But it's still raining acid outside. Wife? I don't care. You must come to save me today. Li Jia suddenly shouted angrily. Seeing Li Jia acting so crazy, Lin Feng couldn't help but snort in his heart and secretly said, you want me to save you? Do you think it's possible, Li Jia? If you talk to me like that again, I'm going to hang up. Don't hang up, husband. Don't hang up. I know I was wrong, husband. Woo woo. How about this? The three of you just put on your raincoats and rain boots and find a way to drive over here. I really can't leave here. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Hohot, who had been guarding Li Jia, snatched the phone and shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are afraid of being drenched in acid rain. But aren't we afraid too? I don't care. You have to pick up the three of us today. Otherwise, you will never see our Xiao Jia again. Oh my dear mother-in-law, I really can't leave now. Can't leave? Why can't you leave? I would say you were just afraid of death. After hearing what Zhao Hohot said, Lin Feng simply turned the camera of his mobile phone and pointed it at Jin Bangxia and Wang Shushiwei, who were eating barbecue, and said, "You may not believe this, but many women in this community have come to me for refuge. Even popular stars like Zhao Lucy and Li Xian are here. Do you think I can leave?" Chapter 33 Yang Mi's Panic. Zhao Hohot was stunned for a moment when she heard Lin Feng say this, and then she shouted, "What the hell are you talking about, Lin Feng? They've eaten all the food. What are we going to do? That's why I asked you to come here and chase them out." As Lin Feng spoke, he deliberately pointed the camera at Qin Bangxia and Wang Shushiwei, who were eating barbecue skewers frantically. This immediately caused Zhao Hohot's blood pressure to soar rapidly. "Lin Feng, I think you were just horny, a big idiot. Hurry up and tell them to stop eating. The problem is that they've already come, and I feel embarrassed. Oh my god, I'm really pissed off. Lin Feng, just wait for me. We'll drive over here right now." After Zhao Hohot finished speaking, she hung up the phone and hurriedly searched for raincoats, rain boots, and other waterproof equipment at home. At this moment, Li Mingho, who was almost sucked dry by the fat woman next door, had a pair of panda eyes and said weakly, "Mom, is what Lin Feng said true? Why do I feel something is weird? Strange? What's strange about it?" Zhao Hohot stopped what she was doing, turned around and looked at him and asked. Li Mingho shook his head. "I can't say for sure. I feel like all this is a trap he set for us on purpose. Come on, you've lived under the same roof with him for so long, and you don't know his IQ, so how could I not know it? Put on your raincoats quickly and hurry over there, or else all the delicious food will be eaten by those women." As Zhao Hohot said this, she threw a raincoat to Li Mingho and continued to search the room. At the same time, the security captain led the rest of his men in an owner's high-end villa and vented their anger on a beautiful female owner. It seemed as if he had vented all the humiliation he had just suffered in front of Lin Feng on the female owner. "Captain, are we just going to let this go?" At this time, a security guard whispered to the security captain. Upon hearing this, the security captain's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again. "Forget it. How can I forget it? Isn't he awesome? Since he has so many women, I don't believe he can stay out of the house to find food for his whole life. Captain, do you mean to just sit back and wait?" The villa he bought was renovated by the previous owner to be bulletproof. Even the water and electricity are independently supplied by a separate system in the villa. Now he has installed a high-voltage power grid. You have seen its terrifying power just now. It seems that this is the only solution. When the security captain said this, he couldn't help but shudder again when he thought of the horrifying scene just now. At this moment in Lin Feng's villa, Zhao Jingyi had already cooked more than a dozen dishes, such as braised pork, tomato and egg, sweet and sour carp, dompa pork, shredded pork with fish flavor, kung pao chicken, fried shredded potatoes, fried vegetables, etc. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and other girls were drooling at the sight. "It seems that Zhao Jingyi, your cooking skills are pretty good." Lin Feng came to the dining table and looked at the dishes on it, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yao Jingyi said proudly, "My family used to run a restaurant. I have been exposed to cooking since I was a child, so my cooking skills are naturally not bad." After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng just smiled indifferently. After all, no matter how brilliant and wealthy one's achievements were before the end of the world, they seem like nothing more than a dream now. "Why are you all standing there? Come and try Chef Zhao's cooking." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Xian, Li Bangxia, Zhao Lucy, and the other women rushed to the table like wolves pouncing on their prey, devouring everything in sight. In just a short while, the dishes were cleaner than before they were washed. Seeing such a scene, Lin Feng's face turned pale with anger. "Hey guys, didn't you guys just finish your meal? I haven't taken any photos to post on WeChat moments yet. Are you guys done eating already?" Wang Shushiwa looked apologetic and said to Lin Feng, "I was really hungry the past few days, so I couldn't control myself when I saw food. I'm really hungry." At this time, the other women also nodded and said. Lin Feng, who had been reborn once, naturally knew the feeling they were talking about. But even so, Lin Feng still said, "I hope you can get rid of this bad habit as soon as possible." "Okay, we'll all remember it." The 5 girls nodded in response at the same time. Seeing them like this, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, took out his cell phone, and started screening beauties in the group he had just formed. But at this moment, the figure of a woman emerged in Lin Feng's mind, which made Lin Feng's mouth corner reveal a hint of evil charm. Then Lin Feng directly tagged everyone in the group. "At everyone, due to the limited rooms in the villa, we have decided to only admit 10 beauties instead of the original plan of admitting 30. No way, Brother Feng, do you think there is still hope for me? Whoa. Brother Feng, choose me, please, underscore." At this moment, Yang Mi, who was in villa number 9, Zone B, began to waver after reading the messages in the group. "What should I do? This might be my last chance. Didn't Zhao Lucy, Li Xin, and the others move there? Why am I still holding on here? Am I going to be taken advantage of by those security guards in the end? Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Feng sent another message in the group. Lu Xiaoxiao and Xing Momo from Villa number 9 and Villa number 33 in Area C, Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan from Villa number 25 in Area B. Fang Yuding and Yu Jiro from Villa number 15 and Villa number 22 in Area A, congratulations on joining. As soon as Lin Feng's message was released, some people were happy while others were sad. At this moment, Yang Mi's eyes were filled with disappointment. What should I do? Is it because there are too many beauties in the group? Has Lin Feng, this scumbag, really forgotten me? If he really has forgotten me, should I remind him? Oh, what am I thinking about? Obviously, there are only 4 places left. Yang Mi is in a state of panic at the moment and really doesn't know what to do. At this time, Lin Feng said in the group, there are still 4 places left, so I decided to give 1 place to Yin 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 in Villa number 26 in Area B. Thank you, Brother Feng. I love you. The owner Yin 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 shouted excitedly in the group, then picked up her luggage, put on a raincoat, and ran towards Lin Feng's villa. At this moment, Yang Mi was holding her cell phone tightly, and her breathing began to become rapid. What should I do? Is Lin Feng really not going to choose me? Chapter 34 is full. Oh, impossible. No matter what I say, I am still a popular female star. There is no way he would forget me. No, I have to send him a message and ask. At this moment, Yang Mi took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng alone, saying, Lin Feng, what do you mean? But Lin Feng, who received Yang Mi's message, smiled triumphantly and replied, I also want to ask you, what does it mean to send me this message? Why didn't you choose me? You were the one who said that you would rather starve to death than live with me. What? Are you going back on your word? So many women are vying to go to your place. I'm just curious. So I also want to take a look. What's so good about your place? Yang Mi nervously defended herself. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Then maybe you don't have this opportunity. What do you mean by that? The quota is full. As soon as Lin Feng's voice message came out, Yang Mi's body trembled and a tear of despair slid down her cheek. Because she knew what this would mean. Lin Feng, I can actually move to your place. Yang Mi could no longer pretend at this moment and pressed the voice button on her cell phone in panic. Didn't I just say that? The quota is full. You're making it very difficult for me to do this, you know? I can actually do anything. Can you consider me? Are you kidding me? If you can do it, why can't other women do it? Oh, forget it. Let me think about it carefully. If you were not among the last 3 spots, then it means you have been eliminated. Hearing Lin Feng talking to her in such an impatient tone, Yang Mi didn't dare to say anything anymore. Because she was afraid that if she really annoyed Lin Feng, she would really have no chance. As time passed quickly, Lin Feng quickly announced the 3rd spot in the owner's group. Han Wushuang from Villa number 19, Area A, congratulations on joining our big family. Thank you, Brother Feng. I'll be there right away. Han Wushuang immediately replied in the group. Sister Wushuang, you must protect yourself and don't get wet by the acid rain. Yes, I understand, Brother Feng. Yang Mi looked at the group chat and saw Lin Feng and the owner named Han Wushuang, who seemed to be in love with each other. She couldn't help but clench her fists and grit her teeth in hatred. After all, she had clearly surrendered to Lin Feng just now, but not only did he not choose her, he even flirted with other women. How could Yang Mi not be angry? But at the same time, Yang Mi became less and less confident in herself. After all, in such a situation, the appearance that she once took pride in and the star halo that was admired by thousands of people have become so worthless at this moment. Now let's start announcing the 2nd spot. At the same time, Lin Feng sent another voice message in the group, which made Yang Mi's heart seem to rise to her throat again. She is Irina, who lives in Villa number 11, Area A, and is fluent in Chinese. You actually chose a foreign girl, Lin Feng. You are really a playboy. At this time, Yang Mi looked at Lin Feng and announced the result of the 2nd to last place. She felt angry and desperate. But what if that works? After all, the power of life and death is in Lin Feng's hands, and she is just a plaything for others to choose. Before the final spot is announced, I, Lin Feng, have a few words to say. Brother Lin Feng, I don't want you to say it. Please choose me, Omega? Yes, Brother Lin Feng, please stop talking. We don't dare to face it. Whoa whoa. Woo woo woo. At this moment, as Lin Feng's voice fell, the women in the group burst into tears. I know all of you are excellent, but just now, one of our famous movie stars actually begged me privately to let her move into my villa. Do you think I can agree to her unreasonable request? No. Brother Lin Feng, good job. At this moment, Yang Mi was looking at the text and voice messages in the group and almost vomited blood out of anger. Lin Feng, even at this time, you still don't forget to humiliate me. You are really good. At this moment, Lin Feng sent another voice message in the group. But after a brief and careful consideration, I decided to agree to her request. As soon as Lin Feng said this in the group, everyone in the group was stunned. Yang Mi, who was standing by the phone, opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Brother Feng, why did you agree to her? Yes, why did you agree to her? We are all women. If she can do it, we can do it too. That's what she said, so I'll give her a 3-day trial period. I want her to clearly realize how inferior she is compared to you. So Yang Mi just stood at the door of the villa, dragging her luggage in a very embarrassed manner. amid the angry curses from a group of female owners who were not selected. With red and swollen eyes, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Why did you do this?" "No reason, just telling the truth. Welcome to be one of my many women." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he gave Yang Mi a ruffian smile and walked into the villa first. When Yang Mi followed Lin Feng into the living room, she was instantly shocked by what she saw, and her mouth opened wide. "I saw 4 dining tables placed side by side to form a larger table, and countless foods filled the entire table. There are 2 large buckets of steamed white rice." The woman Lin Feng chose was just like Yang Mi, with an extremely hungry look on her face, her eyes fixed on the food on the table. "Want to eat?" Lin Feng glanced at these beauties and asked. "Think. I want to eat." Hearing the answers from these beauties, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "You can eat if you want, but you must chew each bite of rice for at least 30 seconds. If anyone fails to do as I ask, you will be kicked out once you are discovered." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Yang Mi and the other 9 women nodded eagerly to show their agreement. 5 people at a time. Who goes first? I'll go first. Brother Lin Feng and me. At this moment, the 10 women all looked eager to try and shouted. "After all, we've been hungry for so long. Who wouldn't want to be the first to eat?" At this time, even Yang Mi took the initiative to raise her hand and shouted, "Lin Feng, choose me, choose me." But in the face of Yang Mi's self-recommendation, Lin Feng just laughed and said, "You still want to be the first to eat, but I don't want to." Chapter 35, A Gluttonous Feast. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Yang Mi was not angry at all and still begged. "I haven't eaten for many days. Please, Lin Feng." "Please me? How can you beg me?" At this moment, Yang Mi was speechless due to Lin Feng's criticism and didn't know what to say. Seeing Yang Mi like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and said, "How about this? You call me husband and hear it." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's body trembled suddenly, her face blushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, "What? You can't even do this." At this moment, Irina couldn't stand it anymore and said in fluent Chinese, "Why do you think Brother Feng took us in? Wasn't it for that matter?" "That's right, wasting everyone's time by wasting time here. If you're really embarrassed, just go back and save yourself from taking up an extra spot. It's better to follow Brother Feng than to follow those stinky security guards, right? How can she be so confused? Why else? She's a big star, she can't let go of herself. What kind of star is this? He's just an actor. Why are you pretending here? That's right, everyone living here has status." At this moment, as the foreign girl Irina finished speaking, the other women immediately started chattering nonstop, which made Yang Mi lower her head even more. "I can't control you, little brat. I just want you to completely submit to me." Lin Feng looked at Yang Mi and snorted in his heart, then turned to the other women and said, "Since she won't scream, then you scream one, and let me hear it. Husband." "Ha ha." As soon as Lin Feng said this, all the women present screamed at the same time, which made Lin Feng burst into laughter. Then Lin Feng asked Irina, Han Wushuang, Guan Qingyan, Guan Yuan, and Yujiro to form the first batch. Then, Irina and the others, at Lin Feng's command, all came to the food impatiently and started eating. But according to the rule that Lin Feng had just set, one has to chew the food in the mouth for at least 30 seconds before swallowing it. Moreover, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia, and the other 5 served as invigilators, observing them one-on-one. So no matter how much they wanted to wolf down the food, they tried their best to control themselves. The remaining 5 people nearby could only stare at them and enjoy the food. Yang Mi revealed an expression of longing, her eyes somewhat absent-mindedly staring at the table full of food. After all, foods like roast chicken, steak, chicken legs, hamburgers, fried chicken, skewers, hot dogs, pig's trotters, braised pork, cola, juice, and other drinks are really tempting. It was not until 35 minutes had passed that Lin Feng asked Irina and the others to stop eating. Then came the last 5 people, and the feast began. As soon as Lin Feng opened his mouth, Yang Mi and the other 4 were ready to pounce on the food on the table. Wait a moment. But suddenly at this moment, as Lin Feng's voice rang out again, they all stopped in their tracks as if they had braked suddenly. "Yang Mi, are you sure you don't want to call me husband?" When Yang Mi heard Lin Feng mention this matter again behind her, she suddenly felt like something was stuck in her throat. At this time, the beautiful Yin Yin urged, "Yang Mi, what do you mean by being both a boss and a traitor? Zheng Momo, if you don't want to be here, just leave and don't hold us back, okay?" Lu Xiaoxiao, "That's right, it's really unlucky to be in the same group with you." Hearing the other beauties being so dissatisfied and impatient with her, Yang Mi finally mustered up the courage to whisper, "Husband." Seeing that Yang Mi had completely surrendered to him, Lin Feng laughed with satisfaction and said, "Let's get started." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang Mi, Yin, and the other 5 rushed to the food and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Don't forget the rules I set. But after hearing Lin Feng's reminder, they had to start eating slowly, as if they were afraid that they would be eliminated by Lin Feng. At this moment, the vibration of his cell phone made Lin Feng frown. He took it in his hand and saw that it was Li Jia calling. "It took so long to get here. It seems like this road must be difficult to travel on." Lin Feng smiled evilly as he thought about it, slowly pressed the connect button, and put it to his ear. Hello. Off phone. We are now at the gate of the community you mentioned. Can you come and pick us up?" It's still raining acid outside. Honey, why don't you just drive the car in? After hearing what Li Jia said, Lin Feng spoke slowly. But the gate at the entrance to the community is closed, so we can't drive in. It's already late. Can't you just drive your car into it? But Offing, is this really okay? Now everyone in the community is dead. Why are you still thinking so much? Just drive your car into it. I'll take care of anything that happens. Oh well. After Li Jia finished talking to Lin Feng on the phone, she looked at Zhao Hohot and Li Mingho and said, "You all heard what Lin Feng said just now. What do you think?" Zhao Hohot looked at the countless corpses outside, all soaked in the rain, and said with a determined heart, "I think what Lin Feng said makes sense. Look at the way we came here. There are dead bodies everywhere. The number of living people can be counted on 10 fingers. Mingho, drive your car to break open the gate, and let's rush over, shall we?" Hearing what Zhao Hohot said, Li Mingho nodded heavily, aimed at the gate at the entrance of the community, stepped on the accelerator and rammed it hard. However, their collision was not a big deal, but the sound of the collision successfully attracted the attention of the security captain and others. "Captain, it seems like someone is hitting the gate at the entrance of the community. Who on earth is so blind that he dares to mess with the gods? Let's go over and see what's going on." At the command of the security captain, 6 or 7 security guards followed the captain, wearing raincoats and rain boots, and walked towards the entrance of the community. "What do you do?" As the security captain came over and shouted, Li Mingho, who had originally wanted to drive his car and hit the car twice more, could not help but tremble in fear. "Mom, sister, there's someone, what should we do now?" Zhao Hohot was only slightly startled and said casually, "Don't be afraid, Mingho. As long as we can explain it to them clearly, I think these people won't make things difficult for us. That's right, we just need to tell them that we are here to see Lin Feng. There shouldn't be any big problems." At this time, Li Jia also looked at the group of people walking towards them and said with forced calmness. Chapter 36, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. "Hey, what are you doing?" While Li Jia, her mother and her 2 sons were talking in the car, the security captain and his men came over with iron bars in their hands, looking ferocious. So Li Mingho quickly opened the car window a little and said to the security captain and the others, "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We are here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for?" The security captain looked at Li Mingho in confusion and asked. Li Mingho quickly replied with a smile, "My brother-in-law. You can't knock on the gate at the entrance of the community if you're looking for your brother-in-law, right?" The security captain looked at the car, which was only worth tens of thousands of dollars, in confusion and said, "After all, before the end of the world, the owners of this community were all rich or noble people. He really couldn't think of any owner who would have such a poor brother-in-law. Brother, we thought everyone here was dead, so we wanted to drive the car to crash the gate open. If we had known you were here, we wouldn't have dared to do it even if we had the courage." At this time, Li Mingho hurriedly explained to the security captain. Unexpectedly, the security captain snorted coldly after hearing what Li Mingho said. "Stop talking nonsense in front of me. Do you know that the owners of this place before the end of the world were all worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions? How could there be a poor relative like you here? I would say you should just go do what you need to do. Brother, my brother-in-law really lives here. Get out of here now. If you piss me off, I'll make you get soaked in acid rain." The security captain roared and instantly swallowed back Li Mingho's words. But at this moment, Li Jia rolled down the window and said to the security captain, "Brother, we really didn't lie to you. My husband's name is Lin Feng, and we just bought a villa here." When Li Jia said this, the security captain and his men all looked at Li Jia in surprise. What did you say just now? I don't think I heard it clearly. Please say it again." Li Jia, her son, and her 2 children couldn't help but feel happy when they saw the security captain's expression. It seems that this person really knows Raymond Lam. That's really great. So Li Jia thought about it and said again, "My husband's name is Lin Feng, and he just bought a villa here." "The Lin Feng you were talking about, is that the Lin Feng who spent 2 billion? What? He spent 2 billion? Li Jia, her mother, and her 2 sons opened their mouths in shock. After all, 2 billion is an astronomical figure that is simply out of reach for Li Jia and her friends. But in other words, does Raymond Lam really have that much money? After all, Li Jia and the other 2 already knew exactly what kind of person Lin Feng was. How could he have 2 billion to buy a villa? So, just in case, Li Jia opened the photo album on his phone, found a photo of Raymond Lam, handed it to the security captain and said, "Brother, take a look. Is that him?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, it's him. Come on, sister, I'll take you to find him." When the security captain saw the photo, he burst into laughter. Li Jia, her mother, and her 2 children, who had been kept in the dark, also breathed a sigh of relief. But how could Li Jia and the others know that this was a trap set by Lin Feng specifically for them? A trap that would put them in a tiger's mouth. Inside the villa, Lin Feng looked at Yang Mi and her group, who also completed the task according to his rules. Lin Feng actually said, "Are you all full?" Yang Mi and the other 10 people said in unison with a satisfied look on their faces, "We're full." "Very good, eat like this from now on. This is the first rule I told you. Don't be like these 5 starving ghosts." Lin Feng said this while pointing at Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and the others. This immediately made Li Xian and the others smile awkwardly. After all, Lin Feng was described as a negative example in person, and they did feel a little ashamed. Then let Zhao Lucy and the other 5 explain the rules here, the specific division of labor in each of your rooms. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the other 5 began to carry out their process. But Lin Feng hurriedly walked to the side and took out his cell phone from his pocket, which had been vibrating for a long time. As soon as Lin Feng answered the phone, he heard the security captain laughing wildly. Lin Feng, you must not have thought that I would use your wife's phone to call you, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. You idiot. Then he shouted in a shocked tone. You bastard, what on earth are you going to do? You lunatic, you actually killed so many of my brothers at once. What do you think I'm going to do? The security captain said in a cold tone. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch my wife, I'll make you live a life worse than death. Damn it, your wife is in my hands, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Hearing the security captain's extremely angry expression, Lin Feng was ready to add fuel to the fire. You big idiot, I advise you to release my wife and her family, and I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, your fate will be even more miserable than your brother's. Lin Feng, do you think I'm really afraid of you? You are actually a coward. As long as you can walk out of the villa, you are actually a piece of trash. So what do you want? Didn't you just say that I dare not touch a hair on your wife? Lin Feng, let me tell you, not only will I touch your wife, I will also pluck out all her hair one by one, haha. As soon as the security captain finished speaking, he burst into laughter. Then Lin Feng heard the heart-wrenching screams of Li Jia and the other 3 on the phone. Fuck, are they pulling all 3 out at once? This guy is really a pervert. A phone, come and save me. Please don't pull it out, it hurts oh. Hearing the screams of Li Jia and her son on the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill. How's it going, Lin Feng? Did you hear the shouts of your wife and her family? At this time, the voice of the security captain, full of a grim smile, came from the phone again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately adjusted his mood, pretended to be submissive, and said, Don't bring disaster to my family. What do you want? What do you want? Tomorrow, in front of me, you must kowtow to me 100 times, and then call me grandpa 3 times. Then vacate your villa, and maybe I will let them go. Fuck, you are so greedy. I want to give you my villa. What are you thinking? The security captain, who was still feeling smug at the moment, suddenly heard Lin Feng talking to him in such a tone, which made him look confused. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? Don't you want your wife anymore? Chapter 37, Confusion and Love. Shall I think about it? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng hung up the phone after saying that, making the security captain even more confused. Captain, that woman was so scared that she urinated. Should we continue? Just then one of his men came to the security captain and asked, Of course, go ahead, pull it out for me. Go now. Okay. Okay, Captain, I'll be there right away. Following a roar from the security captain, his men retreated in a hurry. Only the security captain was left, looking at the phone in his hand with a confused look on his face, unable to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, along with Zhao Lucy and the other 5, they explained the rules here to Yang Mi and the other 10 people, determined everyone's division of labor, and arranged their rooms. Lin Feng discovered that everyone looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. Lin Feng, who are you going to let accompany you tonight? It was then that Zhao Lucy revealed the reason behind the incident. After all, there are 15 bedrooms in the whole villa, but with him, there are 16 people in total. So there must be a woman. Doesn't she have to share a bedroom with him? Is there any need to ask? Of course it's her. As Lin Feng spoke, he pointed at Yang Mi, who was hiding behind the others. I can't do it tonight. It's not convenient for me. Yang Mi waved her hands frantically to refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled coldly. We are just sleeping. What's the inconvenience for you? Is it really just sleeping? It's really just sleeping. I never force anyone to do anything. Lin Feng said with a solemn look. At night, after washing, Yang Mi wrapped herself tightly like a frightened kitten and lay on the soft big bed. Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Seeing Yang Mi like this, Lin Feng revealed an evil smile and said he was going to bed. Wait a minute. At this time Yang Mi suddenly said nervously. Lin Feng immediately stopped getting on the bed and asked, What are you doing? Have you showered? Washington, have you brushed your teeth? Of course I brushed my teeth. Why are you so nosy? Lin Feng said as he was getting ready to go to bed. Yang Mi suddenly called out again. We just agreed to sleep. Yeah, I'm just sleeping. I'm exhausted after a whole day. How can I have the energy to do anything else? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he forcibly pulled away the quilt that Yang Mi was wrapped in and quickly got in. The next morning, when Yang Mi thought of the madness of last night, she immediately looked at Lin Feng, who was still sleeping, with shame and anger, and said with a face full of resentment, Lin Feng, you are a scoundrel. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning. Lin Feng, you. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Yang Mi was instantly speechless with anger. It was not until noon that Lin Feng got up and put on his clothes. He turned around to look at Yang Mi, who was exhausted, and then walked out of the bedroom. Hey, everyone, come and take a look, who is getting up? But who would have thought that Lin Feng had just walked into the living room when he heard Zhao Jingyi say it in a joking tone. Hee, I guess Yang Mi must have been in a lot of trouble. Yes, it's almost noon and he hasn't gotten up yet. Ha ha. Hearing the women's teasing, Lin Feng smiled wickedly without commenting. Don't worry, none of you can escape. As soon as Lin Feng said this, these women were instantly turned off by his words. Everyone seemed to be secretly looking at him with expectant eyes. After all, Raymond Lam has a sturdy figure of 1.8 meters, well-developed muscles, looks that are no less than Eddie Peng, and abundant and lasting physical strength. Plus he's a little bit bad. This is a temptation that no woman can resist. Seeing that they were no longer talking, Lin Feng smiled faintly, changed the subject, and said, "Is lunch ready?" Zhao Jingyi came back to her senses and said quickly, "It will be done in about half an hour." Okay. Lin Feng nodded and went to the gym to exercise. After all, in such a doomsday, having a strong body is definitely a great advantage. Besides, there are so many beautiful women around me. What will I do if I am in poor health and can't enjoy them? But suddenly at this moment, Yi Jiro hurried over. Yi Jiro has a gentle temperament, giving people a sense of tranquility and far-reachingness. Her skin was as white as snow and seemed to have a faint glow. Her eyebrows are thin and curved like a crescent moon, and below them are a pair of clear and bright big eyes. But now she seemed a little anxious, her chest rising and falling violently, and she said, "Brother Feng, it's not good." Chapter 38, Don't You Deserve to Die? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately stopped exercising, wiped his sweat with a towel and asked, "What's wrong?" The group of security guards were holding umbrellas and seemed to be escorting 3 bald men towards us. Could the 3 bald people be Li Jia and her 2 sons? Let's go out and take a look. Lin Feng thought to himself, walked out of the gym, and came to the door of the villa. When Lin Feng arrived at the door of the villa, he looked outside and saw that it was just as he had expected. The 3 people brought over by the security captain were Li Jia, Li Mingho, and Zhao Hohat. However, the hair of these 3 girls had been pulled out, and some even had their scalps broken, leaving a bloody mess. Lin Feng, didn't you say yesterday that you would consider it? I have brought your wife and her family of 3 here now. You have to tell me the result of your consideration, right? Hearing the arrogant shouting of the security captain outside the villa, Lin Feng just smiled coldly. But when Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and other women heard that the woman whose hair was pulled out outside was Lin Feng's wife, they all opened their mouths in shock. After all, they never thought that the woman with bald head outside the villa would be Lin Feng's wife. Feng, please come and save us. Brother-in-law, help me woo-woo. At this moment, when Li Jia and the other 3 saw Lin Feng, they immediately let out screams like ghosts howling. But Lin Feng had a calm face. He held up his umbrella and walked to the electric fence that separated them from each other. He actually looked at Li Jia and said, "Didn't I tell you all? You were allowed to drive in by yourselves. How did you get caught by them?" "Offing, we don't want to do that either," Wu Li Jia cried miserably. "Hey, okay, then I'll talk to him and see what it takes for him to let you go." Lin Feng pretended to be helpless and said with a heavy sigh. But in fact, Lin Feng was already very happy at this time. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to the security captain and said, "It's been so long, and I only know that you are the security captain, but I don't even know your name." "Ma Biao." The security captain snorted and responded coldly. "Ma Biao, you're being too gentle, aren't you? What did you just say?" When Ma Biao heard this, he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After all, this was the first time he heard someone complain that the beating of his wife was not too lenient. How disharmonious their life as a couple must be. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jia and the other 3 were so shocked that they collapsed to the ground as if they were struck by lightning. "Offing, what do you mean by this?" Li Jia looked at Lin Feng with panic. "Of course it's literal. Are you deaf? Why did you do that? What? Why? Shouldn't you die?" Lin Feng suddenly said in a cold voice. When Li Jia heard Lin Feng say this, she finally seemed to realize something. She opened her eyes wide in fear and asked in a trembling voice, "So you knew it a long time ago?" "That's right. You 3 actually had the audacity to come to me. Aren't you just here to die?" "Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. I actually love you woo-woo-woo." At this moment, Ma Biao shouted impatiently, "All right, you 2 can talk about your affairs later. I just want to know now, do you want to save your wife or not? What if I save him? What if I don't save him? If you save him, give me your villa, and I can spare your wife and her family, and give you a way out. What if I don't agree?" Lin Feng said with a smile on his face. "Then I will personally chop off the limbs of your wife and the other 3 people in front of you. I will make you live in regret forever." After Ma Biao finished speaking, Li Jia and the other 3 were immediately frightened and screamed, Brother-in-law, please save us. Lin Feng, this is all our fault. If you are willing to save us, we will definitely repay you by working like cows and horses in the future. Feng, you will definitely save us, right? Speak up, speak up." Seeing Li Jia and the other 3 begging, Raymond Lam felt so happy. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, using this method is 1,000 times more satisfying than killing them with his own hands. "In my last life, when I was dragged into the kitchen and dismembered by you 3 beasts, did you ever think that this day would come? It seems that this really proves the old saying that whatever causes you created in your previous life, you will see the consequences in this life. It seems that this is really karma. Ha ha. When Lin Feng thought of this, he burst into laughter. Then, his face suddenly turned cold, and he deliberately provoked Ma Biao and said, "If you really dare to do this, I swear I will never let you go." Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, you are nothing but a coward. If you dare to walk out of this villa, do you believe that I can have my brothers chop you into mud in a matter of minutes? After Ma Biao finished speaking, he took a bone-chopping knife from his subordinate and said again with a ferocious expression, "I will ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? I'm warning you again. If you dare to touch them again," Lin Feng retorted without giving in. But at this time, Lin Feng was already impatient to watch his performance. Ma Biao's expression turned pale instantly after being provoked by Lin Feng, and his whole body began to tremble. It seemed that Lin Feng must have been very angry with him. Okay, you said it. It seems like you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Hold this old woman down for me." As soon as Ma Biao finished speaking, several of his men held down Zhao Hohat's arms without saying a word. No matter how she struggled, it was of no use. "I advise you to be honest. Otherwise the acid rain will drip into your raincoat, which will be troublesome." As Ma Biao spoke, he suddenly raised the bone-chopping knife and chopped it down hard. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and one of Zhao Hohat's arms was easily removed by Ma Biao. But what was unexpected was that Zhao Hohat fainted without even a groan, while Li Mingho and Li Jia screamed in fear. "Mom, brother-in-law, I don't want to die. I really don't want to." But then, amid the screams of terror from Li Jia and Li Mingho, Ma Biao, who was already bloodthirsty, chopped off the remaining 2 legs and other arm of the unconscious Zhao Hohat in front of Lin Feng's gaze. "Lin Feng, the next ones are your brother-in-law and your wife, so watch them carefully." Chapter 39 Revenge. Ma Biao said this and chopped off Li Mingho's limbs in the same way. But at this moment, Lin Feng's expression became more and more excited. It is really satisfying to watch your enemy end his life in such a painful way. It's really a refreshing thing. At this moment, the women in the villa were frightened by what they saw. Their faces turned pale, and they closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look directly at it. After all, women like them who lived in the upper class before the end of the world might find it cruel to see ordinary people killing a chicken. So in reality, where have they ever seen such a bloody scene? "Lin Feng, why don't you save me?" "Why?" At this moment, Li Jia suddenly stared at Lin Feng with resentment and said with gritted teeth. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would light up a cigarette, exhale a puff of smoke, and then coldly say, "Don't you understand yet?" "Understand what?" "I just want you 3 to die, you bitch, haha." Seeing Lin Feng laughing wildly, Li Jia had a ferocious expression and said while biting his back teeth fiercely, "Lin Feng, you will not die a horrible death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Then go and become a ghost. I'll see how you won't let me go." As Lin Feng was speaking, he suddenly pulled out a Desert Eagle from his pocket and fired 2 shots at Li Jia's arms. Under the powerful force of the Desert Eagle, Li Jia's 2 arms were directly knocked off. Li Jia howled in pain like a ghost. "Biao, go chop off my wife's legs." As Lin Feng spoke, he suddenly turned the gun and pointed it at Ma Biao, who was still in a daze. At this moment, Ma Biao was completely confused by Lin Feng. After all, Ma Biao never expected that Lin Feng would make such a bizarre request to him. "Bang! What are you dawdling for? Why don't you go?" The Desert Eagle fired a powerful gunshot, which instantly startled Ma Biao so much that his body trembled violently. "Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. We can talk it out. Don't shoot." As Ma Biao spoke, he tremblingly raised the boning knife again and cut off Li Jia's 2 thighs. "Very good. You're of no use now." Bang! After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit Ma Biao's heart. "I'll run." When Ma Biao's men saw this scene, they immediately screamed and started fleeing in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. But after a few gunshots, all of Ma Biao's men fell in a pool of blood. "I haven't touched a gun for a long time since I retired from the army. I didn't expect that I would feel a little rusty with it." Lin Feng muttered something in his heart, then pretended to put the gun into his pocket and put it into the space. Then he returned to the villa holding an umbrella and said, "Is the meal ready?" At this moment, all the women in the villa looked at Lin Feng with fear, as if he were a monster. "Shoot and kill his wife." Ordered others to chop off his wife's legs. Then kill everyone, and so on. All these abnormal behaviors show that there is a big problem with the man in front of him. At this moment, Lin Feng, who seemed to have seen through their thoughts, said, "I know what you are thinking, but I don't want to explain. However, I can give you the right to leave here anytime and anywhere." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire living room suddenly became quiet, like the calm before a storm. The heavy atmosphere made people feel breathless. "The meal is ready. Sisters, go and help." But suddenly at this moment, Zhao Jingyi's words instantly broke the atmosphere, and everyone rushed to the kitchen to help. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng just smiled indifferently and said nothing more. In such a situation, these women stayed with him just to survive. Therefore, Lin Feng's attitude towards these women seems very peaceful. If these women want to leave here one day, Lin Feng will definitely not stop them. Because from the beginning to the end, Raymond lamb, and they just got what they needed. In a short while, dozens of dishes had filled the entire dining table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Zhao Jingyi twice. Because it is obvious that these delicacies must have come from Zhao Jingyi's hand. It looks good. Let's eat. So after Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and 15 other people started to pick up their chopsticks. However, the atmosphere at this moment seemed very depressing, and everyone was eating in silence. After all, it would be strange if these women could still laugh after seeing Lin Feng's brutal side just now. However, during this period, Yang Mi would secretly glance at Lin Feng from time to time, and then she would bury her head in eating with a blushing face. After lunch, Lin Feng stood in front of the window and smoked a cigarette after dinner, then went to the gym again and started his daily exercise. For example, 200 sit-ups, 200 push-ups, 100 shuttle runs, etc. These exercises are what Lin Feng practiced every day when he was in the army. So even after changing his career, Lin Feng gradually developed this habit. Otherwise, he would not have survived for 5 whole years with Li Jia and the other 3 at the end of his previous life. Finally, when the food was completely moldy and spoiled and there was nothing to eat, and Lin Feng was no longer of any use, Li Jia and the other 2 decided to kill Lin Feng in order to fill their stomachs. But now it's all over. So now Lin Feng just wants to live a carefree life in this villa, eating and waiting to die. As for how long these women can stay with him, just let nature take its course. But suddenly at this moment, a ray of sunlight shone through the glass, which made Lin Feng's face change suddenly. When the acid rain stops, those who died will be resurrected. Great, the acid rain has stopped. This disaster is finally over. Woo woo woo. But just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, the woman in the villa suddenly burst into tears of joy and cheered. Chapter 40. You only have one chance to leave here. Lin Feng, the acid rain has stopped. Everything is over. We can finally go out. At this time, Zhao Lucy, Qin Bangxia, Yin Yin Yin, and several other women ran into the gym with excitement and said. Lin Feng immediately stopped exercising, turned around and looked at them and said. So what if the acid rain stops? This disaster is far from being as simple as you think, and it is not over yet. How is this possible? As soon as the acid rain stops, the country will be able to send a rescue team to save us. Yin 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 said. Zhao Lucy also said at this time. Yes, in this way, the order of the entire country will quickly return to what it was before. Yes. Seeing them all say this, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, Isn't your real purpose to leave me? I can let you go. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Yin 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 and the others immediately showed their joy. But then Lin Feng continued, But let's be frank. Once any of you walk out of my villa, I will never take you in again. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Yin 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 and the others were stunned, and everyone's expression began to become solemn. Obviously, they were frightened by what Lin Feng said. After all, they had finally found a place with food and drinks, so how could they easily leave here without being 100% sure? Seeing that they were no longer talking, Raymond Lam continued to prepare to start working out and said to them again, Think about it carefully, and tell me when you have made up your mind. At night, every woman in the villa had her own thoughts. While eating the food in her bowl, she would glance outside from time to time. After all, whether it is a human or an animal, once they are sure that there is no danger outside, no one wants to be a bird in a cage for the rest of their life. No matter how safe the cage is or how much food is inside, it doesn't seem to work. But Lin Feng, who knew what they were thinking, pretended to know nothing and even deliberately winked at Yang Mi after finishing his meal. But Yang Mi was so scared that she shivered and hurriedly buried her head in eating without daring to look at him. So Lin Feng deliberately sighed in front of them. Another new day has passed unknowingly. Who of you is ready to accompany me tonight? As Lin Feng finished speaking, all 15 beauties were stunned. Because the rain stopped at this time, subtle changes occurred in everyone's heart. Because if the acid rain really ended as they thought, they know better than anyone what it means. So no one said anything at this time. Since no one has stepped forward, you can just draw lots. As Lin Feng spoke, he took a dozen cards and threw them on the dining table. After Lin Feng lit a cigarette, he continued. There are 15 playing cards here. Whoever draws the king will be mine tonight. When they heard Lin Feng say this, their faces suddenly changed, and no one was willing to step forward to draw. Lin Feng, who seemed to have guessed this result long ago, snorted coldly and said, I know what you're thinking. It's nothing more than that the rain has stopped now, so all you have to do is stay here with me, eat and drink for free until the rescue team comes, and then you can be saved, right? I seem to have said that you have one chance to leave here, but until you leave this villa, you are still mine. After all, I don't provide you with so much food every day for nothing. As Lin Feng finished speaking, some women looked at each other, and finally saw Yin 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 finally made up her mind, so Yin 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 stood up and said, Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your help during this period. Great. Anyone else want to leave here? Lin Feng held a Chinese pear in his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke slowly. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiao and Xing Momo also mustered up the courage to stand up and bowed to Lin Feng together, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It's okay. Is there anyone else? Lin Feng smiled faintly and asked again, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. And me. At this time, a beautiful girl named Fang Yuding also stood out from the crowd timidly. Don't be so nervous. You must be strong when you are out there like this. Yes, I understand. The beautiful lady named Fang Yuding nodded and responded in a low voice. Okay then, now does anyone else want to leave here? After hearing Fong Yuding's response, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 11 people and said, "Excuse me, there's me too." At this time, Yujiro also stood out from the crowd and looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic look. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then said again, "Anyone else wants to leave? Friendly reminder, you only have this one chance, so I'll give you 5 more minutes to think about it." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, these women suddenly had the illusion that Lin Feng wanted them to leave. As 5 minutes passed quickly, Lin Feng suddenly looked at Yang Mi and said, "Aren't you leaving?" "I." When Yang Mi heard this, she was speechless by Lin Feng's words and didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Okay, 5 minutes are up. Even if you want to leave, you don't have the chance." Lin Feng glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, then looked at Yang Mi with an evil smile. However, Lin Feng's action immediately made Yang Mi Feng confused and she didn't know how to answer. Because at this moment Yang Mi didn't know why she had to stay here for some unknown reason. Then Lin Feng walked to the storage room of the villa, took out a large canvas bag, and said to them, "Before you leave, I've prepared 5 pounds of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and a bayonet for each of you to protect yourself. It's worth our getting to know each other." The girls were all stunned when they heard this, because they really didn't expect that Lin Feng would do this. This made them look at Lin Feng twice more. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Yin Yin put the biscuits, mineral water, and bayonet into her suitcase, whispered something to Lin Feng, and left with Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Momo, and others. "I hope they can live longer." Lin Feng looked at their departing backs, murmured something in a low voice, then turned to look at the other 10 beauties, pretending to be helpless and said, "It seems that from now on, we will have to rely on each other. Lin Feng, do you know something?" At this time, Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng and asked cautiously. But who knew that Lin Feng just laughed and said, "I'm not a god, how would I know anything? Oh, let's not talk about this. Now that they've left, let's move on." As Lin Feng spoke, he grabbed the twin sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuan and walked upstairs. "Scumbag." At this moment, Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi looked at Lin Feng with resentment, hugged the twin sisters, and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Chapter 41. I hope this peaceful time can last a few more days. The next day, a few rays of morning light shined through the curtains and onto Lin Feng's face as he stood in front of the window. At this time, Lin Feng gently opened the curtains to check what was happening outside. After all, in the previous life, the next day after the rain stopped, the corpses outside would miraculously resurrect and turn into hideous zombies. In the early stages, these zombies had grayish-white skin and cloudy white eyes. Their reactions are slow and their vision is underdeveloped, but their hearing is extremely sensitive. Any people or animals who are scratched or bitten will be completely infected within 3 hours and become one of them. In the middle stage, the skin of these zombies will gradually turn dark green. Their eyes will also turn green, which indicates their toxicity becomes more violent. All infected people and animals will completely turn into zombies after 1.5 hours. Moreover, the 5 senses of these zombies will be greatly improved on the original basis. In the later stages, the skin and eyes of these zombies will gradually change from green to red. People or animals infected will be transformed into zombies within an hour. At this stage, the zombies are at the level of an athlete in terms of speed and agility, and it is difficult for ordinary people to escape from them. Because once you are scratched by them, it means that you have become a member of their zombie army. But in his previous life, Lin Feng also learned from other survivors that there was a purple-red zombie. I hope peaceful days like this can last a few more days. At this moment, Lin Feng looked out the window and couldn't help but sigh. Then Lin Feng took a hot bath and hurried out of the bedroom. Lin Feng, who had just come downstairs, ran into Zhao Jingyi head-on. "Lin Feng, you came just in time. I was looking for you for something." "Something? What?" "It seems that the kitchen is out of soy sauce. I looked around but couldn't find it." After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "If you still need anything, I can find it all for you at once. There are only a dozen kilograms of rice left, and not much vinegar left either." "Okay, I'll get it for you now." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the key to the storage room and opened the door. Zhao Jingyi was also very tactful and did not follow him in. Because from the very beginning Lin Feng deliberately told Zhao Lucy that no one was allowed to enter the storage room. "If you need anything, just tell yourself." So Zhao Jingyi naturally knew that this storage room was a forbidden area for all women like them. This is also Lin Feng's way of controlling them firmly. But they didn't know that there was actually nothing in it, and it was just designed to confuse them. Lin Feng was seen in the space, taking out 2 barrels of sunflower oil, 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice, 2 bottles of vinegar, and 2 bottles of soy sauce. Then he pretended to move it out of the storage room and handed it to Zhao Jingyi. "How much supplies can this storage room hold? How many days will it be enough for so many of us to eat?" When Zhao Jingyi saw the supplies Lin Feng brought out, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, her family made their fortune by running a restaurant. She could guess almost exactly how much food was enough for how many people and how big the storage room was that could hold the food just by taking a quick look from outside. But this storage room isn't that big, is it? At this time, how could Lin Feng, who had been struggling for 5 years in the end of the previous life, not see her little thoughts? After all, the dark side of human nature in the end times is as dark as it can be. Therefore, Lin Feng could guess roughly what the women like Zhao Jingyi meant by a look or a body movement. "I know what you're thinking, but I still want to advise you. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't think what you shouldn't think, Just remember to follow me, and you'll have food to eat. Kiki. So Zhao Jingyi, whose thoughts were guessed, smiled awkwardly and took the supplies back to the kitchen. Then Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, so he thought about it and took out several barrels of alcohol from the space. Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia, Wang Shushiwei, you guys come over here. Here I come. As Lin Feng shouted, Zhao Lucy and the others responded and walked over chirping like sparrows. Each of you take a bucket of alcohol and sprinkle it all over the villa yard. Zhao Lucy looked at everyone else, looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, why? Yes, Brother Feng, the smell is very strong. Why are you so busy? Go quickly. Following Lin Feng's urging, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and the others had no choice but to each take a bucket of alcohol and reluctantly and slowly sprinkle it in the yard. These women are more enthusiastic than anyone else when it comes to mealtime. It can be said that when you ask them to work, each of them seems to have degenerated limbs and work slowly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. But when Lin Feng saw Zhao Jingyi busy in the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel strange. Because Zhao Jingyi had a special charm when she was wearing an apron. So Lin Feng walked over involuntarily and hugged Zhao Jingyi from behind. Ah. Zhao Jingyi was so frightened that she couldn't help but let out a cry. Half an hour later. Lin Feng, we've got it done. Zhao Lucy and the others walked into the villa and looked around for Lin Feng. But when they walked into the kitchen, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide and shouted, Lin Feng, you actually cheated. I'm hungry, so of course I need to eat. Lin Feng said vaguely, holding a chicken leg in his hand. It's your fault that you always get up so late, so it's only natural that you don't have breakfast. At this time, Wang Shushiwei actually interrupted and said, Hey Sister Jingyi, why is your face so red? Did Lin Feng bully you? Chapter 42 Zombies. Faced with Zhao Lucy's sudden question, Zhao Jingyi seemed even more flustered. Nothing, but maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Is that so? Sister Jingyi, you should get more rest. Oh, I see. Zhao Jingyi responded casually. Help, 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 help. But at this moment, cries for help from other survivors outside the villa suddenly came. This immediately made Lin Feng, who was chewing a chicken leg, look suddenly changed. What happened? As Lin Feng spoke, he came to the window and saw an owner with gray skin and cloudy white eyes, chasing an owner who was screaming in fear in a weird posture. It seems that it is indeed ahead of schedule. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. What's wrong, Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi came to the window and asked. Zombies? What? Zombies? How is this possible? Why are there zombies out of nowhere? No way. As soon as Lin Feng mentioned the word zombie, women like Zhao Jingyi all opened their eyes wide with fear. Because they never imagined that a scene that only appeared in movies would actually happen in reality. At this moment, Ma Biao, who was shot dead by Lin Feng yesterday, and their men also slowly crawled up at this time. Li Jia, her mother and her two sons, whose limbs had been chopped off, kept moving frantically on the ground like wriggling maggots. It seems that Ma Biao has completely turned into a sad Biao. If I had known earlier, I would have set a fire and burned them all, so that they would not be an eyesore here. Lin Feng walked out of the kitchen with an annoyed look on his face, checked whether the power grid was in high voltage mode, and then hurried back to the kitchen and said to Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and the others. Those people and animals that were contaminated by acid rain and died will completely turn into zombies from today on. Therefore, the easiest way to kill these zombies is to kill them in the head or destroy their central nervous system. Otherwise, even if you chop off half of their body, it will be useless, so you must remember this point. Lin Feng, how do you know all this? Chen Bangxia suddenly asked. The rest of the people also focused their attention on Lin Feng, because this was the answer they wanted to know the most. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just know that following me is safer than following others. Boom. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a zombie touched the high-voltage power grid and was instantly electrocuted into ashes. This scene also frightened Zhao Jingyi and the others, and their faces turned pale. So you knew all along that you bought such an expensive villa and installed such a powerful power grid just for today, right? Unexpectedly, at this time Chen Bangxia actually asked again. Lin Feng's face turned completely cold at this moment. Do you think you are the only smart woman here? Can't the others guess it now? That's not what I meant. If you had told me about this earlier, my parents might not have died. Woo-woo. I don't give a shit about your parents' death. When I bought this villa, all the owners here laughed at me. Even if you don't know Zhao Lucy, you too must know Li Xian, right? Lin Feng said angrily. At this time, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and Yang Mi suddenly realized what Lin Feng said. Because judging from the situation at the time, not to mention that Lin Feng had no obligation to tell this matter, even if he told this matter at the time, how many people would believe it? If things go wrong, the police may charge him with disturbing society and arrest him. Wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Chen Bangxia, let me tell you, I, Lin Feng, don't owe you anything, so don't blame me for your parents' death. If you want to live here, then live here. If you don't want to live here, then get out. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the kitchen angrily. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, the reason why he collected so many beauties was just for fun, not for trouble. So even if Chen Bangxia was crying miserably in the kitchen, Lin Feng had no intention of comforting her. Instead, it made him more upset. Bite. The system has detected that the apocalypse has completely broken out, the entire country has completely fallen, and the entire social order has completely collapsed, so from this moment on, any items do not need to be purchased, and can be stored in the space and copied. Suddenly, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind, and Lin Feng was petrified on the spot. But Lin Feng changed his mind and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Fuck you, you're trying to trick me out? No way. After all, Lin Feng was tired of the life of fear and danger in his previous life. In this life, Lin Feng would never leave this villa unless it was absolutely necessary. Besides, the supplies in the space are enough for him to live the rest of his life without worries about food and clothing. So only a fool would go out and mess with those zombies outside? Brother Lin Feng, Sister Banksia already knows she's wrong, so please stop being angry with her, okay? At this moment, a somewhat immature voice sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was Wang Shuxiwei. Go tell her to learn cooking skills from Jingyi when she has nothing to do and stop living in the past. After all, people always have to look forward, right? Well, I'll remember Brother Lin Feng. I'll go tell Sister Banksia now. Wang Shuxiwei said this and was about to leave. Brother Feng, please open the door quickly. I'm muting, woo woo woo. Suddenly, a crying sound came from outside the villa. Brother Lin Feng, it seems to be Feng Yuting who just left yesterday. Wang Shuxiwei looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, Then what? Lin Feng snorted coldly, but asked back, Shouldn't we let her in? No. Lin Feng said with a cold expression, shaking his head. But. No buts. Before they left, I told them that I would never give anyone who left here a second chance. Lin Feng, it's really dangerous outside. Can't you just be tolerant? At this moment, Chen Banksia came out of the kitchen again, looking at Lin Feng in confusion. Damn. I didn't expect that Chen Banksia actually has a rebellious nature. No matter what happens, this girl has to follow me and do whatever I want, right? Lin Feng looked at Chen Banksia in surprise and amusement. Chapter 43 Infection. After all, this is the first time that Lin Feng has met someone who is so straightforward, says whatever he thinks, and doesn't hide anything. Why are you angry again? Is it possible that what I said is wrong? Seeing Lin Feng staring at him like that, Chen Banksia actually started to get a little nervous. No, I think what you said is absolutely right. But have you ever thought that if we let her in again, wouldn't we all be in danger? Besides, even if he is not infected, everyone can come and go as they please in the future, so what will become of my place? But. Don't say but, just shut up. Before Chen Banksia could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her rudely and continued. Chen Banksia, remember this. You must obey what I say here absolutely. You cannot disobey or refute it in any way. But what if what you said is wrong? Then just listen to it as if it's all correct. After hearing what Chen Banksia said, Lin Feng was so angry that he wanted to pin her down and kill her right there. Brother Feng, I know I was wrong, please give me one chance, woo woo woo. At this time, Feng Yuting's crying and shouting were heard again outside the villa. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that this was not a good idea. Because if she keeps crying like this, then all the zombies around her will come over here. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Feng waved his hand helplessly at Chen Banksia, Wang Shuxiwei, and the others. Chen Banksia couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that, so he called everyone to go over together. After all, in her opinion, since Lin Feng has agreed to go over and take a look, then Lin Feng will definitely agree to let Feng Yuting in. Otherwise, Feng Yuting would have cheered outside, so why bother doing this now? As Lin Feng just walked out of the villa, Feng Yuting, who was blocked outside by the electric fence, burst into tears of joy. Brother Feng, you are finally willing to come out, woo woo woo. Don't be afraid, Sister Yuting. Brother Feng will definitely save you. At this time, Chen Banksia said that he was about to cut off the high voltage power in the power grid. Bang. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly took a step forward and slapped Chen Banksia in the face, leaving her stunned in place, at a loss as to what to do. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian and others were all shocked by Lin Feng's behavior and opened their mouths wide. From now on, I am the only one who can touch the thing that controls the power grid. Do you hear me? Following Lin Feng's roar, Chen Banksia was so frightened that her body trembled and 2 lines of tears instantly slid down her cheeks. In fact, Raymond Lam knows that hitting women is wrong, but when it comes to some issues of principle, he must let these women know which minefields they cannot touch. Then Lin Feng looked directly at Feng Yuting outside the villa and was shocked. Because at this time Lin Feng actually saw that there was a scratch and bite wound on Feng Yuting's right hand. What's wrong with your hand? Lin Feng asked with pretended concern. Feng Yuting, who was suddenly concerned about by Lin Feng, cried aggrievedly. I was bitten by those people. Brother Feng, you see I'm bleeding. Whoa. When were you bitten? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. It's been about 2 hours. Brother Feng, please stop asking questions and help me clean the wound. Facing Feng Yuting's coquettish words, Lin Feng immediately turned around and looked at Zhao Lucy, Wang Shuxiwei and others with a hint of meaning. Finally, he stared fiercely at Chen Banksia and said in a deep voice. Listen carefully, everyone. From now on, you must carefully observe Feng Yuting's changes. Then tell me whether I should have slapped Chen Banksia just now. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy and others first looked at Chen Banksia who was still sobbing, and then they all turned their eyes to Feng Yuting with confusion. Brother Feng, why are you always staring at me? Let me in quickly. As everyone turned their eyes to Fong Yuding, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Nothing, just wait a moment. I'll open the door for you in a moment." "Really? Really?" Fong Yuding said somewhat unnaturally when she was looked at. "Real? Oh well." After hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Fong Yuding had no choice but to respond. After all, at the beginning, survivors like Fong Yuding outside were infected without realizing the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people infected at the beginning of the apocalypse. As time passed quickly, Fong Yuding outside the power grid gradually began to change. The blue veins on the arms and neck gradually bulged, the eyes quickly became bloodshot, and then gradually turned into a turbid grayish white. It is obvious that Fong Yuding has completely turned into a zombie at this moment. Now you should know why I don't let anyone in. Bang. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a bullet hit Fong Yuding's forehead, completely freeing her. "Lin Feng, Chen Bangxia, I find that you are really not suitable for this place. If you are so reckless, you will kill everyone here, so you should leave." Without waiting for Chen Bangxia to finish her words, Lin Feng turned around and looked at her. "Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. I will definitely change in the future. Please forgive me this time." When Chen Bangxia heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately panicked. In such a situation, a woman like her would surely die if she went out. "But sister, I don't need a saintly bitch here. Don't worry, I will prepare some food and a bayonet for you, just like Fong Yuding and the others. It will be worth our acquaintance." "Whoa, I won't leave. I know I was wrong, brother Feng. I won't leave." Hearing what Lin Feng said, Chen Bangxia was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, hugged Lin Feng's thighs tightly, and couldn't stop crying. But Lin Feng remained unmoved, looking up and sighing helplessly. "In the future, you must protect yourself outside. Let go." Lin Feng's sudden shout frightened Chen Bangxia so much that she trembled and hugged Lin Feng's thighs even tighter. "Brother Feng, I really know I was wrong. From now on, I will listen to you in everything. I will never dare to argue with you again. Whoa. At this moment, Wang Shushiwei mustered up her courage again, looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, "Brother Feng, it seems that Sister Bangxia really knows she is wrong. How about we give her another chance?" "Yes, Lin Feng, it seems that she really knows she is wrong. How about you? Give Bangxia a chance." At this time, Yangmi also looked at Lin Feng and said nervously. Chapter 44 Training. "While I didn't expect you to beg for others. That's really rare." Hearing Lin Feng's uninhibited words, Yangmi blushed and begged, "Just give her a chance?" "Okay, but this chance I give you is not just for her. It's the only chance I give to all of you. So from now on, no matter who it is, if they dare to act like a saint in my villa again, I won't talk to them so easily." "Thank you, Brother Feng. I will remember this in the future." Chen Bangxia immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. "Get up now." Lin Feng glanced at Chen Bangxia coldly, and then continued. "To be honest, according to my guess, these zombies will gradually become larger and more difficult to deal with in the future. So every day, in addition to doing some housework here, you must also train to prepare for possible emergencies in the future." Zhao Jingyi's expression instantly became serious when she heard this. "How exactly should we train?" "Let's start by training according to the military standards, and then gradually increase the difficulty of training," Lin Feng said after a moment of hesitation. "From what you said, have you ever been a soldier?" "Of course, otherwise how can I teach you?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and smiled calmly. Zhao Jingyi looked at the others and nodded heavily. "Okay, let's start training from tomorrow. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. After lunch, we will start training. If you can train for one more day, even half a day, you may have a better chance of survival when facing zombies in the future." After hearing what Lin Feng said, the girls all nodded heavily, indicating that they agreed with Lin Feng's point of view. Although the defense of this villa is good enough. But Lin Feng knows that this is far from enough. As time goes by, the zombies outside will become stronger and stronger. It is unknown how strong they can be in the end. Lin Feng, who had only survived for 5 years in the last life, naturally couldn't imagine it. Anyway, by the 5th year of the apocalypse, all the survivors would take detours when they saw zombies, or set traps to kill them. Few people dared to confront those zombies head-on. So after lunch, Lin Feng gave these women an hour's lunch break and started physical training in the gym, such as sit-ups, standing long jump, serpentine running, 40 kilograms weighted half-squat jump, 25 kilograms weighted lunge, and so on. But before the end of the world, these women were all living in the upper-class society and had never experienced such hardship. They were all panting, sweating profusely, lying on the gym floor with their legs spread out, crying with exhaustion. Since you feel tired, it proves that you are still alive. If you want to give up now, you might as well think about Fong Yuding's fate. Do you still feel tired now? As soon as Lin Feng's words came out, Zhao Jingyi and the others were like chicken blood, gritting their teeth, getting up from the floor, and then continuing training. Just like this, under the guidance of Lin Feng, they trained day after day for a full half-month. The 10 women including Zhao Jingyi had undergone earth-shaking changes. What is most surprising is that among these women, Chen Bangxia has made the most progress. Very good. As long as you can overcome the fear in your heart, with your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to fight against the zombies outside. When they heard Raymond Lam's praise, they couldn't help but show their joy. But what Lin Feng said next made them unable to laugh anymore. So in order to overcome the fear in your hearts, today I decided to let you take turns to walk out of this villa and kill zombies. Ah. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, they couldn't help but scream and looked at Lin Feng in horror. Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng, you are not kidding, right? Brother Feng, are you sure you want to do this? Wan Shushui asked tentatively. Guan Qingyan said, Brother Feng, you were kidding us, right? Looking at these women with fearful expressions on their faces, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Today, each of you only needs to kill one zombie. Don't worry, I will protect you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the desert eagle from his body and waved it in front of them. So, under Lin Feng's kindness and force, each of Zhao Jingyi and the others held a spear made of a 3-edged military bayonet, and the gun barrel was made of a 1.6-meter-long steel pipe. Zhao Jingyi, come and make a sample first. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Feng with an expression as if to say, Why me? Don't worry, I will protect you. Be good and go quickly. So under Lin Feng's coaxing words, Zhao Jingyi had to be the first to step out of the villa's electronic fence with a spear in hand. With the appearance of Zhao Jingyi, the zombies that were wandering around the villa without any purpose seemed to have instantly caught the smell of human beings in the air, and they dragged their rotten bodies towards Zhao Jingyi. Zhao Jingyi nervously gripped the spear in her hand, and finally made up her mind to stab the zombie closest to her in the abdomen. The twisted 3-edged bayonet pierced directly through the zombie's abdomen. Countless black water mixed with a foul odor gushed out, making it almost impossible for the person to open his eyes. When Lin Feng saw this, he immediately shouted across the electronic fence, Have you forgotten the key to killing zombies so quickly? Following Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Jingyi instantly remembered, the brain and the central nervous system. Yes, we should poke his head. Zhao Jingyi muttered something and stabbed the zombie's head again. There was a crisp sound like a shell breaking, and the zombie fell to the ground without any reaction, as if the power was cut off. Did you see that? The zombies in their early stages are not that scary. Jingyi, you can come back now. It's your turn, Zhao Lucy. So, with Zhao Jingyi's previous experience as a lesson to learn, Zhao Lucy aimed at the zombie's head and started stabbing it randomly. You see, Zhao Lucy's method of blind cat catching a dead mouse is not only a waste of effort, but also a waste of time, so her method is not advisable. Han Wushuang, you come this time. So Han Wushuang also walked out of the villa with a spear in hand. In this way, all of them had problems of one kind or another, and in the end, Lin Feng pointed them out one by one, so that they could realize their own shortcomings. But when Qin Bangxia stepped out of the villa with a spear in hand, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 45 Lin Feng, who are you going to have with you tonight? As soon as Qin Bangxia stepped out of the villa, he pierced a zombie's head very cleanly and neatly, and then quickly returned to the villa. Sister Bangxia, you are so beautiful, Wang Shushui exclaimed. Zhao Jingyi gave Qin Bangxia a thumbs up and said, Great. I have to work harder in the future. How did you do it? I want to be as cool as you. You're so cool, Zhao Lucy said with shining eyes. At this time, everyone looked at Qin Bangxia with envy. But Qin Bangxia looked at Lin Feng cautiously, and there seemed to be a desire to be praised in her eyes. After all, Raymond Lam rarely paid attention to her since that incident, so in order to attract Raymond Lam's attention, she was particularly serious during every training session. So this time she... Very good. I have to say that you performed the best among all of them. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Qin Bangxia nodded with tears of joy and said, I will work harder in the future. Very good. You must work as hard as Bangxia in the future. Don't worry, Brother Feng. We will train seriously in the future. As long as we work hard, we will be able to be like Bangxia in the future. That is. As Lin Feng praised Qin Bangxia generously, the other women suddenly became competitive and started chattering. At night, with the joint efforts of Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and everyone else, a sumptuous dinner was soon ready, such as boiled chicken, braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, 3 fresh vegetables, cold cucumber, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hairy crabs, etc. Although they were all curious about how Lin Feng had so many ingredients and supplies. But they all knew in their hearts that no matter how curious they were, they had to hold back. Because it is just as Lin Feng said before, some things should not be said, and things that should not be asked should not be asked. Just follow Lin Feng, and you'll have meat to eat. Otherwise, curiosity might really kill the cat. Lin Feng, who are you going to have with you tonight? Zhao Jingyi asked while eating her meal, pretending to be casual. When the others heard what Zhao Jingyi said, there was an unconcealable desire in their eyes. After all, in this situation where there are few wolves and much meat, you can imagine how they feel. Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something was wrong and pretended to be very casual and said, I don't mind. Anything is fine with me. Then I'll do it. Zhao Jingyi finished the rice in the bowl and, ignoring the gazes of the other women, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, humming a little tune and went to the kitchen. Zhao Lucy said to Yang Mi beside her in dissatisfaction, Why is Sister Jingyi like this? She has been like this for 2 days. Oh, it's already like this. What else can we say? Yang Mi sighed softly. Li Xian used her chopsticks to pound the bowl unhappily. No more eating. I'm going to sleep. After Li Xian finished speaking, she stood up angrily, glared at Lin Feng with a resentful look on her face, and went upstairs to sleep. The other women suddenly felt that the food on the table no longer tasted good, and they all began to sigh deliberately to express their dissatisfaction. At this moment, Raymond Lam was looking at these women, all of whom were jealous of him, and he felt so bitter in his heart. But there is no other way. I have to finish the path I have chosen even if I have to kneel. After all, there is only one. Hey. The next day, early morning. A ray of sunlight came through the window and sprinkled into Lin Feng's eyes, which made him frown. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. So Lin Feng quickly got out of bed, went to the window, picked up the telescope, and observed the zombies wandering around outside the villa to see if there were any changes. After all, in the previous life, as time went by, once the color of these zombies' skin changed, it meant that their overall strength was also increasing. Therefore, Lin Feng not only trains these women every day, but also observes the overall changes of these zombies every day to judge the danger index outside. But suddenly at this moment, a team of 7 or 8 people, each holding their own weapons, carefully entered the community. Jingyi quickly informed Zhao Lucy and the others to enter stealth mode immediately. There are other survivors entering our community. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly jumped up from the bed and walked downstairs without even having time to put on her slippers. Hey, at least put on your pajamas. Unexpectedly, after Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Jingyi actually put on Lin Feng's pajamas and ran downstairs like crazy. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It was difficult for him to say anything more. However, when Lin Feng used the telescope to observe the movements of this group of people again, his face suddenly turned cold. Because he actually saw that group of people, escorting a familiar person, walking towards his villa. Yin yin yin. It seems that it was indeed my fault for letting the 5 of them leave, otherwise there wouldn't be such trouble. Lin Feng looked at Yin Yin Yin, who was taken hostage, through the telescope and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. After all, in such an environment, sometimes human hearts are much more terrifying than zombies. Although it seems that Yin 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 came here as a hostage. But is it really like this? Or even if that's the case, isn't it a betrayal that she brought people here and told others the location of the villa? After all, Lin Feng, who struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, knows better than anyone how dark human nature is. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi led everyone up the stairs, stepping on them and returning to the bedroom again. What should we do now, Lin Feng? This group of people seems to be coming for us. What else can we do? Kill them, of course. Otherwise, we will never have peace. Lin Feng put down the telescope with a grim expression, turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi and said. Zhao Jingyi's expression instantly became serious when she heard this. Lin Feng is right. This villa is our future, and even our sister's second half of life, so no one can get involved. Sister Jingyi is right. Otherwise, we would be like those people outside, living in fear every day, even more than rats in the sewer. At this time, Han Wushuang also said with a serious face. Wang Shushue looked at Lin Feng and said, but Brother Feng, how can we kill them? At this time, after hearing Wang Shushue's words, the others also looked at Lin Feng. Because this is the key to solving this matter. Chapter 46. Why are you so careless? There are only 9 of these people including the hostages. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with them. Brother Feng, do you mean to kill the hostages as well? Wang Shushue looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said. Lin Feng snorted coldly and asked back. What else? Regardless of whether she is a real hostage or a fake hostage, one thing cannot be changed. These people were brought here by her. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but show a hint of fear in their eyes. Because Lin Feng's decisive and ruthless style of doing things is indeed frightening. Fortunately, I did not leave the villa with Yin 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 and the other 4, otherwise their fate would not have been good. After all, Fang Yuding had turned into a zombie and was shot dead by Lin Feng. Now it is Yin Yin Yin's turn, but the other 3 will probably not have a good ending either. Maybe they had already been dismembered and eaten by zombies, or they had already turned into zombies. Give me back my pajamas. You can't let me go out with my bare chest. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said to Zhao Jingyi. Oh sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhao Jingyi exclaimed and quickly explained with a smile. This immediately caused the others to snicker. Listen to me, the person inside. We're here just to find an excuse to eat. We don't have any bad intentions, so I hope you can open the door and don't hide like a turtle. At this moment, the shouting of the group of people outside the villa was heard, which made Lin Feng's eyes turn cold and he walked out of the bedroom. As Lin Feng came down from upstairs and walked out of the villa, the group of people who were blocked outside the electric fence instantly showed a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, dealing with the guy in front of them is a piece of cake. Therefore, there was no need to let Yin Yin Yin, who was in the same group with them, deliberately pretend to be a hostage. This was simply a waste of effort. Lin Feng was seen standing in front of them across the electric fence, lighting a cigarette and putting it in his mouth calmly in front of them. They were so greedy that their eyes widened and they started drooling. After all, there is a shortage of supplies outside now. We don't have enough food to eat, so how can we smoke? Are you all the same? Lin Feng asked, cigarette in hand. When they saw Lin Feng's attitude, they were stunned. After all, they have been out there for so long, and no one has ever seen them act so awesome. Brother Feng save me, Brother Feng, woo woo woo. At this moment, Yin Yin Yin, who was pretending to be a hostage, also began to call for help from Lin Feng. But Lin Feng seemed to treat her as air and didn't even look at her. We are Brother Hong's men, and your woman is in our hands, so I advise you to open the door and let us in. Are you done? Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Feng finished his words, before those people could react, Lin Feng had already emptied their magazines. Only Yin 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 was left standing there in shock, trembling in fear. Why are you so careless? While pressing the bullet into the gun chamber, Lin Feng looked up at Yin 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 and asked. Yin 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 smiled unnaturally when she heard this. Brother Feng, Oh, why are you so hesitant when you speak? It seems that this place is really not suitable for you. You should go there and reincarnate as soon as possible. Bang. With a gunshot, a bullet hit Yin 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 right between the eyebrows and destroyed her central nervous system in advance. Even her right to be a zombie was completely deprived by Lin Feng. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi and others saw through the window that Lin Feng was so decisive and ruthless in getting rid of these people, and they all had shock on their faces. After all, the man they were living with had too many unexplainable secrets. For example, can the small storage room in the villa really store so many supplies? He was naked just now. Why did a gun suddenly appear as soon as he put on his clothes? Why did he know that this disaster was happening? It was as if he had experienced it personally, and all these abnormal phenomena made them more curious about this mysterious man. At this time, after Lin Feng dealt with these people, he put the gun directly into his pajamas pocket and stretched comfortably. It's a really sunny day today. Everyone hurry downstairs. I will teach you bayonet training today. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls immediately went downstairs, each holding the spears they used to kill zombies yesterday, and began today's training. After all, the situation outside the villa is becoming more and more complicated. If something really happens in the future, it would be unrealistic for all of them to rely on one man. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others with a sharp gaze, and said in a low voice. The first step in bayonet training is to maintain a stable standing and gun-holding posture, which ensures body balance and concentration of strength during bayonet attack. Then the second step is to control the force, because if you learn to control the force and speed of the bayonet, you can respond flexibly in different combat situations. Do you remember it? Remember. Very good. Then today we will train these two key points first, and later I will teach you the key points of the target, the continuity of action, defensive awareness, the use of tactics, psychological quality and stability, reaction speed, teamwork, etc. After hearing Lin Feng's words, all the girls looked eager to try. In such a situation, having someone who can personally help improve their strength is simply a gift from God. After all, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, and these women know this better than anyone else. But at this moment, in a bank somewhere in the city, a man with a scar on the left side of his face had just pried open a safe. Scarface looked at the vault full of gold bars and banknotes and couldn't help but sigh. Fuck it, the thing I spent my whole life trying to get is not even as good as a roll of toilet paper today. Come on, throw all these banknotes out. I'm going to live here from now on. At this time, a man who was as thin as a thin dog said, Master Hong, why do we have to live here when there are villas in this high-end residential area? Yes, Master Hong, there are so many poor women in the community waiting for us to save them. At this time, another subordinate also echoed with a lewd smile on his face. After hearing what his two men said, Master Hong snorted coldly and said, You know nothing. No matter how high-end the villa is, it can't be as solid as this vault. If we encounter a zombie tide one day, we have to close the door. What do you think those zombies can do to us? Chapter 47, Capture the Leader First. Mr. Hong, you are very smart, but I don't know how we are going to get out when the time comes. Are we going to be in the vault all the time? Yes, Master Hong. Won't we all be trapped here to death? As soon as the two men of Master Hong finished speaking, Master Hong snorted coldly. Of course not. I'm going to open another door in the vault, so I can escape then, right? Besides, I also need to prepare to renovate this place and make this vault into a shelter that can be used for both attack and defense. When Master Hong said this, he suddenly remembered something, so he changed the subject and said, Guzi, Yin Yin Yin, that little girl, went out with Datu and the others to look for food. Why haven't they come back yet? Master Hong, Yin 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 said before she left that she was going to the high-end residential area where she used to live. As for the rest, I know nothing about it. The thin man called Guzi responded immediately. After hearing this, Master Hong paused for a moment and said, If you want to do this, take a dozen more brothers with you to help. Okay, Master Hong, I'll go now. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, after Zhao Jingyi and the others finished their training, they started to get busy preparing for today's lunch. Zhao Lucy was washing vegetables, Zhao Jingyi was chopping meat and mixing dumpling stuffing in the kitchen, Chen Bangxia was kneading the dough, Irina and Han Wushuang were rolling out the dough, and Yang Mi, Li Xian, Guan Yuan, Guan Qingyan, and Wang Shuxue were making dumplings. In just a short while, more than 300 dumplings were ready. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Feng gradually showed a smile on his face. After all, for a man, it is actually quite good to have many wives and concubines, a harmonious family, and then have a large group of little women to play with in the future. Why are you standing there grinning like an idiot? The dumplings are ready, eat them while they're hot. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi and others came over with the freshly cooked dumplings and urged Lin Feng. Here I come. So Lin Feng responded with a dry cough and walked over. But at this moment, there was suddenly another movement outside the villa, which made Lin Feng frown and a surge of anger rose in his heart. After all, such a peaceful life is disturbed again and again by outsiders. No matter who it is, they will feel very unhappy. Lin Feng, what should we do? It seems like another group of people has arrived. Zhao Jingyi put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Lin Feng with a serious face. Qin Bangxia quietly opened the curtains and said to Lin Feng without turning his head, "It seems that there are more people coming this time than last time. Do you have enough bullets in your gun?" Brother, Dada, Yin Yin Yin, and the others were all shot in the head. Everyone, alert immediately. As the sound outside the villa was heard, Lin Feng thought that the villa must have been exposed. And as it stands now, it is unlikely that they can be shot and killed all at once. At this moment, the cell phone, which had not rung for a long time, suddenly rang. Lin Feng took it in his hand and took a look. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Who called at this time? Lin Feng thought about it and pressed the connect button. Hehe, Lin Feng, do you know who I am? Hearing the somewhat crazy voice coming from the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Who are you? I'm Zhou Jiexiong, the younger brother of the original owner of your villa. I live in Villa 12 in Area A. Do you remember me? How do you have my cell phone number? Lin Feng asked. You don't need to know this. If you don't want to be exposed, just let me move in with you. So you've been secretly monitoring me? I don't want to either, but all the owners of the entire community have either fled or turned into zombies. If I want to continue living, I have to have something to eat, right? Hearing Jay Chow's honesty, Raymond Lam sighed. Okay, I promise you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely follow your lead in the future. That's easy to say. If your brother hadn't sold me this villa, I might not be as good as yours. Why don't you come over later so I can open the door for you? Okay, I'll be there as soon as the group of people outside leave. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Feng hung up the phone after he finished speaking, but a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. This kind of half-threatening, half-begging approach is not what Lin Feng likes. Besides, even if he didn't report it, the group of people outside already knew about this villa. After all, the entire villa is surrounded by a several-meter-high electronic fence outside. It is really too obvious. To be honest, it is difficult not to be discovered. Brother Feng, they're all leaving again. Qin Bangxia, who lifted the curtain and peeked out, couldn't help but feel happy. He turned to look at Lin Feng and said, "Oh my god, I was really scared." Yongmi covered her chest and let out a long breath. Li Xian also let out a long sigh at this time. That's right, these people look weird, and you can tell at a glance that they are not good people. But after hearing what these women said, Lin Feng smiled evilly and said, "Don't worry, they will come again." What? Upon hearing this, the girls' hearts, which had just been hanging in the air, rose to their throats again. At this time, Zhao Jingyi said, "Off phone, haven't they all left? Why did they come back?" The reason these people left is because they found out that Yin 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 and those people were shot, so they are going back now, most likely to get help. Are we just going to let them go? There's no other way. Even if I shoot, I can't kill them all. There will always be two fish that slip through the net. So why not lure their leader over here? It won't be too late to take action then, right? When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately understood that Lin Feng wanted to catch the leader first. This made women like Zhao Jingyi secretly feel fortunate to have such a decisive and resourceful man by their side. But at this moment, Zhou Jessen's voice suddenly sounded outside the villa. "Brother Lin Feng, I'm Jason Zhou. I'm here. Please help me open the door and let me in. Why isn't this guy dead yet?" At this moment, when the four women, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lucy, heard Zhou Jason's voice outside the villa, a hint of disgust flashed in their eyes. After all, a box of instant noodles that sells for 3 million comes from this guy. So whenever Zhao Jingyi and the other four girls thought about it, they hated Zhou Jessen's behavior to the extreme. Lin Feng, do you really want to let this greedy villain live here? Chapter 48. You are still a little tired. Hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng actually laughed and said, "This villa, whether now or in the future, will only belong to me. How could I allow other men to enter this restricted area?" Zhao Jingyi and the others naturally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words, and at this moment, their cheeks were involuntarily flushed. Hee. Seeing that they all had the same expression, Lin Feng immediately laughed and walked out of the villa. "Mr. Lin, we finally meet?" As Lin Feng walked out of the villa, Zhou Jiessen, who was guarding outside the electronic fence, couldn't wait to speak. "Are you Jason Zhou?" Lin Feng's gaze fell on Zhou Jiessen. His brows did have some similarities with Zhou Jiexiong, but Lin Feng still asked deliberately. Zhou Jiessen was stunned when he heard this, and then he immediately said, "Yes, I am Zhou Jiessen, absolutely the real thing. You are outside right now. Put these solar-powered infinite absorption compound probes on the street light poles on every road in the community." As Lin Feng spoke, he threw a plastic bag towards Zhou Jiexiong through the electronic fence. "But Mr. Lin, there are zombies everywhere in the community." Zhou Jiessen was obviously a little hesitant. "It's okay. I believe you. Come on." Okay. Zhou Jiessen reluctantly picked up the bag on the ground and installed this kind of probe on the lamp posts at every intersection in the community. Zhou Jiessen installed the last probe, which would not fall off by adsorbing on metal objects, on the lamppost, and then hurried to Lin Feng's villa. While in the villa, Lin Feng received the probe signal and saw the intersections of various communities with clear images, but a wicked curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Feng, how long can these probes be used? What if they run out of battery? Wang Shushiwei asked. In theory, it can be used forever because it generates its own electricity using solar energy. So that's how it is. Wang Shushiwei nodded thoughtfully. He's here. Lin Feng looked at Jason Zhou on the screen, said something indifferently, and walked out of the villa again. Jason Zhou, you must be exhausted, right? Lin Feng walked out of the villa and asked with a concerned look. Hearing this, Zhou Jessen wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. I'm actually fine. I'm not too tired. Are you okay? You are actually a little tired, right? Why don't you go downstairs and have a good sleep?" When Zhou Jessen heard this, he immediately thought to himself that it was not good. His pupils suddenly shrank. But in the blink of an eye, a bullet shot out from the black muzzle of the gun in Lin Feng's hand, like a deadly meteor, and hit him directly between the eyebrows. At the same time, Guzi also rushed into the vault with a dozen of his men, shouting breathlessly, "Master Hong. Master Hong, something bad has happened. What happened? Why are you so anxious?" Mr. Hong looked at Guzi and immediately said in a deep voice, "Master Hong, Datu and the others are all dead." Dead? How did they die? Were they all infected? Oh no, Master Hong. So Guzi told Master Hong everything he knew. Knowing what was going on, Mr. Hong's expression suddenly became uncertain. Because their current equipment still used cold weapons, and he only had a short-barreled shotgun with only 2 bullets left, there would be no good results if he went over now. "Master Hong, let's go gather some men right now and attack again." "Return. What's the matter, Master Hong?" The Guzi who was called looked at Master Hong with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Hong sighed and said, "You just said that the man has a gun and is very accurate. Even if all of us go over there, it's no different from sending ourselves to die." "What do you mean, Mr. Hong?" "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Our top priority now is to get the gun." Guzi was confused when he heard this. "But Master Hong, it's the end of the world now. Where can we get guns?" "It's easy to get guns because it's the end of the world." Mr. Hong snorted coldly. "Mr. Hong, do you mean the police department? At least you have some brains, hee hee." As Master Hong spoke, a sinister laugh lingered in the vault filled with banknotes for a long time. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Feng's eyes gradually showed a hint of suspicion. Did I guess wrong? Those people were originally a group of scattered soldiers, but the Hong Yi they mentioned was a leader of the survivors who committed all kinds of evil in his previous life. Just as Lin Feng was standing in front of the window thinking, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and others had already filled the dining table with prepared meals. "Ah Feng, it's time to eat. I am here." As Zhao Jingyi took off her apron and gave a gentle reminder, Lin Feng immediately regained his composure, responded, and walked over. But as soon as Lin Feng sat down, he immediately felt something was wrong. Zhao Lucy, Han Wushuang, and all the others looked at Lin Feng with ambiguous eyes, as if they wished they could pull out some silk from him. This immediately made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi coughed again, just like she did the previous 2 days, and said, "Who are you going to let accompany you tonight?" "Offing." "I." But as soon as Lin Feng opened his mouth, he instantly felt dozens of eyes staring at him. It was obvious that every woman present wanted to be revealed by Raymond Lam tonight. "I won't let you guys stay with me tonight. I'll sleep in the living room." The next day, Lin Feng, who didn't know how long he slept, stretched out lazily feeling a little tired. But only Li Xian and Irina were in high spirits, chatting and laughing with others. "Hey." This inevitably made Lin Feng sigh heavily. After all. But suddenly at this moment, Zhao Lucy pointed at the surveillance screen and shouted suspiciously, "Oh no, someone else is coming, and it looks like there are quite a few." Chapter 49, Playing the Pig and Eating the Tiger. When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Lucy said, he stood up with a somersault. On the surveillance screen, dozens of people were seen holding special weapons to clear roadblocks and kill all the slow-moving zombies in the community. Their goal was very clear as they moved towards the villa where Lin Feng was. It seems they are here after all. Looking at the huge team on the surveillance screen, Lin Feng's voice suddenly became low. After all, with so many people, the Desert Eagle alone is obviously not enough. So Lin Feng pretended to turn around and went straight to the storage room, took out 2 AK-47s from the space, put on a bulletproof vest, hung a few melon grenades on the bulletproof vest, and walked out of the storage room. The moment Lin Feng walked out of the storage room, women like Li Xian and Zhao Lucy were shocked and opened their mouths wide. "Oh my god, isn't our offing so handsome?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "Actually, I don't want to pretend, but there is nothing I can do. There are just too many of them." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the villa in front of their astonished eyes, moved a chair, crossed his legs, smoked a cigarette, and waited leisurely for Mr. Hong's group. As time passed quickly, Mr. Hong's men finally arrived in front of Lin Feng's villa after completely clearing out the zombies on the roadside. "Brother, may I ask, did you kill these brothers of mine?" As a dull voice sounded outside the electronic fence, Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and look towards the voice. "I saw a bald man in his 40s walking out of the crowd." The scar on the man's left cheek further highlighted his cruelty and cunning. "If I didn't kill him, then who are you?" Lin Feng said with a look of disdain as he picked up an AK-47 beside him. The faces of the men outside the fence suddenly changed, and they retreated in fear. If this really was a volley of bullets sweeping towards them, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Mr. Hong was so scared when he saw the AK in Lin Feng's hand that his face turned pale. Last night they raided 3 police stations overnight and killed 5 men before they found 3 pistols and 2 magazines. But what they never expected was that this young man actually had AK and 2 of them. And the most important thing is, now all of them feel like younger brothers in front of them? Brother, as far as I know, civilians in our country are not allowed to own guns. Are you sure your gun is real? Facing Mr. Hong's doubts, Lin Feng snorted coldly and shook his head, saying, I'm not sure. How about we try my gun to see if it's real? As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up an AK-47 and pointed it at Mr. Hong and the others. Master Hong and his men were so frightened that they ran away in panic. Brother, I'm just saying that. What are you doing? Nothing. I just wanted to try to see if the gun in my hand is real. Lin Feng said this and pulled the trigger of the AK in his hand. I saw a stream of liquid spurting out directly from the barrel of the gun, all of it splashing onto those who were unable to dodge in time. That's a water gun, kid. I think you are really brave enough to tease your Master Hong. Do you believe I can kill you with one shot? When Mr. Hong found out that he was being teased, he immediately became furious and his face turned blue. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and yelled at Lin Feng viciously. But Lin Feng said, I'm just joking with you guys. You shouldn't be so angry, right? Kid, I don't have time to joke with you. Tell me, who killed all these brothers of mine? If you don't tell me, do you believe I will shoot you to death? I really don't know. It's just that your people happened to be fighting with another group of people in front of my villa yesterday. The reason why Lin Feng said this at this moment was simply to see if he could fool these people. He had worked so hard to build this paradise in the apocalypse, and he really couldn't bear to see it being desecrated by these scum. Because if he didn't kill all the people here this time, there would definitely be more people next time who would keep disturbing his life. So this is the real purpose of Lin Feng doing this. But it was obvious that when Mr. Hong heard what Lin Feng said, he instantly wanted to kill Lin Feng. You two go over there and grab this guy for me. I want to strangle him to death with my own hands. When Lin Feng heard what Master Hong said, the expression on his face instantly turned cold. Because Lin Feng knew that this was Mr. Hong's special hobby, and he had heard of it in his previous life. As soon as Mr. Hong finished speaking, his 2 men immediately walked towards Lin Feng. Wait a minute, I have something else to say. You can talk to Master Hong in person later. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the 2 men just said something coldly, and then they climbed up the fence in one step. But with 2 loud bangs, the 2 men were instantly turned into pieces by the hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity on the fence. This sudden change instantly frightened Mr. Hong and his men, causing them to scream in fear. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live, but it seems that you guys don't know how to cherish it. At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking in his mind, and suddenly threw 2 grenades at Hong Yi and the others, then picked up another real AK-47 and started shooting at them crazily. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire and explosions were endless. Some of Hong Ye's men died, some escaped, and they had no power to fight back at all. At this moment, Mr. Hong's arm was hit by a bullet. He hid under a wall with a grimace in pain. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, but there was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. This shows that there was a reason why he was able to build a force in the last days in his previous life. Brother, let's talk it out. It was all a misunderstanding just now. I just wanted to play a joke on you. Hearing what Master Hong, who was hiding, said, Lin Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, I was just kidding you. Why don't you just come out and explain the misunderstanding? When Lin Feng said this, he slowly pointed the gun in the direction where Mr. Hong was hiding, with murderous intent rising in his heart. Brother, this isn't necessary, right? Come out. After hearing what Master Hong said, Lin Feng suddenly roared and fired a few bursts of shots, causing bricks and stones to fly. But after the gunshot, Mr. Hong, who was hiding under the wall, held back his anger and said in a low voice, Brother, you should show mercy. You killed so many of my brothers. It seems that you want to kill me today, right? Chapter 50 Zombie Pigeon. Hearing what Master Hong said, Lin Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly and was just about to speak. But at this moment, more than a dozen stray dogs, which were rotten and smelly, bared their fangs like crazy and pounced towards Lin Feng. These are zombie dogs. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Because once animal zombies appear, it means that from that moment on, all zombies have begun to evolve. Ouch! Just at this moment, a zombie dog roared at Lin Feng and pounced on him. But the moment it touched the fence, it was struck by the electric current and instantly turned into ashes. But despite this, the other zombie dogs seemed to have no fear. They continued to roar and rushed towards the fence, but without exception, they repeated the mistakes of the previous zombie dog. But at this moment, Master Hong's roar suddenly came from a distance. You little bastard, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will eat you alive. Hearing the shouting of the escaped Mr. Hong, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel furious. He wished he could immediately take out a sniper rifle from the space and blow this guy's head off. But Lin Feng knew that at such a long distance, plus there were obstacles everywhere, the probability of hitting him was less than 20%. On the contrary, it would expose too much of himself, and he would have too many low cards. Just wait, you bastard. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Feng couldn't help but get angry in his heart. He murmured something softly, then reluctantly put away his gun and returned to the villa. Sometimes, once people have concerns, they will be hesitant to do anything. It is obvious that Lin Feng's concern is the stable life in this villa. But the more people worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Am I destined to fight those people with twisted humanity and rotten zombies again in this cruel apocalypse after my rebirth this time? Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, and his eyes became unusually sharp at this moment. Because no matter what, his rebirth this time is many times better than his previous life. Therefore, even if he stepped out of this villa, Lin Feng was absolutely confident that he could survive. But what about the women in the villa? Could he really bear to abandon them? Of course not. Lin Feng had managed to stockpile these things before the end of the world, so naturally he was reluctant to part with them. Lin Feng, look, what is that thing in the sky? Suddenly at this moment, Zhao Jingyi's panicked reminder made Lin Feng instantly retract his thoughts and immediately looked up through the window at the sky. It would have been fine if Lin Feng hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was shocked. Countless pigeons with gray eyes and rotten bodies were seen flapping their broken wings vigorously, hovering over the entire community as if looking for some target below. Oh my god, I didn't expect the gunshots would attract these guys here. Hurry up and close the doors and windows. Lin Feng just said something to Zhao Jingyi and the others, then quickly closed the door. At the same time, the group of pigeons that had completely turned into zombies seemed to have finally locked onto their target, and they suddenly emitted a series of harsh sounds like metallic friction from their mouths. Then, this group of doves, which once symbolized peace, swooped down towards Lin Feng's villa like arrows. In an instant, there was a sudden and frequent banging sound on the doors and windows, which made people's scalps numb. Lin Feng, what happened? Brother Feng, I'm scared. Ah Feng, how could this happen? At this time, all the women, including Zhao Jingyi, quickly ran down from upstairs, and each of them looked at Lin Feng with panic on their faces. If I'm not mistaken, this group of zombie-like people and animals must have begun to evolve completely. Ah Feng, are you saying that the zombies outside will become more and more powerful? Yes, I think starting from today, the skin and eyes of those zombie-like people and animals outside will gradually change from grayish-white to dark green. And once infected, the time it takes to become a zombie will be shorter. But the most important thing is that the strength of these zombies will also be significantly improved. After listening to Lin Feng's story, the expressions on everyone's faces became extremely complicated. Ah Feng, I know there are some things I shouldn't ask, but if I don't say it, I'll always feel upset inside. When Lin Feng heard Zhao Jingyi say this, he naturally knew what she wanted to say. But how could Lin Feng tell his secret to others so easily? I know what you want to say, but if I were you, just shut up. But Ah Feng, how did you know? That's enough. Following Lin Feng's loud shout, Zhao Jingyi was so frightened that her body trembled and she had to shut her mouth. The most urgent task now is to find a way to survive in the apocalypse, rather than satisfying your temporary curiosity. But Brother Feng, isn't this a renovated villa? Can't we just stay in the villa and not go out? At this time, Han Wushuang suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, but who knew that? Lin Feng sighed softly. I actually thought so at the beginning, but these zombies are evolving too fast. I'm afraid this villa won't be able to withstand the destruction of more powerful zombies. After all, in the previous life, these zombies took more than a year to evolve once. But in this life, if we continue at this speed, it will only take 2 or 3 months for the zombies outside to completely evolve. That means that in just 1 year, these zombies will be able to catch up with his strength, which was 5 years in his previous life. Could it be that my rebirth caused the legendary butterfly effect? Brother Feng, isn't this villa so strong that it can't even be destroyed by artillery shells? Aren't you worrying too much? Han Wushuang spoke again at this time. I hope so, but you must also remember the meaning of the idiom, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Lin Feng said something perfunctorily and ended the conversation with them. After all, as the zombies gradually evolve, he is the only one who can deeply feel the horror of these zombies. As for Zhao Jingyi and the others, they were completely unable to understand that kind of suffocating despair. So Lin Feng slowly opened the curtains and took a look and was secretly surprised. The entire yard was filled with the corpses of countless pigeons with their bodies stretched straight. This was because their heads hit the ground, causing damage to their central nervous system. These stupid birds have such poor eyesight. They rushed down when they heard the noise below. They are really stupid. Seeing such a tragic scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly saw something outside the window, which made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. Chapter 51 Crystal Core. Is this a crystal core? Suddenly a special name flashed through Lin Feng's mind. In the previous life, crystal cores were an extremely rare entity. Generally, one had to kill hundreds of zombies to get one from the zombie's head. More importantly, the crystal core can enhance human physique, whether it is explosive power, agility, strength, speed, or even the 5 senses, there will be a significant improvement. And after taking the crystal core, certain antibodies will be produced against corpse poison. Therefore, this is another resource that all the major forces are fighting for in the end times, in addition to materials. The crystal core was an almost transparent crystal. If it wasn't for its slightly light green color, it would have been difficult for Lin Feng to find. This crystal core is really too small, at most the size of a grain of rice. After all, the crystal core in a zombie pigeon's head can't be that big. Presumably, this crystal core was knocked out from the zombie pigeon's head when it hit the glass and broke its head. Seeing that it was completely safe outside, Lin Feng carefully opened the window, took the crystal core in his hand, and examined it carefully, and finally confirmed that it was indeed a crystal core. It seems that swallowing sperm cores to improve one's own strength is also a good choice. There will be some side effects the first few times these crystal cores are swallowed, but given Lin Feng's current condition, these side effects can be easily resolved. But there were really too few crystal cores from the previous life, and I didn't know what would happen in this life. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea and prepared to copy this crystal core 10 million times. Warning: because the system has not been upgraded, it cannot be copied at the moment. Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the system prompt. It turns out that the crystal core cannot be copied yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after knowing the result, but after Lin Feng changed his mind, the corners of his mouth actually rose slightly. Because before the end of the world, he had already prepared all the necessary work, so he naturally would not be too disappointed because he could not copy the crystal core. At this moment, Zhao Lucy actually walked up to Lin Feng and asked, "What are you doing?" "I think I should have found a way for us to survive in the apocalypse," Lin Feng said slowly. "What method?" When Zhao Lucy heard this, her eyes lit up and she looked at Lin Feng anxiously. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled faintly, raised the rice-sized crystal core in his hand, and said, "You guys go out and look for this thing in the skulls of those dead zombie pigeons." "Lin Feng, what is this?" "It's as clear as crystal." "I'll tell you later. You guys go quickly." "All right." Seeing that Lin Feng was so anxious, Zhao Lucy had no choice but to respond. She turned around and called the others to go to the yard to search for the crystal-like thing that Lin Feng had in his hand just now. "Is Lin Feng this thing?" "Brother Feng, I found one too." "Me too." But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that in just a short while, Zhao Jingyi and the others found dozens of crystal cores. It seems that the zombies in this life not only evolve faster, but the probability of their crystal cores exploding has also increased significantly. There is probably a crystal core in the heads of every 3 or 5 zombie pigeons. Just like that, when Zhao Jingyi and the others searched through all the zombie pigeons, they actually found half a bowl of them. This really made Lin Feng overjoyed. Half an hour later, everyone put the washed crystal cores on the dining table. The girls stared at the crystal cores in the bowl without blinking. "Lin Feng, now you should tell us what this thing is used for, right?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi finally couldn't help it and asked. So Lin Feng explained to them the function of the crystal core in general. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi immediately questioned, "Is this thing so magical?" "Yes, Brother Feng. This thing was taken out of a zombie's head after all. Are you sure it's edible?" At this time, Wang Shushue also spoke. Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan also said at the same time, "Yes, Brother Feng. Why don't we think of other ways and not eat it?" Facing the girls' concerns, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "To be honest, this thing does have some side effects, but with you here, it can be easily solved." "Us?" Upon hearing this, the girls looked at Lin Feng and spoke in unison, because they really couldn't figure out what the crystal core in this bowl had to do with them. "Well, you will know it at night." When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately understood what was going on, and everyone's cheeks immediately blushed. "Then I'll go cook right now." Zhao Jingyi immediately stood up and went into the kitchen. "Sister Jingyi, let me help you." "And me?" "I'm going to." At once, the other women also rushed into the kitchen. When Lin Feng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. 5 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi placed a pack of cooked instant noodles in front of Lin Feng. "You, just let me eat this tonight." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi in disbelief. Sister Jingyi said this saves time, and she even beat 2 eggs for you. "Come eat quickly, Brother Feng." At this time, Wang Shushue held her cheek and looked at Lin Feng seriously and said. Faced with such concern, Lin Feng could only eat the bowl of instant noodles with 2 eggs and tears. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood the truth that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Fortunately, he had the crystal core to help him in this life, so Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, within 2 years, Lin Feng would have died. So, under their expectant gazes, Lin Feng swallowed the crystal core of the zombie pigeon in the bowl in one gulp. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a warm current spreading throughout his body. Gradually, as the energy of the crystal core was absorbed, Lin Feng felt that his whole body was filled with strength, and he wished he could kill a cow. This force left Lin Feng with nowhere to vent, and it spread to his lower abdomen, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Then, Lin Feng casually pulled Yang Mi up and walked quickly towards the bedroom. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up early and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily, because he found that his muscles were obviously stronger and more explosive than before. It seems that the crystal core is indeed effective. Lin Feng was very satisfied. After doing a set of military boxing, he went to the window again as usual, picked up the telescope, and observed the changes of the zombies outside the villa. Just as I expected yesterday, the skin of these zombies has indeed changed, and their movements are no longer as slow as before. Just as Lin Feng was observing the zombies and thinking to himself, a person suddenly broke into Lin Feng's field of vision. Chapter 52 Ning Rushuang. This is a woman wearing a black windbreaker. But now, her heroic face was covered with dust, and her clothes were torn in several places, but there were no obvious external injuries. Who is this woman? Why are you here? Could it be that he came here to look for supplies? At this moment, countless question marks lingered in Lin Feng's mind. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that this woman quickly came behind a zombie, suddenly raised the engineer shovel in her hand, and cut off half of the zombie's head with one shovel. Then use an engineering shovel to search inside the zombie's head. Lin Feng, who saw this scene through the telescope, couldn't help but feel nervous. Is she looking for a crystal core? Sure enough, just as Lin Feng expected, the woman found a crystal the size of half an egg yolk from the zombie's head and put it carefully into her bag. How could she know about crystal cores? Is she also a reborn person? Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately put on his clothes, walked out of the villa quickly, and said to the woman who was about to leave through the fence, "Please wait a moment." Who? As Lin Feng's voice rang out, the woman outside the villa was immediately frightened and looked at Lin Feng with a vigilant look. Lin Feng tried his best to act harmless and said to the woman, "Don't be nervous. I just want to exchange something with you." Change something? Change what? But the woman was still vigilant, looking at Lin Feng, not confused by Lin Feng at all. After all, the apocalypse has been going on for some time now, and those who have survived naturally know what it means to be evil in human nature. So everyone is very cautious. Can I get some food in exchange for the things in your bag? Do you know what this is? Facing the woman's question, Lin Feng certainly wouldn't answer, but asked back, "I don't know. I'm just curious. Do you know what this is?" "I don't know actually, but our Labrador likes it very much, so I came over to get it some." "What food are you going to give in exchange?" Hearing the woman's words, Lin Feng almost vomited blood. She actually used such a good thing to feed her dog. Isn't this such a waste of resources? Your dog ate this. Is he okay now? It's good, but I have a lot of energy, and I get into heat very easily. The woman looked at Lin Feng a little embarrassedly and said. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and thought to himself, if you keep feeding it like this, your dog will definitely burst. Do you have any food? Yes, of course. Lin Feng immediately regained his composure and took out a pack of sausages, which immediately made the woman open her mouth in shock. You have to know that food is extremely scarce nowadays, and food with a hint of meat can easily make those hungry people resort to knife wielding. Are you kidding me? Are you really willing to exchange that bag of sausage in your hand with me? The woman looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled calmly, threw the sausage over the fence, and said, "Of course, how could what I said be false?" Seeing this, the woman trembled as she took a bite of the ham, and immediately her eyes were filled with tears due to the excitement. Lin Feng said with a smile, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" "No." The woman ate the ham in big mouthfuls, her cheeks bulging. She kept shaking her head and spoke incoherently. "Then can you just give me the things in your bag?" "Of course." As the woman spoke, she threw her canvas bag to Lin Feng across the fence. Looking at the dozen or so egg yolk-sized crystal cores in the canvas bag, it was obvious how many zombies this woman had killed. When you have this kind of thing in the future, you can still come to me to exchange it for food. Okay, that's what you said. I'll come to see you again in the future. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang? Your name is Ning Rushuang. When Lin Feng heard the name Ning Rushuang, his heart was shocked. Because in the previous life, there was also a woman named Ning Rushuang who relied on 2 giant dogs to establish a reputation in the cruel doomsday and formed a powerful army of female survivors. It turns out that Ning Rushuang had been feeding crystal cores to her dog from the very beginning. This is really a blind cat catching a dead mouse. What a coincidence. If I can win this girl over, won't I be even more powerful in the future? Yes, my name is Ning Rushuang. Have we met before? At this time, Ning Rushuang saw Lin Feng's big reaction and couldn't help but frown and asked. Lin Feng regained his thoughts and quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. I mean, if possible, you can actually move in and live with me." When Ning Rushuang heard Lin Feng say this, she couldn't help but think to herself, this man is so generous. There must be a lot of food in his villa, right? But why did he invite me? Is it because I am beautiful? But my face is already covered with dust? No, there must be something else going on here. At this time, Lin Feng, who had already noticed Ning Rushuang and had some concerns, said, "How about this? While the phone is still usable, let's add each other as friends first." "That's certainly no problem." Ning Rushuang immediately took out her cell phone and added Lin Feng as a friend. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so alert. I'll let you see what the temptation of delicious food is." After saying goodbye to Ning Rushuang, Lin Feng thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. After all, before the end of the world, there was something called money power, But in the end of the world, food power is even more powerful than money. Who was that woman outside just now? But suddenly at this moment, Zhao Jingyi walked out of the kitchen with a spoon in her hand, looking unhappy. But Lin Feng smiled calmly and said truthfully, "She will be the 11th female tenant of this villa in the future." What? When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, she looked at him in disbelief and was speechless for a whole long time. Chapter 53. Leading the women to kill zombies and swallowing crystal cores. Zhao Jingyi glared at him, but Lin Feng chuckled, kissed her affectionately, and said, "I can't help it. I am naturally more philanthropic. Lin Feng, you scumbag you." Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly gave her another passionate kiss. Zhao Jingyi instantly felt powerless and could only let Lin Feng control her. After eating the breakfast carefully prepared by Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng led them out of the villa for the first time. After all, Lin Feng already knows how to improve his strength, so he will definitely not lose at the starting line. Therefore, before others discover the function of crystal cores, it is of course better to collect crystal cores as early as possible. Otherwise, as the zombies' strength continues to increase, it will be too late to improve their strength by the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. You will form groups of 3 and follow the bayonet fighting method I taught you before. Li Xin, you will be responsible for collecting the crystal cores. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said with a serious face, "After all, today is the real combat. If Zhao Jingyi and the others are not careful, they may be infected." So women like Zhao Jingyi naturally understand this principle very well. All necessary equipment such as goggles, lightweight synthetic fiber gloves, helmets, etc. are available. At Lin Feng's command, these women marched in unison, holding spears, forming a triangular attack formation, and advanced towards the wandering zombies in the distance. Ouch! Those zombies who discovered them immediately let out a roar like metallic friction from their throats and rushed towards Zhao Jingyi and the others. But at this moment, a long spear suddenly pierced through the head of a female zombie, causing the zombie to completely die in the northwest. "Jingyi, good job." With Lin Feng's praise, Zhao Jingyi and the others became even more motivated. In just a short while, they had killed more than a dozen zombies. But even so, Lin Feng still kept saying to them, "The more time comes, the more we cannot relax. We must always observe our surroundings and maintain formation. Otherwise, you are likely to be surrounded by zombies that suddenly appear, putting you in a passive situation. So you must remember that in many cases, those who drown are those who can swim, so you cannot be lax in the slightest." Under Lin Feng's constant nagging supervision and guidance, Zhao Jingyi and the others became more and more coordinated. Their movements became more and more skillful, and they killed zombies faster and faster. Just like that, only 3 hours had passed, and all the zombies around Lin Feng's villa had been cleared away. But what made Lin Feng a little disappointed was that even after clearing out the zombies around him, he only got a dozen crystal cores. After the team returned to the villa, Lin Feng washed the crystal core that he had exchanged with Ning Rushuang this morning, and the crystal cores he had collected with clean water, and put them together. There were only 29 crystal cores in total. Jingyi and Banksia performed the best today. I will give you 3 crystal cores each, and the rest of you will each get 2. As Lin Feng spoke, he slowly pushed 22 crystal cores in front of them. When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, she immediately looked disgusted and said, looking at the crystal core on the table, "Ah Feng, do we have to eat it too?" "Yes, brother Feng, you should eat this thing. I don't want to eat it anyway," Wang Shushua said at this time. "Yangmi, I won't eat anything that comes out of a zombie's head." Hearing the unanimous rejection from the girls, Lin Feng deliberately said with a fierce face, "How about this? Each of you just eat one. Once you truly feel the benefits that the crystal core brings to you, I think you will change your mind." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls all looked at each other, and no one was willing to take the first step. In the end, it was Chun Banksia who mustered up the courage to pick up a crystal core on the table and said, "Okay, then I'll give it a try first." As soon as Chun Banksia finished speaking, he closed his eyes and swallowed a crystal core. As soon as Chun Banksia swallowed the crystal core, she instantly felt a warm current spreading throughout her body. Moreover, Chun Banksia's breathing gradually became rapid and her face gradually turned red. "Ah Feng, why do I feel like this? My whole body is starting to feel hot." "Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. When this happens, as long as you keep exercising to consume the energy in your body, you will slowly recover." But after Chun Banksia heard Lin Feng's words, she suddenly felt even hotter, and there was also a kind of distracted and different kind of emotions in it. When Lin Feng saw Chun Banksia like this, he felt something was wrong. This girl is in a passionate rhythm. It seems that only I can save you from the water and fire. Lin Feng was helpless and couldn't help but sigh. He also swallowed a crystal core and pulled Chun Banksia towards the bedroom. When Zhao Jingyi and other girls saw that the crystal core actually had such an effect, they all cleared out the crystal cores on the table for later use. After all, they don't care whether this crystal core can improve their strength or not, but they can see that this thing has other uses. After eating the crystal core, Chun Banksia gradually recovered and indeed felt that his physical condition had changed a lot. Only then did Zhao Jingyi and the others completely believe that these crystal cores were actually so magical. At lunchtime, Lin Feng watched Zhao Jingyi and her friends prepare braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, mapo tofu, and other dishes. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but smile evilly. He slowly took out his mobile phone and recorded his wonderful life every day. Then Lin Feng sent the photos to Ning Rushuang. At this time, Ning Rushuang was at home, carefully and seriously licking the minced meat on the plastic packaging of the sausage with her tongue. When she heard her cell phone ringing, she just casually opened it and glanced at it. But when she saw the delicious meal in the photo, she froze in place for a moment and swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Oh my god, I can still see my favorite braised spare ribs. Am I dreaming? Just as Ning Rushuang was mumbling in disbelief, Lin Feng sent another voice message. Rushuang, have you had lunch? Faced with such sudden concern, Ning Rushuang shuddered unconsciously. This guy is being so attentive for no reason. He must be a traitor or a thief. If you ask me, this photo is probably photoshopped. Yes, this photo must be photoshopped. After Ning Rushuang affirmed herself, she replied on her mobile phone. By the way, I still don't know your name. This photo of yours must be photoshopped, right? Chapter 54. The Temptation of Delicious Food. Lin Feng, who received Ning Rushuang's message, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and quickly replied. My name is Lin Feng. Sister Rushuang, how could this photo of mine be photoshopped? Don't make me laugh. Can you finish this huge table of food by yourself? That's why I conclude that this photo of yours must have been photoshopped. I didn't say I was the only one living in this villa. Lin Feng had just sent a voice message when he made a video call to Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang was obviously startled when she saw Lin Feng calling her via video, because she really didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually call her, and it was a video call. However, Ning Rushuang hesitated for a moment and then answered the phone. But the moment Lin Feng appeared on the phone screen, Ning Rushuang was completely stunned, because Raymond Lam was gnawing on a big pig's trotter while video chatting with her on the phone. Lin Feng, how come you eat so well? Ning Rushuang was so greedy that she swallowed hard and stared at the big pig's trotter in Lin Feng's hand and said. Lin Feng immediately adjusted the camera on his phone and pointed it at the other dishes on the table, saying nonchalantly, okay, this is just what I normally eat, and I'm getting sick of it by now. When Ning Rushuang heard Lin Feng say this, she instantly had the urge to strangle Lin Feng to death. After all, given the current situation, for those who survived outside, it would be a blessing if they could fill their stomachs every day. Now he can actually say such words, which can make people angry to death. But even so, Ning Rushuang couldn't show it, and could only inquire about Lin Feng's situation indirectly. Because at this moment Ning Rushuang was indeed moved. Lin Feng, you just said that there are other people in your villa besides you. Who are they? That's them. As Lin Feng spoke, he pointed the camera at Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and others. Oh my god, aren't these the popular film and television stars Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and Li Xian? I didn't expect they also live with you. Seeing Ning Rushuang's shocked expression on the phone, Lin Feng said indifferently. It doesn't matter if they're celebrities or not. They're all homeowners living in this community. They're just helping each other. But when women like Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and others heard what Lin Feng said, they all looked at Lin Feng with displeasure, wishing they could tear this scumbag to pieces. Lin Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately changed the subject and asked, when are you planning to move in? Are you talking about me? Can I really move there? Ning Rushuang, who was invited, could hardly hide her excitement. After all, living in such a villa with abundant supplies is simply like a paradise. Seeing Ning Rushuang like this, Lin Feng knew that this girl had begun to take the bait, so he said seriously. Didn't I tell you this when we first met this morning? Have you forgotten it so quickly? Really? I seem to have really forgotten. Ning Rushuang said with an awkward smile. If you want to move here, make a decision as soon as possible. After all, there are limited rooms in the villa now. Lin Feng, I'll be here soon, so please make sure you reserve a room for me. Now Ning Rushuang completely let down her guard and spoke immediately without waiting for Lin Feng to finish his words. Well, when are you coming over so I can pick you up? I'll be here in about half an hour with my 2 Labradors. Okay, see you in half an hour. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he ended the conversation with Ning Rushuang. Bang. Lin Feng, who was that woman on the phone just now? But who would have thought that just as Lin Feng finished the call, he saw Li Xian put down her bowl and chopsticks heavily and questioned with an unhappy look on her face. But facing Li Xian's questioning, Lin Feng was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at Zhao Jingyi and said, in fact, your sister Jingyi already knew about this matter this morning. Do you think I'm right, Jingyi? When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she instantly recalled the scene of Lin Feng touching her all over and doing whatever he wanted in the kitchen. This made her face turn red immediately, and she responded softly. Indicates that she did know about this matter. At this time, Zhao Lucy said puzzledly, Sister Jingyi, since you already know about this, why don't you tell us? That's right. We were all kept in the dark. Yang Mi also said at this time. Qin Bangxia sighed heavily. What should we do in the future? I saw these women either sighing or talking with hidden meanings, but Lin Feng coughed lightly and said, I do this for a reason. You must believe me. What other reasons do you have? Isn't it just for that little thing? Aren't the few of us enough? You were such a scumbag. Zhao Lucy said angrily. The twin sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan also snorted at the same time. Yes, scumbag. Facing the siege of the women, Lin Feng waved his hands helplessly and said, Okay, whether I was lying to you or not, time will tell. But I have to say this beforehand. When they come over, don't bully them, let alone isolate them. I don't want this to cause chaos at home. After all, family harmony is my ultimate ideal. Snort. The girls who heard Lin Feng's words all snorted coldly at the same time to express their dissatisfaction. I'll go wait for her outside. Don't touch the high voltage by accident. Seeing Zhao Lucy and the others like this, Lin Feng could only say something helplessly and walked out of the villa. After all, in the previous life, the name Ning Rushuang was one of the 5 major forces, so how could Lin Feng in this life easily give up this opportunity? Only 25 minutes later, Ning Rushuang came running towards us like crazy, leading 2 Labrador dogs, and yelled, "Let me in quickly." Holy shit. I know that I am very tempting for you here, but I didn't expect it to be this great for you. However, just when Lin Feng was puzzled, his pupils suddenly contracted. I saw a large group of green zombies, roaring continuously, chasing Ning Rushuang and the 2 dogs beside her. Damn, no wonder I'm anxious. As Lin Feng spoke, he cut off the high-voltage electricity, quickly let Ning Rushuang in, then quickly closed the fence and restarted the high-voltage electricity. Bang, bang, bang. Then we saw those green zombies, like mudslides, being instantly smashed to pieces by the powerful electric current. But, Chapter 55. Hello everyone, my name is Ning Rushuang. But even so, the zombies behind still rushed towards the fence one after another, following the footsteps of the zombies in front. Seeing that there were still many zombies ramming the fence crazily, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became uncertain, and he stared at Ning Rushuang and said, "Tell me honestly, what is going on? Don't you like the crystal in the zombie's head? When I came here, I happened to meet a zombie covered in green. I wanted to give you the whole crystal, but it didn't appear. Before I got close, the zombie made a gurgling sound, and then a large number of zombies started chasing us." Hearing Ning Rushuang's story, Lin Feng couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He originally thought that no matter how fast these zombies evolved, he would have to wait for a while at least. However, he didn't expect that the speed of evolution of these zombies was even faster than he imagined. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and others discovered that something was happening outside, and they quickly walked out of the villa with guns in their hands. But when they passed by Ning Rushuang, they all looked her up and down with strange eyes. After all, each of them was curious about what kind of woman could make Lin Feng willing to take her in. Ning Rushuang had neat short hair, bright and firm eyes, a straight nose, and slightly upturned lips, giving her a unique feminine charm. A fitted leather jacket outlines her seductive curves, and paired with tight jeans and a pair of high-top leather boots, she looks even more heroic. To be honest, among all of us women, there is indeed no one like Ning Rushuang. Could it be that Lin Feng wants to change his taste? Just when Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and other women were thinking secretly in their hearts, Ning Rushuang took the initiative to greet them at this time. "Hello everyone, my name is Ning Rushuang. Please take care of me in the future." The girls were slightly startled when they heard this, and finally Zhao Jingyi was the first to speak. "What do you mean by caring or not caring? We are all a family from now on. Do you think I am right, sisters?" "Yes." When Zhao Lucy and the others heard what Zhao Jingyi said, they could only respond with a forced smile. Judging from the current situation, it has become an fait accompli and they can only be forced to accept it. Even though Lin Feng usually laughs and jokes in front of them, once he makes a decision, no one dares to say anything. Because without Lin Feng, they would have turned into zombies like other owners in the community, there is no doubt about that. So in such a situation, Lin Feng is the only hope and support for survival in the hearts of each of them. The zombies have all been electrocuted into ashes. Let's go back and continue eating. At this time Lin Feng said something to Jingyi and the others. The girls nodded and returned to the villa. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Ning Rushuang and continued. "You must not have eaten yet. Why don't you go with them and have something to eat? Is this really okay?" Ning Rushuang swallowed and was actually polite, but the desire in her eyes had already betrayed her. Lin Feng laughed. "What's the big deal? From now on, you are me. No, from now on, we are a family. Come on, I'll take you there." As Lin Feng spoke, he glanced at the 2 Labradors in Ning Rushuang's hands and couldn't help but think to himself. So this is the divine dog that was so powerful and praised as a god in the previous life? It's true, even in such a harsh situation, Ning Rushuang was still able to raise these 2 dogs like this. No wonder these 2 dogs are so loyal to her. Ning Rushuang followed Lin Feng to the living room. After seeing the delicious food on the table, she seemed to lose consciousness. She walked over involuntarily, grabbed a chicken leg, and stuffed it into her mouth. Zhao Jingyi and the others didn't find it strange at all to see Ning Rushuang eating so voraciously. After all, weren't they the same as her when they first started? What surprised Lin Feng was that Ning Rushuang's 2 dogs were so proud. Although the 2 dogs had long saliva hanging from the corners of their mouths, they still maintained a proud posture and held their heads high, as if silently declaring their dignity and disdain. So Lin Feng took a pig's trotter and said to the two dogs, "You two must be hungry too. Come, I'll give you a big pig's trotter to try." What surprised Lin Feng was that even when Lin Feng put the pig's trotters next to their mouths, they remained indifferent. "Big hi or hi, you guys eat." But as Ning Rushuang, who was eating, gave an unclear command, the two dogs immediately began to eat frantically. This made Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and others stunned. After all, in the eyes of Zhao Jingyi and others, such a human-like and well-mannered dog might be a good guard dog in the future. After lunch, Ning Rushuang burped with a satisfied look on her face, and then looked at Lin Feng and the others a little embarrassedly. "I'm really sorry, I ate too much today. What's there to be embarrassed about? You can eat this much every day when you're here." Zhao Jingyi spoke while holding Ning Rushuang's hand, then glanced at Lin Feng and wanted to say something else. But at this time, Lin Feng coughed dryly. "Since we are full, let's clean up the flesh of the zombies that were electrocuted outside the fence of the villa, and then we will see if there are any crystal cores." As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the girl's eyes lit up. Because if it is really as Lin Feng said, it would be a good idea to use this method to kill zombies and collect crystal cores in the future. So under Lin Feng's command, the women pushed carts and took shovels to transport the remains of the zombies that were electrocuted to pieces beside the fence to another place to prepare for burning. After all, if these things are piled here for a long time, they will definitely rot and breed bacteria. So the sooner these things are cleaned up, the better. "Brother Feng, look, there really is a crystal core here." At this moment, Wang Shushue picked up a light green crystal core from the zombie's flesh and looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng took the crystal core and was immediately delighted. "Very good, everyone. Try harder and look carefully to see how many crystal cores we can collect today." As Lin Feng's matchmaking words fell, everyone searched even harder. But at this moment, Ning Rushuang suddenly looked at Lin Feng and asked, "So this thing is called a crystal core. What are you collecting so many crystal cores for?" Faced with such a question, Raymond Lam smiled wickedly. "I'll tell you at night." Chapter 56 Distribution of Crystal Cores. Seeing Lin Feng say this, Ning Rushuang didn't think much about it. She used a shovel to dig out the zombie flesh, looking for the crystal core inside the zombie flesh, and at the same time loaded the zombie flesh into the cart. They were busy for 4 hours before they finally gathered together the remains and flesh of the zombies outside the fence. Then Lin Feng poured a bucket of gasoline on it and burned it cleanly with fire. Finally, Lin Feng sprinkled disinfectant outside the fence and in the yard before he was completely relieved. "Lin Feng, guess how many crystal cores we collected today?" As soon as Lin Feng returned to the villa, Zhao Jingyi said excitedly. "I don't know, but I know from your expression that the crystal cores collected today must not be too few. A total of 88 crystal cores were found today." When he heard that he had collected 88 crystal cores, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Because the crystal cores collected today are 6 times more than yesterday. "But Lin Feng, why are the colors of these crystal cores a little different from yesterday's?" Facing the question raised by Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng just smiled faintly and said, "The color of the crystal core will also change as the zombie evolves. For example, if this crystal core is light green, it means that the zombie is also light green. So, Brother Feng, according to what you said, is the energy in this crystal core stronger than the crystal core we collected yesterday?" Han Wushuang also looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng touched Han Wushuang's head and said with a smile, "That's right. But because of this, these zombies will become more and more difficult to deal with in the future." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Chun Bangxia said, "Don't we have a way to use high-voltage electricity to deal with those zombies? It's not a long-term solution to always use external forces to eliminate zombies. What if one day stronger zombies no longer fear the external power grid? What should we do then? Are you saying there will be even more powerful zombies in the future?" Lin Feng nodded and responded, "Of course there will be, so we must constantly improve our strength in order to have a greater chance of survival." After hearing Lin Feng's words, all the girls nodded seriously. After all, with the blessing of the crystal core and practical training, Zhao Jingyi and the others are fully confident that they can survive in the apocalypse. But at this moment, Ning Rushuang, who was still in a daze, finally couldn't help but speak. "Excuse me for interrupting, but from what you just said, this crystal core can improve your strength, right?" "That's right. The crystal core can not only change a person's physique, but also has a certain amount of antibodies to corpse poison. However, exactly how much antibodies there are to corpse poison depends on how many crystal cores one has swallowed." "What? You mean humans can eat this? No wonder our husky and husky seem to have become stronger after eating this." Ning Rushuang looked at her 2 Labradors in shock and exclaimed, "It's not too late to know now. From now on, let's work together to collect crystal cores and improve our strength." Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang and said with a faint smile, After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Rushuang nodded heavily and responded. Because in Ning Rushuang's opinion, just as Lin Feng said, it is indeed not too late now. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian and others began to work in the kitchen. Soon a table full of rich dinner was ready. The table was filled with dishes like kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 4 happiness meatballs, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall, lychee meat, etc. Ning Rushuang couldn't help swallowing her saliva at the sight of such a sumptuous dish. Is this what you usually eat? Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng with a look of disbelief. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, isn't it normal for so many people to eat together? To be honest, even before the end of the world, I couldn't eat so many dishes every day. Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng and said a little embarrassedly. Lin Feng smiled faintly when he heard this, and didn't say anything else. Instead, he kept urging Ning Rushuang to eat. Zhao Jingyi and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but curse the man as a scumbag again in their hearts. After dinner, the girls washed the dishes, wiped the table, and mopped the floor. In a short while, everything was cleaned up. Then Lin Feng poured the crystal cores he had collected today onto the table. Today we have collected a total of 88 crystal cores. Each of you will receive 6 crystal cores. Also, give each of these 2 Labradors 6 crystal cores. What? We have to share these 2 dogs too. Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked, why? Do you have any objections? We don't have any objections, we just don't understand. Zhao Jingyi hurriedly explained. Wang Shushua also said at this time, yes, Brother Feng, why do you still need to share it with these 2 Labradors? Yeah, Lin Feng, you have to tell me why, right? Looking at Zhao Jingyi and the others chattering nonstop, how could Lin Feng not know that they were still reluctant to share the crystal cores with the 2 dogs? After all, they already know the true value of the crystal core. Not to mention them. Even if it were anyone else, they would be reluctant to give the crystal core to the 2 dogs. But how could they know the true value of these 2 Labradors in the future? At this moment, Ning Rushuang also spoke. Lin Feng, I tried to get Daha and Era to eat the crystal core before, but it was useless. Now that we have food, I think we should just forget it, right? Stop talking. Since I let these 2 Labradors eat the crystal core, I must have my reasons. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all the girls couldn't help but frown. They didn't know what Lin Feng was up to. But at this moment, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, who were in tune with each other, said at the same time, Brother Lin Feng, do you want these 2 Labradors to become stronger as well? What else? When these 2 dogs become stronger, won't they be our best helpers? I think you are just short-sighted and have no foresight at all. Upon hearing what Lin Feng said, the girls couldn't help but immediately explain awkwardly. We are just asking. That's right. We just want to know what's going on. Isn't this even possible, Brother Feng? Lin Feng smiled and said, okay, of course, let's divide these crystal cores now. As Lin Feng spoke, he distributed the crystal cores to everyone one by one, including the 2 Labrador dogs. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at Ning Rushuang and said, there may be some side effects when you take the crystal core the first few times, you have to be careful. Side effects? What side effects? I've already taken it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chapter 57 Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Lin Feng felt mixed emotions. At this moment, Ning Rushuang gradually felt her whole body getting hot and sweating profusely, and her eyes gradually began to become blurred when she looked at Lin Feng. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and the others were also looking at Ning Rushuang's changes with strange eyes. Zhao Jingyi sighed softly. Oh, it's over, it's over. It looks like this girl got the advantage tonight. Look at her face. It's as red as a monkey's butt. Irina also echoed at this time. Isn't it? I waited until dark with great difficulty, thinking that it was finally my turn, but I didn't expect that a little girl named Ning Rushuang would suddenly show up. Everyone should just go to bed and avoid being a light bulb here. Hey, let's go. So, the women returned to their bedrooms amid sighs. Lin Feng, why do I feel so hot? At this moment, Ning Rushuang had become confused and infatuated, and took off her clothes with a smile on her face. The next day, after a crazy night, Lin Feng, when he woke up, the first thing he saw was the sleeping Ning Rushuang. All I saw was her snow-white shoulders, and she was sleeping soundly like a sleepy kitten. Her neat short hair was now a little messy, as if foreshadowing the madness and passion of last night. Since you're already awake, why are you pretending to be asleep? Suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng's sudden words made Ning Rushuang, who was sleeping, tremble. Lin Feng smiled faintly and whispered softly in Ning Rushuang's ear, what's wrong? You were so proactive last night. Why are you so shy now? Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Hee hee. But Lin Feng just smiled mischievously and walked straight to the bathroom. After taking a cold shower, he casually said to Ning Rushuang, who was lying on the bed, hurry up and get up, we have to go out and kill zombies later. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went downstairs. But it was not until more than 10 minutes later that Ning Rushuang walked down the stairs with the help of her hands and a red face. Zhao Jingyi and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but be stunned, because they really didn't expect that last night would be so intense, to the point where they had to hold the handrail to go down the stairs. But Lin Feng didn't care. When he saw Ning Rushuang, he said naturally, come over and have breakfast quickly. The spicy soup made by your sister Jingyi is delicious today. Oh, Ning Rushuang responded with a red face, and like a newly married daughter-in-law, she sat down carefully and started eating. After all, Ning Rushuang clearly remembered that she was the one who took the initiative last night, so she couldn't blame others for that. As for how she should get along with this man in the future, she was already completely confused and had no idea at all. After dinner, just like yesterday, the women, led by Lin Feng, walked out of the villa, each holding a spear. But since Ning Rushuang was not feeling well today, Lin Feng asked her and Yang Mi to collect crystal cores, while the others continued to work in groups of 3 to kill the zombies. But this time when killing the zombies, the girls clearly felt that the speed and strength of these zombies had increased significantly compared to yesterday. However, with the help of the crystal cores they took, they were able to easily deal with the zombies. Lin Feng, there are only a few zombies left in the community now, should we go out? At this time, Zhao Jingyi wiped the sweat from her face, looked around, and said. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Li Xian and the others and said, besides zombies, there are other uncertain and dangerous factors out there. Are you afraid? Zhao Lucy said. Don't be afraid, we have so many people. That's right, with Brother Feng here, we are not afraid of anything. Wang Shushua also said. At this time, the foreign girl Irina also said. It's okay, Lin Feng, we just need to be careful. Seeing that all the girls looked eager to try, I thought that they must have stayed in the villa for too long and wanted to go out for some fresh air. That's fine, but you must be careful. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls were delighted and walked out of the community. At this moment, in Lin Feng's opinion, after killing the zombies in the community, if he wanted to obtain more crystal cores, he could only step out of the community to find more zombies so as to improve his strength as quickly as possible. However, as soon as everyone stepped out of the community, they were shocked by the scene before them and gasped. The once familiar scenes on the streets had long since disappeared, replaced by desolation and chaos. The surrounding buildings were in ruins, with broken windows and crooked doors, as if telling of the horrific incident that had occurred not long ago. The streets were littered with all kinds of abandoned items, overturned and burned vehicles, broken glass, and human bones and limbs. The air was filled with a pungent smell, a mixture of blood and decay, which made people involuntarily want to cover their noses. But all this did not come as a surprise to Lin Feng. After all, he had struggled in such an environment for 5 years in his previous life, so how could he be as surprised as they were? But what confused Lin Feng was why there were no zombies here. At this moment, Ning Rushuang said behind Lin Feng, all the zombies in this area were brought to the villa by me yesterday and electrocuted to death by the electric grid. After hearing Ning Rushuang say this, Lin Feng finally understood what was going on. So Lin Feng turned to look at Ning Rushuang and said softly, Rushuang, you've been outside before. You must know where there are zombies, right? Ning Rushuang's face turned red when she heard this, and her heart started beating like a deer. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard Lin Feng speaking so softly to Ning Rushuang, they immediately became jealous. Zhao Jingyi said angrily, Are you going to kill the zombies or not? Well, forget it, let's go back. Yang Mi, Li Xian, exactly what are you doing here? We are killing zombies right now, and you two are chatting here. Looking at the girl's dissatisfaction with him at this moment, Lin Feng really had no way to defend himself. But Lin Feng changed his mind and realized that the reason why they were like this was definitely because they also ate the crystal cores last night and had side effects that they couldn't vent, which was why they were so angry. I have to treat you women equally, right? You are really unreasonable. Lin Feng thought to himself, but said, Okay, stop talking. Didn't Rushuang stay outside? That's why I asked her. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but snorted coldly before she said, Xiaoxi, where do you think there are zombies? Chapter 58 Kill Them. Little 11? Hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Then I couldn't help but feel funny. After all, since Zhao Jingyi calls Ning Rushuang that way, it means that Zhao Jingyi and the others have accepted her. But now it seems that she is still a little emotional. Rushuang, your sister Jingyi asked you? Only after Lin Feng's reminder did Ning Rushuang come back to her senses and pointed to a large supermarket in the distance and said, There are so many zombies there. Many people went there to grab food, but they all turned into zombies in the end. But I have never been there, so I don't know what the situation is like. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked in the direction of Ning Rushuang's finger. The once world-renowned large supermarket chain now looks desolate and deserted, and its former prosperity is no longer there. The pitch-black door of the supermarket is like a black hole, silent and deep, like an endless abyss, terrifying. But when Lin Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Zhao Jingyi noticed something strange on Lin Feng's face and asked hurriedly, What's wrong, Lin Feng? Is there something wrong? Places with large crowds, such as large supermarkets, shopping malls, bus stations, airports, and train stations, are the most dangerous. Lin Feng, you mean, we can't go to the supermarket, right? Lin Feng nodded, pointed to the area around the supermarket and continued. Look, there isn't even a single zombie around the supermarket? There really isn't a single zombie. Does Lin Feng have any other explanation for this? In places like this, There are large numbers of zombies gathered in the metropolis, and they tend to stay in the dark places of buildings, in a semi-dormant state. However, once an unusual noise is heard around them, they will wake up from hibernation, then rush forward and completely destroy the target that made the sound. So this place is often called the corpse nest, and we can't go there. Everyone who heard Lin Feng's words looked at him in shock. After all, as far as they know, Lin Feng should be leaving the community for the first time, just like them, right? But how does he know everything? At this moment, even Ning Rushuang looked at him in astonishment and said, I don't know what you were talking about. How do you know? Don't delve into how I know this. Just remember what I just said. Did you hear me clearly? Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang seriously and said. Ning Rushuang's heart tightened when she heard this, and she immediately nodded and said, I understand, Lin Feng. Hey guys, come here quickly, there are so many girls here. But at this moment, a very discordant voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. A bearded, dirty man holding a fire axe appeared behind Lin Feng and his friends with a group of people. Oh my god, brother, why are there so many girls, and they are all top-notch? At this time, a younger brother wiped the drool from his mouth and said thirstily. Upon hearing this, the bearded man laughed lewdly, and his eyes were full of greed. After all, in this end times, being able to see so many beauties in the world is simply a gift from God. My little darlings, follow me from now on, and I promise you will have delicious food and drinks in the future. Ha ha. As soon as the bearded man said this, his men immediately made a series of obscene and lewd noises. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others encountered this situation, and their expressions became serious. Everyone looked at Lin Feng for help. What about Lin Feng? What do you mean? What did I usually teach you? The spears in your hands are not just for killing zombies. Take this opportunity to practice with these pieces of trash. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the bearded man and others noticed Lin Feng's presence. After all, there are so many beauties that have already mesmerized and dazzled them. So how could these people still notice Raymond Lam? At this time, a younger brother, in order to show off in front of the bearded man, shouted arrogantly at Lin Feng. Kid, whose crotch wasn't held tight enough to throw you out. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhao Jingyi and the others. Wow, this person's words are so rude. Don't you dare say that about Brother Feng. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Han Wushuang let out a delicate cry, and the spear in his hand pierced the throat of the younger brother directly. The bearded man and his men were so frightened when they saw this scene that their faces suddenly changed. They took several steps back before stopping. After all, they never imagined that these seemingly beautiful women were actually more cruel and ruthless than them. If there is a disagreement, he will stab you without any hesitation. At this time, the bearded man seemed to realize that he might have hit a wall today, but he still didn't want to believe that this was true. After all, these are a group of women who look fragile. So the bearded man pretended to be calm and said, Who are you? But who would have thought that when faced with the question raised by the bearded man, Lin Feng was too lazy to even answer it. Instead, he looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, Kill them. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the other 11 people immediately raised their spears, maintained a neat attack formation, and rushed towards the bearded man. When the bearded man saw this, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised, but then he suddenly became angry. Damn it. It turns out that they are a group of ruthless little peppers. Brothers, come on. Following the order from the bearded man, his men roared and rushed towards Zhao Jingyi and the others. After all, in the bearded man's opinion, no matter how powerful Zhao Jingyi and the others are, they are just a group of women after all. But how could he know that these were a group of women whose physical constitutions had been completely changed after swallowing the crystal cores? His men only had a brief encounter with Zhao Jingyi and her group, and were instantly defeated and annihilated. At this moment, the bearded man looked at his men, all of whom had their heads pierced by Zhao Jingyi and the others' method of killing zombies. They were instantly frightened to the point of urinating and shivering as they looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others. Auntie, please spare my life. Auntie, please spare me. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Zhao Jingyi said this while raising the spear in her hand, ready to put an end to the bearded man whom she hated. Jingyi, wait a moment. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, causing Zhao Jingyi's raised spear to hover in the air. Chapter 59. Ah fuck. I want to go home. What's wrong with Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi, holding a spear, looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked. Lin Feng smiled evilly. Let's keep him alive for now. He still has other uses. When the bearded man heard what Lin Feng said, he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud and let out a long breath. After all, his life was saved, so he instantly felt like he had survived a calamity. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked in confusion, Lin Feng, why do you keep him? Yes, Brother Feng, this bearded guy is so annoying. Wang Shushua also echoed. Irina also said at this time, we can't keep this person alive, let's kill him, Lin Feng. Seeing that the women were already murderous, Lin Feng pretended to be a saint and said, Girls, don't fight and kill each other all the time. Sometimes you should forgive others when you can. Are you right to kill me, Big bearded man. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely reform myself and become a good and upright person in the future. The bearded man immediately vowed. But what's the saying? It seems like you can escape death penalty, but you can't escape punishment while alive. Why don't you just go to the supermarket ahead and help us scout the way? What? When the bearded man heard this, his eyes widened in horror. Why, you don't want to? Brother, that's not true. Several of my brothers have never come out since they entered this supermarket. This supermarket is very evil. You can't go in, brother. But I want you to come in. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the bearded man with an evil look on his face and said, which frightened the bearded man so much that he kept shaking his head and begging for mercy. Brother, please forgive me. I beg you to let me go. Brother, woo-woo. You were given a chance to live, but you didn't make any use of it. Kill him. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll go, okay? Woo. Finally, under the difficult choice, the bearded man chose to go to the supermarket. Because if he didn't go, he would die immediately. So in order to catch his breath, he had to do this. Lin Feng took out a gun from his pocket and said to the bearded man with a smile. That's right, don't play tricks, otherwise you know what the consequences will be. So, under Lin Feng's coercion and inducement, the bearded man dragged his urine-soaked trouser legs and moved towards the supermarket step by step. Lin Feng, isn't this a waste of time? Why don't you just kill him? At this time, Li Xian looked at the bearded man's departing back and said in confusion. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, I do this to let you know that when dealing with enemies, you must not only kill them decisively, but also let them know that sometimes death may be a luxury for them. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her made her feel a little strange and afraid. But Lin Feng just laughed it off and returned to his previous appearance. At this moment, the bearded man had already walked to the dark door of the supermarket, crying loudly and refusing to go in no matter what. Ouch! But at this moment, accompanied by a roar, a giant red hand grabbed the bearded man and dragged him into the dark supermarket. Ah, fuck! I want to go home. In an instant, the bearded man let out a heart-wrenching sound, which suddenly stopped. Red. Just now in the supermarket, the color of the zombie's arm was actually red, and that arm was obviously beyond the scope of a normal human zombie. It seems that the zombies in this supermarket are definitely the most special among other zombies. Lin Feng understood this and knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he turned around and left without saying a word, winking at the girls. After all, if you want to survive in the apocalypse, running away if you can't fight is one of the necessary rules of survival. Finally, Lin Feng brought the girls to a restaurant and began to clean the waiters, cooks, customers and others in the restaurant who had turned into zombies, and pack up all the edible food, cigarettes and alcohol inside, and take them away. Although Lin Feng has no shortage of food now, who would complain that money is too hot to handle? Then Lin Feng took advantage of Zhao Jingyi and the others not paying attention and copied it 10 million times into the space. Only then was Lin Feng satisfied and looked for his next target. But at this moment, another group of 9 people met Lin Feng and his friends unexpectedly. The team of 9 people consisted of 7 men and 2 women. Some of them were holding bows and crossbows, some were holding crowbars, shovels. In short, they had everything. When they saw the supplies Zhao Jingyi and her friends had looted from the restaurant, they couldn't help but reveal greedy eyes. After all, the sisters Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan, each holding 2 20-gene bags of wuchang rice, were enough to feed the 9 of them for a long time. This area is ours. Where did you guys come from? At this time, a man named Mediterranean, who was holding a shovel in his hand, finally couldn't help it. He pointed at Lin Feng and the others with the blood-stained shovel and spoke viciously. What do you mean this area is yours? This is the first time I've seen someone who wants to rob other people's supplies and can say it so righteously and confidently. Lin Feng said with a look of disdain, looking at the Mediterranean man. When Mediterranean heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately became furious and said, Boy, I think you don't want to live anymore. Do you believe we can peel off your skin? Do you know who we are? If you are smart, just leave the supplies behind, and maybe we can let you live. At this time, the man holding the crowbar also pointed at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I don't know whose dogs you are, but I know that if you keep barking here, you will definitely die. As soon as Lin Feng said this, those people instantly felt the murderous aura coming from Lin Feng. This moment made them feel a little scared. After all, sometimes, people who know a little bit about the situation can tell at a glance who is a real ruthless person and who is just bluffing. Kid, who are you? Let me tell you, we are Mr. Hong's men. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at the 9 people again, which immediately made them start to get carried away. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared? It would be fine if you didn't say anything. If you say that, I'm sorry, but you're really dead. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and the others rushed towards them without saying a word and quickly stabbed all of them into sieves. But at this moment, Chapter 60. You little brat, you still want to fight me? You are still too young. But at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused, and he saw a crystal core falling out of the pocket of the Mediterranean man. This inevitably made Lin Feng and the girls look at each other, feeling confused. Could it be that someone already knows the secret of the crystal core? Otherwise, why do they collect so many crystal cores? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly winked at Zhao Jingyi and said, "Jingyi, go take a look." Zhao Jingyi responded and used the spear in her hand to pick out a small cotton bag with a drawstring from the Mediterranean man's pocket. Seeing that the bag was bulging, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel moved, so he took the bag and opened it. As Lin Feng expected, there was indeed a bag full of crystal cores. "Lin Feng, I never thought that someone has already started collecting crystal cores like us." At this time, Chen Bangxia suddenly said with a serious expression. Zhao Jingyi also said solemnly at this time, "Yes, it seems that we have to work harder." Upon hearing this, the women nodded heavily and responded at the same time. But at this moment, Lin Feng said, "In the early stage, these survivors collected crystal cores just to show how many zombies they or their team had killed. In fact, they don't know the real use of the crystal cores yet." "Brother Feng, you are really too mysterious. How do you know everything?" Han Wushuang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng made up an excuse and said, "If they had eaten the crystal core, how could you have killed them so easily just now?" 2. When Chen Bangxia heard Lin Feng say this, he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. At this time, Lin Feng weighed the cloth bag containing the crystal core with his hand and said, "Just looking at the crystal cores in this bag, there are at least 100 of them. It's getting late now, let's go back." So all the women nodded and walked back. But suddenly at this moment, another group of people met them unexpectedly. They were a group of teenagers about 14 or 15 years old. All of them were dirty, but their eyes revealed a ruthlessness. Just like a bunch of wolf cubs, no matter what they see, they want to pounce on it and take a bite. After all, in such a situation, no matter who you are, your animal nature will be fully displayed. And these children are no exception. "Leave the supplies you have here, or we'll clash to see whose fist is stronger." At this time, a half-child who was the leader, holding a brick in his hand, stared at Lin Feng and the others and said. Faced with such threats, Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of them. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and an idea came to him. "You little brats, why do you have to learn how to rob?" "Well, you can eat if you want, but you have to exchange it for something." "What is that?" the child asked. Lin Feng took out a crystal core from his pocket and said, "Do you know where this thing came from? Do you know what happened? Tell me where this stuff came from, and I'll give you a bag of rice." When the leading teenager heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, but he asked in return, "What do you want this for? Don't you realize that this thing looks like crystal? Just because of this reason, are you willing to give us the supplies?" The teenaged kid in the lead looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look and said, obviously, he didn't believe Lin Feng's nonsense. After all, at this time, what could be more important than supplies? So in the child's opinion, the reason Lin Feng just gave was actually untenable. "Just tell me how to find this thing, and I'll give you a bag of rice. If you want to rob it, then we can only see who has the harder fist." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others also raised their spears. After all, from what Lin Feng had instilled in them, there was no distinction between adults, children, men, and women. They were all just a group of hungry beasts with red eyes. So no matter who dares to stand against them, they will definitely treat these people as zombies. At this time, these half-grown children felt a little uneasy when they saw that Zhao Jingyi and the others were ready to fight with them. After all, they were holding kitchen knives, bricks, wooden sticks, and other more down-to-earth weapons and equipment. Therefore, if they really confront these women holding spears, they will definitely not gain any benefit. So Lin Feng, who had already seen that they were guilty, snorted in his heart and said secretly, "You little brats, you still want to fight me. You are still too naive. Well, since you don't want to tell me, I won't make it difficult for you. But if you have this thing someday, you can bring it to me to exchange for supplies." "How do you want to change?" asked the teenager. "4 of these crystals can be exchanged for 1 meal from me. 7 can be exchanged for 2 meals, and 10 can be exchanged for 3 meals. We have about 30 of them here. Can we exchange them for a bag of rice?" Lin Feng laughed when he heard this. A bag of 20 kilograms of rice is enough for an adult to eat for 40 days. "Do you think what you have is enough?" "But these are all we have. It's none of my business. 30 coins in exchange for 3 days of food. Are you going to exchange them or not?" "Change," the teenager said, gritting his teeth. In their opinion, these things are actually useless. They just look good. Seeing that the half-grown child agreed, Lin Feng continued, "Come with me to the community in front so I can give you food." So after the group of children followed Lin Feng back to the villa, Lin Feng pretended to go back into the villa, took out a large bag of bread from the space, and threw it to them across the fence. "Here are 30 loaves of bread in total, enough for 3 days of food. If you still want to use this to exchange for food, you can come to me anytime." At this time, the group of half-grown children didn't care what Lin Feng was saying. Everyone was eating bread like crazy, with big mouthfuls. But at this moment, the half-grown child in the lead suddenly remembered something, grabbed the remaining bread, and said to his companions, "Each person can only eat one. There are others who haven't eaten yet. Shou Qiang, I haven't eaten for 3 days. 1 piece of bread is not enough. Don't worry, I'll eat the last one. Su Xing, no, there are others who haven't eaten yet. The half-grown boy named Shou Qiang pushed away his companion who was trying to grab the bread and said seriously, Chapter 61 We are here to exchange for food. After being pushed away by Shou Qiang, the half-grown child named Su Sheng resisted the urge to eat, swallowed his saliva and said, Okay then. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly spoke across the fence. Now all you have to do is tell me where you got these crystals from, and I will give you another bag of rice. The half-grown boy named Zhou Sheng couldn't help but think to himself after hearing what Lin Feng said. If we tell him that this thing was dug out from the heads of zombies, he will definitely never exchange food for us again. After all, who would like what's inside a zombie's head? So this matter must never be told to him. Then Shou Qiang looked at Lin Feng and said, Don't worry, we won't tell you. Why? No reason. If we have something like this again, we will definitely come to you again. After Shou Qiang finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he winked at Su Sheng and the others and hurried away. Lin Feng looked at their hurriedly leaving backs, with a wicked smile on his face, then turned around and went back to the villa. Jingyi, look at how many crystal cores you have collected today. Lin Feng just returned to the villa and said to Zhao Jingyi in the living room. So Zhao Jingyi dumped the crystal core onto the dining table and said, Lin Feng, if I remember correctly, today we killed zombies in the restaurant and obtained a total of 21 crystal cores. We obtained 97 crystal cores from those we killed and exchanged 30 crystal cores with food, so today we collected a total of 148 crystal cores. A total of 148 crystal cores. Lin Feng murmured, and then said, You and Daha and Era each get 10 crystal cores, and the rest are all mine. Do you have any objections? What opinions can we have? Zhao Jingyi said with a smile. Yang Mi rolled his eyes at Lin Feng and said, What are you talking about? Even if these 148 crystal cores are all yours, we have no objection. That is. Seeing all the girls say this, Lin Feng unceremoniously collected the remaining crystal cores. After all, I'm already an old married couple with them, so there's really no need to be polite. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. Tell me honestly, are there any side effects whenever I swallow the crystal core? That won't happen. As you swallow the crystal core more and more times, the side effects will disappear. How many times will it take? Zhao Jingyi asked again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At least 5 or 6 times, at most 7 or 8 times. What's the matter? Nothing. I'm just asking. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingyi turned to Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia and the other girls and said, I want to swallow the crystal core tonight, and you are not allowed to snatch it from me. After Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, she ignored the hot gazes of the other girls, twisted her hips, hummed a little tune and went to the kitchen. At this time, in a bank vault, one of Hong Ye's men hurried into the vault. Master Hong, something terrible has happened. What happened again? Mr. Hong spoke vaguely while eating compressed biscuits. Master Hong's men smelled the compressed biscuits and swallowed their saliva before saying, Master Hong, we killed the team that was looking for supplies. Oh, these zombies are really becoming more and more difficult to kill. Mr. Hong said with a sigh. No, Master Hong, they were all killed. What? Killed by someone? The subordinate quickly said, Yes, Master Hong, each of them has been stabbed with holes like honeycombs of coal, with at least a dozen holes. When Master Hong heard this, a fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Check for me. Besides us, who else is searching for supplies in that area today? Master Hong, I have already sent someone to check. According to the information we have received so far, apart from us, the only ones left are those half-grown children. After hearing what his men said, Master Hong's face turned cold. Go, arrest a few of them for me to interrogate. Yes, Master Hong. I will send someone over immediately. The subordinate immediately responded and hurriedly left the vault. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up early in the morning, he clearly felt that his body had undergone a complete transformation. He punched the window hard and felt a gust of wind hitting the window, making the entire curtain whirring. With my current strength, my punches can also hurt people. Lin Feng looked at his fist with satisfaction, thinking secretly in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi's arms, as white and smooth as a water snake, tightly wrapped around Lin Feng, and whispered in a very charming and soft voice. Ah Feng, it's still early. Do you want us to have a deeper discussion? Don't want it anymore? Lin Feng smiled evilly and said in a pretendingly polite manner. An hour later, Lin Feng got up from the bed, took a cold shower as usual, put on his pajamas, walked to the bed, slapped Zhao Jingyi's pretty buttocks hard and said, Now you know you're tired. What did you do so early? Hurry up and get up. We still have to kill zombies later. Lin Feng, you beast. Why don't you have any sympathy for women? Zhao Jingyi, who was lying on the bed, looked at Lin Feng with a resentful look on her face and said, But Lin Feng didn't care about her. He just laughed and walked out of the bedroom. After breakfast, Lin Feng took Zhao Jingyi and the others and prepared to walk out of the villa again to kill the zombies outside. But at this moment, the half-grown child named Shou Qiang, with a few people of similar age, appeared outside the fence of the villa again. He first coughed dryly, trying to attract Lin Feng's attention, and then slowly said, We are here to exchange food. Lin Feng turned to look at Shou Qiang. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, I didn't expect you guys to be so diligent. How many do you have? 100, look. Shou Qiang picked up the crystal core wrapped in black cloth and said. When Lin Feng saw the crystal core wrapped in black cloth in Zhou Chang's hand, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. To be honest, it was beyond Lin Feng's expectation that he could obtain 100 crystal cores in one night. So Lin Feng said, "You guys were able to get 100 in one night. Are you sure these things are real?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, a companion who was traveling with Shou Qiang became unhappy. How can it not be true? Aren't these things all from the funeral? Lu Haitao, shut up. Chapter 62. Who said we won't help them? Following Zhou Chang's loud shout, the boy named Lu Haitao swallowed his words back. It can be seen that this teenager named Shou Qiang is quite prestigious among them. Please rest assured, these things are definitely the same as last time, otherwise we won't be able to exchange food with you next time. Shou Qiang looked at Lin Feng sincerely and said. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this and smiled calmly. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Lu Si, go to the kitchen and get them a bag of 20 kilograms of Wuchang rice. Okay. Zhao Lucy responded and quickly returned to the villa. After a short while, she came out of the villa carrying a bag of rice. So Shou Qiang and his companions were immediately overjoyed. Shou Qiang, something bad has happened. Teacher Lu and the others have been arrested. But at this moment, a man suddenly shouted and ran towards the side in a hurry. So Lin Feng looked carefully and found that it was the half-grown boy named Su Xing who came with Shou Qiang last time. Su Xing, who took Teacher Lu and the others away. Weren't they fine when we left just now? Zhou Qiang grabbed Su Xing's arm and asked anxiously. Su Xing said anxiously, not long after you left, Mr. Hong and his gang rushed into where we live and took Teacher Lu and 2 students away. We didn't offend them. They arrested. Hey, are you guys done yet? Do you want more rice? At this moment, Lin Feng saw Shou Qiang and Su Xing talking endlessly, so he couldn't help but urge them. Although Lin Feng and that damn Hong Yi also had a feud. But Lin Feng was not interested at all in the conflict between Shou Qiang and that Mr. Hong. After all, the grudge between them was just a grudge between them, and had nothing to do with him, Lin Feng. Shou Qiang glanced at Lin Feng, through the crystal core and through the fence and said, since we are here, why don't we change? Hearing this, Lin Feng took the rice from Zhao Lucy's hand and threw it over the fence with a little force. If there is nothing else, let's go quickly. Zhou Qiang picked up the rice on the ground, looked at Lin Feng with some dissatisfaction, and walked out with Su Xing, while asking anxiously. Do you know why Mr. Hong and his gang wanted to capture Teacher Lu and the others? They said they had a team that had been stabbed in a nearby restaurant, and they wanted to know if it was us who did it. After hearing this, Teacher Lu of course said no, but they didn't believe it. They said they wanted to let Master Hong ask in person. Then they took Teacher Lu and 2 students away without any explanation. At this moment, Lin Feng, who heard Su Xing's story, couldn't help but feel surprised. Didn't we stab to death those guys near the restaurant? Wait a moment. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak. Shou Qiang, Su Xing and others outside the fence stopped immediately after hearing Lin Feng's voice and turned to look at Lin Feng. Do you have anything else to say? It's nothing. I just hope you guys stay safe. Lin Feng's mind moved and he changed his mind and said this. Because at this time Lin Feng had not yet decided whether to help them. But Lin Feng heard that Shou Qiang and the others suffered the misfortune because of him. So Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little conflicted at this moment. Thank you, we will. At this time, Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Feng and smiled faintly, then left quickly with Su Xing and others. Brother Feng and his companions were implicated because of us. Are we really not going to go and help? Wang Shuxiwei looked at Lin Feng at this time and spoke softly. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Shuxiwei and said, if it was just for this reason, I wouldn't go over to help. You must always remember that other people's life and death has nothing to do with us. Unless we can get benefits from helping him, if you have nothing to do, wouldn't it be nice to have hot pot and sing songs in the villa? The girls thought the same thing after hearing what he said. In such a situation, if anyone acted like a virgin, there would definitely be no good ending. Therefore, no matter what you do now, putting your own interest first is the wisest choice. Lin Feng, you are sure you don't want to help them, right? In that case, let's continue to go out and kill zombies, right? At this time, Yang Mi suddenly spoke again. Who knew that Lin Feng also glanced at Yang Mi and said, who said we won't help him? Yang Mi was startled when she heard this, and immediately said, why are you like this? Didn't you just say you wouldn't help them? Yes, Lin Feng, what do you think? Qin Bangxia also said at this time. Zhao Jingyi also echoed at this time. That's right, Lin Feng, you don't help one moment, and help the next. You've confused me. Seeing all the girls saying this, Lin Feng slowly spoke. I want you to tell me why we should help them, not just because they are implicated because of us. So do you understand what I mean? Brother Feng, are you saying that if we help them, it will be beneficial to us? Han Wushuang suddenly spoke. Lin Feng touched Han Wushuang's forehead affectionately and said, well, we can take this opportunity to get rid of Mr. Hong before his power develops, so as to avoid hidden dangers in the future. Secondly, if Shou Qiang and his gang die in the future, who will provide us with crystal cores? When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they finally understood why Lin Feng wanted to help Shou Qiang and the others. So Lin Feng and the girls, along with Daha, stepped out of the fence and quietly followed the scent left by Shou Qiang. After all, relying on eating crystal cores for a long time, the husky and the habitat have already reached a terrifying level in terms of vision, speed, sense of smell, etc. So tracking Shou Qiang and the others is a piece of cake. But Zhao Jingyi and Era stayed in the villa. After all, it doesn't seem to be a good thing to go out in full force every time. If one day someone else takes over your nest, it will be too late to cry then. Daha followed the scent left by Shou Qiang and the others, walked out of the community, ran through 3 streets, and stopped near a building. Ha. You bunch of beasts, let go of our teacher, Lu. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter and the roars of Shou Qiang and others came from a bank on the first floor of the building, which immediately made Lin Feng happy. Bastards, you are really here. So Lin Feng thought about it, and made a gesture to Zhao Lucy and the others to stay where they were, and then he quietly walked over alone. Chapter 63. Can you ask your students to help me? At this time in the bank vault, Shou Qiang and several other half-grown children were pinned to the ground by Hong Ye's men, their eyes full of anger and unwillingness. In another place, a beautiful woman with a worldly appearance, fresh and refined looks, somewhat similar to a fairy sister, had her hands and feet tied up, her eyes full of fear. Tell me the truth, boy. Did you kill our brothers? One of Mr. Hong's men held Shou Qiang down and asked with a cold look. Zhou Qiang, who was pinned to the ground, shouted with all his strength, "Let me go. I don't even know what you were talking about." When one of Master Hong's men heard what Shou Qiang said, he glanced at the beautiful woman with a fairy-like appearance and said with a lewd smile, "Hee kid, if you don't tell the truth, then your teacher Lu will have to let these brothers of ours have some comfort. Ha ha ha. Ha ha." The men beside Master Hong also burst into lewd laughter, causing the bound teacher Lu to tremble with despair in his eyes. It was obvious that she had really fallen into the tiger's mouth, because no matter whether Zhou Qiang and his men had done it or not, she could not escape this disaster. At this moment, Master Hong cast a greedy look at teacher Lu and slowly said, "Look at you all, you really have no manners at all. Look how scared you made our teacher Lu's face turn pale." When Master Hong's men heard what he meant, they immediately understood what he meant and said quickly, "Master Hong, the brothers are not very good at this. How about asking Master Hong to set an example for the brothers? Look at you all, why do you all need me to teach you?" Master Hong snorted coldly and said, "I would never force others to do something they don't like, so I usually use my sincerity to impress them and make them willingly do something." After saying this, Master Hong took out a bottle of medicine from his body and continued, "This is what my brothers brought from an adult store a few days ago. I wonder what effect it will have on teacher Lu." As soon as Master Hong said this, his men understood it instantly and immediately burst into lewd laughter. "You bunch of beasts, let go of teacher Lu, let go of teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, woo woo woo. Woo woo woo." At this moment, Zhou Qiang and the others finally realized something and began to sob. "Little girl, drink this and you'll be aroused. Come on, open your mouth and drink it." Mr. Hong was seen grinning lewdly, grabbing teacher Lu's cheeks with his hands, forcing her to open her mouth so that he could pour the medicine into her. But teacher Lu clenched her teeth tightly and refused to open her mouth. However, in the face of unequal strength, she had to open her mouth little by little even if her gums bled. "Haha, Mr. Hong, you are too despicable, aren't you?" Suddenly at this moment, a voice suddenly made Mr. Hong's body tremble, and he was so scared that the medicine in his hand fell to the ground. Because he was so familiar with this voice, it was simply his nightmare during this period. Now he has finally recovered, but now when he suddenly hears it again, you can imagine what kind of mood Master Hong is in at this moment. But when Shou Qiang heard this unique magnetic voice, his heart trembled. Because Shou Qiang really didn't expect that the man would appear here. "Who on earth are you? How dare you ruin our Master Hong's good deeds? I think you are tired of living." Suddenly at this moment, one of Mr. Hong's men shouted angrily towards the outside of the vault, and then Lin Feng slowly appeared in front of everyone. When teacher Lu saw Lin Feng appearing alone, his heart seemed to skip a beat and an inexplicable feeling arose spontaneously. At this moment, Master Hong's men saw that Lin Feng ignored him and couldn't help but speak angrily again. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Bang. But what answered him was a bullet that pierced his head. This sudden change left everyone present dumbfounded. The entire huge vault suddenly fell into a brief silence. It was not until more than a minute had passed that Master Hong managed to calm down his panic and said, What do you want to do? I actually let you, a bastard, run away last time. I was looking forward to it so much that even the flowers were withered, but you still didn't come to seek revenge on me. So today I came to find you in person." When Mr. Hong heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, he had long experienced Lin Feng's trick of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. So there was no way he could underestimate him like he did last time. So Master Hong immediately changed his expression and smiled at Lin Feng. "Brother, in fact, there were misunderstandings between us before. Why don't we just make peace today?" Bang. Lin Feng shot Mr. Hong in the head before he could finish his words and said, "You want to turn hostility into friendship? I'll be your sister." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he pointed his gun at the remaining minions of Master Hong again, and with more than a dozen shots, all of them were killed by Lin Feng. Then, ignoring the astonished looks of Shou Qiang and the others, Lin Feng slowly went to the depths of the vault and began to touch the supplies collected by Master Hong one by one. 30 boxes of Waha mineral water were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 300 million boxes of Waha mineral water. 20 boxes of compressed biscuits were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 200 million boxes of compressed biscuits. 25 boxes of ham sausage were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 250 million boxes of ham sausage. 23 boxes of self-heating hot pot were detected. Congratulations on winning 200 million. After Lin Feng copied all the materials in the vault, he slowly walked to the so-called teacher Lu mentioned by Shou Qiang, smiled at her calmly and said, "Can you ask your students to do me a favor?" Teacher Lu, who was in a trance, immediately regained his composure after hearing what Lin Feng said and responded, "What can I help you with? Please ask your students to move these supplies for me. There are really too many." "Okay, of course, no problem," Teacher Lu said shyly. Hearing that Teacher Lu was willing to help, Lin Feng turned to Shou Qiang and the others and said, "You all heard it. Hurry up and help me move these supplies out. I will find a car to take them away later." Shou Qiang and the other half-grown children looked at each other and walked out with the supplies without saying a word. If it were any other time, Shou Qiang and his men would have rushed over and snatched these supplies when they saw them. But at this moment, they didn't have any thoughts about these supplies, and all they had was gratitude towards Lin Feng. Chapter 64. This is a reward for your honesty. As Shou Qiang and his men moved the supplies out of the vault, Zhao Lucy and Chen Bangxia, who were hiding outside the bank, immediately came over and joined the group moving the supplies. But when the girls saw the so-called teacher Lu, they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with hatred. After all, with Raymond Lam's personality, how could he not be tempted by such a beautiful woman? "Zhao Lucy, why are you looking at me?" Lin Feng, who noticed that Zhao Lucy and the others looked strange at this time, couldn't help but speak. Zhao Lucy snorted coldly. "Why are you looking at you? He is such a scumbag among scumbags. Sooner or later, you will die of exhaustion." "That's right. You're already busy enough with us alone, and now you're really courting death. You'll be exhausted." Seeing the girl's dissatisfaction with him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. "Damn, you don't have to be so vicious, right? Besides, I didn't do anything, Mimis. I'll go find a car." At this moment, Lin Feng thoroughly felt the hostility of the women towards him, so he found a random reason and temporarily left this place of trouble to prevent the situation from escalating further. Although Teacher Lu is indeed beautiful, but Lin Feng knew in his heart that he would not touch this woman. After all, there are so many students behind this woman, and he doesn't have the leisure to let them become a burden to him, unless you can't help it. Arriving at a small truck, Lin Feng opened the door. Then the truck driver, who had turned into a zombie, pounced towards Lin Feng with his fangs and claws bared. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had an idea, and a purely handmade military Nepalese machete suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Then Lin Feng swung his sword with force, and the entire head of the zombie was cut off. Lin Feng drove the pickup truck to the bank and moved the supplies to the back of the truck. He then asked Zhao Lucy to give Shou Qiang and the others a box of compressed biscuits and 2 barrels of water as compensation for carrying the supplies. "I have a suggestion for you. From now on, you can live in this vault. I feel that this vault has a high safety factor. At least this way, you can sleep peacefully at night." Lin Feng just said something to Teacher Lu, Shou Qiang and others, and was about to leave. "Please wait a moment." But at this moment, Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu called out to Lin Feng at the same time. "Is there anything else?" Lin Feng looked at them and said. At this time, Shou Qiang took out a canvas bag and said, "I just found this in a cabinet in the vault." Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, so he immediately winked at Irina beside him. Then Irina quickly opened the car door and jumped out of the car. Lin Feng looked quickly. Irina took the canvas bag and excitedly grabbed a handful of crystal cores of various colors from the bag and looked at Lin Feng. When he saw that the canvas bag was full of crystal cores, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. You have to know that for such a large bag of crystal cores, there must be more than 800, even if there are not 1,000. If all of them were absorbed by them, then their strength would be improved to a level that Lin Feng could not imagine. "Lucy, give them another box of sausages and 2 bags of rice." "Okay," Zhao Lucy responded, then took 2 bags of rice and a box of sausages from the car and handed them to Shou Qiang and the others. "This is a reward for your honesty." After Irina and Zhao Lucy got in the car, Lin Feng said something to Shou Qiang and the others who were stunned outside the car, then stepped on the accelerator and left. At this time, Zhao Lucy and other girls in the car saw that they were getting farther and farther away from Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu, and their faces were full of confusion. After all, Teacher Lu's appearance is absolutely rare, not to mention in this chaotic world, even before the end of the world. But it is really weird that Lin Feng is indifferent. After returning to the villa, Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy, Zhao Jingyi and others moved all the supplies into the villa. Only then did Lin Feng light a cigarette for himself to take a breath. There was no other way. In order to keep his secret, he could only move these supplies back to the villa with Zhao Lucy and the others like an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have put it into the space long ago, so why would he go through so much trouble? "Jingyi, Lucy and the others are tired. Go count how many crystal cores you have collected today." "Good." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi nodded at Lin Feng, then took the canvas bag from Zhao Lucy's hand, slowly poured the crystal cores onto the table and began to count them. "The count is done, Lin Feng." 10 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng put out the cigarette in his hand, looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked, "How many crystal cores are there?" "There are 325 white crystal cores and 519 green crystal cores. You guys are really making a fortune this time." Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "That's necessary." Lin Feng smiled calmly and then continued. "You and Daha and Era will each have 23 white crystal cores, and you will each have 37 green crystal cores. The rest are mine." Who would have thought that when Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi looked at Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and other girls and actually shook their heads. Seeing this, Lin Feng was puzzled and asked, "Since you all disagree, how do you say we should distribute it?" Zhao Jingyi smiled and said, "In fact, I discussed it with my sisters a few days ago. Among so many of us here, you are the one who really needs to become stronger. So we decided that you must absorb 1,000 more crystal cores than us every month. Yes, brother Lin Feng, now we sisters are counting on you. Only when you become truly strong, we sisters will truly feel safe." At this time, Wang Shushui also echoed. Yang Mi also said resentfully at this time, "Quickly absorb it, so that we sisters won't have to be widows for you in the future. Yes, don't waste time." Hearing the girls talking endlessly, Lin Feng felt more and more uncomfortable. What does it mean to avoid being a widow in the future? It makes me feel like I'm going to die tomorrow. Finally, Lin Feng, who could no longer bear it, waved his hand at them and said, all right, stop talking. Isn't it okay for me to absorb it?" "That's right," Zhao Jingyi said, and then she smiled and stuffed all the crystal cores into Lin Feng's arms, and then said, "Absorb them quickly." But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, his face changed and he said, "I absorbed so many crystal cores at once. Will there be any side effects?" Although Lin Feng can now absorb 20 or 30 crystal cores at a time without any side effects. But absorbing so much at once did make Lin Feng worried. Chapter 65, The Side Effects of the Crystal Core, A Complete Transformation. But who would have thought that when Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and other girls actually cast passionate glances at Lin Feng. Then Zhao Jingyi walked to Lin Feng and said softly, "Lin Feng, I am here with you. What do you have to worry about? Just absorb it quickly." "Brother Feng, I still have you. I can do it, too." At this time, Han Wushuang said with a smile in her eyes. "Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan's twin sisters, it's getting late. Hurry up and absorb it." At this time, Irina simply took the lead and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, picked up a crystal core and put it next to Lin Feng's mouth, and whispered softly, "Off Feng, don't be afraid, I'm here." Looking at the women in front of him, constantly showing themselves off with their flirtatious glances, Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was the emperor choosing a concubine. I felt so happy at that moment. After all, a situation like this would have been impossible before the end of the world. However, the world has completely changed now, and women have to rely on a strong man in order to survive. Besides, most women have a desire for strong men. So once a man conquers them, these women will be completely devoted to this man. So no matter what happens in the future, the women will consider this man. So, under the burning gazes of the girls, Lin Feng absorbed more than 800 crystal cores in one go. In an instant, a burst of hot energy spread throughout Lin Feng's body, causing him to unable to help but let out a groan of pain and pleasure. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the other girls saw the changes in Lin Feng, and they were all eagerly looking forward to Lin Feng's choice tonight. I feel like I'm about to burst with all the energy in my body. The next day, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and found that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng seemed to feel something strange in his body. He slowly got out of bed and walked to the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this the change in the body after swallowing a certain amount of crystal cores? This body is simply too perfect." Then Lin Feng had an idea and threw a random punch. The cactus on the balcony broke into pieces along with the flower pot with a bang. I never thought that after swallowing a certain amount of crystal cores, I could kill people invisibly with my fists. I have to say this is really cool. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, he suddenly heard some noise in the bedroom. Zhao Jingyi, Chen Bangxia and others were already climbing up the stairs. "Lin Feng, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Jingyi pushed the door open first and asked anxiously. Naked Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and smiled calmly. "It's nothing. I just accidentally broke the flower pot." But when Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng's perfect figure, she couldn't help but walk over, slowly stretched out her hand, and praised him as if she was carefully touching a perfect work of art. "Oh my god, Lin Feng. Is this the change after absorbing a certain amount of crystal cores?" At this moment, Chen Bangxia, Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and others all walked in. "Oh my god, brother Feng, your body change is so obvious," Wang Shushui said in surprise. "Really? Let me see. It really is." At this moment, all the women couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, their eyes filled with endless desire. Okay, stop talking. I'm almost starving now," Lin Feng said helplessly while putting on his clothes. Upon hearing this, the girls looked at each other and then reluctantly withdrew their hands. After eating the meal prepared by Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng looked at his watch, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Feng lay comfortably on the sofa, letting Zhao Jingyi massage his feet, Li Xian massage his shoulders, and Zhao Lucy feed him French fries. At this moment, Lin Feng was so happy that he was completely confused. "Lin Feng, someone is coming." But suddenly at this moment, Chen Bangxia's words instantly broke the atmosphere. Lin Feng immediately stood up and walked to the surveillance screen. He was surprised and asked, "Why is she here too?" Because at this time, not only Shou Qiang but also Teacher Lu appeared on the screen. At this time, the girls saw Lin Feng's expression and gathered around the surveillance screen to find out what was going on. But when Zhao Jingyi and the others saw Teacher Lu also appear on the screen, they all couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this Teacher Lu is really not a simple person. Brother Feng didn't bring her back last time. She must be unhappy, otherwise why would she come here in person? That is. Hearing the women's discussion, Lin Feng said, she came here this time, I think she must have something to do. Hearing this, Zhao Lucy snorted coldly and muttered softly, what else could it be? I just want you to take her in. That's right. Otherwise, why would she come here with that little boy Shou Qiang? I saw the girls were about to start their chattering mode again. Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly and walked out of the villa by himself to see what Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu were here for this time. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi and other girls also exchanged glances with each other and followed out. Because in their opinion, there are already enough people in this villa. So no matter what we say, we cannot let Teacher Lu move in this time. As time passed rapidly, Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu appeared outside the fence of the villa. Don't you usually come to exchange food in the morning? Why are you here at this time? At this time, Lin Feng spoke first, which made Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu stunned for a moment. Then Teacher Lu mustered up the courage and said cautiously, we are not here to exchange food this time. If you're not going to exchange food, then what are you doing here? Lin Feng slowly lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then spoke slowly. At this time, when Zhao Jingyi and others heard what Teacher Lu said, they became more certain that Teacher Lu's real purpose was to move in. Otherwise, why would she come here in person after meeting Lin Feng last time? Chapter 66, Seeking Medicine at Home. Just as Zhao Jingyi and the others were thinking about it, Teacher Lu spoke again. We are here to change the medicine this time, but I don't know if you have any. Change the medicine? Change to what medicine? There was a hint of suspicion in Lin Feng's eyes. One of my students has had a high fever this morning, so we came to ask if you have any medicine to reduce the fever. Could it be that your students were scratched or bitten by zombies? If that's the case, I advise you to give up as soon as possible, otherwise you will all be killed by them. Teacher Lu immediately waved his hands when he heard this. No, he was not scratched or bitten by the zombies. We have checked his body and found no scars. Okay, if I give you a box of antipyretic medicine, how many crystal cores are you willing to exchange for it? Lin Feng said lightly. Teacher Lu looked at Lin Feng with an uneasy look on his face and said, we are going to use 100 crystal cores. Do you think it will work? After all, 100 crystal cores is their limit, so. No, I want 500 crystal cores. What? 500 crystal cores? After hearing this, Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu were shocked and said in unison. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng continued. Of course, 500 crystal cores is indeed a bit too much for you, but I can give you 10 days. What do you think? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu were silent for a long time. Finally, Teacher Lu made up his mind and said, okay. Obviously, in such a situation, if the two of them wanted to save people, they had to agree to Lin Feng's conditions. Lin Feng did this because he naturally had a slight liking for these half-grown children, so he deliberately tested them. Even if they fail to meet the requirement of 500 crystal cores in 10 days, Lin Feng will not make it too difficult for them. After all, Lin Feng also needs a few people outside the villa to serve as his eyes and ears, right? They seem to have such potential. So Lin Feng had an idea and took out a box of ibuprofen and a box of 9,999 cold medicine from his pocket, threw them over the fence and said, I'll give you 2 boxes of antipyretic medicine. If your student still doesn't get better, you should give up early. Teacher Lu picked up the antipyretic medicine on the ground with great joy and kept thanking Lin Feng, but she did not take what Lin Feng had just said to heart at all. But Lin Feng didn't care at all. After all, it was their own business and as an outsider, he couldn't say much. After Teacher Lu and Shou Qiang left, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Yang Mi and others and said, You see, they really came here for something, it's not what you think. Maybe, but this doesn't prove that she doesn't have this idea. At this time, Zhao Lucy argued speciously. That's right. Right now, this is perhaps the only place in the whole country that is a pure land. Let alone her. Just ask those survivors out there, who wouldn't want to live here. Brother Feng, you should stop accepting new people from now on. After all, the villa is so small that it can't accommodate too many people. Yes. As Zhao Lucy started talking, Wang Shuxue, Han Wushuang and others also started talking. For a while, the girls chattered nonstop. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a pain in his head. In fact, Lin Feng knew exactly what women like Zhao Lucy were thinking. Even though they sound very reasonable now, it was actually Lin Feng's actions that made them feel a sense of crisis. You know, the reason they were able to live here is because they are beautiful. But if they wait another 20 or 30 years, the capital they are so proud of will gradually wither like a blooming flower. So each of them is trying their best to show themselves, trying to grasp Lin Feng's heart firmly in this way. You women, if I really wanted to abandon you at any time, I would not have trained you and let you absorb the crystal course. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly and was about to return to the villa. But at this moment, a lion that had turned into a zombie and exuded the smell of rotten flesh, with bloody green eyes wide open, was slowly approaching this side like a hunter ready to hunt. However, Ever since Lin Feng absorbed a large number of crystal cores, both his hearing and vision have been greatly improved. So at this time Lin Feng had already noticed something. Ouch. At this moment, the lion, which had completely turned into a zombie, suddenly let out a roar and pounced towards this side. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and others finally reacted and their faces turned pale with fright. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly took out the Desert Eagle and quickly fired 3 bullets, all of which hit the lion's head. Although Lin Feng and his team had an electric fence for defense, it was, after all, a lion that had turned into a zombie. Once this zombie lion pounces, the person will be instantly electrocuted into ashes. But Lin Feng knew in his heart that with the strength of this lion, the fence might be broken by it. Fortunately, a few bullets successfully destroyed the lion's central nervous system. He instantly lost all the strength in his body, collapsed to the ground, and died instantly. Lin Feng, why are there lions here? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was the first to come to her senses, spoke with lingering fear. Lin Feng put away his gun and said, "Why else? Isn't there a zoo to the east of our community? You mean this lion ran out of the zoo?" Zhao Jingyi said in astonishment. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, "Otherwise, could it have jumped out from the cracks in the rocks?" When Zhao Jingyi and others heard what Lin Feng said, they realized that in the future they would not only have to face human zombies, but animals like these zombies would also be a formidable enemy for all survivors. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly glanced at each of Zhao Jingyi and the others one by one, and then slowly said, "Given the current situation, you should be given firearms training from this moment on." Gun training? Lin Feng, you only have one gun? Is this really necessary? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. At this time, Chen Bangxia also hurriedly said, "Yes, Lin Feng, we only have one gun. Is this really necessary?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, "Who told you that I only have one gun? I can tell you the truth, there are many in the storage room of the villa." Chapter 67, Mysterious Storage Room. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all the girls gasped at the same time. At this moment, their eyes were all cast towards Lin Feng, and everyone's face was filled with astonishment. In their minds, the storage room in the villa has always been shrouded in mystery. The items in the storage room were like an inexhaustible treasure house, always providing all of their daily needs. And now, they heard that there were guns in the storage room, which made them feel that the storage room seemed to contain some extraordinary power. So whoever truly possesses him will probably get what he wants. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the strange looks from Zhao Jingyi and the others. He knew that these women must be curious about the storage room in the villa. I advise you again, it's best to put away your curiosity, otherwise you will be as miserable as those survivors outside. Lin Feng, we are both your women now, can't you just? Cannot. Before Zhao Jingyi could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her. Then Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Jingyi and the others, and continued. Even before the end of the world, everyone has their own secrets in their hearts, so if you want to continue living here, you should abide by the rules here. Of course, if any of you are willing to give up your current life, I can take you to the storage room to have a look. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi and others who originally wanted to say a few words like Zhao Jingyi, all shut their mouths. After all, they prefer a life of plenty to the secrets in the storage room. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm just asking. Who are you trying to scare with that cold face? Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Jingyi actually found a way out for herself and spoke. Seeing that Zhao Jingyi and the others had given in, Lin Feng instantly became his previous cheerful self again, which immediately made the girls roll their eyes at him. Wang Shushiwei said, "Brother Feng, why are you like a chameleon sometimes? Your face changes so suddenly that it's hard to figure out." "That's right. I'm really afraid that one day something we sisters say will make you unhappy again," Han Wushuang also said at this time. Lin Feng just laughed when he heard this and said, "Then you just need to remember which words made me angry and don't say them again in the future, right?" When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they suddenly felt speechless. Seeing that the girls stopped talking, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, then turned around and went back to the villa. After Lin Feng returned to the villa, he went straight in and out of the storage room. On a whim, he took out more than a dozen Smith Wesson MP9 pistols from the space. Because the recoil of this pistol is smaller than that of the Desert Eagle, it is easier for newcomers who are using a pistol for the first time to get started. In addition, each pistol is equipped with an optical core sight, which can greatly improve the gun holder's hit rate. Then Lin Feng took out the gun in a black garbage bag and dumped it all on the table in front of Zhao Jingyi and the others. This immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others open their eyes wide in shock again. "Brother Feng, I never thought there was a gun in the storage room," Wang Shushiwei said in surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng just snorted coldly and said casually, "Not to mention pistols, there are even bazookas in there. Okay, now I will teach you how to disassemble and assemble a pistol, as well as the usual maintenance." So, under the gaze of the girls, Lin Feng quickly disassembled a Smith Wesson MP9 pistol into several pistol parts. Then it was quickly assembled into a complete pistol, which made the women like Zhao Jingyi secretly surprised. After all, this speed of disassembling and assembling guns can only be seen in movies and TV shows, but the man in front of him can actually do it. So how many secrets does this man have that they don't know yet? Okay, each of you can try to disassemble and assemble the gun according to the method I just described. At this time, Lin Feng, who who had already assembled the gun, looked up and said something to them. Then Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and others each picked up a pistol and began to disassemble it clumsily. Seeing their clumsy and serious expressions, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly, and then said, "It's okay to be slow at the beginning. I will teach you how to shoot later." The next day, Lin Feng decided to leave one person and a dog in the villa as usual and teach them how to shoot after he came back. After all, the zombies outside are getting stronger and stronger. If you miss this period of time, it will only become more difficult to kill these zombies in the future. Although Lin Feng still has a powerful weapon that he has not used, his real purpose is not only to obtain the crystal core, but more to allow Zhao Jingyi and others to increase their practical experience. After all, the current crystal core is of too low a level. Therefore, it will take some time for these zombies to evolve before they can be killed in order to maximize benefits. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that just when they were about to step out of the villa, they were stopped by Zhao Lucy, who stayed in the villa. "Ah, Feng, wait a moment. What's the matter? My phone seems to have no signal. If something happens, how can I contact you?" When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Lucy said, he, like Zhao Jingyi and the others, couldn't help but take out his cell phone to check. Indeed, there is no signal on the mobile phone now. So Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and under the gaze of the girls, he hurried back to the villa, then took out a dozen walkie-talkies from the space and distributed them to everyone. This is a military walkie-talkie. It has a signal within at least 50 kilometers of the city. All the girls were stunned when they heard this. Obviously, these walkie-talkies were really timely in their eyes, because as long as they don't leave the city, they can keep in touch. After Lin Feng led the girls out of the community, they once again stood not far from the large chain supermarket. Lin Feng couldn't help but have some thoughts about the rapidly evolving zombie in the supermarket. Because if this zombie is allowed to continue evolving in there, it will definitely pose a huge threat to the survivors nearby in the future. Lin Feng, although there are a lot of supplies in this supermarket, you also know that there is a very scary zombie in it. You don't really have any ideas about this supermarket, do you? Zhao Jingyi, who seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's worries at this time, couldn't help but say with some concern. But after hearing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Do you really think those supplies are so important to me? If it's not for supplies, then what do you mean? To be honest, I want to set fire to this supermarket and burn to death the zombie that has been hiding in the supermarket and growing in a creepy way." Chapter 68, I Am Actually a Magician. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. "Lin Feng, are you crazy? The zombie in there is so powerful, we can't afford to offend it, but we can hide from it, right?" "That's right, Brother Feng. Why are we provoking it? We might as well kill a few more zombies with this time." "Yes, I think we should go." But Lin Feng shook his head and said, "If we don't solve this problem now, I'm afraid it will threaten our safety in the future." Upon hearing this, all the women fell into deep thought. At this moment, in their opinion, what Lin Feng said was not unreasonable. It was indeed the best option to get rid of this zombie in advance before it became a threat. After all, they live nearby. If this matter is not resolved, it will definitely bring great disaster to them in the future. Zhao Jingyi and the others, who had understood the pros and cons of this, changed their minds and said, "Lin Feng, what you said makes sense. Just tell me what you want to do. I'll listen to you." "It's still me. I will listen to Brother Feng too." "Me too." As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, the others also followed suit. So Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "In that case, now all of you should turn your backs to me and hide behind the semi-trailer truck on the left." When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in their eyes. After all, they really didn't understand why Lin Feng asked them to do this. But what they didn't know was that Lin Feng didn't need them to know at all. He just needed them to obey and do as he was told. "What are you dawdling about for? Hurry up." As Lin Feng urged again, Zhao Jingyi and others hurriedly hid behind the truck to see what Lin Feng was up to. But who knew that just as they turned around, Lin Feng had a thought, and a 50-kilogram gas tank appeared out of thin air. Then, Lin Feng, with the blessing of swallowing many crystal cores, suddenly grabbed the gas tank, swung his arm, and like a strong man swinging a sledgehammer, threw the gas tank fiercely towards the dark entrance of the supermarket. I saw the gas tank draw an arc in the air, rushing straight into the darkness with the power to destroy everything. At this moment of lightning and fire, Lin Feng suddenly raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and pulled the trigger at the gas tank that rushed into the darkness. Bang! I saw a bullet, accompanied by a gunshot sound like a meteor, chasing towards the gas tank at a high speed. But at this moment, a giant purple-red hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness at the supermarket exit and actually grabbed the gas tank and threw it out again. Under Lin Feng's astonished gaze, the gas tank smashed into a hotel on the side of the road like a cannonball, making a deafening explosion. Lin Feng, who saw this scene at this moment, was almost stunned. The giant zombie with purple skin was something Lin Feng had never seen before in the end of the previous life. And the most important thing is that this zombie, which evolves very quickly, obviously already has a mind. This was something Lin Feng had never expected. So if we allow it to continue evolving like this, the entire Earth might belong to it in the future. So Lin Feng made up his mind, took out a rocket launcher from the space, and then Lin Feng immediately fired a rocket at the entrance of the supermarket with a bang. Boom! Following an explosion, Lin Feng clearly heard a roar in the supermarket. Then Lin Feng saw a figure about 5 or 6 meters tall with a purple body and black blood vessels, like withered vines, entwined around his rotten muscles. Moreover, the head of this purple zombie is extremely huge, occupying almost 1/3 of its entire body. Its eyes had long since completely lost their human color, replaced by a pair of lifeless dark purple eye sockets that seemed able to swallow up all light. Ouch! Suddenly, the purple zombie opened its mouth, revealing its jagged fangs, and roared at Lin Feng. All of a sudden, Lin Feng felt a gust of wind mixed with the stench of corpses blowing towards him, making it so nasty that he could hardly open his eyes. But even so, Lin Feng still yelled at Zhao Jingyi and the others, "Run!" Then Lin Feng suddenly took out an M14 semi-automatic rifle from the space. This rifle is known for its accuracy and power, and its effective range can reach 700 meters. With every shot that Lin Feng fired, the zombie would pause for a moment, then rush towards Lin Feng with a roar. But Lin Feng was like flying a kite. No matter how the zombie thought, he would slap Lin Feng to death. But Lin Feng still relied on his flexible movements and agile skills to distance himself from the zombie. In an instant, the abandoned vehicles and deserted shops on the street became unrecognizable under the destruction of this purple zombie. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and the others who had already escaped far away saw such a thrilling scene, and they all opened their eyes wide in shock. Because they never expected that Lin Feng's skills were so amazing that he could fight back and forth with this autonomously evolved zombie and not even lose the upper hand. What's more important is how a semi-automatic rifle suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This is what confused them the most. At this moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and fired several shots at the temple of the giant purple zombie. The giant zombie then let out an unwilling cry and fell to the ground. Oh my god, this zombie is indeed more powerful than the other zombies. Basically every shot was a headshot, and it took more than 20 bullets to kill him. Lin Feng turned the gun barrel over the giant purple zombie's head, examining the bullet holes on it, and couldn't help muttering silently in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others also walked over from a distance, and they all looked at Lin Feng with shock on their faces. After all, the shock that Lin Feng brought to them today was stronger than ever before. It made them wonder whether the man in front of them was still the man who used to live with them. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that all the girls had the same expression, and naturally he knew that some things seemed to be unable to be concealed. But it was obvious that Lin Feng still wanted to save the situation. Then he looked at her awkwardly, holding the M14 semi-automatic rifle in his hand, and said nonsense to Zhao Jingyi seriously. "Well, you guys actually discovered that I'm actually a magician." Chapter 69. Large supermarkets replicated tens of millions of times. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard what Lin Feng said, they all couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. "What the hell? You call yourself a magician? You can even make a gun that big appear. I guess you are a magician, right? Brother Feng, don't think I didn't see it. You just brought out a rocket launcher." Offing still refused to tell us his secret. It seemed that he was still on guard against us. Just as the girls were thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly took the spear from Yang Mi's hand and pried open the giant zombie's skull. Then, a very gorgeous purple crystal core came into everyone's sight. "Brother Feng, this is actually a purple crystal core." Wang Shushue couldn't help but said in surprise. Lin Feng took the crystal core in his hand and looked at it carefully in the sunlight. "If I'm not mistaken, there will definitely be crystal cores of various colors in the future." "Lin Feng, if what you said is true, then the different colors of crystal cores represent the energy levels of the crystal cores." "Yes, as time goes by, zombies will become more powerful, and the energy of the crystal cores in their heads will become stronger and stronger." Lin Feng put away the crystal core, turned to look at Chun Bangxia, and responded to her. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked towards the large supermarket and said, "Lin Feng, do you think there is only one zombie in this supermarket?" When Lin Feng heard this, his heart couldn't help but move, and he instantly understood what Zhao Jingyi meant. Indeed, with such a big commotion just now, if there were still zombies in the supermarket, they would have rushed out long ago. But now it seems that not only are there no other zombies in the supermarket, but even the area around the supermarket seems extremely peaceful. So Lin Feng thought of this and looked at Zhao Jingyi and said, "It seems that this large supermarket chain is indeed a bit weird. What's going on? Are you planning to steal the supermarket supplies?" "Lin Feng, although we sisters have no worries about food and clothing following you, this large supermarket chain has so many supplies after all. If we don't take them, someone else will. Yeah, since you've killed the only zombie boss in this supermarket, why don't we go in and take a look?" As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Ning Rushuang, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Okay, since Sister Rushuang said so, I'll take Era over to take a look. If the supermarket is indeed safe, I'll use the intercom to notify you to come in." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he gave Ning Rushuang a wicked smile, and without waiting for the girls to respond, he led the husky towards the supermarket. After all, With Lin Feng's skills, if there is any emergency, he may be able to escape unscathed. But if we bring them in with us, there is a high chance that something might go wrong. Lin Feng was seen standing at the dark entrance of a supermarket with his husky. He took a deep breath, and then he took out a flashlight from the space and walked in. As the flashlight beam swayed in the dark space, Lin Feng could see the scene in the supermarket clearly. Countless zombie remains were scattered all over the ground, and the smell of rotten flesh filled the air, making Lin Feng feel like vomiting. It's strange, how come all these people who turned into zombies in the supermarket were dismembered alive? What is going on? Lin Feng looked at the scene that was like hell on earth, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. But when he shone the flashlight on the head of a dismembered zombie, he seemed to realize something instantly. Every zombie's head is actually empty? It seems that the purple zombie just now evolved so quickly because it swallowed the crystal cores of other zombies. Lin Feng, who finally understood all this at this moment, couldn't help but take a breath. It turns out that the crystal cores of zombies can not only be absorbed by humans, but also by zombies themselves. If that's really the case, then the only person left in this supermarket is the purple zombie I just shot. Lin Feng, who finally figured this out, took a flashlight and went inside the supermarket. I saw beams of light jumping between the shelves, occasionally shining on some scattered goods, reflecting a strange light. Lin Feng walked forward cautiously, taking every step extremely carefully, while Era looked around vigilantly, turning his ears from time to time to catch any sounds around. Although Lin Feng has roughly judged that there are no more zombies in this supermarket. But judgment is just judgment after all, so we have to worry about the worst. So it's better to be careful. If you get scratched by Song Biao accidentally, your rebirth would be in vain. Lin Feng walked along the shelves to the personal care area, copied 10 million copies of each item sold on the shelves, including shampoo, shower gel, cosmetics, sanitary products, etc., and then put the items on the shelves into the space. Then, Lin Feng came to the cleaning supplies area next to it, and used the same method to copy and store household cleaning supplies such as detergents, laundry detergent, soap, toilet paper, etc. into the space. Then Lin Feng went straight to the grocery area. After copying and storing the goods including cereals, beans, canned food, dried fruits, various beverages, juices, mineral water, potato chips, chocolates, candies, etc., more than 2 hours had passed. There's no other way. This supermarket is really too big, and it's dark. If I want to store all the things here in this way, it will probably take another 3 or 4 hours. Fortunately, most of the edible supplies here have been stored in the space. Lin Feng, are you okay? At this moment, Zhao Jingyi's anxious voice finally sounded on the intercom. After all, they had been inside for such a long time. Zhao Jingyi and the others only called Lin Feng on the intercom when they arrived. They must have reached the limit of their patience. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be out as soon as possible. So Lin Feng responded using the intercom and quickly came to the cosmetics area. Lin Feng looked at the dazzling array of cosmetics on the shelves and couldn't tell which brand was the best. So he simply gritted his teeth and copied all the international brands of cosmetics on the shelves and put them into the space. Then Lin Feng took a flashlight and hurried through the clothing area, putting all the men's and women's clothing of various types and styles into the space. Then Lin Feng quickly walked through the household items area, copied some bedding into the space, and prepared to leave. After all, Lin Feng now knew that he and Era had stayed here long enough, and it was time to go back. But at this moment, Chapter 70 Mysterious Woman. But at this moment, when Lin Feng focused his attention on the flashlight in his hand, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of unusual movement. In the food area of the supermarket, in the inky darkness, a bright red figure flashed by like a ghost. Although the time was very short, Lin Feng still saw that it was clearly a little girl wearing a red dress. At this moment, even Lin Feng, who was a very brave man, couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. After all, there were so many people who died in this supermarket. It was so tragic, so it was inevitable that there would be 1 or 2 people who were unwilling to accept their fate and wandered around this supermarket. Although Lin Feng was an atheist before, bizarre things like rebirth happened to him. So what else could not happen? So Lin Feng didn't stop anymore, but quickened his pace and left here in a hurry with Era. If it was a zombie, it would be easy to deal with, but if it was really some dirty thing, Lin Feng really would have no way to deal with it. Lin Feng had just stepped out of the supermarket when Zhao Jingyi and others, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, came to greet him. Zhao Jingyi asked anxiously, Lin Feng, why did you take so long to go in? Yes, Brother Feng, if you don't come out, we are planning to go in and find you. At this time, Wang Shushua also echoed, yes, Lin Feng. Seeing that the girls were so concerned about him, Lin Feng just smiled calmly and said casually, it's okay. I was just in there just now. I suddenly felt a little sleepy, so I just took a nap in there. What? Get some sleep? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls were shocked and said in unison. Seeing the same expression on the faces of all the girls, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject and said, it's getting late. Shall we go back? Lin Feng, isn't there any supplies inside? No, I've looked inside, and there really isn't any supplies. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and responded seriously. Zhao Jingyi was puzzled when she heard this. That shouldn't be the case. This is a large international supermarket chain. How could there be no supplies inside? Yes, this shouldn't be the case. Irina also asked in confusion. Yang Mi also sighed and said, I was thinking about getting some cosmetics in the supermarket, but it seems like there's really no chance this time. Why? Seeing that all the girls were sighing, Lin Feng didn't say much. He put his arm around Yang Mi and the other around Zhao Jingyi and said, Aren't they just some cosmetics? Why don't you just tell me what you need? What's missing at home? Come on, come home with me, and I'll get you whatever you need. Yang Mi was immediately delighted when she heard that. She nodded slightly in Lin Feng's arms and was about to return to the villa. You scumbag, you are so shameless. But at this moment, a tiny voice quietly entered Lin Feng's ears. This immediately made Lin Feng's heart tighten. He suddenly cast his eyes towards the street corner in the distance and said in a deep voice, You have been exposed, come out. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, when the women were all confused, a woman in a black windbreaker quietly appeared in the sight of Lin Feng and others. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but look carefully at the woman in the black windbreaker. Her jet black hair was tied into a high ponytail, fluttering slightly in the wind, giving her a lively and unrestrained vibe. Her eyes were so deep that they seemed to see through everything, and there was an unyielding light in them. What surprised Lin Feng was that she had a sharp dagger hanging around her waist and a pistol tied to her thigh. It was obvious that she was well prepared. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. The woman snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Why do you care who I am? Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhao Jingyi, who was already dissatisfied with the woman's attitude, said with a hint of anger, Hey, why are you like this? How do you talk to my man? Just who do you think you are? She really has no manners at all. I don't know how she survived. At this moment, as soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and all the other women began to launch a fierce attack on the woman, instantly rendering her speechless. At this time, Lin Feng on the side said nothing, but just looked at the woman with a sneer and a deflated expression. You are simply unreasonable. The woman said with a red face and thick neck. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Whatever you say, let's go. Lin Feng said this and was about to take Zhao Jingyi and the others away. After all, in Lin Feng's view, this is just a survivor struggling in the apocalypse, so why should he create unnecessary friction with her? Besides, Lin Feng was indeed a little hungry now, so the important thing to do now was to go back to the villa and have a meal. Please wait a moment. But at this moment, the woman suddenly called Lin Feng again. If you have to fart, do it now. Lin Feng said in a bad tone. The woman held back her anger when she heard that, and pointed at the giant purple zombie's body and said, Did you kill this zombie? What else? Is there anyone else here besides us? Lin Feng asked with disdain. This is impossible. This is a 4th level zombie. How can you kill it? 4th stage zombie? When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately stopped and looked at the woman in surprise. It was obvious that what the woman said just now successfully attracted Lin Feng's attention. Because even the reborn Lin Feng had no idea that zombies were divided into 3rd and 4th levels. And how did this woman know? Moreover, the weapons and equipment she carries are not what an ordinary survivor can possess. Why are you looking at me like that? The woman noticed Lin Feng's strange gaze and subconsciously clenched the dagger in her hand, looking at him vigilantly. So Lin Feng quickly asked, Are these zombies divided into different levels? Of course, the gray and white ones are 1st-order zombies, the green ones are 2nd-order zombies, the red ones are 3rd-order zombies, and the purple ones are 4th-order zombies. So the purple-red one, what level of zombie is it? The woman glanced at Lin Feng and said, The purple-red zombies are between the 3rd and 4th levels. Then how do you know all this? As Lin Feng spoke, the woman's eyes showed a hint of panic. Why do you care how I know this? You can believe it or not. Whatever you say. Lin Feng just said something casually to the woman and was about to leave. Although Lin Feng had already realized that this woman was definitely not simple, he did not want to delve into it further. After all, in such an environment, you just need to take care of your own business, and it is better not to ask too much about other people's affairs. Don't leave yet. But at this moment, the woman called Lin Feng again. Chapter 71, Another Reborn Person. After hearing what the woman said, Lin Feng turned around again, looked at the woman and said, Do you have anything else to say? Give it here. The woman stretched out her hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. What? There's a purple, crystal-like thing in its head. You should have taken it, right? When Lin Feng heard this, his heart tightened. He looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others before saying, You're a girl. Why do you need that? Why do you care about me? As long as you are willing to hand it over, I can give you a pack of sausages. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, which immediately made the woman frown slightly. Why do you think it's not enough? If you think it's not enough, I can add another bag of spicy strips. Sorry, I don't have the thing you mentioned. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said, It is obvious that this woman came here just for this purple crystal core. Given the level of this purple zombie, she actually dared to come here alone. It seems that this woman has already known the secret of improving strength by absorbing crystal cores. I think this woman's strength cannot be underestimated. So it was inevitable that Lin Feng became curious about this woman. That's impossible. Purple zombies definitely have that kind of thing. Hand it over quickly, or I'll shoot you. Suddenly, the woman pointed the black muzzle of the gun at Lin Feng and spoke coldly. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others immediately pointed their spears at the woman. I advise you to put down your gun, otherwise we sisters will definitely stab you to pieces. You pathetic women, are you really willing to become a tool for this man to vent his anger? The woman pointed a gun at Lin Feng and trembled with anger. After all, in her opinion, the reason why Zhao Jingyi and the others followed the man in front of them was simply because they relied on the fact that he was a man who could protect them, helpless women. But in the end, didn't they still follow him, looking for supplies everywhere, killing zombies, and living in fear all day long? But how could she know that although Lin Feng was unrestrained, he gave Zhao Jingyi and the others enough respect? Besides, the reason why Lin Feng took them to kill zombies was to improve the strength of Zhao Jingyi and the others. Zhao Jingyi snorted coldly. Venting tool? To be honest, we don't think so. Instead, you think we are a venting tool. That's right, you stinky woman. Put the gun down quickly, or I'll stab you. Qin Bangxia put the tip of the gun directly against the woman's neck and said viciously, I told you to put it down. Did you hear me? Put down the gun. Put it down. At this moment, under the intimidation of Zhao Jingyi and others, the woman was obviously a little flustered. I thought she was still thinking that Zhao Jingyi and the others were only forced to follow this man because of their current situation. So as long as she could persuade Zhao Jingyi and the others to rebel, they would stand on her side. But I never thought that I would end up in such a situation. It's really abominable. You are just a bunch of stupid women. Ha ha. Hearing the woman's unwilling roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. If you ask me, you are the real idiot. You. The woman was so angry at Lin Feng that she was speechless for a moment. Lin Feng slowly reached out and took the gun from the woman's hand and whispered in her ear. Before I decide to kill you, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be, reborn one. When Lin Feng uttered the last 3 words, the woman was struck by lightning. She looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said, You, how? Lin Feng immediately hushed her. Sorry, I guessed it right. Give me a reason not to kill you. As Lin Feng was speaking, a desert eagle was already against the woman's chest. At this moment, the woman looked at Lin Feng in a trance and said in disbelief, This is impossible, could it be? At this time, the woman was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lin Feng in shock. Damn it, you actually guessed it. As Lin Feng said this, he was about to pull the trigger, ready to put an end to this woman once and for all. In Lin Feng's opinion, the fewer people in this world know his background, the better, so this woman must die. Wait, I have something else to say. But at this critical moment, the woman immediately spoke again. Lin Feng smiled coldly, glanced at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, You guys step aside for a moment. I want to talk to her alone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and others immediately retreated to a distance, leaving Lin Feng and the woman some space alone. After Zhao Jingyi and the others left, Lin Feng said to the woman in a cold voice, Tell me, what else do you want to tell me? I never thought that I was not the only one who could be reborn. The woman took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Lin Feng smiled coldly. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. The woman asked again, How many years did you survive at the end of your previous life? 5 years. How about you? Lin Feng said patiently. I survived for 7 years in my previous life and was finally killed by a 9th-order zombie before I was reborn. What exactly do you want to say? The woman looked straight at Lin Feng and said, You and I are both reborn. You should know that our rebirth is God's chance to start over again, so I really want to live. I'm sorry, with your personality, even if I let you reincarnate 10 more times, you will still die in the end. If you let me go, I can tell you a secret. Seeing Lin Feng preparing to pull the trigger again, the woman hurriedly spoke. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. What secret? There is a military camp 200 kilometers southeast of our city. You should know about it, right? Then what? The woman made up her mind and said, To tell you the truth, I also have a system after my rebirth. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Does everyone who is reborn have a system? Oh my god, what are you doing? At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, but he pretended to be calm and said, What system? Synthesis system. What is a synthesis system? The woman said, Just like 2 guns can be combined into a more powerful gun, 2 pieces of clothing can also be combined into 1 piece of clothing with better quality. However, this system has no effect on food, water, and medicine. When Lin Feng heard the woman say this, he couldn't help but think to himself, My system can copy, but hers can synthesize. This is beyond my expectation. Chapter 72 Obtaining Synthesis System Skills. At this time, the woman saw that Lin Feng stopped talking and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and then continued. As long as we work together and get the hot weapons in the army, we will definitely be able to walk sideways in this apocalypse in the future. What do you think? It sounds good, but it goes against my personal beliefs. What personal creed? Lin Feng looked at the woman with pity and said, You can't trust anyone in the end times. Bang. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a bullet instantly pierced the woman's head. You are such an idiot. Why do you say anything? I don't know how you lived 2 years longer than me in your previous life. This is really weird. Lin Feng looked at the woman's body, muttered something, bent down to pick up the woman's backpack, suddenly opened the zipper, and saw 40 or 50 high-quality red crystal cores inside. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a third-order crystal core. The test shows that you have killed a reborn person. Congratulations, you have obtained the system skill of the person you killed, Synthesis. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, the system prompt in his mind suddenly sounded, and Lin Feng was shocked and stood there. It turns out that when a reborn person kills another reborn person, he can actually obtain the system abilities of the killed reborn person. Lin Feng understood what was going on and was instantly overjoyed. However, after Lin Feng calmed down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. If Lin Feng's guess is correct, there are very likely other people who have been reborn. If this is true, one can imagine what kind of situation Lin Feng will be in the future. Lin Feng, are you okay? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who walked over first, saw Lin Feng's expression and couldn't help but express her concern. Lin Feng smiled faintly at Zhao Jingyi. It's okay, let's go back. Zhao Jingyi responded softly, and then accompanied Lin Feng back to the villa with the other girls. After returning to the villa, the girls began to cook in a hurry. After all, I originally planned to go out in the morning and come back by noon. But sometimes, plans cannot keep up with changes, and when they returned, it was already evening. So, Zhao Jingyi and her friends, who had hardly had a drop of water all day, had hot pot for dinner to save time. I just saw the best tripe, lamb and beef rolls and other ingredients being dipped into the boiling hot pot, and then dipped in the delicious dipping sauce. The taste was really indescribable. After dinner, the girls looked at each other. It seemed that it was time for Lin Feng to flip the cards again in the evening. So Zhao Jingyi, like before, deliberately coughed and said to Lin Feng, who are you going to let accompany you tonight? I plan to sleep alone today. Lin Feng picked up a beef meatball from the hot pot, blew on it, put it into his mouth, and spoke vaguely. When the girls heard Lin Feng say this, they were stunned. After all, for someone like Lin Feng, to be honest, this is the first time he has gone to sleep on his own since he started taking the crystal core. So it was inevitable that Zhao Jingyi and the others would feel a little worried about Lin Feng. So Zhao Jingyi spoke again. Lin Feng, are you feeling a little uncomfortable today? Yes, brother Feng, if you are not feeling well, I'd better stay with you at night, so that there will be someone to take care of you at night. At this time, Han Wushuang also spoke up. Wang Shushiwe, brother Lin Feng, how about I accompany you? Seeing the girls being so persistent, Lin Feng knew that they were not taking care of him at all, but were clearly trying to suck him dry. No, I'm really tired tonight. I just want to go to bed early. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and, ignoring the disappointed looks of the girls, went upstairs. After returning to the bedroom, Lin Feng had an idea and 2 Desert Eagle pistols appeared in his hands. 2 Desert Eagle pistols detected, should they be combined? At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind, and Lin Feng immediately whispered, Synthesis. Synthesis failed, do you want to continue? Hearing the system's failure prompt, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, continue. Synthesis failed, do you want to continue? Continue. Synthesis failed, do you want to continue? Oh my god, keep going. Synthesis failed, do you want to continue? Fuck you. Keep going. At this moment, Lin Feng was tortured by this damn synthesis system, and his head was buzzing. Gradually, he went from being excited to feeling hopeless. It seems that it is not an easy task to seize other people's system skills and make them your own. Synthesis failed, do you want to continue? After more than 5 hours, the system sound rang in Lin Feng's mind again. Lin Feng glanced at the clock in frustration. It was already 2:30 in the morning. I'll give you one last chance. If it doesn't work, I'll go to sleep. Go on. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the 2 Desert Eagles instantly merged into one, turning into a Desert Eagle pistol with an optical sight. 2-in-1 Desert Eagle pistol, the ammunition capacity is increased by 100%, the recoil is reduced by 50%, the accuracy is increased by 50%, and the effective range is increased by 150 meters. When Lin Feng heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. If 2 guns are combined, their power can be increased so much. So if 3 or 4 guns are combined, wouldn't the power and performance be even greater? Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately took out a Desert Eagle from the space and started synthesizing it. You can only proceed to 3-in-1 when your proficiency in 2-in-1 reaches 100%. Your current proficiency is 0.5%. Hearing what the system said, Lin Feng couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. After working for most of the night, my proficiency level is less than 1%. It seems that there is still a long way to go if I want to fully master this system skill. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Feng took them out to kill zombies and obtain crystal cores as usual. And this time, Lin Feng asked Yangmi and Era to stay in the villa. But at this moment, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu appeared outside the fence again. Lin Feng looked at them and smiled faintly. 500 crystal cores? Are they gathered so quickly? Teacher Lu bit her red lips tightly before speaking. We have collected a total of 158 pieces in the past 2 days. We were afraid that you would get anxious waiting, so we sent them to you in advance. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Now the zombies outside are becoming more and more difficult to kill. And this group of students, without absorbing crystal cores, were able to obtain so many crystal cores. They were indeed quite capable. Chapter 73. It turns out you already knew it. It seems that Shou Qiang and his team must have killed the zombies by setting traps. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for them to collect so many crystal cores in such a short time. Seeing Lin Feng thinking in his heart, he couldn't help but smile indifferently, and then spoke again. In the future, when you have gathered all the crystal cores, just send them here together. You won't have to come here every few days. I told you not to be so anxious. Our teacher Lu was afraid that you would get anxious waiting, so we came here. As soon as Zhou Qiang said this, teacher Lu's face clearly blushed. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said at this time, "Okay, you guys go back. It's time for us to go out and kill zombies." You guys are going out to kill zombies? When Zhou Qiang heard Lin Feng say this, he was obviously a little nervous. After all, Zhou Qiang thought that only they knew the secret of obtaining the crystal core. But when they heard that Lin Feng and the others were also going to kill zombies, the strings in their hearts immediately became tense. Yeah, you kill zombies to get this crystal. Why can't we? Lin Feng smiled coldly and made things clear. Zhou Qiang, when teacher Lu heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Zhou Qiang was surprised and said, "So you already knew it? If you didn't tell me at the beginning, I would have to find a way to know where this thing came from, right? From what you said, can we still exchange supplies from you in the future?" Zhou Qiang said to Lin Feng nervously. "Of course you can, but you can keep the white crystals for yourselves. I only want the green and red ones from now on." "Okay." Zhou Qiang responded in a daze, smiled unnaturally at Lin Feng, and quickly left with teacher Lu. At this moment, Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu believed that they could rely on the information gap on how to obtain crystal cores and come to Lin Feng for a long time to exchange for supplies. But now that Lin Feng already knows how to obtain the crystal core, their value in Lin Feng's heart will definitely be greatly reduced in the future. But how could they know that Lin Feng did this on purpose? After Zhou Qiang and the others left, Lin Feng, as usual, led the girls out of the villa and went outside the community to continue killing zombies. With the tacit cooperation of the women, even the zombies whose skin turned from green to red and whose attack power became stronger, fell unwillingly under the spears of the women. At this time, when Lin Feng and his friends passed by a barber shop, a zombie that looked like a barber suddenly broke through the glass of the barber shop and rushed over with scissors in his hand. When the women saw this scene, they did not panic at all and shot the zombie's head with one shot. In this way, it was not until after 11 o'clock in the morning that Lin Feng led the girls back to the villa. As soon as Lin Feng and the girls returned to the villa, Yang Mi had already brought the freshly fried steak to the table and said, "Is everyone starving? Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Seeing Yang Mi wearing an apron and looking very charming, Lin Feng couldn't help but walk over, kissed her hard and said, "Baby, why are you so virtuous today?" Yang Mi immediately whispered shyly, "Hateful." Haha. Lin Feng laughed when he heard that and was about to taste the steak that Yang Mi had fried herself. But at this moment, Yang Mi quietly pulled Lin Feng's clothes and whispered, "Would you like to stay in my room tonight?" But before Lin Feng could speak, Zhao Jingyi in the distance deliberately raised her voice and said, "Hey, hey, hey, so many people are waiting. You two don't want to eat? Oh, here it comes." Lin Feng and Yang Mi had no choice but to respond and walked over. After dinner, after the girls rested for an hour, Lin Feng began to teach them how to shoot in the correct posture. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Feng installed a silencer on each of their guns to prevent the gunshots from attracting zombies outside. Zhao Jingyi and her friends were shooting at the frying pans, iron cans, and coins strung together with steel wire hanging outside the yard. Now follow the method I taught you before and try shooting the frying pan. Zhao Jingyi, you go first. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi took the lead and started shooting at the frying pan outside the yard. But to Lin Feng's disappointment, not a single bullet hit the hanging frying pan. "Zhao Lucy, come here." Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Jingyi with a look of disappointment and said, "Oh." Zhao Lucy responded and fired at the frying pan outside the yard. But in the end, she got it right, and the frying pan immediately made a metallic sound. You are only a little better than Jingyi. It's your turn to be Li Xian," Lin Feng said with a helpless sigh. So Li Xian also walked out shyly. Just like that, people like Zhao Jingyi either missed the target or, like Zhao Lucy, were hit by a bullet by chance like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Lin Feng was so angry that his liver hurt. It wasn't until Ning Rushuang fired a whole magazine of bullets into the frying pan that Lin Feng was shocked again. "I never thought that this girl has the potential to be a sharpshooter." So Lin Feng handed her another magazine without saying anything and said, "Shoot the cans." Ning Rushuang took the magazine, loaded it, and fired another magazine's worth of ammunition at the cans hanging in the yard. "Good. You hit 9 of the 10 bullets. Now hit the coin." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out another magazine from his pocket and handed it to Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng and nodded heavily, then pointed the gun at the coin and pulled the trigger. After Ning Rushuang finished shooting, Zhao Jingyi and the others were already petrified with their mouths open in shock. As Lin Feng clapped his hands one after another, the girls finally came to their senses from their shock and started clapping together. "You hit the target every time out of 10 shots. I have to admit that you are indeed a sharpshooter," Lin Feng exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Ning Rushuang said sadly, "My father used to be a shooting athlete. Maybe I was influenced by him." Seeing Ning Rushuang like this, Lin Feng knew that her parents must have died in this apocalypse, otherwise she wouldn't be so sad. So Lin Feng patted Ning Rushuang on the shoulder and said softly, "It's okay. Everything will be fine in the future." Woo woo woo. But what was unexpected was that it would have been better if Lin Feng hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Ning Rushuang threw herself into his arms and started crying. Seeing this scene, the girls couldn't help but feel sad. After all, for them, life before the end of the world is so nostalgic. But suddenly at this moment, Chapter 74, A Group of Prisoners. But suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng saw the surveillance screen in the villa. His face suddenly darkened and he said, "There are survivors entering our community." As Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls instantly recovered from their depressed mood, returned to the villa with serious expressions, and stared at the surveillance screen intently. At this time, Zhao Jingyi said, "Lin Feng, it seems that they have quite a lot of people, at least 40 or 50 people. Strange, haven't you noticed that these people have one characteristic?" Yang Mi suddenly said with a puzzled look. At this time, the foreign girl Irina also said, "It seems to be true. Why are all these people bald?" Yes. Seeing that all the girls looked confused, Lin Feng finally spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, these people are all criminals in a certain prison." What? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others all looked at him in unison, with surprise written all over their faces. Lin Feng ignored Zhao Jingyi and the others' stunned expressions and continued. "It seems that we will have to go out and kill zombies to get crystal cores like we did before. We can only do this after getting rid of this group of people." "But Lin Feng, why do you think these people came here?" Zhao Jingyi asked at this time. "Because this was the most prosperous neighborhood in the entire city before the end of the world. I still don't quite understand." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Jingyi still looked confused. Lin Feng sighed softly and spoke again slowly. "People like these who live at the bottom of society, do you think they will have the opportunity to enter this community before the end of the world? Of course not. Besides, they're a group of criminals." Yang Mi spoke first. "So that's why they're here?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, all the girls were speechless. What Zhao Jingyi and the others didn't know was that in fact, in his previous life, Lin Feng knew that there was a group of prisoners who escaped from prison and had been occupying this area for a long time. Then, they gradually developed into a force that could not be underestimated. But in this life, because Lin Feng lives in this community, the fate of this group of criminals is destined to change drastically. "Lin Feng, look, he even captured a group of women." Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi pointed at the surveillance camera and said. Lin Feng looked up and saw on the surveillance screen that there were 7 or 8 women with their arms tied with ropes, lined up in a row, and being urged to move forward. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that among these women there were 2 or 3 female prison guards in uniform. At this moment, Lin Feng knew without thinking what would happen to these women if they fell into the hands of these criminals. "Brother Feng, these women are so pitiful. Should we help them?" Wang Shuxiwei looked at Lin Feng and spoke cautiously. "Help? How? How about we vacate our villa and let these poor women live in it?" Isn't this bad? You know this is not good. If you dare to be a saint in front of me again, do you believe I will kick you out?" Seeing Lin Feng suddenly become so stern, Wang Shuxiwei immediately said, "Brother Feng, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again." Seeing Wang Shuxiwei say this, Lin Feng just sighed helplessly. "All of you, remember this. The world has changed. Your kindness may kill you, or even all of us." Wang Shuxiwei's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried, "Brother Feng, please don't be angry. I really know I was wrong. Lin Feng, Shuxiwei is still too young. Please forgive her this time." At this time, Zhao Jingyi also looked at Lin Feng and persuaded him. Lin Feng looked at Wang Shuxiwei and sighed again. He reached out and touched her head and said, "What a silly girl. No one will look after you in the future. What are you going to do?" Wang Shuxiwei was startled when she heard this, and then she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. "Brother Feng, I really know I was wrong." But before Lin Feng could even open his mouth, Zhao Jingyi pulled Wang Shuxiwei away from Lin Feng's arms and said, Okay, it's enough that you know you're wrong. It's getting late. Let's get ready to cook." An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was quickly prepared with the concerted efforts of all the girls. The whole table was filled with dishes like spicy noodles with meat, braised beef, steamed sea bass, shredded pork with green pepper, twice-cooked pork, fried crab with ginger and scallion, etc. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel hungry. After inviting the girls to eat, Lin Feng started to eat with his chopsticks. But at this moment, all the girls at the table seemed to be preoccupied with something, and they all glanced at Lin Feng intentionally or unintentionally. But how could Lin Feng not understand their little thoughts? Since these women were unlocked by me, they have become more and more greedy. Alas. While eating, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this time, Lin Feng finally understood why there were so many beautiful women around Brother Sick Hong, but his eyes were becoming increasingly dim. "Lin Feng, who are you going to let accompany you tonight?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi repeated this sentence again as usual. "Yang Mi, right?" Lin Feng answered without raising his head while eating. "Oh." When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she was stunned at first, and then, like Zhao Lucy and the others, she responded with disappointment on her face and said nothing more. Only Yang Mi couldn't help but raise a sweet smile. The next day, Lin Feng stretched lazily on the soft bed and slowly opened his eyes. Then Lin Feng glanced at Yang Mi and found that she was still sleeping. This made Lin Feng smile wickedly, and then There was no way. Ever since he absorbed the crystal core, Lin Feng's needs for that thing had become very strong, so Lin Feng had to have her again. Just like that, an hour later, Lin Feng finally got up contentedly. But at this moment, a hurried knock on the door instantly broke the silence. Lin Feng, are you up now? Zhao Jingyi asked while knocking on the door. Lin Feng frowned slightly. I'm up. What's the matter? Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu came again this morning. Then what? As soon as they entered the community, they were arrested by the criminals who had just moved into the community yesterday. Lin Feng couldn't help but hesitate for a moment after hearing this. Then he opened the door, looked at Zhao Jingyi standing outside and said, It seems that those people really can't be kept. Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and said, Chapter 75 Head-on Confrontation. Of course, we have to eliminate all of these people, Lin Feng said with his eyes suddenly becoming cold. Lin Feng originally thought that he could live forever with this group of women in this villa. But he overlooked one point, that in addition to zombies, there are other survivors in this world who are constantly disrupting his life. Therefore, in order to avoid being disturbed unnecessarily in the future, it might be a good choice to form a team of your own before the forces of all parties take shape. After all, Lin Feng now has supplies and weapons, and he does have unique conditions. Feng, but there are 40 or 50 of them. Can we really do it? At this time, Yang Mi put on her clothes and came out immediately, saying with a worried look on her face. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng only thought for a moment, looked at Yang Mi and Zhao Jingyi and said, Believe it or not, I can wipe out this gang without moving a single soldier. When Zhao Jingyi and Yang Mi heard what Lin Feng said, they looked at Lin Feng with questioning eyes at the same time. Zhao Jingyi was the first to speak. Lin Feng, these are a group of extremely vicious criminals. Are you sure you can do it? Yes, Feng, now is not the time to brag. Can you really do it? Yang Mi also echoed at this time. Seeing Zhao Jingyi and Yang Mi doubting him, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, Why? Don't you believe it? Lin Feng, it's not that we don't believe you, but... And what? Lin Feng stared at Zhao Jingyi and asked. Zhao Jingyi sighed softly and could only say truthfully, Okay, I really don't believe you. In fact, I am more worried about you. You must understand this. Yeah, me too. Yang Mi also nodded quickly. Seeing them like this, Lin Feng could only smile helplessly to express his understanding. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is indeed a fantasy to want to wipe out this group of people without any soldiers. So Lin Feng was unwilling to explain any further. When the time comes, Zhao Jingyi and the others will naturally understand everything. At this moment, Chen Bangxia suddenly hurried upstairs and said to Lin Feng with a serious expression, Lin Feng, those criminals are escorting Shou Qiang and are coming towards us. Are they just holding him? Where's Teacher Lu who was with him earlier? He's alone now. After hearing Chen Bangxia's words, Lin Feng seemed to have vaguely realized something. So Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, Since they have come to our door, let's just wait for them outside. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked downstairs. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi and others hurriedly followed him. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and the others had just stepped out of the villa, and the group of people who were escorting Shou Qiang also stopped outside the fence. But when the prisoners saw Zhao Jingyi and the others, they immediately started drooling and said with their eyes wide open, Damn it, I didn't expect there would be so many beauties here. Oh my god, these women are much prettier than those female prison guards. That's right. But as the criminals were hurling obscenities, Shou Qiang, who had been beaten black and blue, suddenly shouted at Lin Feng inside the fence, heart-wrenchingly. Brother, please save my teacher, Wu. After hearing Shou Qiang's cry for help, Lin Feng inside the fence slowly took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it. This immediately made the criminals outside the fence drool. After all, for prisoners like them, cigarettes are a scarce commodity while they are in prison, let alone Chinese cigarettes. But now that they have come out, these prisoners are surprised to find that sometimes it is worse than being in jail. At least in prison, you don't have to worry about food and drink, right? Hey, kid, your little brother is asking you for help, can't you hear him? At this time, a prisoner with a tattoo on his head, looking ferocious, yelled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and then said, He is not my little brother. The prisoner narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said, Boy, is it so important to us whether he is your little brother or not? That's right. Our main purpose is to get the boy to bring us here. As for whether you are his big brother or not, we don't care. The most important thing is that you have so many women here. It seems that our trip here was not in vain. Ha ha. As soon as the prisoner with the tattoo on his head finished speaking, the other prisoners also made obscene noises again. But Lin Feng still said calmly, Who is your boss? I want to make a deal with him. Kid, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to see our boss? Bang. Unexpectedly, before the bald tattooed prisoner could finish his words, Lin Feng shot him in the head. I should be qualified now, right? As Lin Feng finished speaking, the other prisoners finally reacted. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with horror, too frightened to even breathe, because they really don't know who among them will be shot in the head in the next second. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly pointed the gun at another prisoner and said in a low voice, You, go back and tell your boss to hand over the woman you captured. Otherwise, I will let all of you here be buried with me. Don't bother with that. Before the prisoner could go back to report the news, a hoarse and dull voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng looked up and saw a burly man with rough skin and sharp eyes slowly walking towards him. Are you the boss of these people? After the man walked outside the fence, Lin Feng spoke in a very calm tone. But the man said, "What boss or no boss? We are just a group of brothers who keep each other warm. It seems that all this is a misunderstanding. Please rest assured, brother. I will ask someone to release your woman now." After the man finished speaking, he turned around and said to a prisoner, "Go and bring this brother's woman here." "Okay, Brother Cohen, I'll go now." At this time, a prisoner was seen saying this and quickly left. However, Lin Feng could not hide the actions of this so-called Brother Cohen from his eyes. After all, he has a gun in his hand now, but what if he replaces the gun with a baseball bat or other weapons? That is definitely another outcome. At this moment, a hint of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the so-called Brother Cohen, but soon, this cruelty was cleverly hidden in the depths of his eyes. He then smiled at Lin Feng and said with a hint of imperceptible coldness in his tone, "Brother, we are acquainted after fighting. How do you address each other?" Chapter 76. I already told you to call me Brother Feng. Why can't you remember? After hearing what the so-called Brother Cohen said, Lin Feng ignored it, with just a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Brother Cohen couldn't help but feel angry when he saw Lin Feng's attitude towards him. But because of the gun in Lin Feng's hand, he had to hold back the anger in his heart and smiled. "Brother, my name is Zhou Cohen. All the brothers who know me give me face and call me Brother Cohen. However, I don't know this brother yet. What's your name? Don't be so polite, just call me Brother Feng." Lin Feng replied impatiently. When Zhou Cohen heard this, he was so angry that his face almost twisted. "Brother, I really want to make friends with you. Isn't your attitude a bit bad? Really? Maybe I've been getting irritated lately." Unexpectedly, as Lin Feng spoke, he pointed the gun at Zhou Cohen, instantly making Zhou Cohen lose all his temper. Because it was only then that he realized that he had become a hostage. But even so, Zhou Cohen still pretended to be calm and said, "Brother, call me Brother Feng." Lin Feng interrupted Zhou Cohen directly. Zhou Cohen's face instantly turned livid when he heard this. He stared at Lin Feng fiercely with a pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. "Brother, you are clearly not giving me any face at all. I'm warning you one last time, call me Brother Feng, otherwise, I'll kill you." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhou Cohen suddenly felt a fear of death in his heart. After all, for someone like him who has been living on the edge of a knife for many years, he can guess almost exactly who is a tough guy at a glance. But today, Zhou Cohen was really mistaken. The young man inside the fence did not play according to the rules and did not give him any face at all. Okay, I'm calling you Brother Feng, right? Come on, brothers, let's call him Brother Feng together. Brother Feng, Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Peek. As soon as Zhou Cohen said this, the other prisoners had no choice but to shout at Lin Feng unwillingly. Who wouldn't be scared by Lin Feng's ruthless style of shooting at the slightest disagreement? At this moment, Zhou Cohen's subordinate had brought Teacher Lu over. At this time, Teacher Lu's face turned pale with fright and his whole body was trembling. It was obvious that he was very frightened. Teacher Lu, how are you?" At this time, Shou Qiang hurried to Teacher Lu and asked with concern. Teacher Lu finally came to his senses and shook his head to Shou Qiang to indicate that everything was fine. "Now that I've let your woman go, the misunderstanding between us should be resolved, right, Brother Feng?" Bang. But as soon as Zhou Cohen finished speaking, he was answered by a bullet, which made him completely hate the Northwest. "Who are you and I? I've already told you to call me Brother Feng. Why can't you remember?" Lin Feng said coldly to Zhou Cohen's body, then looked up at the other prisoners and continued, "Do you remember?" The other prisoners who witnessed all this gradually changed their emotions from initial shock and fear to anger. Because only then did they fully understand that this young man, who was only separated from them by a fence, had never intended to let them go. Damn it, you just rely on the fact that you have a gun? If you have the guts, put the gun away and let's fight one-on-one. At this time, a prisoner, as angry as a bull, roared at Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng just laughed, threw the gun to the ground and said, "Okay, you guys come together, I promise not to shoot." "Okay, this is what you said, brothers, let's go together." At this moment, these prisoners had completely lost their minds, and following this prisoner's instigation, they all rushed towards the fence ferociously. After all, there is only a fence between Lin Feng and them. As long as they climb over the fence, they will not only be able to avenge their boss, but all the beauties in the fence will also be theirs. But if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Boom. There was a sharp electric shock sound. These prisoners who had just jumped onto the fence were instantly electrocuted until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and were hung on the fence like roast ducks. Oh my God. The prisoner who saw such a tragic scene was so frightened that he instantly lost control of his bowels and bladder and let out a miserable howl. Lin Feng picked up the gun on the ground expressionlessly, looked at the prisoner and said, "You are quite clever, encouraging others to go up, but you don't go up. Brother, please forgive me. I'm not the eldest brother. I'm Brother Feng. Why can't you guys remember?" Bang. As Lin Feng finished speaking, he shot the prisoner dead. At this time, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu outside the fence had already been frightened out of their wits, with expressions of horror on their faces. But Lin Feng doesn't care about that. Lin Feng put away his gun, looked at Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu outside the fence and said, "Didn't I tell you that you don't have to come every day? But Teacher Lu wants to come every day, and I can't stop her," Shou Qiang said with a look of fear. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Teacher Lu, but didn't say anything else. But when women like Zhao Jingyi heard what Shou Qiang said, they immediately understood what was going on. This made the girls mutter in their hearts. It turns out that it was this Teacher Lu who had feelings for our Lin Feng. No wonder she would come here with this kid named Shou Qiang every time since the last time. Brother Feng, you must control yourself and never let yourself be seduced by this woman. It's over. It's over. With Lin Feng's character, it would be strange if he didn't eat the meat that was delivered to his door. At this moment, when the girls were thinking secretly, Lin Feng looked at Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu and spoke again. "Which villa in this community do the remaining people live in? Do you two remember?" "Remember." Shou Qiang nodded immediately. "Lead me there." As Lin Feng said this, he turned off the power grid, stepped out of the fence with the girls, and went with Shou Qiang to clear out the remaining prisoners. Teacher Lu stayed outside the villa, while the Xin and Wang Shushui were waiting for Lin Feng and the others inside. Given Teacher Lu's current condition, it is indeed not suitable for the past. At this time, Shou Qiang led Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others to a villa. He looked at Lin Feng with lingering fear and said, "Brother Feng, this is the villa." After all, in Shou Qiang's opinion, he must remember the name Brother Feng firmly, otherwise he might follow the fate of those prisoners in the next second. But who would have thought that just as Shou Qiang finished speaking, Yang Mi said, "Why do they live here?" Chapter 77 Rescue the Female Prison Guard. When Lin Feng heard Yang Mi say this, he couldn't help but look up at the house number of the villa and smiled faintly. Villa number 9, Area B. If I remember correctly, this is the villa you lived in before, right? I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Yang Mi looked at Lin Feng with a bitter look on her face. "Come on, go in." Lin Feng sighed lightly and stepped in first. At this moment, Lin Feng ran into a prisoner head-on. Bang! But before the prisoner could open his mouth, Lin Feng gave him a peanut, which made him shut up completely. As Lin Feng continued to go deeper into the villa, the prisoners who heard the gunshots and tried to rush out fell one after another in a pool of blood. No way. In the face of hot weapons, any prisoner holding cold weapons will only struggle in vain. In just a short while, all the prisoners in the villa had been cleared out by Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng pushed open the door of the last room in the villa, he was instantly shocked by the scene before him. There were 7 or 8 women in the room, posing in various embarrassing positions and tied up with ropes. And the most important thing is that each of them had a ball stuffed in their mouths, so they couldn't make any sound at all. They could only look at Lin Feng with helpless and painful eyes. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and others also walked in. But when they saw the scene in front of them, their faces turned red with shame, and they dared not look directly at it. Lin Feng turned his back and sighed softly. "Jingyi, Yang Mi, you guys, help them untie the ropes." "Good." Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and others nodded in response, and immediately helped the women untie the clothes and put on their clothes. But when these women heard that Lin Feng had killed all the prisoners, they immediately knelt down in front of Lin Feng and cried bitterly with gratitude. However, the behavior of these women made Lin Feng a little irritated. While everyone has a Buddha in his heart, there is also a devil living in his heart. Whenever Lin Feng has a bit of kindness towards others, he will tell himself that this is how the world is now. Other people's life or death has nothing to do with him. Therefore, sometimes Raymond Lamb struggles in his heart. Don't cry. I know you are all very grateful to me at this moment, but you still have to walk the road ahead by yourselves. You're a good person. Can we follow you in the future? When Lin Feng heard the woman kneeling in front of him say this, the muscles on his cheeks twitched involuntarily, and he said, "I said, why are you still cursing?" The woman was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and immediately repeated, "Did you hear it wrong? I just said you're a good person. I didn't scold you. You are a good person. Your whole family is good people. Let's go." Lin Feng just said something vicious to the woman, then left with Zhao Jingyi and the others. In Lin Feng's opinion, the word good person was not a very complimentary word even before the end of the world, and it even had a certain derogatory meaning. What's more, it happened at the end of the world, and it was said by a woman. How could this not be lethal and insulting to a man? After returning to the villa, Lin Feng glanced at Teacher Lu, who was still waiting outside the fence, and slowly said, "How many crystal cores did you collect this time?" Teacher Lu glanced at Shou Qiang after hearing this, and then he seemed to have made up his mind and said in a low voice, "Now the zombies are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The traps we set are also difficult to trap those zombies. So what?" Lin Feng asked patiently. "So this time, we only collected 30 pieces." After Teacher Lu finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Feng cautiously like a student, and then immediately lowered his head. Seeing Teacher Lu like this, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Shou Qiang, who also had a nervous look on his face, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the zombies outside continue to evolve rapidly, the living space for Teacher Lu and Shou Qiang and his group of students will only become smaller and smaller. And after observing for such a period of time, Lin Feng also felt that it was possible to train them appropriately and use them for his own purposes. "Are you willing to follow me in the future?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Teacher Lu and Shou Qiang obviously didn't react and couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing them like this, Lin Feng had no choice but to repeat, I mean, are you willing? Yes, of course we do. Unexpectedly, Shou Qiang couldn't wait to speak before Lin Feng finished speaking. At this time, Teacher Lu quickly nodded to Lin Feng to show his agreement. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Feng during this period, this group of people would have starved to death long ago. Although Lin Feng's purpose in giving them supplies was only in exchange for the crystal cores they collected. But in the face of life and death, none of this matters anymore. As long as someone can give them a way to get food in this end times, it would be a great blessing. After all, in such a situation, who would want to be a nicety? I still hope that you can go back and think it over carefully, because once you follow me, you can't regret it in the future. You must be absolutely loyal to me, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Brother Feng, don't worry. From now on, I, Shou Qiang, will be absolutely loyal to you and will never betray you. After hearing Shou Qiang's words, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, anyone can say nice things, and do you represent all of you? I. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Shou Qiang was speechless. After all, everyone is an individual and he cannot represent everyone. I'm their teacher. Shou Qiang can't represent them, but I should be able to, right? At this time, Teacher Lu on the side suddenly plucked up the courage to speak. But Lin Feng still shook his head and said, don't say you were his teacher. Even if you were their parents, you can't do that. You just need to know one thing. For anyone who betrays me, death is a luxury for them. Do you still have the courage to say what you just said? I. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Teacher Lu, like Shou Qiang, didn't know how to answer. At this time, Lin Feng smiled calmly and continued, take Shou Qiang back first and discuss it with the others. It won't be too late to come back after you have discussed it. Oh well. Teacher Lu stuffed 30 crystal cores into Lin Feng's hands, whispered something, and left with Shou Qiang. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at the backs of Teacher Lu and Shou Qiang leaving and said to Lin Feng, have you really decided to take in this group of people? Chapter 78 Cooperation. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh and told his thoughts truthfully. The reason we took them in was to make their future lives more stable. Zhao Jingyi and the other girls were moved when they heard this, because they had to admit that part of the reason why Lin Feng did this must be to protect them. If Lin Feng just wanted to be a lone wolf and didn't care about their lives, there was really no need for him to do this. Okay, everyone, get ready. We'll go out and continue killing zombies, and then continue practicing with guns in the afternoon. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls immediately withdrew their thoughts and nodded heavily at Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng led Zhao Jingyi and the others to a vegetable market. Outside the market, the vendors, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, and grandpas and aunts who had completely turned into zombies were wandering around aimlessly. When Lin Feng and his companions just stepped into the zombies' territory, a zombie fruit stall owner and 4 or 5 customers who had bought fruits in their lifetime and had now become zombies, pounced towards Lin Feng and his companions with their fangs and claws bared. Attention! These are green and red 2nd and 3rd level zombies. You must be on your guard. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the zombies rushed towards them. Form a formation. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly let out a delicate cry, and Zhao Lucy and the others had already raised their spears, formed an attacking formation, and stabbed the zombies that were rushing towards them. But the other zombies who heard the noise seemed to be activated by a mysterious force in an instant and pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. It was obvious that the movement of Lin Feng and his group had caused a small-scale chain reaction. At least 40 zombies were rushing towards this side. Zhao Jingyi and the others must have found it very difficult to deal with such a situation. The calmness and composure on their faces had gradually disappeared. Instead, there was panic and urgency. Lin Feng, there are too many zombies now. What should we do? Should we retreat? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng, who heard what Zhao Jingyi said, each time, it takes 2 or 3 of you to kill one zombie. Now you can try to fight these zombies one-on-one. Upon hearing this, the women couldn't help but make up their minds and rush towards the group of zombies. With the help of the crystal core, every move Zhao Jingyi and the others made was extremely agile and decisive. Each of their shots was accurate and pierced through the zombies' heads. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others were like female warriors with explosive strength, bursting out with amazing fighting power under the sun. When Lin Feng saw this scene at this moment, a hint of evil charm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because it is obvious that under his training, Zhao Jingyi and the others have completely overcome their inner fears. Each of them can face these zombies alone, and no longer have to rely on human wave tactics to kill zombies as before. In just a short while, the 40 or 50 zombies that rushed towards them were all killed by their guns. Afterwards, Zhao Jingyi and the others collected the zombies' crystal cores and prepared to move forward under the guidance of Lin Feng. But at this moment, a group of more than 10 people suddenly met Lin Feng and his friends unexpectedly. I saw that the weapons in these people's hands were different. Some had fire axes, while others had shovels, crowbars, etc. At this time, the middle-aged man who was the leader of the gang was obviously stunned when he saw Lin Feng and the others. Then the middle-aged man pointed at the zombies behind Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi and said, "Friend, did you kill all these zombies?" "What else?" Lin Feng asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong, brothers. We don't mean any harm to you. I just think you're pretty good at fighting. How about we work together? How to cooperate? You must be here for the vegetable market and the grain and oil store, right? When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look up and look forward. There is indeed a grain and oil store in front, but the area surrounding the store is full of zombies. Judging from the naked eye, there are at least 300 or 400 zombies. Among them, there was actually a completely evolved purple 4th level zombie, wandering among the red, green, 2nd, and 3rd level zombies. At this time, the middle-aged man continued. As long as we cooperate and clear out all these zombies, we only want 40% of the food, oil, rice, and flour inside, and the rest will be yours. How about that? It sounds good, but do you think I will believe you? Lin Feng snorted coldly and said to the middle-aged man. How could Lin Feng believe what he said at this time? Not to mention that they only want 40%. Even if they want 60%, Lin Feng will not believe his nonsense. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged man said, to be honest, we only want 40% of the supplies, but there are conditions. Tell me about it. All crystals obtained from killing zombies must belong to us. When Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi heard this, their hearts tightened. It seems that someone already knows the secret of the crystal core. At this time, the middle-aged man saw that Lin Feng did not respond, so he asked again, Brother, what do you say? Okay, that's no problem. Lin Feng agreed immediately, then changed the subject and continued. But can I ask, what do you want that thing for? Well, just tell me whether you agree or not. Agreed. Of course we agree. Let's get started. Lin Feng said this and immediately made a gesture of invitation to the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Feng like this, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. They thought they had found a group of cannon fodder who could help them clear the way. But he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so cunning. Boy, my elder brother is willing to cooperate with you because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. At this time, one of the middle-aged man's men pointed a crowbar at Lin Feng and said viciously. But Lin Feng smiled and said, you guys lead the charge, and we cover your retreat. Isn't that cooperation? You have 60% of the supplies. It seems unreasonable for you not to rush to the front, right? You guys go to the front and take 70% of the money. We only need 30%. How about that? The middle-aged man and his men all fell into a brief silence when they heard what Lin Feng said, because they really didn't expect that Lin Feng's vigilance was so strong. But the middle-aged man changed his mind and nodded in agreement. Since this brother has said so, in order to show our sincerity, we can rush to the front. But Chapter 79, People's Hearts Are Evil. But what? Seeing that the middle-aged man was halfway through his words, Lin Feng asked casually. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and then slowly said, but we can't always be in the front. After all, people get tired sometimes. Can you understand that? Of course, no problem. How about we take turns every hour? Well, that's what you said. The middle-aged man said, then looked at his men and began to speak. Everyone has heard it. Let's go first. Brother, can you trust what this kid says? Said the middle-aged man's subordinate. That's right. What if this kid stabs us in the back? I think it would be better if they go first and we go later. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that the middle-aged man's brothers started to shout again, so he said helplessly, since we don't trust each other, let's withdraw. The grain and oil store in front is yours. We can just give it up, right? As Lin Feng said this, he gave Zhao Jingyi and the others a look and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, bro. But just as Lin Feng and the others turned around, the middle-aged man's voice sounded behind them. Lin Feng turned around again and said with an obviously unhappy expression, what else do you want? Brother, we are just discussing this together. Why are you so angry? Don't you see? I'm the only man here, and the rest are all women. You actually let us rush to the front first. How dare you? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the middle-aged man actually laughed and said, okay, we'll go first. Remember to replace us after an hour. Of course, there is no problem with that. Lin Feng responded seriously. So the middle-aged man took another deep look at Lin Feng, then turned around and waved his hand, saying to his brothers, don't say anything, let's go first. In fact, Lin Feng knew in his heart that the middle-aged man did this out of helplessness. After all, everyone knows the principle that while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Therefore, the existence of Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi has already posed a great threat to them. You little bastard, there are so many zombies, you can't kill them all in 2 or 3 hours. When it is your turn soon, that will be your death. At this moment, the middle-aged man was thinking in his mind, and he took his brothers and rushed to the front and started killing those zombies. At this moment, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others were covering their retreat to prevent other zombies from surrounding them from behind. The middle-aged man and his men were seen holding fire axes, shovels, and other weapons. They killed zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. One shovel could cut off half of a zombie's head. Seeing such amazing combat power, Lin Feng knew at a glance that these people were because they had absorbed the crystal cores. It seems that someone already knows the function of the crystal core. Lin Feng, are we really going to take turns killing zombies with these people? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Zhao Jingyi, who was standing beside him, suddenly asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately gave her a naughty look. Zhao Jingyi understood it instantly and immediately made a gesture of wiping her neck to Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi and others. There is no way. this is the end of the world. As long as you are in the end times, there is no such thing as right or wrong, only the jungle law of the survival of the fittest, life and death. As time passed, an hour went by quickly. It's time, brothers. Now it's your turn. The middle-aged man used a fire axe to chop off the head of a zombie, then immediately turned around to look at Lin Feng and said. However, what greeted them were Zhao Jingyi and her companions, holding specially made spears in their hands and with faces as cold as ice. I'm fucked up. The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed when he saw this, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Brother, what do you mean by this? It's nothing. I just want you to continue. Lin Feng said coldly. At this time, one of the middle-aged man's brothers, while killing zombies in front, complained angrily with gnashing teeth. I've long told you that this bastard is no good at all, but you just wouldn't listen. Okay, stop talking. Do you think I want this? The middle-aged man was so angry that he retorted, and then said to Lin Feng behind him in a begging tone. Brother, let's stop joking. Didn't we agree on this before? That's what I agreed to, but unfortunately, I regret it now. The middle-aged man who heard the words behind him was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. What do you want? I don't want anything to happen. I just want you to kill all the zombies around the grain and oil store. You son of a bitch, I'm going to fight you. At this time, one of the middle-aged man's men heard what he said, roared, and turned around, ready to use the shovel in his hand to beat Lin Feng into a pulp. Bang. But who would have thought that a pistol equipped with a silencer would make a slight gunshot and instantly pierce the man's head? This suddenly made them realize that they had run into a tough guy today. Who else wants to fight me? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the middle-aged man and his men came back to their senses from their shock as if they had just woken up from a dream, their faces full of horror. Don't look back. Keep killing the zombies in front of you, or you will die. At this time, as Lin Feng spoke again, the middle-aged man and his men all roared helplessly and in pain, waving fire axes, crowbars, shovels, and other weapons in their hands, and struggled to kill the zombies. After all, in their opinion, the only way to survive is to obey and do as they're told. Otherwise, there would be no chance of survival for them. Another hour passed, and 80 to 90% of the second and third level zombies around the grain and oil store had been killed by the middle-aged man and his men. Now there are only the purple fourth level zombie and a dozen third level red zombies wandering around in front of the grain and oil store. At this moment, the middle-aged man and his men were already sweating and panting. But Lin Feng didn't care whether they were tired or not. He just stood behind the middle-aged man, holding a piece of huazi and asking knowingly, "Why don't you continue?" When the middle-aged man heard this, he shuddered instantly and then immediately said in a crying voice, "Brother, that purple zombie in front is very powerful. We can't deal with it at all." "I don't believe it." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said it deliberately. "What I said is true. I'm not lying to you." "Then tell me why you want the crystal in the zombie's head?" As Lin Feng said this, the middle-aged man was obviously stunned. Chapter 80. Forced to do something. Explain. Lin Feng just wanted to know whether they discovered the secret of the crystal core by accident or someone told them. So how could Lin Feng give him time to think? As Lin Feng roared, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently, and he subconsciously looked at the purple zombie in the distance, fearing that the noise here was too loud and would alarm them. Okay. I'll tell you, as long as a person eats the crystal core in the zombie's head, they will become stronger. I learned this by accident from someone. Who told you that? I don't know him. I just overheard it. Could it be another person who has been reborn like me? Lin Feng's heart tightened when he thought of this, so he asked again, what does that person look like? A man with a beard and long hair. The middle-aged man said truthfully. Lin Feng asked again, are you the only ones who know about this? From what I know, there are at least 3 groups of people, and they are killing zombies everywhere and collecting crystal cores just like us. I think it won't be long before more and more people know about this. Do you know where that bearded, long-haired man is? The middle-aged man nodded and said, I know, but you don't have to look for him. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Because he has turned into a zombie. What? When Lin Feng heard what the middle-aged man said, he was shocked. If according to Lin Feng's guess, that person was a reborn person, he should not have died so easily. After all, he had died once in his previous life, and God gave him another chance to be reborn. He should be more careful, right? But there are always exceptions. For example, the last time, the reborn person that Lin Feng killed didn't seem to have learned the lesson from his death in the previous life. As long as he used some tricks on her, she would want to tell him all the secrets in her body. In this case, the person who was reborn as Sang Biao must be the reincarnation of a saintly bitch. Otherwise, why would he tell the secret of the crystal core to outsiders? One reborn person is outspoken, and the other reborn person is a saintly bitch. So what are my shortcomings? Is it lust? Wrong. I just want to give these helpless, poor beauties a home. This shouldn't be a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Feng immediately rejected the idea and pointed the gun at the middle-aged man and said, It's been so long. It's time for you to take a break, so go kill the zombies now. When the middle-aged man heard what Lin Feng said, his expression suddenly changed. Beads of sweat instantly slid down his face. He looked at Lin Feng and shivered. Brother, that's a fourth level zombie. There's no way we can kill it. It's okay. I have confidence in you. Come on. Lin Feng said, pointing the gun at him. Faced with Lin Feng's encouraging threat, even if the middle-aged man could bear it, his subordinates could no longer endure such humiliation. One of the middle-aged man's men could no longer control his emotions. He stared at Lin Feng with a pair of bull eyes and yelled, "You little bastard, our boss is afraid of you, but I am not. Are you done?" Lin Feng asked as he glanced at the subordinate with disdain. "I want to challenge you in a duel." Beep. As the subordinate finished speaking, Lin Feng casually gave him a peanut with a silencer and ended the battle so easily. Then Lin Feng looked at the remaining people and said, "Okay, the duel is over. Who else wants to duel with me?" The middle-aged man and his men were already pale at this moment, looking at Lin Feng with horror. How could they have the courage to challenge Lin Feng in a duel? "Since you don't want to challenge me, then what are you still wasting time on here? Go now." Following Lin Feng's shout, the middle-aged man clenched the fire axe in his hand, roared, and rushed towards the zombies. Obviously, between killing zombies and fighting Lin Feng one-on-one, they chose the former. Because at this moment, in his opinion, Lin Feng is more terrifying than these zombies. When the others saw their boss rushing towards the zombies first, they could only follow closely and fight with the zombies. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at these people and the scene of the zombies fighting fiercely, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, how many zombies do you think they can kill? I guess they can probably kill all the red 3rd level zombies, but that purple 4th level zombie is impossible." Just as Lin Feng was speaking, the middle-aged man's 2 men had been scratched by the 3rd level zombies. That subordinate immediately let out a desperate sound of ghost howling. After all, these people have survived in such an environment for so long, they naturally know that being scratched or bitten by zombies is equivalent to receiving an acceptance letter to become a zombie. As for when to turn into a zombie, it is only a matter of time. "Why, I don't want to become a zombie, boss. I don't want to." "Since you don't want to, I'll help you." As the middle-aged man spoke, he suddenly raised the fire axe in his hand and chopped off his subordinate's head. When the middle-aged man's men saw this scene, they opened their mouths in horror and stood there in a daze. "What are you all still standing there for? If I don't kill him, he'll turn into a zombie and we'll all die." Following the middle-aged man's reminder, the others reacted instantly, picked up their weapons again, and fought with the zombies. But at this moment, the purple 4th level zombie that had been in the distance suddenly emitted a cold light in its purple eyes and rushed towards the middle-aged man and his men, roaring, "Don't be afraid, brothers. Let's fight him." With a roar from the middle-aged man, his men also rushed towards the 4th level zombie. But before those people could even swing their weapons, they were easily torn in half by the 4th level zombies, who then pounced on the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw that his men were as weak as paper in the hands of the 4th level zombies, he dropped the fire axe in his hand and ran away without saying a word. "It's useless." As Lin Feng sighed, a bullet pierced directly into the back of the middle-aged man's head. Ouch. But at this moment, as the middle-aged man fell, the 4th level zombie, which suddenly lost its target, roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. Chapter 81. Copy the grain and oil store a million times. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly pulled the trigger at the 4th level zombie. You have to know that this is a newly synthesized Desert Eagle. In terms of power and accuracy, it far exceeds ordinary pistols. Ouch. The 4th level zombie, which had already gained some intelligence, was beaten by Lin Feng and became extremely angry. After letting out a roar, it pounced towards Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, be careful." At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was not far away, saw that the situation was not good and couldn't help but exclaimed. But Lin Feng remained calm. He dodged the fatal blow from the 4th level zombie, then quickly distanced himself from it. He then pulled the trigger again and shot the 4th level zombie's crown off. Then a purple crystal core and rotten flesh were scattered on the ground. And the 4th level zombie, like a machine that lost its energy, lost its vitality in an instant. Lin Feng picked up the purple 4th order crystal core from the rotten meat and said to Zhao Jingyi and the others, "3 of you keep watch, and the rest of you quickly clean up the battlefield." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and the others immediately drew out the sabers at their waists and began to dig out crystal cores from the zombies' heads. Lin Feng took to hot and fired a shot at the glass door of the grain and oil store, then walked in, stepping on the broken glass on the ground. Looking at the grains, oils, rice, and flour on the shelves, Lin Feng walked over slowly and gently touched each item on the shelf with his hands. 50 bags of 25 kilograms white flour were detected. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 million bags of 25 kilograms white flour. 100 bags of 25 kilograms Wuchang rice were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 1 billion bags of 25 kilograms Wuchang rice. 200 barrels of 5-liter peanut oil were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 2 billion barrels of 5-liter peanut oil. 50 boxes of edible salt were detected. Congratulations on obtaining. At this moment, as the reminder sounded in his mind, Lin Feng copied all the unopened edible grains, oils, rice, noodles, seasonings, soy sauce, etc. here, and then walked out of the store. But just as Lin Feng stepped out of the store, Zhao Jingyi came over excitedly and said, "Lin Feng, it seems that we really made a fortune this time. Not only did we get so many crystal cores, but we also got so much food. We can't finish all the food, so I decided not to take it." "Wah, what? No, no. When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she opened her mouth in shock and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After all, in such a situation, let alone so much food, even for half a steamed bun, someone would fight for his life. Lin Feng actually said he didn't want it anymore, which Zhao Jingyi really couldn't understand, and she couldn't accept the decision made by Lin Feng. But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others know that in order to keep his secret, how could Lin Feng put these supplies into the space in front of them? Besides, he had already copied these materials tens of millions of times and copied them into his own space. So in Lin Feng's eyes, these supplies have become dispensable and not that important. No, I will never allow you to waste food like this. Let's find a car and take all these supplies back. At this time, Zhao Jingyi spoke again and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Then she saw a truck not far away and walked over quickly. Oh, this really makes me worried. Can the villa accommodate so many supplies? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi's figure and felt helpless. But there is no way, these supplies are really too precious in the eyes of ordinary people. So after the girls collected the crystal cores, they went to the grain and oil shop and moved all the grain, oil, rice and flour into the car. Then Zhao Jingyi and the others, with satisfied looks on their faces, sat on the truck bed full of supplies and returned to the villa in a mighty procession. But after Zhao Jingyi and her friends returned to the villa, they found that the villa really could not accommodate so many supplies. So they could only pile the supplies in the villa yard and cover them with a large piece of rainproof cloth to prevent them from getting wet. After finishing all this, Chen Bangxia poured the crystal cores collected today into the basin, washed them clean, and began to count them. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, walked over to Chen Bangxia and asked, "Have you finished counting?" "Yes." Chen Bangxia nodded and continued. 589 second-level green crystal cores, 99 third-level red crystal cores, and 120 first-level white crystal cores, a total of 808 crystal cores. You and Daha and Era will each have 45 of the second-level green crystal cores, and the remaining 4 are mine. You and Daha and Era each have 7 third-level crystal cores, and the remaining 8 are mine. As for those first-order white crystal cores, they don't have much effect on us, so we'll leave them to Shou Qiang and the others. When Lin Feng said this, all the girls were stunned. Then Zhao Jingyi took the lead and said, "Lin Feng, why did you give so little this time? Why are you being so polite to each other?" "Yes, brother Lin Feng, just let you absorb my crystal core. I don't care." Wang Shushui also said at this time. Chen Bangxia continued, "Yes, Lin Feng, we must have a strong man who can stand on his own right now, and you are the most suitable candidate, so the crystal cores we collect should be supplied to you first." "Yes." Lin Feng looked at the girls who had placed such high hopes on him, but he smiled helplessly. "Of course I know this, but have you forgotten that I still have 2 fourth-level crystal cores in my hand that I haven't absorbed yet? Although you have a 4th-level crystal core, you only have 2. Will this really work?" Zhao Jingyi asked. "Of course it can work, and if I'm not mistaken, the energy in this 4th-order crystal core may be unimaginable." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a 4th-level crystal core from his body and swallowed it in one gulp. Instant time. Lin Feng only felt a surge of abundant energy surging in his body, and every blood vessel in his body was like a plant root, gradually covering Lin Feng's entire body. Seeing Lin Feng in so much pain, the girls couldn't help but worry. After all, such violent energy was spreading in Lin Feng's body. At this moment, not to mention Zhao Jingyi and the others, even Lin Feng himself was afraid that his blood vessels might burst. The energy inside the 4th-level crystal core is truly too powerful. It seems I need to integrate this energy. Lin Feng thought about it and grabbed the foreign girl Irina's arm and walked into the bedroom. This scene made Zhao Jingyi and the others so anxious that they stamped their feet. This stinky man, why did he want to eat steak today? Isn't Chinese food delicious? That is. Just as Zhao Jingyi and the others were muttering, a faint sound came from the bedroom, as if it was there and not there. Chapter 82 Shou Qiang, Teacher Lu, and others join. After more than an hour passed, Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself and enjoyed this rare tranquility. "Lin Feng, shall we continue?" But suddenly at this moment, Irina, the foreign girl, started too. "I said, can you give me a cigarette to cool down?" "Humph, you smoke, then I will." Oh my god. Seeing Irina like this, how could Lin Feng still have the heart to smoke? Then, afternoon. While Lin Feng was instructing Zhao Jingyi and the others in shooting practice, he used his synthesis skill to try to combine the 2 bullets in his hand into one. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Just like that. I don't know how many times it went back and forth, but Lin Feng still continued tirelessly in his heart. In fact, Lin Feng's real purpose is not to combine the 2 bullets into 1 bullet. It is to improve the proficiency of synthesis skills. Because only when the proficiency is improved, the success rate of synthesis will increase in the future. Although each time the synthesis is performed, regardless of whether the synthesis is successful or not, the proficiency of the synthesis skill can be increased by 0.0001. But even so, Lin Feng still enjoys it. After all, Lin Feng really has no other way to improve his proficiency in this skill. After working so hard for so long, my proficiency is only 1.5%. It's really a sin. Lin Feng scanned the skill proficiency with his mind and couldn't help but sigh. At night, after dinner, Lin Feng stood in front of the window with nothing to do. He lit a cigarette for himself and looked up at the bright night sky. In his heart, he remembered what the female reborn person said before she died. There is a military camp 200 kilometers southeast of our city. You should know about it, right? There is a military camp 200 kilometers away in the southeast direction? Lin Feng muttered to himself silently, and the light in his eyes flickered at this moment. Although his space already has a large number of thermal weapons. But if you really want to build a force in the future, weapons are of course the more the better, especially firearms. If you want to get ahead in the apocalypse, this is definitely a powerful weapon. Moreover, if this batch of arms is not firmly controlled in our own hands, it will definitely be a major hidden danger if it is obtained by other forces in the future. After all, this place is not too far from the military camp. Therefore, even if you cannot get it, even if you destroy it, it will never fall into the hands of others. Lin Feng thought about this and finally made up his mind. He put out the cigarette in his hand and murmured again, "It seems that I must go to that place." The next day, Shou Qiang, Teacher Lu, and the rest of the people appeared in an orderly manner outside the fence of Lin Feng's villa. In the opinion of Shou Qiang, Teacher Lu, and others, the only way to survive at present is to join Lin Feng. As for other things, they dare not have any extravagant demands. At present, only by surviving will they think about other things. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, Shou Qiang and others' eyes lit up. Because at this moment, in their hearts, Lin Feng had more or less become a savior. Not to mention anything else, Shou Qiang and Teacher Lu were rescued by Lin Feng twice. You can imagine how grateful they are to Raymond Lam. At this moment, Lin Feng had already walked to the fence, and there was only one fence between him and Shou Qiang. He stopped and looked at Teacher Lu and Shou Qiang and said, "Are you sure you've thought this through?" Upon hearing this, Shou Qiang immediately exchanged glances with Teacher Lu, and then Shou Qiang spoke. "We have thought it over. From now on, we will serve Brother Feng faithfully. We will be Brother Feng's people in life and Brother Feng's ghosts in death." As soon as Shou Qiang said this, the other half-grown children immediately knelt on one knee and shouted to Lin Feng in unison. "In life, I am Brother Feng's man. In death, I am Brother Feng's ghost. In life, I am Brother Feng's man. In death, I am Brother Feng's ghost. In life, I am Brother Feng's man. In death, I am Brother Feng's ghost." All of a sudden, the shouts of these half-grown children lingered in the air over the entire community for a long time, with an overwhelming sound. So Lin Feng said to Shou Qiang and the others in a half-joking tone, "You said this yourself, so I have to take it seriously. Brother Feng, don't worry, we will never betray you in the future." When Shou Qiang saw Lin Feng speaking to them in such a tone, he immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Feng suddenly turned his gaze to the others and asked, "Do you think so too?" "Yes," the others immediately said in unison. After hearing everyone's response, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, you will live in the nearby villas. From today on, in addition to providing you with food, clothing, and daily necessities, I will also train you so that you can have a higher survival rate outside. However, from now on, all the materials you harvest, as well as the crystal in the zombie's head, must be handed over, and then I will redistribute them among you." When Shou Qiang and others heard that they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore, they were so excited that tears filled their eyes. After all, they have been living on the edge of a knife for such a long time. If they are not careful, they will die. Now that someone is willing to provide them with food and clothing, they are naturally grateful. "Brother Feng, whatever you say is what we will all listen to you. From now on, if Brother Feng tells us to go east, we will never go west. Right?" At this time, as Shou Qiang spoke first, the others immediately followed suit, and everyone's face was filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. "Very good. In that case, you can eat these things." As Lin Feng spoke, he threw a package to Shou Qiang and the others. When Shou Qiang opened the package, his face turned pale involuntarily. It was not until a long while later that Shou Qiang managed to control his panic and said nervously, "Brother Feng, isn't this something from a zombie's head? Can this thing be eaten? Didn't you say you would listen to me? What? Have you forgotten what you just said so quickly?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Shou Qiang and the other half-grown children fell into complete panic. Each of them began to look at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. At this moment, Shou Qiang and the others thought that although we are willing to work for you, you actually want us to eat the crystals in the zombies' heads for no reason. Excuse me, what's the difference between this and asking us to die immediately? Are you sure you're not kidding us?" At this time, Teacher Lu finally mustered up the courage, looked at Lin Feng with fear, and said, "Chapter 83 Cooling Down. Are you kidding? Do you think I'm kidding you?" After hearing what Teacher Lu said, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. When Teacher Lu saw Lin Feng's attitude, he immediately said anxiously, "But these crystals are from the zombies' brains. If people eat them, will there really be no problems? I just need you to obey me, not to support you, so that you can question me. Even if I want you to die, you have to obey me. Do you understand?" As Lin Feng finished speaking, Teacher Lu and the others' expressions instantly became extremely complicated. At this moment, in the eyes of Teacher Lu and others, Lin Feng was simply unreasonable. Now Teacher Lu has seriously doubted whether Lin Feng has any psychological problems. How can one show loyalty in such a way? If this isn't pure psychopathy, then what is it? At this moment, Lin Feng didn't care what Teacher Lu and Zhou Qiang thought. He only asked these people to be loyal to him. Although this method is a bit extreme and crude, this is what Lin Feng wants. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, sometimes the more extreme, simple, and crude the methods used, the more one can see through people's hearts. If they don't eat these first-level crystal cores today, there are only two reasons. One possibility is that they have not yet reached the end of their rope. Teacher Lu and his colleagues have other options. The other possibility is that they do have ulterior motives towards themselves. If this is true, then what's the difference between raising them and raising a group of ungrateful people? Ha ha ha, since you guys won't listen, why should I keep you around? Get out of here. Just then Lin Feng said this, and was about to turn around and go back to the villa. After all, in Lin Feng's view, he would rather have nothing than have someone who is not good enough than choose someone who has ulterior motives towards him to follow him for a living. Wait a moment. But suddenly at this moment, Zhou Qiang's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. I still have to go back to have breakfast. Lin Feng turned and looked at Zhou Qiang, saying impatiently, although I don't understand why you did this, I do know one thing. If you hadn't saved me and Teacher Lu the last 2 times, we would have died a long time ago. So even if you really want us to die this time, we have no complaints. And me. Count me in. As soon as Zhou Qiang finished speaking, the others also made up their minds and spoke up. In fact, they are not so loyal to Lin Feng, but they trust him more. After all, in their opinion, the person who once saved them hasn't confessed yet, so how could he easily harm them? Well, since you all agree, quickly divide these things up, and then I'll watch you eat together. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang took the package containing the first-level crystal cores, looked at Lin Feng deeply, and then distributed the 121st-level crystal cores in the package. There are 24 of them, including Teacher Lu, and each of them can get 5 crystal cores. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qiang and the others holding the crystal cores in their hands, and then he slowly asked, have you distributed them all? Brother Feng, everything has been divided. Zhou Qiang nodded and responded with a trembling voice. After eating these, remember to do 200 push-ups and 300 sit-ups. Brother Feng, why? Why so many whys? Just do as you were told. Okay, we'll remember that. Seeing Lin Feng's tone suddenly become stern, Zhou Qiang could only nod and agree. Seeing Zhou Qiang agreed, Lin Feng nodded and continued, let's get started. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang and the others couldn't help but make up their minds. They swallowed the crystal cores in their hands one by one. All of a sudden, Zhou Qiang and others felt their bodies becoming hot. At this time, Teacher Lu's face was even more red, and she looked at Lin Feng with a kind of charming attitude full of spring. Oh my god, I was so busy showing off just now. How could I have forgotten about her? When Lin Feng saw this scene, he was shocked and immediately said to Zhou Qiang and the others, hurry up and do 200 push-ups and 300 sit-ups. So after hearing what Lin Feng said, the half-grown children like Zhou Qiang immediately lay on the ground and started doing push-ups with a grunt. But thanks to Teacher Lu, under the blessing of the crystal core in her body, she had already become limp and powerless. Not to mention doing push-ups, it seemed that she had difficulty even standing there. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't know what to do for a moment, and could only shout at the villa, Jingyi, Jingyi, Zhao Jingyi. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, women understand women best at times like this. What's the matter? When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng's cry, she rushed out of the villa with a soup spoon in her hand. Lin Feng helplessly pursed his lips towards Teacher Lu and said, can you think of a way to help her? Zhao Jingyi immediately looked towards Teacher Lu upon hearing this, and immediately cast a resentful look towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what did you do to her? What do you mean I did something to her? She only ate 5 first-level crystal cores, but I didn't expect her to react so strongly. Lin Feng, I'm telling you the truth. When I ate the crystal core for the first time, I had the same reaction. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and said with gritted teeth. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard this. Then what should we do? If we keep doing this for a long time, she might get suffocated. What else can you do? Either you take her to the room and have sex with her like you did to us, or you try to cool her down. Maybe that will work. When Lin Feng heard this, he turned around and found a water pipe in the yard. He turned on the faucet and started watering Teacher Lu. Although Raymond Lam is not a gentleman, he will not be unable to move when he sees every woman. Moreover, in such a situation, if Zhou Qiang and his group's Teacher Lu were really killed, what would Zhou Qiang and his group think in the future? How will he lead the team in the future? So no matter what Lin Feng says, he will stick to his bottom line to avoid unnecessary trouble for himself. At this time, under the bath of cold water, Teacher Lu's whole body was wet. Her figure looked particularly moving against the backdrop of the water, perfectly outlining her enviable curves. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing. But at this moment, Zhou Qiang and his friends' push-ups slowed down significantly, and all of them cast their greedy eyes over here uncontrollably. Chapter 84 Lu Yun carrying rice. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he immediately said in his heart, not good. So Lin Feng quickly pulled out his pistol and fired a few shots into the sky, which barely brought Zhou Qiang and the others back to their senses. What are you looking at? This is your teacher. Why don't you do some push-ups? When Zhou Qiang and others heard what Lin Feng said, they all lowered their heads guiltily and started doing push-ups vigorously again. In this way, Teacher Lu continued to be baptized by the cool and clear water, and gradually the lust in his body subsided and he regained consciousness. At the same time, Zhou Qiang and his friends also expelled the evil fire from their bodies through exercise. But now each of them was lying on the ground in a mess, gasping for breath from exhaustion. But Lin Feng didn't care about them. He just snorted coldly, lit a cigarette for himself, and then looked at the soaked Teacher Lu and said, "How do you feel now?" I'm fine." Teacher Lu covered her chest with her hands. Her wet and plump breasts said shyly, "Don't be embarrassed. Everyone will experience this symptom after swallowing the crystal core for the first time. Just swallow it a few more times, and it will be fine." "How do you know all this? Are you also?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Can you tell me now why we should eat this kind of thing?" Teacher Lu looked at Lin Feng in confusion, because she really couldn't understand what benefits there would be from eating the food in a zombie's head. After hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Teacher Lu and said truthfully, "Because eating it can make people stronger. Otherwise, why do you think I would use the supplies in my hands to exchange for the crystal cores in your hands?" So that's how it is. When Teacher Lu heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately understood. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qiang and the others lying on the ground and said, "It's been so long. Have you all rested well?" Zhou Qiang and others who heard Lin Feng's voice immediately got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I was really too tired just now. Now you can feel it carefully. Is there any change in your body after swallowing the crystal core?" Lin Feng asked. "Brother Feng, after hearing what you said, it seems like there have really been some changes. Yeah, I feel like I'm more powerful than before. It seems like the movements have become faster." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Qiang and others actually felt obvious changes in their bodies. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "This is the effect of you swallowing those 5 crystal cores. Brother Feng, are you saying that I will become stronger after swallowing the crystal core?" Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Feng in astonishment when he heard this. "That's right. But given your current situation, you can only swallow this kind of white first-level crystal core. Once your body has fully adapted to the crystal core, you can swallow crystal cores of other levels." "Brother Feng, we understand now." Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Qiang and the others, and then continued. "Currently, not many people know how to use crystal cores to improve their strength, so you should hurry up and improve your strength during this period." "Okay, Brother Feng." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang and others immediately nodded their heads and responded. Then Lin Feng walked to the rainproof cloth in the yard and lifted it with a little force. Piles of grain, oil, rice and flour under the rainproof cloth appeared in the sight of Zhou Qiang and others. This visual impact instantly caused Zhou Qiang, Teacher Lu, and others' pupils to shrink. In such a cruel situation, Lin Feng actually had so much food. What they couldn't understand the most was that Lin Feng actually piled all the food randomly in the yard. This was something that no one had expected. Is this showing off to us? After all, when they came here before and exchanged crystal cores for food, they had never seen so much food piled up here. "You guys are almost done eating, right? Zhou Qiang, come here, take a few bags of rice and flour, find a villa, pry open the door, and go cook." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Sheng, who had been here with Zhou Qiang once before, was about to step over the fence to get the rice and flour in the yard. But at this moment, Zhou Qiang grabbed Su Sheng's arm and smiled unnaturally at Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, stop joking. How can we get in here? After all, the last time, those prisoners tried to climb over the fence and were electrocuted to death without leaving even a bone. Although it was Lin Feng who took the initiative to invite them in, who knows what he really thinks? So it is safest to confirm it again." Sure enough, when Lin Feng heard Zhou Qiang's words, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this boy had some brains. "I believe that no matter what I do in the future, I will not be too reckless." So Lin Feng laughed and said, "That's right. Apart from me, how can any other man enter my forbidden area? Remember, Brother Feng, I will pay attention next time." At this moment, Su Sheng suddenly realized what had happened and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. But Lin Feng just glanced at Su Sheng coldly and said nothing more. Then he looked at Teacher Lu outside the fence and said, "Since they can't do it, then I'll trouble you, Teacher Lu." "Okay." So Teacher Lu responded, then carefully stepped over the fence and picked up the grain, oil, rice and flour. Teacher Lu was seen passing by Lin Feng several times, sometimes taking rice, sometimes taking noodles, and sometimes carrying 2 buckets of soybean oil. He hurried past Lin Feng, looking very busy. After all, in the eyes of Teacher Lu and Zhou Qiang, these supplies are more valuable than their own lives. So since they finally have this opportunity, shouldn't they take as much as they can? Seeing this scene, even Zhao Jingyi, who had already returned to the villa, couldn't help but be shocked. How can such a small person be so capable? This is a whole truckload of grain, oil, rice and flour. Is she going to move all of it? At this time, Lin Feng was speechless when he saw that Teacher Lu was so greedy, so Lin Feng patiently said, "Teacher Lu, what is your name?" "Lu Yun." Teacher Lu said this without even raising his head, gritted his teeth, picked up a 50-kilogram bag of rice, and quickly walked to the fence again, handing the rice to Zhou Qiang and the others. "Oh my god, it seems this woman is quite fierce. Do you need to take it all at once? Won't these grains, oil, rice and flour be yours sooner or later?" At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, and finally couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Okay, stop moving. Once you finish eating all the food you moved, it won't be too late to come and get it later." Chapter 85. Revisiting the old place and meeting the fat woman again. Lu Yun, who was moving very hard at this moment, couldn't help but tremble when she heard Lin Feng say that. Then he turned around and gave Lin Feng a shy smile and said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Seeing Lu Yun like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Living in such a situation, not to mention her, anyone who sees so much food would do the same. So Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun and said, "Don't laugh at me. Okay, you guys should find a villa and settle down as soon as possible. You can gather here in the afternoon." "Yeah, okay." Lu Yun nodded when she heard this, and settled down with Zhou Qiang and others in a villa next to Lin Feng. After having breakfast with Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng asked Wang Shuxue and Era to stay in the villa. They went back to kill zombies and collect crystal cores as usual. Before leaving this time, Lin Feng decided to upgrade the weapons for Zhao Jingyi and her friends. He actually took out more than a dozen M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles equipped with bayonets behind their backs and appeared in front of them. This immediately shocked Zhao Jingyi and the others so much that they opened their mouths involuntarily. Lin Feng never thought that there would be so many weapons in our family storage room. "Yes, Brother Feng, what kind of gun is this? Is this gun real, Afeng?" At this moment, the girls were looking at the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles in front of them. They couldn't help but touch them with their hands and chattered nonstop. After all, they had never seen a real gun before. Ning Rushuang, who was the only one who knew about guns, picked up an M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle, fiddled with it for a while, and said in surprise, "This is indeed a real M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle, but why is there no bullet? First, it's because you haven't practiced your gun skills well. Second, I'm afraid that if you shoot recklessly, you'll attract other zombies. Then, won't we be surrounded by them?" When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they all rolled their eyes at him in dissatisfaction as a silent protest. At this time, Lin Feng continued, "So I decided to let each of you hold an M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle and use a bayonet to kill the zombies." Upon hearing this, all the women couldn't help but look at the bayonet on the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle that was shining coldly, and excitement flashed in their eyes. So Lin Feng led the girls, holding an M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle without ammunition, and drove a barely drivable pickup truck, and somehow came to the community where he used to live. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at his former neighbors who had completely turned into zombies. He couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart, and then he began to clean up the owners here who had turned into zombies. Zhao Jingyi and her colleagues, who had changed into new equipment, also worked extra hard. They were seen moving forward in groups of 2 in an orderly manner. Any zombie owners that rush towards them will be pierced through the heads by them very cleanly and neatly, killing them completely. Suddenly, a fat zombie with a red and purple body and a big belly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. "Isn't this my former brother-in-law, Li Mingho's new girlfriend, the fat woman who used to live on the same floor as me? But how come her belly has become so big?" Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the fat woman who had turned into a zombie dragged her still heavy body, with a ferocious look on her face, and was about to pounce on Lin Feng and the others. But at this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. "Get out of the way. You are no match for this fat woman." When Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and other girls heard what Lin Feng said behind them, they immediately dodged to the side without saying a word. At the same time, Lin Feng had pulled out a synthetic pistol with a silencer and fired a shot at the fat woman zombie's head. Then, the fat zombie woman, who was already very close, threw her heavy body onto the ground on her back, which immediately stirred up the dust on the ground and made a dull sound. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion and said, "You knocked down this zombie Lin Feng with just one shot, and I don't see how powerful she is." "Yes, Brother Feng, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing?" Han Wushuang also interrupted. "I think so." Seeing the women say this, Lin Feng just smiled calmly, pointed his gun at the corpse of the zombie Huepa, and said, "Do you know why she fell on her back? If you hit it head-on with a gun, shouldn't it fall on its back?" Zhao Jingyi said to Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "When it rushed over just now, I think you all saw clearly how powerful it was, without me having to tell you. So with the force she rushed towards me just now, even if I shot her entire crown off with one shot, she wouldn't be able to fall on her back. Instead, you should lie prone on the ground." "But Lin Feng, what does this prove?" Zhao Jingyi retorted. "It means she is a pregnant woman." "A pregnant woman?" When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, they all looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Lin Feng continued, If I'm not mistaken, the fat woman is using this method to protect the baby in her belly. But Lin Feng, it's already a zombie. Does it still have consciousness? Li Jingyi asked in confusion. Have you forgotten the 4th level zombie that evolved very quickly and was hiding in the supermarket? Of course I remember, but didn't you kill that 4th level zombie? Lin Feng sighed and said, do you know that the reason why the 4th level zombie evolves faster than other zombies is because it eats the crystal cores in the heads of other zombies? Are you saying that the 4th level zombie actually obtained the crystal core just like us? That's right. When Daha and I entered the supermarket that day, we found skeletons everywhere. So Lin Feng simply recounted everything he saw in the supermarket and suddenly changed the subject. So I concluded that not all zombies are walking dead. There may be a very small number of zombies that still retain a trace of human intelligence. When Zhao Jingyi and others heard what Lin Feng said, their expressions instantly became a little horrified. Just imagine, if zombies evolve into humans with intelligence, that would be a terrible thing. But at this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the fat woman zombie, and his heart tightened. He thought secretly, if we infer based on the time when the fat woman raped Li Mingho, then the seed in the fat zombie woman's belly is most likely Li Mingho's. Oh my god, this isn't such a coincidence. Lin Feng, look, the fat woman's belly seems to be moving. But just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, the sharp-eyed Li Xian suddenly pointed at the fat woman's body and said in horror, Chapter 86 Corpse Infant. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately looked at the fat woman's red and purple belly. I saw that there seemed to be something in the fat woman's stomach, which was constantly wriggling inside, and there was also a slight gurgling sound. I didn't expect this to be true. Lin Feng, who saw the scene at this time, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. In his previous life, he accidentally heard an elderly survivor say that some of the pregnant women who turned into zombies had babies already formed in their bellies, and they were not actually dead. They are still growing in the womb, but these children are no longer absorbing nutrients from their mother's body, but rather the corpse poison in the womb. Therefore, the survivors of the previous life would call this kind of baby a corpse baby. When these dead babies reach a certain age, that is, when they are ripe, they will burst their mother's belly without any hesitation, crawl out from inside, and survive in this chaotic world. It is said that this creature, which is neither human nor ghost, is more agile than a monkey and extremely ferocious. No matter who provokes it, it will bear a grudge for the rest of its life. Since these zombie babies have been carrying the corpse poison since their mother's wombs, anyone who is scratched or bitten by them will turn into a zombie at a faster speed. That's why Lin Feng, who suddenly thought of this just now, was so nervous. Fortunately, this corpse baby hasn't been born yet, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the fat woman, her red and purple belly constantly shaking, and murmured with lingering fear. But at this moment, a small hand suddenly bulged on the fat woman's belly, which made Zhao Jingyi and the others scream and step back one after another. At this moment, even Lin Feng couldn't help but shrink his pupils and took a breath of cold air. Then the little hand in the fat woman's belly moved more and more violently, as if there was a little person who was about to suffocate and was struggling hard in the belly. Is it? Oh no, this thing is about to be born. Lin Feng realized something was wrong and suddenly yelled. He immediately pulled out his pistol, pointed it at the fat woman's belly, and prepared to shoot. But in the blink of an eye, a dark purple, eagle claw-shaped hand suddenly slashed the fat woman's belly like a zipper. Then, something like a hairless monkey jumped out of the stomach. At the same time, Lin Feng fired several shots from the 2-in-1 Desert Eagle in his hand. The dead baby was beaten so hard that it jumped to the side of the road in the community and onto a trash can, emitting a series of screams of unwillingness and resentment. Wanna run? Lin Feng was so furious that he didn't give the dead baby any time to breathe and directly emptied the remaining bullets in the gun. The corpse baby was beaten so hard that he had just come into the world, but his fate was to be reborn. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, it appeared dark purple as soon as it was born. If it was allowed to grow in the future, wouldn't that be outrageous? What surprised Lin Feng even more was that he had a synthetic Desert Eagle in his hand. Even if it's not a synthetic Desert Eagle, one shot can still blow off an ordinary person's arm. But Lin Feng emptied an entire magazine before he was able to kill the zombie baby. Presumably, the strength of this corpse baby is already above that of a fourth-order zombie. It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible, otherwise it will be more difficult in the future. After all, even powerful thermal weapons have difficulty dealing with these high-level zombies. If his strength doesn't improve quickly, sooner or later he will become another zombie, or just a meal for the zombies. Looks like it's time to use my ultimate weapon. Lin Feng, are you okay? At this time, Zhao Jingyi noticed that Lin Feng's expression was not right, so she walked up to Lin Feng and asked softly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, pretended to be relaxed, and said, "It's okay. You guys continue to kill zombies. If you don't collect 200 crystal cores today, you are not allowed to go back." 200 crystal cores. When the girls heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but open their mouths in disbelief. But Lin Feng didn't care about that. What? There are at least 3,000 to 5,000 property owners in this community. Is it difficult for you to get 200 crystal cores? But Brother Feng, you need to kill 2 or 3 zombies to get a crystal core. Isn't your request too harsh? How can you prove it if you don't do it? You can't do it. Go quickly. Lin Feng took a look and refuted Han Wushuang seriously. So Zhao Jingyi and the others had to take their M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles, advance into the community in an orderly manner, and fight hard to kill the zombies. Lin Feng felt a lot of emotions when he looked at the old men and women and neighbors who had completely turned into zombies. But now that things have come to this, Lin Feng can only use this method to let them reincarnate as soon as possible and start a new life. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly glanced at the body of the dead baby he had just killed, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. There should be a crystal core in the corpse baby's head, right? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful when it was born? At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking about it, so he took out a military knife from the space, walked to the corpse of the baby, stabbed the baby's head with the knife, and then twisted the knife hard. Snap! With just a crisp sound, the dead baby's head was pried open by Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng saw a dark purple crystal core embedded in the brain of the corpse baby. So Lin Feng used his saber to pick out the dark purple crystal core from the corpse baby's skull and held it in his hand to examine it carefully. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that this dark purple crystal core seemed to contain some kind of energy, which made Lin Feng feel a little excited. Friends, who sent you here? Suddenly, a man's dull voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng's heart tightened involuntarily. He immediately put the crystal core into the space and turned to look. I saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with white hair. He had appeared here at some point, which made Lin Feng gasp. Since taking the crystal core, Lin Feng's hearing has become extremely sensitive, but he was unaware of the man's appearance. Therefore, Lin Feng concluded that this man was definitely not a simple person. But even so, Lin Feng still had a calm expression, looked at him, and said, I live in this neighborhood. Why can't I be here? On the contrary, you should not be the owner of this place, right? Otherwise, why haven't I seen you before? Faced with the 3 questions raised by Lin Feng, the white-haired middle-aged man was obviously stunned, because he really didn't expect that Lin Feng would say that. The white-haired middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's really a joke. You said you are the owner of this place. Are you the owner of this place? Chapter 87, Another Reborn Person. Hearing what the white-haired middle-aged man said, Lin Feng sneered, then slowly took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and said, Room 303, 3rd floor, Unit 2, Building 6. This is the key to my home. Are you an owner of this community? If not, then shut your asshole for me. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the white-haired middle-aged man's face suddenly turned ashen, because he really didn't expect that the young man in front of him had such a smelly mouth. He actually called his mouth an anus. At this moment, he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. So the white-haired middle-aged man said tremblingly with anger, Even if you were once the owner of this community, that was only before the end of the world. Now this community belongs to me. So get out of here right now. Hey man, who are you? What do you do? Lin Feng looked at the white-haired middle-aged man with an unreasonable expression and said. At this moment, in Lin Feng's opinion, this guy was indeed seriously ill. But at this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the white-haired middle-aged man was looking at Zhao Jingyi and the others who were still struggling to kill zombies not far away and ignored him at all. He was obviously very angry. Moreover, every time Zhao Jingyi and the others killed a zombie, the middle-aged man actually revealed a hint of heartache. Could it be that he is doing this for the zombies in this community? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart tightened involuntarily, and he began to look at this white-haired middle-aged man carefully. But Lin Feng changed his mind and realized that this shouldn't be the case. If you want to kill zombies and get crystal cores, where can you not get them? Why does it have to be in this neighborhood? Unless this community has something that is not available anywhere else. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had already vaguely guessed that this middle-aged man with white hair was most likely a reborn person like him. Otherwise, if he was just an ordinary person, how could Lin Feng not have discovered him at the first moment? So to be cautious, Lin Feng decided to stay out of the spotlight for the time being. Because before you understand the opponent's true strength, the best option is to hide for a while. So Lin Feng thought of this place and asked Li Jingyi and the others to leave. But before he could open his mouth, the white-haired middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale when he saw the corpses of the fat zombie woman and the zombie baby. You guys did all this? We didn't do this. When we got here, the fat woman was already dead. Isn't she just a zombie? Why do you care so much about her? Lin Feng pretended to be sincere and looked at the white-haired middle-aged man talking nonsense. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Lin Feng say that. He looked at Lin Feng for a long time before he said, Boy, didn't you lie to me? Lie to you? Can I get a bag of rice from you if I lie to you? Lin Feng said fearlessly, looking at the white-haired middle-aged man. When the white-haired middle-aged man heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately laughed coldly. Young man, you and these girls may not be able to leave today. Oh really? But can you tell me why? When Lin Feng heard this, his voice instantly became cold. The white-haired middle-aged man snorted coldly, pointed at the corpse of the baby, and said with gritted teeth, I've been waiting here for several months. just waiting for this female zombie to give birth to the piece of meat in her belly. But I never expected that someone would get there first. It seems that I can only use the stomachs of these girls. When Lin Feng heard this, he instantly knew what was going on, and his face turned cold. Damn it. It seems that if I endure it for a while, not only will the situation not be smooth, but I will get a serious illness. Taking a step back may not necessarily lead to a bright future. It will only lead to ovarian cysts. At this time, Lin Feng cursed in his heart, but he remained calm and asked knowingly, I don't know what you mean by saying this. Since it has come to this, even if I die, I will let you die knowingly. At this point, the white-haired middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, how about letting these girls get pregnant with your children and then turning them into corpse babies? Fuck you. After hearing what the white-haired middle-aged man said, Lin Feng immediately became furious and could not control himself. Suddenly, a Desert Eagle pistol appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he aimed it at the white-haired middle-aged man's head and pulled the trigger continuously. But who would have thought that the white-haired middle-aged man, as if he knew the trajectory of every bullet fired by Lin Feng, actually successfully dodged every bullet? Boy, I have to say that your shooting skills are indeed very accurate, but my speed is faster than the bullet you shoot. The white-haired middle-aged man gave Lin Feng an evil smile, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. You are indeed fast, but I found that you have a big problem. Problem? What's the problem? The white-haired middle-aged man was startled when he heard this. No matter when. You should. Lin Feng deliberately stopped talking. The white-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but move closer to Lin Feng and asked, if you have anything to fart, please fart quickly. What should I do? Everyone should keep their distance. Just as Lin Feng said this, a twisted three-edged military bayonet suddenly appeared in his hand and pierced through the chest of the white-haired middle-aged man as fast as lightning. Oh, what are you doing? The white-haired middle-aged man covered his chest in horror and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression of confusion, incomprehension, and unwillingness. Do you think you're so awesome because of your speed? You've already died once in your previous life, so why are you still so forgetful? You reborn one. How do you know everything? The white-haired middle-aged man covered his bloody wound and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. You really want to know? I want to know. Then come closer, and I'll tell you in a low voice. When the white-haired middle-aged man heard this, he pondered for a moment and took 2 steps towards Lin Feng. But what greeted him was another lightning-fast bayonet, which once again stabbed a bloody hole in his body. You. After being teased again and again by Lin Feng, the white-haired middle-aged man staggered back a few steps with a look of resentment on his face. Finally, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. But facing the anger of the white-haired middle-aged man, Lin Feng snorted coldly. I stabbed you twice, but you're still breathing. I guess you must have eaten a lot of crystal cores, right? Tell me, what system are you in? Lin Feng suddenly shouted, and the white-haired middle-aged man instantly turned pale. He looked at Lin Feng in horror and asked, who are you? You guess? Lin Feng smiled evilly at the white-haired middle-aged man, with a Desert Eagle already in his hand. He pointed it at the white-haired middle-aged man's head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 88: Obtaining the Helping System. The white-haired middle-aged man, who had 2 bloody holes stabbed by Lin Feng with a bayonet, would not die for a while. But he no longer had the strength to fight. Bang! Finally, after Lin Feng pulled the trigger, a dull gunshot rang out from the Desert Eagle equipped with a silencer. The white-haired middle-aged man's head was pierced in an instant. He fell to the ground lifeless with an expression of unwilling death. Looking at the corpse of the white-haired middle-aged man, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Arrogance is your fatal flaw. If God gives you another chance to be reborn, I hope you can correct this flaw. The test shows that you have killed a reborn person. Congratulations, you have obtained the killed person, the helping other system skill system. Just as Lin Feng was secretly sighing at this moment, a system prompt suddenly came out, which made Lin Feng startled. Helping others system? What kind of system skill is this? The helping others system, as the name suggests, is to help the opposite sex improve their strength. Helping the opposite sex improve their strength? No wonder it's called the helping others system. Don't I get any benefit at all? In principle, you will become stronger. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng felt mixed emotions. At this moment, he really didn't know whether he should be happy or not. But when Lin Feng had an idea and saw that the helping others system had a proficiency progress bar, just like the synthesis skill, he suddenly felt disappointed. After all, the proficiency of photosynthesis skills has already made him exhausted. But now he has this. How many times will it take him to improve his proficiency? But fortunately, I have already strengthened myself in all aspects, so this shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, Lin Feng could only comfort himself helplessly. At this moment, after killing all the zombies in this area, Zhao Jingyi and her friends had already started using sabers to take out the crystal core from each zombie's head. It seemed that they were not affected at all by the fight between Lin Feng and the white-haired middle-aged man just now. You tiger girls, how big your heart is. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others who were constantly busy. But this also proves from the side that these women have unconditional trust in Raymond Lam. Otherwise, How could they kill zombies with peace of mind? At this time, when Zhao Jingyi and the others took out the crystal cores from the zombies' heads, they found that every zombie here had a crystal core in its head. This immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others overjoyed. Lin Feng is so great. Every zombie here actually has a crystal core. Yes, Brother Feng, it seems that this is really a good place. Let's come here again tomorrow. Seeing that the girls were so excited, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the corpse of the white-haired middle-aged man, thinking secretly in his heart. I really didn't expect that this reborn person actually improved his strength by raising zombies. It seems that the dead baby is the most important thing to him in this community. At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking about it, and couldn't help but pick up the dark purple crystal core and looked at it carefully again. After returning to the villa, he poured the crystal cores onto the table and counted them. There were a total of 210. The crystal cores were divided equally as before, and not long after lunch, Lu Yun brought Zhou Qiang and other students out of the villa fence. You're quite punctual. Lin Feng, who was in the villa, glanced outside through the window, said something, then stretched, stood up, and walked out of the villa. Are you all full? Lin Feng stopped at the fence and said to Zhou Qiang and others. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang and others all laughed with satisfaction. Because since the end of the world, none of them have really filled their stomachs for a long time. Looking at the expressions on your faces, you must have really eaten too much. Then you should warm up for an hour to digest the food. I'll come back in an hour. As Lin Feng spoke, he returned to the villa, leaving Zhou Qiang and the others stunned and at a loss. But how could they know Lin Feng's intention in doing this? If they take in too much food at once without giving it enough time to digest, they may feel uncomfortable or even vomit. In this case, if training is carried out, the effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. 1 hour later, Lin Feng distributed the 20 or so long spears that Zhao Jingyi and the others used to Zhou Qiang and the others one by one. Then train them in the same way as I taught Zhao Jingyi and the others. Finally, gradually switched to rifles with bayonets. Lin Feng stepped out of the fence, looked at everyone with a patrolling gaze, and then said in a deep voice, Remember, I only give you 1 month to train. During this month, you don't have to do anything but train hard. I will assess you one by one in a month. If you fail the assessment, then I'm sorry, you should go back to your job. I don't support idlers here, let alone useless people. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the expressions of Zhou Qiang and other half-grown children holding spears suddenly became solemn. After all, in the eyes of Zhou Qiang and his friends, they had finally found a place to live, so they naturally cherished it even more. So when they heard Lin Feng say this, everyone's nerves instantly tensed up. Brother Feng, please rest assured. In a month, we will definitely hand over another self that you will be satisfied with. Hand over another satisfied self to Brother Feng. Hand over another satisfied self to Brother Feng. Hand over another satisfied self to Brother Feng. As soon as Zhou Qiang finished speaking, the rest of the people shouted in unison, with a mighty momentum that made the listeners' blood boil. Lin Feng, who saw this scene, just nodded slightly, picked up a spear and said, Then I will teach you bayonet training now. So Lin Feng explained the key points of the movements in detail to Zhou Qiang and others, and also demonstrated them. At this moment, Zhou Qiang and the other half-grown children showed shocked expressions. After all, Lin Feng's skills are so clean and neat that ordinary people cannot compare with him. But at this moment, when Zhao Jingyi and the others came out, Zhou Qiang and the others opened their mouths in surprise. At this moment, even Lu Yun, who was standing by, showed a look of surprise. Because Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang and the others really didn't expect. Chapter 89 Compassion. Because Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang and others really didn't expect that Zhao Jingyi and others actually had guns in their hands. And there are more than one. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and her friends, each holding an M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bayonet, appeared in the villa yard. I saw that each of them had a brick hung on the barrel of their gun with a rope to train them to hold the gun with stability. Zhao Jingyi and the others were very serious, even though their arms were sore. But they all seemed to have a spirit of not giving up, and were unwilling to put down their guns. Zhou Qiang and others who saw this scene outside the fence looked at their own rifles, and then looked at the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles in the hands of Zhao Jingyi and others, and they couldn't help but reveal a longing expression. Don't look at them. Train hard, and you will be able to be like them in the future. Really, Brother Feng? When Zhou Qiang heard Lin Feng say this, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Jingyi and the others in the fence, then turned to look at Zhou Qiang and the other half-grown children, and said, Of course it's true, they used to be just like you, holding spears in their hands and walking step by step. So as long as you train hard, you can also touch a gun like them in a month. After all, guns have an irresistible charm for men of all ages. Just like women can't resist cosmetics and beautiful clothes. So when Zhou Qiang and the others heard this, they became even more motivated and trained even harder. But at this moment, several figures quietly appeared in Lin Feng's sight, which made Lin Feng frown. Because the person who appeared in front of Lin Feng at this time was the woman he had rescued from the group of prisoners who broke into the villa not long ago. Why haven't you left yet? It would have been better if Lin Feng hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, the 7 or 8 women who were kidnapped by the prisoners to vent their lust knelt in front of Lin Feng and cried. Everyone in our family has died, and we can't find anything to eat. We really have nowhere to go, big brother. Please just take us in, woo woo. Please take us in, big brother, woo woo. Please. At this time, these 7 or 8 women were kneeling on the ground and howling like ghosts and wolves. This made Lin Feng frown again and feel a little disgusted. In Lin Feng's opinion, we should just talk about what we have to say. If you really have nowhere to go, just talk to them nicely. Considering that you used to be prison guards, you must be good at guarding the house. After all, Lin Feng did have the intention to build a force. But they were crying, and the whole moral blackmail really made Lin Feng feel a little disgusted. But even so, Lin Feng decided to give these women a chance. If for no other reason, it is because they have experience in guarding. After all, what Lin Feng values at the moment is ability. As for whether he likes these women or not, that is just personal preference, and Lin Feng is clear about this. At this time, a woman, seeing that Lin Feng did not respond, added, "Brother, as long as you are willing to take me in, you can do whatever you want, you know." Me too, and me, and me. After that woman said this, the other women also rushed to recommend themselves. Seeing such a scene, Lin Feng was speechless. "Look over there." Lin Feng pointed at Zhao Jingyi and the others in the fence. "You all saw it, right? I'm really not trying to discourage you. I have fine grains at home. Why would I eat your coarse grains?" When the women heard this, they felt ashamed and lowered their heads. After all, Zhao Jingyi and the others are indeed much prettier than them. At this time, Lin Feng glanced at these women and continued, "If you really want to stay, it's not impossible. Brother, as long as you are willing to take us in, we are willing to do anything. Yes, we are willing to do anything." When these women heard Lin Feng say this, they all saw hope again and hurriedly agreed. "Train like them, and the security of this community will be handed over to you from now on. After all, you used to be prison guards. Don't worry, big brother. We will take turns guarding this community 24 hours a day. If there is any disturbance, we will inform you in time." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay then, you guys can train with these kids first. Whether you stay or leave after a month will depend on your performance." "Okay, thank you, brother." The women immediately responded with joy, picked up the remaining spears beside them, and started practicing with Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang, and the others. But when Lin Feng looked at these women, they all looked weak and frail. Lin Feng knew without thinking that they must have not eaten for a long time, otherwise they would not be like this now. But even so, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them fill their stomachs first. After all, many times, if something a person wants is too easy to get, do they still know how to cherish it? So Lin Feng wanted to let these women know who gave them food to eat when they were desperate. It was not until 4 or 5 hours later that Lin Feng looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and it was already past 7 o'clock. "Okay, that's all for today. You can continue tomorrow morning at 5. "Okay, brother Feng." After Zhou Qiang and the others responded to Lin Feng, they all returned to their villas one by one. Only the women who used to be prison guards were left, looking at Lin Feng pitifully and weakly. But Lin Feng glanced at these women and said deliberately, "You all should go back as well. Tomorrow you will come and train on your own at 5 in the morning like them." Just then Lin Feng said this and was about to turn around and go back to the villa. "Brother, please wait." But at this moment, a woman finally plucked up the courage to call out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly turned around and asked knowingly, "Do you have anything else to do?" "Brother, we haven't eaten for a long time. Can you give us something to eat?" A woman could no longer control her emotions and suddenly looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes and cried, "Yeah, big brother, we haven't eaten for a long time, and we've been training all afternoon, so we're really hungry now. Please, brother." Seeing these women say this, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, but my meal isn't that easy to eat. So do you know what to do next time?" Chapter 90 Test. When the women heard Lin Feng say this, they were all stunned. It was obvious that they didn't understand what Lin Feng meant by this sentence. "It seems that you are not too hungry. When you figure it out, I will give you food. This way you don't have to eat my food and be confused all day long, as if nothing happened." As soon as Lin Feng said this, these women instantly became nervous and knelt on the ground begging, "Brother, as long as you can give us something to eat, we will work like slaves for you and repay you forever. Then can you be as loyal as dogs?" Lin Feng said condescendingly, looking down at the women. "We are absolutely loyal and will never betray you. But what if you betray me? We will be struck by lightning and die miserably. But this is okay, right, big brother?" Among these women, the one who was leading the group looked at Lin Feng in a flattering manner and said, "Okay, I'll trust you this time." As Lin Feng spoke, he turned around and asked the twin sisters Guan Xingyan and Guan Yuanyuan in the villa to bring 2 bags of rice and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot for these women. But when Guan Xingyan and Guan Yuanyuan lifted the rainproof cloth covering the grain, oil, rice and flour in the yard, the women all cried out in surprise, "Oh my god, there is so much rice and flour here. So many things are just placed in the yard. Isn't this too casual?" That's right. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he heard these women. but a hint of evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will feel relieved to have you patrolling the community in the future. Of course, the safety of this community will be left to us from now on, so you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng just smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. After all, how could Lin Feng possibly believe what they said? The reason why Lin Feng let them see the grain, oil, rice and flour under the tarpaulin was actually a test for them. Sure enough, when these women took the food distributed to them, their eyes were full of greed for the grain, oil, rice and flour under the tarpaulin in the yard. Lin Feng, who saw the clue, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But Lin Feng remained calm, closed the fence, returned to the villa, and had dinner with Zhao Jingyi and the others. Lin Feng, do you really want to take in those women? At the dining table, Zhao Jingyi picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in Lin Feng's bowl, and asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I did have this idea at the beginning, but it was just an idea at the beginning. From what you said, it seems that you have changed your mind again, Brother Feng. At this time, Wang Shuxue took a bite of the braised lion head and interrupted vaguely. Just wait and see. But Lin Feng sighed lightly and said something ambiguous, which immediately made the girls confused. So Zhao Jingyi simply ended the topic and said in a tentative tone as usual, very gently. Who are you going to let accompany you tonight, Offing? As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, the other girls immediately put down their chopsticks as usual. Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly, and the entire living room fell into silence. When Lin Feng saw this trend, the corners of his mouth began to rise, revealing a wicked smile. But Lin Feng's behavior made all the girls feel nervous at the same time. At this time, Zhao Jingyi slammed the chopsticks in her hand on the table and said unhappily, Lin Feng, why are you grinning? This is a serious matter, tell me. I haven't decided yet. Haven't you made up your mind yet? Lin Feng, are you no longer interested in us? Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi had already started talking. That's not what I meant. If you don't mean this, then what do you mean? Seeing Zhao Jingyi say this, Lin Feng could only say to this insatiable woman, it's you tonight, right? Well, that's pretty good. Zhao Jingyi said proudly after hearing this. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Feng looked at Yang Mi, Li Xian, Irina, and Han Wushuang who were looking disappointed. Do you guys want to come together? When Yang Mi and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Li Xian looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look on her face. Can you handle it? How will you know if I can handle it if you don't try? Forget it, Lin Feng. We know you're in trouble. Let's not try to be stubborn. It's easy to hurt your body. Irina also said at this time. Han Wushuang also looked distressed at this time, looking at Lin Feng, and said, yeah, Brother Feng, sometimes we can understand if we think about it. Don't force yourself like this. Otherwise, what fun can you have? Lin Feng told me to just forget it, otherwise you really can't handle it. Seeing that the girls seemed to be caring about him with a contemptuous tone, Lin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Because at this time Lin Feng felt that they seemed to care about him. But why did he feel that this was a provocation? Okay, stop talking. I've already decided. After you've washed up, wait for me in your respective rooms. Tonight, I'm going to let all of you know what it means to have sex 7 times a night. No, 11 times a night. At the same time, in a villa, 7 or 8 women were wolfing down the self-heating rice that Lin Feng had given them. They would carefully pick up even a grain of rice that fell on the table and put it in their mouths, and they would lick the rice bowls until they were shiny. At this time, a woman burped contentedly, then suddenly slammed the table. Sisters, you all saw it just now. That person actually left so much grain, oil, rice and flour randomly in the yard. Isn't this a waste of food? That's right. He just casually left so much food outside. It seems that he doesn't take it seriously. How about we sneak over and get some while he's asleep? When one woman said this, the other women also showed greedy expressions. After all, they were really scared of being hungry. So much grain, oil, rice and flour were piled up outside, which was too tempting for them. But at this moment, another woman actually said hypocritically, this isn't a good idea. Didn't he just say that as long as we are loyal to him, he will give us something to eat in the future? Stop pretending in front of us. Are there any good men in this world? When those prisoners lined up to humiliate us, have you forgotten? As soon as that woman opened her mouth, another woman spoke viciously. At this moment, the other women, after hearing what that woman said, could not help but think of their past experiences, and their expressions instantly became hideous and disgusted. Chapter 91, White-Eyed Wolf. Big Sister is right. None of the men nowadays are good. It seems that we have to rely on ourselves in the future. At this time, a woman clenched her fists and said angrily. At this time, the other women also had fierce and ferocious expressions. It was Lin Feng who saved them, but they all chose to forget it. Because these women all know in their hearts that the reason they say this is just to find excuses for themselves and to comfort themselves. In this way, they can put on a cloak for their greed, so that it doesn't appear so obvious. Sure enough, after a brief silence in the room, one of the women looked at the older woman and finally spoke. Sister, when do you think we should go there? The older woman glanced at the clock on the wall and spoke slowly. We'll go over there at 12 o'clock at night. Then you guys can sneak over the fence, and I'll meet you outside the fence. Okay, Then we'll find a car, load all these supplies, and leave here forever. At 12:30 in the night, two Labradors, one male and one female, Daha and Era, were lying at the door of the villa with their eyes closed and resting. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the fence, which made their ears move and their eyes open a little. But surprisingly, Daha and Era closed their eyes again and revealed a humane and evil smile. Due to the long-term swallowing of crystal cores, the two Labradors, Daha and Era, have obviously developed some intelligence. So the Husky and the Era were too lazy to pay attention to the small fish outside the fence. Besides, Lin Feng is in the middle of a fierce battle right now. If he is ruined, won't he have nothing to chew on in the future? Boom! Suddenly, the fence emitted a strong roar of electric current. In the darkness, under the flickering sparks, I could vaguely see a few women, like a few dried rabbits, hanging on the fence with ferocious expressions, not moving. Outside the fence, a woman's terrified scream echoed throughout the night above the villa. Early morning. Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang and others who had arrived here early for training were so shocked when they saw this tragic scene that they opened their mouths wide and were speechless for a long time. Look, there are two more people here. At this time, Su Sheng suddenly pointed at a place not far away and said something. Zhou Qiang and the others hurriedly looked in the direction of Su Sheng's finger. There were actually two women on the ground. They were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels and bladder and fainted. They haven't woken up yet. At this time, Lu Yun shook her head helplessly and sighed. It seems that these women wanted to steal the supplies in the fence in the middle of the night, which is why they are in such a mess. Stealing supplies? Brother Feng was kind enough to take them in. I never thought they would do such a thing. Zhou Qiang said angrily upon hearing this. Su Sheng looked at Lu Yun and asked, Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Find a rope to tie them up first. When Brother Feng gets up, let him make the decision. The others can continue training. In the villa, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of pride appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems that this skill is not completely useless. At this time, Lin Feng was thinking about it, and he realized that his proficiency in the skill of helping others had increased by 11 points. If we continue at this pace, then there are only 8 or 9 days left before the proficiency of the helping others system reaches 100%, right? At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Then Lin Feng had another thought, glanced at another synthesis skill helplessly, and couldn't help but sigh. His proficiency in synthesis skills was only 5.1%, and this was the result of him spending almost all his spare time on this skill. Hey, Lin Feng sighed helplessly again, then got up and saw the corpses hanging outside the window, but his heart was not disturbed at all. After all, when Lin Feng saw the greed shown by those women after seeing the supplies yesterday, Lin Feng already knew that this day would come. The only thing that surprised Lin Feng was that these women were so anxious. It is really stupid to do such a thing in such a hurry without understanding the situation clearly. So Lin Feng put on his pajamas and went downstairs quickly. As soon as he walked out of the villa, Zhou Qiang became a little excited and shouted to Lin Feng outside the fence. Brother Feng, are you up? Yeah. Lin Feng responded casually and said to Zhou Qiang and the others, take down those bodies hanging on the fence for me, so that I don't have to look at them so early in the morning to bring bad luck. Zhou Qiang's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and he immediately asked nervously, Brother Feng, is this really possible? Seeing Zhou Qiang's expression, Lin Feng naturally knew what he meant. Don't worry, I've turned off the electricity. It won't kill you. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll get these bodies down now. Zhou Qiang said this with an awkward smile, then quickly climbed onto the fence and pulled down the mummies that had been electrocuted into pieces like beef jerky. At this time, Lu Yun glanced at Zhou Qiang and the dried corpse he had taken down from the fence, then looked up at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, there are 2 more people we have tied up. What are you going to do with them? Go and kill them. Aren't you going to ask them? Need not. Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun and said with a smile. But after hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Yun did not take any action, but just stood there in a daze. Seeing Lu Yun like this, Lin Feng continued, Why? You've never killed anyone? Yes. Lu Yun said truthfully with a nervous expression. Then you can take this opportunity to experience it properly. Seeing Lu Yun like this, Lin Feng had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In this world now, there are not only zombies, but also human nature which is scarier than zombies. Are you sure you don't want to kill them? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Lu Yun seemed to be enlightened instantly and her body trembled involuntarily. After all, what he experienced in the apocalypse, apart from starving with his students, was the ugliness and sinisterness of human nature exposed in despair. On the contrary, the zombies outside are not as brutal and cunning as some people. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun and said, Do you understand? I understand. I don't need to repeat what you should do next, right? After hearing what Lin Feng said, Lu Yun nodded heavily to Lin Feng, picked up the spear beside her, and walked towards the 2 tied-up women. Chapter 92 Boy, People Can Change. At this moment, the 2 women who had just woken up looked at Lu Yun holding a spear and walking towards them with a determined look, which made them realize something in an instant. What do you want to do? This is all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation first. Go down there and explain. As Lu Yun was speaking, a fierce force suddenly surged in her heart. She thrust the tip of the gun into a woman's mouth, then pushed hard, and the tip of the gun went straight through her head. The other woman, seeing the miserable state of her companion, no longer dared to beg for mercy. She clenched her teeth and closed her mouth tightly, her face full of horror. But even so, Lu Yun still showed no mercy and shot her in the heart, ending her completely. Seeing Lu Yun's ruthless side, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then glanced at Shou Qiang and others. You all saw it. This is how you will treat your enemies from now on, and this is also how you will treat betrayers. So I decided to have each of you stab the bodies twice more, to make your impression even deeper. When Shou Qiang and others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, wondering what Lin Feng's purpose was in doing this. After all, the person is already dead. Is there any need for this? This is the fate of betrayers in the future. Why don't you go now? But suddenly Lin Feng's roar scared Shou Qiang and others instantly, and they also understood Lin Feng's intention. So they all took their spears and stabbed all the corpses twice to punish those who betrayed them. Looking at the performance of Shou Qiang and others, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This is the fate of betrayers from now on. Remember it? Brother Feng, don't worry. We will never betray you. Shou Qiang vowed. But Lin Feng snorted coldly. Kids can change, so this is the rule I set. Do you remember it? Remember. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Shou Qiang and the others responded in unison. Hang these corpses on the trees to dry, then go back to eat. You can continue practicing after dinner. At this time, Lin Feng said something lightly to Lu Yun, Shou Qiang and others, then returned to his usual state and returned to the villa. This instantly made Shou Qiang and others feel that Lin Feng was a moody person, which made them feel a little afraid of Lin Feng. But how could they know that this was actually the result that Lin Feng wanted? If they are not allowed to feel the oppression and majesty, then they can do it when the team grows stronger. If everyone is talking to you about friendship and feelings, then what's the point of leading a team? After Lin Feng returned to the villa, Zhao Jingyi had just walked down from upstairs. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, she said gently, Lin Feng, are you back? Well, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you. Oh, you got up so late today. I'm almost starving. Okay, I'll do it now. Zhao Jingyi smiled happily and kissed Lin Feng. Then she tied on an apron, hummed a little tune, and walked into the kitchen. At this time, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and others also came out of their rooms. When they saw Raymond Lam, each of their eyes was a little shy, yet full of affection. Oh my god, I didn't expect this skill of helping others to be so powerful. Why does each of them seem like a different person today? An hour later, a sumptuous breakfast was quickly prepared by Zhao Jingyi. At the dinner table, Zhao Jingyi even peeled a boiled egg for Lin Feng, so that he could have a good nourishment. This moment made Lin Feng speechless. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but smile and said, after Lin Feng finishes his meal, are we still going to the neighborhood we went to yesterday to kill zombies? Yeah. Lin Feng stuffed the egg into his mouth unhappily and said vaguely, but this time I decided to only take Daha with me, so you guys can just practice shooting at home. What? You're only taking Daha with you? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with confusion when she heard Lin Feng say that. Li Xian also put down the soup spoon in her hand and said, no matter how powerful you are, how many zombies can you kill by yourself? Sister Li Xian is right. There is strength in numbers. Wang Shushui also put down the bun in her hand and spoke. That's right. Besides, you went to bed so late last night. Can you still bear it? As soon as Yang Mi said this, all the women looked at Lin Feng and asked in unison, can you still hold on? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others with disdain. What do you say? Otherwise, wait until I come back and see how I deal with you. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls blushed instantly and didn't know how to respond. Seeing the girls looking so frustrated, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Afterwards, Lin Feng brought Daha and drove to the community where he used to live. He had an idea and a large meat grinder blocked the entire gate of the community tightly. Then Lin Feng poured diesel into the meat grinder and the diesel tank. After finishing all this, Lin Feng squatted down, tied a tweeter around Daha's neck for selling, and set the time. Then Lin Feng stroked Daha's furry head and said seriously, you will sneak into the innermost part of the community in a moment. When this thing on your neck makes a sound, you will run towards me as fast as you can. Do you understand me? Upon hearing this, Daha shook his head in resistance, and even his saliva splashed on Lin Feng's face. I'll give you a chicken drumstick when I get back. Woof woof. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Daha shouted excitedly twice and rushed into the community, which made Lin Feng so angry that he rolled his eyes. As time passed, the expression on Lin Feng's face gradually became solemn. After all, this is what Lin Feng thinks is a powerful weapon. If it fails, he can only kill zombies one by one with Zhao Jingyi and the others to obtain the crystal cores as he did before. But if successful, even if the space cannot copy the crystal core, he can still rise quickly in the shortest time. At this moment, Lin Feng looked down at the mechanical watch on his wrist and silently said in his heart, there are only 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 93 Bobo Chicken Bobo Chicken Bobo Chicken for 1 yuan. As the second hand on the watch jumped again, waves of devilish hawking sounds suddenly rang out from deep in the community. Bobo bobo chicken bobo bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. Bobo bobo chicken bobo bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. Then, the community, which was originally like a stagnant pool of water, was suddenly in an uproar, as if someone had thrown an oversized brick at it. The zombies, who had very sensitive hearing, suddenly let out a roar and chased after the direction of the horn. At this moment, the big Ha, with a 100W high-power tweeter with a penetration of 2,000 meters hanging around his neck, causes a commotion wherever he passes. The zombies that were in a semi-dormant state in the residential building were immediately awakened after hearing such a demonic sound. He suddenly became as crazy as the zombies in the community downstairs. He broke through the window from the upstairs and jumped down. Instant time. Those zombies that had been hiding in the residential buildings fell to the ground like dumplings. Those zombies whose heads hit the ground were killed on the spot, while those with broken arms and legs were treated just like the other zombies. They would be chased down and bitten hard even if they had to crawl. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was standing at the gate of the community, looked at the red, green, and yellow zombies roaring and rushing towards him like a mudslide, which made him feel frightened. After all, if the result was not what he expected, he would also face great danger in this zombie tide. Daha, run! With Lin Feng's loud shout, Daha accelerated again, and like an arrow, he leaped onto the giant meat grinder more than 2 meters high. Then Daha, like a proud king, stood on the meat grinder and slowly turned around, looking with sharp eyes at the tide of corpses rushing towards it and Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng also pressed the start button. In an instant, the rows of sharp knives in the giant meat grinder began to rotate rapidly, like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, making bursts of roars. Then the zombies, as if summoned, rushed into the giant meat grinder one after another. After being minced into pieces of meat, they directly poured out from the exit of the meat grinder. Seeing such a bloody scene, not to mention Lin Feng, even Daha couldn't help but let out bursts of whimpering sounds. Because this is just too disgusting. It seems that we can only ask someone else to come and complete the rest of the work. So Lin Feng said helplessly, took out the intercom from his body and called out, "If anyone hears, please reply quickly." "What's wrong, Lin Feng?" As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Xian's anxious voice immediately rang out from the intercom. "You and Qin Bangxia, bring Shou Qiang and the others over to pick up the crystal course." "You finished it so quickly?" Hearing Li Xian's shocked tone on the intercom, Lin Feng smiled smugly. "What else? I'll give you 15 minutes, drive over here quickly." "Okay, I'll tell you about this now." After ending the call with Li Xian, Lin Feng put the meat grinder into the space, and then took out 20 or 30 sets of leather jumpsuits and leather gloves from the space. Then, he happily lit a cigarette for himself and waited for Li Xian, Qin Bangxia and the others. Only 10 minutes later, Li Xian and Qin Bangxia drove a small truck, bringing Shou Qiang, Lu Yun, Su Xing and others, and rushed over in a mighty force. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were so shocked by the tragedy that their mouths opened wide. After all, what appeared before them was a mountain of corpses made up of the flesh and blood of 4,000 or 5,000 zombies. Just ask yourself, who wouldn't shudder when seeing such a strong visual impact? Lin Feng, what on earth is going on? It was not until a long while later that Li Xian looked at Lin Feng and asked with a trembling voice, "I just accidentally killed all the zombies in the neighborhood." "What? All? All were killed?" Upon hearing this, Qin Bangxia looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lu Yun, Shou Qiang and the others looked at him with complicated expressions, as if he were a monster. This is a whole neighborhood of zombies. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he can't do it in such a short time. What's more, each zombie was chopped into pieces like chicken nuggets, which clearly showed that this was not done by humans at all. Seeing that everyone was looking at him as if he were a monster, Lin Feng knew clearly what they were thinking at the moment. But Lin Feng still didn't tell them his plan. Besides, in Lin Feng's opinion, let them think whatever they want. "I won't say anything anyway. What can you do to me?" So Lin Feng deliberately coughed, pointed at the leather coat and leather gloves next to him and said, "Don't just stand there. Today is a big project. Put on these things quickly and find all the crystal cores from these corpses." When everyone heard what Lin Feng said, they all couldn't help but grin, and each of them had an expression of resistance. After all, it does feel a bit uncomfortable to look for crystal cores from this pile of corpses. But even so, Li Xian, Qin Bangxia and the others quickly put on their leather jackets and pants and began searching for crystal cores among the smelly and sticky corpse parts. It took more than 5 hours, and with the concerted efforts of everyone, they finally found all the crystal cores from the corpses of 4,000 or 5,000 zombies. Looking at the red, green, and yellow crystal cores in the bag, everyone couldn't help but show joy on their faces. After all, with so many crystal cores, their strength will surely have a qualitative leap in the future. So Lin Feng brought everyone back to the villa, cleaned all the crystal cores, and then found out after counting. Today there are 1,000 first-order crystal cores, 1,002 second-order crystal cores, and a whopping 1,800 third-order crystal cores. Although nearly 300 crystal cores were lost in the meat grinder, even so, today's harvest was definitely fruitful. Lin Feng has so many crystal cores, how should we distribute them? At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at so many crystal cores and said, "Lu Yun, Shou Qiang and the others have just swallowed the crystal cores, so give them 1,000 first-order crystal cores." After they are fully adapted, try to get them to swallow the second-order crystal cores. Zhao Jingyi agreed when she heard this. At this time, Lin Feng continued, let's distribute the remaining crystal cores according to the old rules. Okay. Zhao Jingyi nodded and then turned to look at Zhao Lucy. Li Xian and others said, what do you think? Of course there is no problem with this. Zhao Lucy and others said. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said gently, Feng, can I ask you a question? Chapter 94 I'm going on a long journey. Seeing Zhao Jingyi suddenly speaking to him in such a tone, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel nervous. He seemed to have vaguely guessed what she wanted to ask. Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhao Jingyi said, since you have such a good method to obtain crystal cores, why didn't you use it at the beginning? First, in order to train you, it won't work if you're only allowed to improve your strength without any actual combat experience. Second, I want to let these zombies evolve for a while before killing them. After all, the energy of a first-order crystal core and a third-order crystal core is vastly different. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and others couldn't help but feel a little moved. After all, they were also involved. If it weren't for them, Lin Feng would most likely have implemented his plan long ago. Brother Feng, you are so kind. I really want to hug you now. At this time, Han Wushuang hugged Lin Feng and acted coquettishly. At this moment, Lin Feng could only gently stroke her black hair to comfort her. When Zhao Jingyi saw Han Wushuang like this, although she felt jealous, she could only pretend not to see it. After all, she is not the only one who is jealous. There are also Zhao Lucy, Li Xian and others. So Zhao Jingyi continued, so, can we use your method to kill zombies? Wait a little longer. Why wait? Is there any flaw in your method, Feng? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi, then glanced at Li Xian. Yangmi and the others said, do you know why I went to that neighborhood to kill zombies today? The women couldn't help but fall into silence after hearing this. At this time, Wang Shushiwei said, because in that community, the probability of bursting crystal cores is high, and the level is also high. That's right, but why are the crystal cores produced by the zombies in this community much higher in quality than those produced in other places? Upon hearing this, the women couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But they really couldn't figure out the reason, so Zhao Jingyi said unhappily, Feng, don't keep us in suspense. Do you remember the white-haired middle-aged man I killed in that neighborhood last time? Zhao Jingyi looked at the other girls and nodded. Yes, what's wrong? If my guess is correct, he is actually keeping the zombies in this community in captivity through some method. That's why the probability and quality of crystal cores dropped by zombies in this community are so high. No way. Zhao Jingyi and others looked at Lin Feng in disbelief when they heard this. At this time, Yangmi suddenly thought of something, so she said, Lin Feng, didn't you say that few people know the secret of the crystal core? Yes, Brother Feng, how did that middle-aged man with white hair know that? Wang Shushiwei also spoke at this time. Zhao Jingyi and the others also looked at Lin Feng with questioning eyes. But how could Lin Feng tell them everything? So Lin Feng's mind moved, and he said casually, just like what Yangmi said just now, few people know about it, but that doesn't mean no one knows about it. Moreover, more and more people will know about it in the future. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Jingyi and the others nodded after thinking about it. Zhao Jingyi then continued. So what should we do next? Next, absorb all these crystal cores. I have to go on a long trip to do something. When the girls heard this, they immediately panicked and said, Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Do you have to go? Yes, Brother Feng, isn't it good for us to just stay here? Why do we have to go? What will we do if you leave? That is. At this moment, all the girls were chattering to Lin Feng with panic on their faces. You can imagine how much Zhao Jingyi and the others depend on Lin Feng at this moment. So Lin Feng could only sigh. Don't worry, I will leave enough food for you. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be back in 2 or 3 days at the least, or 4 or 5 days at the most. But who knew that when Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi immediately became unhappy and said, Lin Feng, is this a food problem? We can't bear to leave you. We are worried about you. I am really disappointed that you said that. That's right. We are just worried about you, Brother Feng. Don't you have any feelings for us at all? Han Wushuang was also furious and echoed the voice. That is. Seeing that all the girls were united in their hatred of the enemy and were denouncing him, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, My dear ladies, please clarify this. I have entrusted the villa to you with confidence. Can I explain everything? As Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls finally came to their senses. So Zhao Jingyi and the others all tried to ease the embarrassment. They either picked their fingernails or took deep breaths, and Zhao Jingyi gave Lin Feng an awkward smile and tried to leave. You come back first. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly called her again, which forced Zhao Jingyi to turn around and look at Lin Feng again. What's the matter? When I'm away, you will take Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others to look after the house for me. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but feel touched when she heard this. After all, in her opinion, Lin Feng still cared about her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taught her this. At this time, Lin Feng continued. Also, during the time I'm away, you guys should stay in the villa honestly and not step out of it. Don't let anyone else step into this area, not even Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang, and the others. Remember that. Well, of course we understand this. Zhao Jingyi nodded seriously. At this time, Wang Shushiwei also said, Don't worry, Brother Feng, we won't go anywhere unless you come back. Right. Seeing all the girls say this, Lin Feng said helplessly in his heart, if you really want to leave here, I can't stop you. Lin Feng, when are you going to leave? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Zhao Jingyi asked. Lin Feng looked out the window and sighed, then said thoughtfully, just these 2 or 3 days, you can give these 1,000 first-order crystal cores to Lu Yun and the others. Zhao Jingyi nodded and was about to give the first-level crystal core to Lu Yun and the others. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi seemed to remember something and immediately turned to look at Lin Feng and said, Ah Feng, if we just send these crystal cores over, will anything go wrong? Something happened? What happened? Lin Feng asked. Have you forgotten that when I first absorbed the crystal core, I felt horny? I'm afraid Lu Yun will. Chapter 95, Recruiting Lu Yun. Hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng blushed and instantly understood Zhao Jingyi's concerns. If something like this really happened between these masters, how would they get along in the future? In fact, these days, I think Lu Yun is pretty good. If she's not good enough, why don't you just take this opportunity to take her in? What are you talking about? If you say so, wouldn't I be taking advantage of someone who is in trouble? Upon hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng immediately spoke righteously. Then what do you say we should do? Her body is so sensitive. Do we have to keep cooling her down with cold water after she swallows the crystal core? What's wrong with using cold water to cool down? It's not like this method won't work. Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject, looked at Zhao Jingyi with a confused look, and continued. I noticed you're so weird today. Why do you keep trying to push me out? When Zhao Jingyi heard what Lin Feng said, she looked at Zhao Lucy and the others helplessly before saying, do you think I want to do this? It's Lu Yun. She's always secretly staring at you from outside the fence when you're not paying attention. Instead of doing this, you might as well just take her in, so that she won't turn love into hate in the future, which would be difficult to deal with. Hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little proud and simply said, so you agree, she will join? What can I do if she doesn't agree? You can see that she really loves you deeply, and we can't let her regret it for the rest of her life, right? Hearing what you said, then call Lu Yun over and ask her what she thinks. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Anyway, there are still 4 vacant bedrooms upstairs. After all, the situation has changed now. The reason I had concerns at the beginning was because of Shou Qiang and others. But now, Shou Qiang and his group of half-grown children have been recruited by Lin Feng. So Lin Feng naturally no longer had his previous concerns. But as soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and other girls immediately said angrily, Lin Feng, this is the last one. Don't even think about it in the future. That's it, Brother Feng. There are already enough people here. You really can't be so unrestrained anymore. Han Wushuang also spoke earnestly at this time. But who knew that Raymond Lam said? To tell you the truth, I just can't stand seeing those beautiful women out there who are homeless, helpless, and suffering. Lin Feng, do you think we will believe your lies? Li Xian snorted coldly upon hearing this. That's right. He is clearly a pervert, but he can still speak so righteously. It really infuriates me. Hey Lin Feng, can you change this bad habit in the future? Seeing that all the girls said this to him, Lin Feng casually said, we'll talk about the future later. Sister Wushuang, go call Lu Yun in. When the girls saw Lin Feng like this, they were so angry that they shook their heads. But there is no way, this is a society without order. Whoever has the strength deserves more women. Therefore, Lin Feng's approach seems reasonable under such circumstances. It's just that Lin Feng's attitude towards them is too gentle, so Zhao Jingyi and the others are so unscrupulous in front of Lin Feng. Let me ask you, if it were another man with a completely opposite personality to Raymond Lam, would Zhao Jingyi and the others dare to say no? But it is precisely because of this reason that Zhao Jingyi and the others are so devoted to Lin Feng and have no intention of betraying him. Han Wushuang had just walked out of the villa for a while when he brought Lu Yun into the villa. This was the first time Lu Yun stepped into this villa, and it was also the first time she saw with her own eyes a villa so luxuriously decorated. Lu Yun, do you want to be my woman? But at this moment, Lin Feng, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly said something that made her body tremble instantly. Immediately, Lu Yun blushed and looked at Lin Feng cautiously and whispered, Why? Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Because I want you to be my woman, but I need to ask for your opinion, so are you willing? Why is he so direct? I'm a girl. How can I answer in front of so many people? At this moment, Lu Yun was thinking in her heart and secretly glanced at Lin Feng, then lowered her head blushingly, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Lu Yun like this, Lin Feng actually looked at Zhao Jingyi who was standing beside him. Look what I said. How could she possibly like me? Who said that? I like it. I like it very much. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng opened his mouth, Lu Yun immediately refuted and then lowered her head. Hearing Lu Yun say this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter and said, It seems that I am quite attractive. Jingyi gave her 57 crystal cores out of the 1,000 first-level crystal cores. Are you Teddy? Why are you in such a hurry? Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng could finish his words, Zhao Jingyi spoke unhappily. It seems that men are animals who think with their lower body. Alas, sisters, what should we do in the future? As Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, the others either spoke in a sarcastic tone or sighed, which made Lin Feng speechless for a moment. After all, it was them who asked Lu Yun to take her in, but now they said this. This really made Lin Feng unable to understand what these women were thinking. So Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly, and then said to Lu Yun, "Since you are my woman from now on, you will live in this villa from now on. I will let Jingyi explain the rules here to you later. But in the future, Zhou Qiang and the others. No matter who is gone, the world will still turn. Besides, you just live separately. You still have to train together in the future." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Lu Yun also thought it made sense, so she nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing Lu Yun nod in agreement, Lin Feng immediately changed the subject and continued. "Then you can distribute the remaining first-order crystal cores to Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng, and the others, and then explain the situation to them." "Okay, I'll go now." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Yun picked up all the first-level crystal cores and walked out. When Lu Yun just left, Lin Feng took out a fourth-order crystal core from his arms, looked at it carefully, and muttered to himself, "There is only this last fourth-level crystal core left. I hope that taking it can help me make further progress." As Lin Feng finished speaking, he swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 96 Microcosm. In an instant, Lin Feng only felt a violent energy boiling in his body, which made him unable to help but arch his body and let out an indescribable moan. Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and others who saw this scene couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that something might happen to Lin Feng. Fortunately, after a while, everything returned to normal. This made Zhao Jingyi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they had never absorbed a fourth-level crystal core, so they naturally didn't know how violent the energy in the fourth-level crystal core was. "Lin Feng, are you okay now?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi finally couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said uncertainly, "It's okay, but what? What do you say?" When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she became as worried as Zhao Lucy and the others. "I seem to feel that there is a small universe inside me that is constantly gathering energy and spinning." What? Microcosm. When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they were all stunned. "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded, and then continued, "I can't really explain it. It seems that I have to wait for a while and study it carefully." Then Lin Feng and the girls divided today's second and third level crystal cores equally and swallowed them together. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that the energy gathered in the so-called small universe in his body became even more intense. After swallowing the crystal core, will all the energy gather here? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Lu Yun had already returned to the villa with red eyes after saying goodbye to Zhou Qiang and the others. Seeing Lu Yun like this, Lin Feng also vaguely guessed that for such a long time, Lu Yun had always treated Zhou Qiang and the others as his own brothers, and they supported each other in the apocalypse and have come this far. But now she suddenly had to separate from Zhou Qiang and the others, so she was naturally a little sad. But even so, Lin Feng just glanced at Lu Yun. "Why are you crying? Don't you want to live here? You don't have to force yourself." Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng said this, Lu Yun quickly wiped her eyes and said, "No, I just can't bear to leave Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng, and the others. They are just living separately, not really separated." Did Zhou Qiang and the others absorb the first-order crystal core? It's absorbed. Now they are doing exercise like before. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and said casually, "Then quickly absorb your crystal core." Lu Yun nodded slightly in response, then slowly walked to the table and absorbed the 57 first-level crystal cores on the table, just like Lin Feng and the others. However, as a wave of heat came over her, Lu Yun felt uncomfortable all over and subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jingyi and others looked at Lin Feng with displeasure. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others seemed to be saying, "You got the advantage again this time, you scumbag. It's so hot I want to drink some water." At this time, Lu Yun was already sweating profusely. She looked at Lin Feng with seductive eyes. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, licked her sexy red lips, and asked Lin Feng for water. There was no other choice. Lin Feng could only take a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrew the cap, and pass it over. When Lu Yun took the mineral water, as soon as her fingertips touched Lin Feng's, she trembled uncontrollably and fell into Lin Feng's arms, gasping for breath. "Isn't this physique too sensitive? Lin Feng, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and take her into the room." Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Zhao Jingyi's voice sounded behind him. Li Xian also said it this time. "It's already this time. Why are you still pretending to be a gentleman? Is there any need for this? Brother Feng, you're not going to feel embarrassed, are you?" Wang Shuxue, Guan Qingyan, and Guan Yuan, the twin sisters, snorted at the same time. "Sister Shuxue, you are overthinking it, right? Why would he be embarrassed?" Hearing the women behind him deliberately raising their voices and making unpleasant comments, Lin Feng could only shamelessly smile at them. 1 hour later, Lu Yun lay on the soft big bed, recalling the deep and intimate interactions between her and Lin Feng just now, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. "Feeling better?" At this time, Lin Feng's voice sounded softly in her ears. Lu Yun's delicate body trembled slightly. She was full of shyness and sweetness, and nodded gently. "Do you want to chat more?" Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun, his eyes full of tenderness and concern. Lu Yun bit her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. She just gently tugged at the corner of the quilt. The air in the room seemed to become warmer and quieter. So another hour passed. After Lin Feng gently kissed Lu Yun's forehead, he immediately thought about it and looked at the proficiency of the helping others system skills. My proficiency has actually increased a little bit. It seems that reaching 100% is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. 2 days later, Lin Feng left enough bullets and food for Zhao Jingyi and the others, and left the villa under their reluctant gazes. Lin Feng, wait a moment. But at this moment, Ning Rushuang's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned and looked at Ning Rushuang. What's the matter? Let Daha go with you. No, I can do it alone. Woof woof woof. But as soon as Lin Feng said this, Daha called out to Lin Feng twice, walked to Lin Feng without saying anything, and shamelessly rubbed Lin Feng's trouser leg. So Lin Feng had to change his mind and said, okay, you must train on time while I'm away. Don't worry, we will train well. At this time, Zhao Jingyi's eyes were a little red as she spoke. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with reluctance and nostalgia for Raymond Lam. But it can be seen that Zhao Lucy, Li Xian and others are no less reluctant and nostalgic about Raymond Lam than she is. Be good at home, or I'll spank you when I get back. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others instantly blushed with shame, and they all looked at Lin Feng with a coquettish look. Ha ha. Then Lin Feng let out a loud, unruly laugh, and gradually walked away from the sight of Zhao Jingyi and other girls. Sister Jingyi, will Brother Feng come back safely? Wang Shushua looked at the direction where Lin Feng disappeared and asked worriedly. How could something bad happen to a man as mysterious as him? The only thing I'm worried about now is... Chapter 97 Zombie Army. Wang Shushua saw Zhao Jingyi suddenly stop talking halfway, and couldn't help but wonder. Sister Jingyi, what are you worried about? My only worry now is whether he will bring back beautiful women from outside this time. When the girls heard what Zhao Jingyi said, they immediately realized that this was what they should really worry about. I'm really pissed off. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone with him no matter what. Li Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Zhao Lucy even sighed and said, it's over, it's over. It seems that this time he has really been allowed to be unrestrained and love freedom. Sister Jingyi, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had known, my sister and I would have tied him to the waistband no matter what. Guan Xingyan, one of the twin sisters, also said this at this time. Zhao Jingyi sighed softly and could only say, let him be. After all, Lin Feng never relied on the abundance of food to act arrogant and overbearing in front of them, nor did he abuse them. Instead, treat them truly as family members. So it is obvious that after spending such a long time together, every woman, including Zhao Jingyi, has fallen in love with Lin Feng. Otherwise, Zhao Jingyi and the others would wish Lin Feng to find more women. At this moment, Lin Feng and Daha had already walked out of the community and came to a Land Rover 4S store and looked around. Lin Feng looked through the tempered glass of the 4S shop, which was covered with dust and dried blood, and saw the brand new Land Rovers in the store. He shot the glass to pieces with a gun and walked in, stepping on the broken glass on the ground. After all, for Lin Feng, if he wanted to go to the military camp 200 kilometers away, how could he do so without finding a more powerful means of transportation? But as soon as he stepped into the 4S store, the clerk, who had turned into a zombie, rushed towards him with his fangs bared. Lin Feng immediately took out the Desert Eagle and fired several shots at the heads of 5 or 6 zombie shop assistants, knocking them down completely. Later, Lin Feng came to the 4S store and the Land Rover vehicle display area. After seeing the car keys inside the car through the window glass, he had an idea and put his hand on the vehicle. A Land Rover was detected. Congratulations on winning 10 million Land Rovers. Then Lin Feng filled up the gas, opened the door, got in with Daha, and rushed out of the 4S store, heading southeast out of the city at high speed. But when Lin Feng just drove out of the city, he saw a pretty woman from afar, standing in the middle of the road and waving at her. But as Lin Feng accelerated again with an expressionless face, the woman was knocked away in an instant, and her life or death was unknown. But Lin Feng had no intention of slowing down at all, and he rushed towards the distance like an arrow. In Lin Feng's opinion, if he couldn't even see through such a fake trap at first glance, then his rebirth would be in vain. After all, he had experienced too many such scenes in his previous life, where the elderly, children, women, etc. were standing in the middle of the road to gain sympathy and then taking action against them. Sure enough, just after Lin Feng left, 7 or 8 people immediately jumped out from the dry grass on the roadside. At this time, a scarred face kicked the woman who was knocked away by Lin Feng with an indifferent look and looked at the bald fat man next to him. Brother, Xiaoru looks like she is hopeless. Damn it, I finally saw someone, but he just ran away. What a pity. Brother, Xiaoru is dead. Should we bury her or burn her? Seeing that the bald fat man didn't respond to him, Scarface asked again. But the bald fat man seemed not to hear it and said viciously, when you guys have filled your stomachs, dig a hole in the middle of the road, and every car that comes will fall into it. I want to see if those who drive cars will still be crazy in the future. But brother, we have been out of food for 2 days now. How can we fill our stomachs? At this time, a man as thin as a fried dough stick licked his cracked lips and asked immediately after hearing the words of the bald fat man. The bald fat man sighed softly, patted the thin man on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Let's take care of Sharu later, then we'll have something to eat, right? Otherwise, burning her and burying her would be a waste of food. Do you think I am right, Daozi?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of the man with the scar on his face shrank. As for Lin Feng, after more than an hour of high-speed driving, he finally arrived at his destination. So Lin Feng opened the car door and jumped out of the car with Daha. After climbing over a small hill, they saw a huge military camp in front of Lin Feng. But what surprised Lin Feng was that, according to reason, a military camp should have at most a few thousand people. But just looking at the military camp, there are at least tens of thousands of soldiers who have completely turned into zombies. Could it be that they were just gathering here before they died, preparing to go into the city together to rescue? So, when Lin Feng thought of this, as he was once a soldier, he didn't dare to think about it any further. Because Lin Feng really couldn't imagine how tragic the scene was at that time. So Lin Feng, with a solemn expression, slowly stood up under the scorching sun and gave a firm and powerful standard military salute to the zombie soldiers in the barracks to express his deep respect for them. But then, Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma. Although he could have used a meat grinder to strangle them to death like he did last time. But to be honest, Lin Feng really couldn't do it. First of all, he was once a soldier like them. Secondly, this method is really too cruel to them. But if not, trying to enter such a huge zombie army camp to look for arms is simply seeking death. Suddenly, at this moment, a crow with a piece of rotten meat in its beak flew over Lin Feng's head and landed in a bird's nest under a paulownia tree outside the camp. This gave Lin Feng an idea and he came up with a plan. So Lin Feng immediately had an idea, and a drone was already in his hand, and then he installed a loudspeaker on the drone. "Sorry guys, you might have to move around today." At this time, Lin Feng said this, and looked at the zombie army in the military camp with a complicated expression, then started the drone. I saw a passionate military song slowly sounding above these zombie soldiers. The zombie army suddenly became excited. All the zombies followed the flight path of the drone in the air and began to chase the drone, singing the passionate military song. Under Lin Feng's control, all the zombies in the military camp chased the drone and ran out of the camp. But Lin Feng deliberately landed the drone in a crow's nest on the sycamore tree, which immediately caused the crow to flap its wings and cackle. Chapter 98. Massive Reproduction of Arms. At this time, a surging army of zombies like a tide surrounded the huge sycamore tree. The song that was playing in a loop in the crow's nest of the sycamore tree made the zombies become extremely manic. Some of them kept roaring, while some zombies simply opened their rotten mouths and started gnawing at the sycamore tree. And the most crucial thing is that as the zombies gather more and more, like ants clinging to meat, some zombies have begun to move, trying to step on the zombies in front of them and climb up the paulownia tree. At this moment, Lin Feng knew that he didn't have much time left. Who knew if these zombies would return to the camp along the same route? So Lin Feng and Daha rushed into the empty military camp at the bottom of the hill like an arrow. But as soon as Lin Feng stepped into this forbidden area, his heart trembled. The camp was littered with dismembered skeletons. The blood, which had become thick and half-dried, was like a strange painting, directly spread on the ground of the military camp, dyeing the entire camp dark red. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be in a hell soaked in blood. Lin Feng knew that time was urgent, and he had to find the armory in a very short time. Otherwise, due to his leniency this time, he might really be doomed. But he did not regret it. Not shooting at his own people was one of the most important bottom lines for him as a soldier. Although these soldiers have turned into zombies, even so, Lin Feng still can't get over the hurdle in his heart. Apart from being lustful, this might be another weakness of Raymond Lam. But the only thing to be thankful for is that since Lin Feng had been a soldier before, he was familiar with the structure of the military camp. So with Lin Feng's quick glance, he quickly locked onto the target and immediately walked quickly in one direction. But when he walked to a warehouse, he found that the door of the warehouse was locked, which made Lin Feng frown. Such a big lock is difficult to open in a short time. Even if he used a gun with a silencer, Lin Feng was still afraid of alerting the zombies outside the camp. Although the sound of the gun has become smaller, the sound of the bullet hitting the metal will not decrease at all. At this time, Lin Feng frowned and glanced outside the camp, where the song was still playing in a loop. He couldn't help but get angry. Give it a try, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Go for it. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a 2-in-1 Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. He fired 2 shots at the lock on the warehouse, and sparks flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng suddenly opened the door of the armory and went in with Daha. In the armory, all kinds of pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns were carefully and orderly arranged in a row, and various types of bullets were piled together in boxes. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of this military camp's arsenal. So Lin Feng ran to the rows of guns and ammunition, and immediately he touched them one by one. 3,000 Type 92 pistols detected. Congratulations on obtaining 30 billion pistols. 120 boxes of 9mm ammunition detected. Congratulations on obtaining 1.2 billion boxes of 9mm ammunition. 3,000 Type 95 automatic rifles have been detected. Congratulations on obtaining 30 billion Type 95 automatic rifles. 1,000 Type 919 rifles have been detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 billion Type 919 rifles. 2,000 Type 79 submachine guns have been detected. Congratulations on obtaining 20 billion Type 79 submachine guns. 900 Type 89 12.7 mm heavy machine guns detected. At this moment, wherever Lin Feng passed, all kinds of guns and ammunition were copied thousands of times in his space. Then he stored all the copied weapons into the space. But when Lin Feng continued to move forward and saw various types of rocket launchers, grenade launchers and ammunition, even Lin Feng, who was always calm and composed, couldn't help but get a little excited. So Lin Feng didn't say anything and directly touched the grenade launchers, rocket launchers, ammunition, etc. 535 mm grenade launchers detected. Congratulations on obtaining 5 billion grenade launchers. 1,500 rocket launchers detected. Congratulations on getting 15 billion rocket launchers. 500 boxes of grenades detected. Congratulations on obtaining 5 billion boxes of grenades. Rockets detected. At this moment, as the system prompts continued to sound in Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng finally copied all the rocket launchers, grenade launchers, etc. in this warehouse and put them into the space. But at this moment, the song that was playing in a loop in the crow's nest outside suddenly stopped, which made Lin Feng's face change drastically. At this time, Lin Feng knew without thinking that it must be the zombies that had climbed up the tree and brought down the drone from the crow's nest. Therefore, once the music stops, these zombies that have been attracted by the music will most likely return here again, relying on muscle memory. Daha, we should retreat. So Lin Feng said something to Daha in a low voice and was about to leave here quickly. Although there are still many hot weapons ahead that have not been copied in time, given the current situation, life is still the most important thing. But when Lin Feng suddenly opened the door of the armory, he carefully closed the door again. Because at this time a large number of zombies had already returned here staggeringly and aimlessly. Therefore, if Lin Feng goes out now, he would definitely be seeking death. There are tens of thousands of zombies. Even if Lin Feng has more weapons, he only has 2 hands. How can he possibly kill them all? What should I do? Am I really going to die here this time? At this time, Lin Feng looked through the narrow crack in the door at the increasing number of zombies gathering in the camp, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. So Lin Feng began to look around the entire arsenal, trying to find a way to save himself. But when he walked to the deepest part of the armory and saw various armored vehicles, a bold idea emerged in his mind. But the most urgent thing is that he must first collect these heavy weapons and copy them into the space. So Lin Feng's mind moved, and he stretched out his hand again. 5 Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. 10 Type 77 tracked armored vehicles were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 100 million Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. 20 ZBL 09 infantry fighting vehicles detected. Congratulations on obtaining 200 million Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. Type 99 a main battle tank detected. At this moment, after Lin Feng copied and stored all the armored vehicles into the space, he went to the deepest part and copied all types of artillery shells used by the armored vehicles and tanks into the space. At the same time, a convoy of dozens of vehicles had already stopped at the foot of the mound. Chapter 99, Diverting Trouble. As the SUV moved, the roar of the engine gradually subsided and the door slowly opened. A young man in his 20s slowly got out of the car. He was tall and straight, wearing a simple black leather jacket, jeans of the same color, and a pair of shiny military boots. At this moment, his hair was a little messy due to the wind, but his eyes were empty, as if he had lost the ability to focus, like a lake that had been drained of water, dry and lifeless. Obviously, this is a sign of excessive indulgence. Around him, hundreds of fully armed survivors quickly jumped out of other vehicles. They quickly lined up in neat rows, ready to be inspected by this young man at any time. But the young man coughed dryly, looked at the military camp at the foot of the hill, then turned to look at a middle-aged survivor in his 30s with a stubble on his face, and said in a somewhat feminine voice, "Qin Gang, it looks like this is the place?" "That's right, Master Feng. There must be a lot of ammunition in the military camp below the mound. As long as we can clear out the zombies in the military camp, these ammunition will be ours." The middle-aged man named Qin Gang immediately responded respectfully. "But there are at least tens of thousands of zombies in this camp. Are you sure we have enough ammunition?" "Master Feng, don't worry. The ammunition we brought this time is definitely enough." After hearing Qin Gang's answer, the young man nodded. "Well, let's take the weapons in this camp as a birthday gift for the old man. Let's see if he will look down on me again in the future." Boom. But just as the young man finished speaking, a cannon shot suddenly came from the direction of the military camp. This immediately frightened the young man so much that he and his men lay prone on the hill. They no longer had the calm demeanor they had before, and were now filled with extreme panic. What the hell is going on? Isn't the military camp full of zombies now? Mr. Feng, I don't know either. At the same time, a Type 99 a main battle tank made a rumbling sound. Even though it was surrounded by many zombies, it still effortlessly crushed the zombies in front of it into meat paste. But even so, these fearless zombie armies all lay on the moving tanks like moss to a flame, roaring and madly beating the thick steel plates of the tanks. Even so, Lin Feng in the tank just sneered, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the small hill in front of the camp. However, Lin Feng's action immediately frightened the young man and his men, and their faces turned pale. After all, as the tanks moved, all the zombies in the military camp rushed towards the young people like a mudslide. What are you still standing there for? Shoot me now. The young man suddenly yelled in panic, and his men finally reacted. They hurriedly picked up the semi-automatic rifles in their hands and started shooting fiercely at the zombies coming towards them. But in such a tense situation, how is it possible to shoot these zombies in the head with every shot? So as long as the bullets they shot didn't hit the zombies' heads, the zombies would not be affected at all. Instead, it makes the zombies even more violent. In just the blink of an eye, the young man and his men were instantly swallowed up by the tide of zombies. In the tank, Lin Feng, who witnessed all this, felt no guilt at all. After saying sorry, he stepped on the accelerator again, crushing the off-road vehicle in front of him into a discus, and drove back the way he came. More than an hour later, two survivors who were digging a hole in the middle of the road seemed to hear a rumbling sound in the distance. So they stopped what they were doing in the hot sun, turned around, squinted their eyes, and looked behind them in confusion. But when they saw a tank coming towards them in the distance, they immediately shouted in ecstasy. That's great! The country is finally willing to send troops to rescue us. Woohoo! Woo woo woo. In an instant, the two survivors, who had just been ecstatic, began to cry loudly. After all, in the apocalypse, after experiencing such a long period of inhuman torture, it is finally over. But at this moment, one survivor wiped his tears and said to another survivor, "Why is there only one tank? Where are the others?" A tank. The other survivor heard this and spoke in confusion, looking up again. But at this time, the tank driven by Lin Feng at high speed was already very close to them. Before they could react, Lin Feng had already crushed the two survivors. Two more brothers were crushed to death by something. 5 or 6 minutes after the tank driven by Lin Feng passed by, Scarface looked at the two survivors who were crushed into meat paste with a look of horror and said. Upon hearing this, the bald fat man's expression became extremely ferocious. His eyes, which were not much bigger than soybeans, widened and he roared. Fuck you, they hit me to death in the morning and ran over 2 of my brothers in the afternoon. Who did this? At the same time, Lin Feng had already driven his tank into the city, heading towards his own neighborhood at high speed. But when Zhao Jingyi and others in the community saw a tank rushing towards them at lightning speed, this made them all feel like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they immediately loaded their M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles with bullets, ready to fight at any time. Zhou Qiang and his group of half-grown children were hiding in various corners of the community, waiting for their chance to strike. After all, Lin Feng had just left today, and a heavy tank broke in. This was quite a big psychological impact on them. But when Lin Feng and Daha climbed out of the tank, Zhao Jingyi and the others opened their mouths in shock. Lin Feng, why is it you? Seeing Zhao Jingyi's surprised expression, Lin Feng smiled proudly. How is it? Are you surprised? It's quite unexpected. Didn't you say you would be back in at least 2 or 3 days? Yes, Brother Feng. Where did you get this tank? Yes, can you please tell me what is going on? As Zhao Jingyi finished her words, the other girls could no longer hold back their curiosity and started chattering again. But seeing how curious the girls were, Lin Feng just said casually, things went very smoothly, so I came back early. So can you explain what this tank is all about? At this time, Zhao Jingyi pointed at the tank behind Lin Feng and said, Chapter 100 I don't even believe in myself. How can I believe in you? For Zhao Jingyi and the others, what they are more concerned about now is where this tank came from. But how could Lin Feng tell them? So Lin Feng suddenly said seriously, does it really matter where we got this tank from? Just remember that with it, our overall military strength will be raised to a higher level. But Lin Feng, there aren't that many buts. It's just like where your food, clothing, and daily expenses come from here every day. Do you understand now? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because they had been with Raymond Lam for such a long time, but in the end, they still did not get his real trust. Lin Feng, it's been so long. You still don't believe us? Yes, Brother Feng, we have no other intentions. We just want to really get to know you. Yes, Offing, do you really have to be like this? Hearing the girls' words, Lin Feng laughed, which immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others feel nervous. Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? Zhao Jingyi asked. Lin Feng glanced at everyone present one by one before he slowly spoke. To be honest, sometimes I don't even trust myself, so how can I trust you? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and the others were speechless. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with complicated expressions, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, in this kind of doomsday where people's hearts are complicated, how could Lin Feng tell them all his secrets? It does seem inappropriate for them to do so. Seeing that Zhao Jingyi and the others were no longer talking, Lin Feng stretched his body and said, Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep first. I'm really tired today. You go to bed at this time, and you won't have dinner. Zhao Jingyi reacted and asked hurriedly, looking at Lin Feng's back. No, I'm going to be in seclusion for a month. No one is allowed to disturb me from now on. Lin Feng said this without even turning his head and walked into the villa, leaving Zhao Jingyi and the others standing there in confusion, looking at each other. Because Zhao Jingyi and the others really didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. After all, the word retreat often appears in ancient costume fantasy dramas. But he is in isolation for a month. Is that possible? But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others know that Lin Feng's top priority now is to improve his proficiency in synthesis skills as quickly as possible? That's why Lin Feng decided to lock himself in the room for a month and do whatever it takes to improve his proficiency. 2 days later, in a manor, an old man looked at a young man who had turned into a zombie in an iron cage in front of him, his face showing anger and sadness. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant hurriedly walked up to the old man and said cautiously, "Master, according to the only surviving woman in the young master's SUV, the young master originally wanted to take people to get the munitions from the military camp as a birthday gift for you today. But unexpectedly, a tank came out of the military camp and brought out all the zombies inside. And then the young master and the rest of the brothers were swallowed up by the zombie tide. Hey." After hearing what the servant said, the old man looked at the young man in the cage who had turned into a zombie and sighed heavily. "Silly child, you can accompany me every day, which is better than anything else. We have everything at home. Do we need some weapons?" When the old man said this, he suddenly changed the subject and looked at the servant beside him and said, "Bring here the woman my son loved the most when he was alive. I want her to be locked up with my son so that she can always be with him." When the servant heard the old man say this, his expression suddenly changed. He couldn't help but look up at the young master who had turned into a zombie in the iron cage, and then he said respectfully, "Okay, sir, I'll bring her here now." After the servant left, the old man looked at his son who had turned into a zombie in the iron cage again and muttered to himself, "My son, I can only see what happened to you 3 minutes before you died using my system skills. But the man driving the tank was inside the tank the whole time, so I really couldn't see it. It is obvious that this old man is also a reborn person, and most importantly, he also has the ability to foresee people's past." Inside Lin Feng's villa. Lin Feng, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Do you really think you're a god?" Zhao Jingyi was holding a bowl of cooked noodles, standing at the door of Lin Feng's bedroom, shouting nonstop. Because Lin Feng hadn't eaten for 2 days, Zhao Jingyi seemed extremely anxious at this moment. But in the bedroom, while eating sausages, he mechanically tried to put the pistol in his hand into one, and said to the door in a vague voice, "Didn't I already tell you that I ate? You come here every hour, aren't you annoying? You think I'm annoying, don't you? It's up to you to eat it or not. I'll give it to Daha and Era." Zhao Jingyi said something angrily and went downstairs with her hips twisted. But an hour later, Zhao Jingyi once again appeared at the door of Lin Feng's bedroom with a bowl of hot noodles. She deliberately cleared her throat and said to the door again, Lin Feng. Roll." "Okay." After Zhao Jingyi responded shamelessly, she went downstairs again with the cooked noodles. "How is it, Sister Jingyi? Lin Feng still hasn't eaten?" But as soon as she came downstairs, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, Wang Shuxue, and others gathered around her and asked with concern. Zhao Jingyi sighed helplessly and shook her head at Zhao Lucy and the others. At this time, Lin Feng was in the bedroom. Apart from sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, he would even take time out during mealtimes to continue practicing his proficiency in synthesis skills. In this way, Lin Feng, in a nearly crazy state, managed to increase the proficiency of the synthesis skill to 15%. There is still 85% of the proficiency of the 2-in-1 synthesis skill left, and then I can perform 3-in-1 item synthesis. At this moment, Lin Feng used his mind to check the proficiency of the synthesis skill. After muttering something to himself, he once again plunged into the crazy mode of improving his synthesis skill and proficiency. After all, as time goes by, the zombies outside have evolved to this level, and it is time to collect their crystal cores. In order to proceed in an orderly manner according to the plan conceived previously, Lin Feng is so anxious now. But Chapter 101. Exit. But there are always unexpected changes in the weather, and people are also subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time. While Lin Feng was madly improving his synthesis skills day after day in the villa, in the manor in another city, the servant from before hurriedly came up behind the old man and said respectfully, "Master Feng, it seems we have a clue about the person who killed young Master Feng." The old man called Master Feng trembled noticeably, and even his breathing seemed a little unstable at this moment. He suppressed his excitement and looked at his son who had turned into a zombie in the iron cage with burning eyes. Then he slowly uttered a word in a deep voice. "Tell me." According to reliable clues, the tank seems to have entered Songhai City. Songhai, sure. After hearing his servant's words, the old man's expression was fierce and he spoke each word with emphasis. After saying the 3 words Songhai sure, he said, "Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I, Fangzhen, will definitely find you and avenge my son. Notify everyone to set off immediately and leave no survivors in Songhai City alive." "Okay, Mr. Feng. I'll arrange it right away." After the servant left, Fangzhen excitedly took out a thigh from a large iron basin full of human limbs and threw it into the iron cage. The 2 zombies, a man and a woman, in the cage immediately began to eat frantically. The scene was extremely bloody and weird. But Fangzhen smiled when he saw his son, who had turned into a zombie, had such a good appetite. "Xiaoyu, I never thought that after feeding you like this every day, you could evolve so quickly. Look, in such a short time, you've already become a 2nd-level zombie. Maybe you will have a mind when you reach the 5th or 6th level, and you will definitely remember me by then, right? Am I right, son?" The next day, a team of more than 1,000 people, armed with live ammunition, were riding in off-road vehicles and were speeding towards the city where Lin Feng was. The team was seen speeding on the dusty road, stirring up clouds of dust, like a giant centipede crawling quickly on the ground, unstoppable. At this time, in the room, Lin Feng, who had been in seclusion for a whole month, slowly opened the door under the gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the other girls who had been waiting outside the door. At this time, Lin Feng had an unshaven beard, like a warrior who had just been reborn, ready to face new challenges. Lin Feng, are you okay? When Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng like this, she didn't know whether to be surprised, happy, or worried. But at this time, she was already excited and her voice began to tremble. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Irina, Guan Qingyan, Guan Yuan, Yang Mi, Wang Shuxue, Han Wushuang, Lu Yun, and Ning Rushuang were already in tears, and some even started sobbing. Okay, why are you all crying? I'm fine, right? Brother Feng, you really miss me so much, Woa. At this time, Wang Shuxue could no longer control herself, and she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears. It was not until 3 hours later that Lin Feng was able to escape. After all, with the help of his supernatural powers, wasn't this a matter of ease? As Lin Feng stood in front of the window and looked at the tanks parked outside the villa downstairs, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Because in Lin Feng's opinion, doing so would be too ostentatious, and there was no telling what might happen in the future. But in broad daylight, if I just put this tank into the space, what would Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others think of me? What will Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and those half-grown kids think of me? What would the flowers and plants around them think? Suddenly, Lin Feng had an idea, and a solution that was not a solution came into his mind. So, Lin Feng quickly put on his pajamas and went downstairs. Brother Feng, you're out? That's great. Brother Feng is here. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, the sharp-eyed Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others started shouting excitedly. Lin Feng just smiled faintly and slowly walked towards them. At this time, Zhou Qiang couldn't help but asked excitedly, Brother Feng, what have you been doing this month? I'm practicing magic. Magic? When Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and other half-grown children heard this, they were all confused. After all, during this month, Zhou Qiang and the others were all wondering what Lin Feng was doing while staying in the villa for a month. But what none of them expected was that Lin Feng actually told them that he had been staying in the villa for a month just to practice magic. To be honest, this is really difficult for them to understand. Why? Don't you believe it? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shou Qiang and the others' expressions. Us. Well, to prove that I'm not lying, I'll show you my skills. Lin Feng said this, and after glancing around the villa yard, he took the rainproof cloth that was used to cover the grain, oil, rice, and flour in the yard. Then Lin Feng stepped out of the fence under the puzzled gazes of Shou Qiang and the other half-grown children. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Qiang asked. I'm going to show you a magic trick. Come and help me. Lin Feng said this casually, and with the help of Shou Qiang and other half-grown children, he covered the tank with a rainproof cloth. After finishing all this, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Shou Qiang and the others who were half-believing and half-doubting, and said, all of you open your eyes wide and look carefully. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he reached his hand into the rainproof cloth, gently touched the tank inside, and instantly put it into the space. When Shou Qiang and his group of half-grown children saw such a magical scene, they were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Brother Feng, how did you do that? Yeah, Brother Feng, this is amazing. Seeing Shou Qiang and the others so shocked, Lin Feng said, this is a magician's professional ethics. How can I tell you casually? Don't you agree? Brother Feng, can you make it appear again? Cannot. Hearing Zhou Qiang's request, Lin Feng decisively refused. Why? Shou Qiang asked again. Because I haven't learned how to make it happen yet. When Shou Qiang and his group of half-grown children heard this, they screamed in shock again. But Lin Feng didn't care about that, and suddenly changed the subject and said, a month has already passed. We will conduct an assessment on you this afternoon. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Feng said this, ignoring the sudden nervous expressions on Shou Qiang and the others' faces. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and turned away. But at this moment... Chapter 102 Uninvited Guests. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi and others who were standing in front of the window witnessing Lin Feng's magic performance showed a helpless bitter smile on their faces. At this time, Wang Shuxue, the youngest, looked at what had just happened outside and seemed to still have some illusions of trust in what Lin Feng had just said. Sister Jingyi, do you think Brother Feng is really a magician? I think so. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be a magician. Lu Yun, who didn't know much about the details at this time, also echoed with admiration on her face. Hey. Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi and others sighed helplessly at the same time after hearing what Wang Shuxue and Lu Yun said. After all, they have been with Raymond Lam for such a long time, and there are many things about Raymond Lam that make them feel puzzled. In the villa, there was a storage room where supplies would never run out, and hot weapons that appeared out of nowhere on his body, etc. Which one of them didn't scare Zhao Jingyi and the others? But as time went by, Zhao Jingyi and the others gradually got used to it. After all, it has been such a long time. Zhao Jingyi and the others have also seen that, apart from being lustful, Lin Feng is really nice to them. So Zhao Jingyi and the others seem to have figured it out now. Since Lin Feng was so good to them, why should they be dissatisfied? After all, the saying that curiosity kills the cat is not something that was made up out of thin air. Bang, 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 bang. But at this moment, a burst of rapid gunfire suddenly rang out in the distance, and everyone in the villa immediately changed their expressions. At this time, Lin Feng also suddenly pushed open a window in the villa and looked towards the southeast with a very solemn expression. Lin Feng, do you want to ask Zhou Qiang and the others to go over and take a look? Need not. What? No. With such dense gunfire, it was obvious that the other party had bad intentions. But Lin Feng actually said no, which really puzzled Zhao Jingyi and the others. But at this moment, a small aerial photography drone took off from Lin Feng's hand and flew quickly towards the southeast direction where the gunshots came from. Zhao Jingyi and the others who saw this scene suddenly understood what was going on. Under the control of Lin Feng, the aerial photography drone flew directly to a height of hundreds of meters. Under the illumination of the drone's high-definition camera, the scenes in the entire community in the city were clearly visible. After all, there are no legal constraints now, so drones can fly as high as they can. This may be the end of the world, with only a few benefits left. As the aerial drone flew forward quickly, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others saw through the real-time images transmitted by the drone a group of people armed with guns shooting a group of survivors. What puzzled Lin Feng was that this team of thousands of people actually threw the survivors after being shot into a truck. Why would Lin Feng be like this? Why would this group of people kill other survivors? Yes, Brother Feng, shouldn't they kill zombies? And they also put the bodies of the survivors who were shot into the car. Why did they do that? At this moment, Lin Feng frowned when he heard the girls' discussions and was puzzled. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng simply gave up thinking about it and actually said, I guess these guys aren't good people. How about we kill them all? But as soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others immediately stared at him with strange eyes. After all, this is a group of thousands of people, fully armed with guns and live ammunition. How many of them are there now? What's more, Zhou Qiang and his group of half-grown kids have never even touched a gun. How could they possibly be a match for this group of people? As if he had noticed the questioning looks from Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng said while controlling the drone, Don't you believe that I can kill them? Lin Feng, they have so many people, and we only have a few of us? Are you sure we can beat them? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked tentatively. At this time, Yongmi suddenly said, Yeah, Lin Feng, isn't it a bit like hitting a rock with an egg if we do this? What can we do? You all have seen it. These people kill anyone they see. If we don't deal with them now, it will be our turn sooner or later. But Lin Feng, we have no chance of winning at all. When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, she became obviously anxious, and even the tone of her voice became a little hurried. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng snorted coldly, They have more people, but we have more helpers than them. Help? Helper? When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this, they were immediately stunned. After all, apart from the villa, they couldn't think of any help from Zhou Chang's group of half-grown children. You will know in a moment. Seeing that all the girls had the same expression, Lin Feng just smiled evilly at them and said. He took the aerial photography drone that was flying over, turned around and walked straight into the storage room. When Zhao Jingyi and the others saw Lin Feng walking into the mysterious storage room again, their eyes lit up at this moment. Sister Jingyi, where do you think Lin Feng will come from, and what will he use to deal with those people? At this time, Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng's back and asked in a low voice. Zhao Jingyi shook her head and sighed. That group of people must be at least 1,000 people. He can't kill them all at once, unless... When Zhao Jingyi said this, she suddenly remembered something and was stunned. Sister Jingyi, unless what? Tell me. Unless Lin Feng can conjure up the tank again, it would be possible to kill all these people as he said just now. As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, all the girls couldn't help but gasp. You have to know that a tank weighs at least 30 to 40 tons, and at most more than 50 tons. How could there be such a thing in the storage room? Besides, the door of the storage room is so small that it can't fit in. But the girls thought again, some things would be impossible if they happened to other people, but if they happened to Lin Feng, it might not be possible. As a result, all the girls couldn't help but open their eyes wide and stare at the storage room, looking forward to what kind of surprise Lin Feng would give them. Although it was a bit unrealistic for Lin Feng to take out a tank from the storage room. But many unrealistic things happened to Lin Feng just by chance. Aren't they enough? But what Zhao Jingyi and the others didn't expect was that Lin Feng actually took such a thing out from the storage room. This really surprised Zhao Jingyi and the others. Chapter 103, Old Tricks Again. Lin Feng, is this the helper you just mentioned? Zhao Jingyi pointed at the drone in Lin Feng's hand, which was slightly larger than the one just now, and said with a confused look on her face. Lin Feng glanced at the drone in his hand and laughed. You will know in a while. As Lin Feng was speaking, he installed a loudspeaker on the drone, which made Zhao Jingyi and the others even more confused. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Sometimes we must believe in the power of the masses. As long as we use the most sincere words to awaken them, they will surely be like a torrent, destroying all monsters and demons. It is obvious that Lin Feng is going to use his old tricks again this time, and is going to divert the trouble to these people. But Zhao Jingyi and her group obviously didn't understand what Lin Feng meant, and the more they listened, the more confused they became. What the masses, what the flood, now really confuses them completely. At this moment, Lin Feng had already taken off the drone and was hovering in the sky outside the entire community. Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken. When you want a string of Bobo chicken. Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken for one you want a skewer. But then, a series of very magical hawking sounds were heard above the drone again. Lin Feng, if you do this, won't that attract all the zombies around you? Zhao Jingyi suddenly said in panic. Han Wushuang followed suit and said, yes, Brother Feng, it is very dangerous to do this. Yes, Brother Feng. Seeing that all the girls were so panicked, Lin Feng just laughed. If we don't do this, how can we awaken our great people? Lin Feng, are you saying? When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she instantly understood Lin Feng's intention. She was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After all, only Lin Feng could come up with such a unique idea. As for other people, they really don't have a brain like Lin Feng. At this time, under the control of Lin Feng, the drone first flew over the CBD, which had the largest traffic flow in the city before the end of the world. Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken for one you want a skewer. Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, Bobo chicken, one you want a skewer of Bobo chicken. As the drone flew over the silent CBD, tens of thousands of zombies wandering in the center of the CBD were immediately awakened and instantly fell into a frenzy of commotion. These zombies, which were already level 3, raised their heads and let out ferocious roars at the drones above their heads. The semi-dormant zombies in skyscrapers, financial institutions, law firms, accounting firms, and hotels were also awakened by the magical cries of the drones. I saw these zombies, with their fangs and claws bared, banging on the doors and windows frantically, trying to take down this thing that was disturbing people's sleep. At this moment, Lin Feng, who saw this scene through the real-time picture, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He then controlled the drone and slowly flew towards the group of people. And the zombies in the CBD, following the movement of the drone, all chased after it with their fangs bared, and these zombies increased in number like a snowball, gradually forming a huge tide of corpses. What's going on? At this moment, the group of people with guns who were killing innocent people indiscriminately clearly felt that the whole earth was shaking slightly. There also seemed to be hawking sounds in the distance, which inevitably made these people feel puzzled and surprised. As the hawking sounds became clearer and clearer, they couldn't help but become even more confused. Bobo chicken? Yeah, why are there still people selling Bobo chicken now? This doesn't seem right. Just as these people were discussing with confusion, suddenly one of them pointed forward with a look of horror and stammered. No. No, it's a zombie tide. Run, run. When those people heard the words, they immediately looked up, and in an instant they all turned pale with fear and panic. Why are you still standing there? Hit me. Suddenly, a shout was heard from the crowd, and the others reacted. They hurriedly raised their guns and started shooting randomly and frantically at the tide of zombies. But they seemed to have forgotten that if they didn't hit the zombies' heads, they would be like indestructible cockroaches. Then they saw countless zombies falling down, and then stood up strangely, roaring with their fangs bared, and pounced on them again. In just a short while, these people were completely engulfed by the zombie tide that was as numerous as a mudslide. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others were staring at the screen, witnessing such a tragic scene. Everyone had a complicated expression and were speechless for a long time. Looking at your expressions, are you shocked? At this time, Lin Feng saw that all the girls had become like this. He snorted coldly and asked the question even though he already knew the answer. Lin Feng, I have to say you are really too smart, but also too cruel. Then what? When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Jingyi said, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Zhao Jingyi gently kissed Lin Feng's cheek before continuing. But I like it. Ha. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, the other girls saw Lin Feng so happy and immediately followed suit. I like it too. I want one too. And me, I want one too. I also. 3 hours later, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and started smoking while standing alone in front of the window. Ah Feng, why do I feel like there are some changes in my body? At this moment, the voice of Zhao Jingyi, whose blush had just faded away, suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Zhao Lucy also said, Sister Jingyi, I think so too. Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, twin sisters, said in unison, we too. Hearing what you said, I think so too. And I. Seeing all the girls say this, Lin Feng knew that his system of helping others was already taking effect. But Lin Feng just said casually, does this even need to be said? Isn't it normal for women who have been helped by me, Lin Feng, to experience some changes in their bodies? But I clearly feel my strength. Okay, I'm hungry now. Let's go cook. But before Zhao Jingyi could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her. Chapter 104, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. But Lin Feng's behavior made Zhao Jingyi even more certain that this matter must be related to him. But it was obvious that Lin Feng was unwilling to tell them, so she didn't dare to ask any further, otherwise she would be disliked again. Okay then, I'll go cook now. So Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression, then she tidied her clothes, put on an apron, and went to the kitchen. At this time, in another city manor, Fang Zhen glared at a subordinate kneeling on the ground with a sullen face and said in a cold voice, You mean you're the only one who survived among all the people who went to Songhai City? Yes, Master Fang, luckily I was in the truck carrying the bodies of the survivors at that time. Only after the tide of corpses receded did I dare to drive back. Seeing his subordinate stuttering in panic, Fang Zhen couldn't help but sigh heavily. I sent 1,000 of you to Songhai City to massacre the people there to avenge my son, but you were massacred instead. I really raised you in vain. You are really a bunch of trash. This can't be blamed on us. This matter is really weird, Mr. Fang. Weird? Then tell me what kind of weird method it is. When Fang Zhen heard what his subordinate said, he couldn't help but snort coldly and spoke slowly. After all, in Fang Zhen's opinion, this subordinate was just quibbling, and he was going to dismember this guy and feed him to his biological son who had turned into a zombie. Master Fang, I was half asleep in the car at the time, but I seemed to hear a burst of hawking outside, and then the tide of corpses came. Hawking? What is hawking? Fang Zhen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice. The subordinate quickly replied, It looks like Bobo chicken. Bobo chicken? What is this? When Fang Zhen heard this, he couldn't help but look at the old servant beside him and asked. The old servant immediately said respectfully, Uncle Fang, Bobo chicken is a traditional local dish that originated in Lesan. It is famous for its spicy and fresh taste. You don't eat spicy food, so you don't know much about it. Ha. Hearing what the old servant said, Fang Zhen burst into laughter. It's already this late. How could there still be hawking? Do you really think I'm so easy to fool? After Fang Zhen finished speaking, his expression instantly turned gloomy, and the subordinate was immediately frightened and turned pale. Master Fang, I can swear to God that I really did not lie to you, Master Fang. When Fang Zhen saw that his subordinate actually said this, he actually believed it about 80% of the time. So Fang Zhen stretched out his hand and slowly pressed it on the crown of the man's head. In an instant, Fang Zhen saw a torrent of corpses that instantly engulfed all his men. What surprised him even more was that there was indeed the sound of Bobo chicken hawking in the sky above the city. This immediately made his face suddenly turn gloomy. Controlling zombies is quite interesting. It seems that you really didn't lie to me. The next day, Lin Feng woke up from his sleep and hurried downstairs to have breakfast. He saw Shou Qiang and others outside the fence, all of them looking restless. This instantly reminded Lin Feng that he needed to assess them. However, because I was so engrossed in the in-depth communication with Zhao Jingyi and the others yesterday, I actually forgot about this matter. So, under the stunned gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng simply drank 2 mouthfuls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, then walked out of the villa and said to Shou Qiang and the others, Have you all been standing outside all night? Yes, Brother Feng. Very good, you all passed the test. When Lin Feng said this, Shou Qiang and the others were very surprised, and they all looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. But Lin Feng didn't care about them or what his mood was at the moment. He turned around and returned to the villa, and said to them without even turning his head, Let's go back and eat something, we have to go out soon. In Lin Feng's opinion, absolute loyalty to him is what he truly values, and ability can only rank second at best. After all, these are still a group of half-grown children. With the support of the Crystal Core, it will be difficult for them not to improve quickly in the future. An hour later, Lin Feng led Shou Qiang and the others out of the community and headed towards the direction where the group of people who were engulfed by the tide of zombies yesterday died. Although that group of people were either torn into pieces and eaten by zombies, or turned into zombies. But the weapons and equipment they carry are all real. So this is Lin Feng's real purpose. Lin Feng asked Zhao Jingyi and the others to stay in the villa. After all, the main purpose this time is to get the guns and ammunition of the dead people, so there is no need to mobilize everyone. Lin Feng and Shou Qiang and others drove a truck across 5 streets and arrived at the place where the group of people died yesterday. At this time, yesterday's zombie tide had receded, leaving only human tissues on the ground and the survivors who had transformed into first-level zombies. Kill all these survivors who have just turned into zombies, and then take away their hot weapons. Following Lin Feng's order, Shou Qiang and the others nodded to Lin Feng, then took up their guns and went into battle, easily piercing the heads of those survivors who had just transformed into first-level zombies and were moving slowly. After all, Zhou Qiang and his friends have been struggling in the apocalypse for so long that they have long lost their pre-apocalypse innocence and ignorance. Otherwise, how could they have gotten hundreds of crystal cores in one day and exchanged them for food from Lin Feng? In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of survivors who had turned into zombies had their heads pierced through. Next came Shou Qiang and his team. They excitedly picked up the guns and ammunition on the ground and quickly put them into the truck. After all, for Shou Qiang and his friends, it was the first time they had seen and touched so many guns, so it was inevitable that they would be a little excited. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the guns on the truck and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How come this group of people have so many hot weapons? After all, this is a country with strict gun control. I also traveled through mountains and rivers to the United States to get a batch of arms. This group of people. Is it possible that behind these survivors, there is also a reborn person with a system? When Lin Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but frown and began to look at these guns. I saw that all these guns were weapons from the Great Mao country. Like the AK-74 automatic rifle, AK-47 automatic rifle, SBS pistol, Lebedev compact pistol, etc. I guess this reborn person, like me, has already been preparing for the coming apocalypse before the end of the world. 289 AK-74 automatic rifles were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 289,000,000 AK AK-74 automatic rifles. 700 AK-47 automatic rifles were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 7 billion AK-47 automatic rifles. 5,000 magazines full of bullets detected. Congratulations on getting 50 billion. Chapter 105. Sound from the Sky. After Lin Feng copied all the guns and ammunition that Zhou Qiang and his men had loaded onto the truck into the space, he slowly glanced around and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Where did the truck that carried the bodies of the survivors yesterday go? Didn't yesterday's zombie tide kill all these people? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Zhou Qiang suddenly opened the trunk of an off-road vehicle and shouted to Lin Feng in ecstasy. "Brother Feng, what do you think this is?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly put away his thoughts and walked over to take a closer look. It turned out to be 5 boxes of F-1 grenades made in Russia. This is a defensive grenade, and it also has a cute nickname called Lemon. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, the F-1 grenade was loaded with about 60 grams of TNT high explosive and weighed a total of 600 grams including the fuse, with an effective killing radius of about 30 meters. If these F-1 grenades were copied tens of millions of times into space and then synthesized, wouldn't their power be doubled? Lin Feng thought about it and put his hand on the 5 boxes of F-1 grenades. 5 boxes of F-1 grenades detected. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million boxes of F-1 grenades. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng's mind moved again, and a system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 50 million boxes of F-1 grenades detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. As Lin Feng silently recited in his heart, the 50 million boxes of F-1 grenades in the space instantly became 25 million boxes, a full half less. Then the system prompt sounded again. 2-in-1 F-1 grenade, power increased by 120% and weight reduced by 30%. Hearing such horrifying synthetic data, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow. After all, this is only the power of a 2-in-1 grenade. If 10,000, 100 million, or even more grenades were combined into one, wouldn't that become an atomic bomb? Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? At this time, Zhou Qiang seemed to notice that Lin Feng was strange and couldn't help but ask softly. Lin Feng immediately regained his composure after hearing this. It's okay, move these grenades to the truck as well. Okay, Brother Feng. Zhou Qiang immediately responded and together with others moved the 5 boxes of grenades onto the truck. Then Lin Feng copied all the off-road vehicles that the group of people had used yesterday into the space one by one. After all, these are all famous, the JF-17 military off-road vehicles, which are said to be able to go wherever tanks can go. Its performance is unmatched by any civilian off-road vehicles on the market. 200 Xiaolong military off-road vehicles have been detected. Congratulations on obtaining 2 billion Xiaolong military off-road vehicles. Then Lin Feng's mind moved again, and the 2 billion JF-17 military off-road vehicles in the space instantly turned into 1 billion vehicles, just like the grenades just now, a full half less. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 2-in-1 Xiaolong military off-road vehicle, power increased by 100%, torque increased by 50%, speed increased by 80%. The capacity of the main and auxiliary fuel tanks is increased by 50% each. The cruising range is increased by 1,000 kilometers, and the bulletproof capability is increased by 100% on the original basis. Listening to the data of the 2-in-1 upgraded Hero military off-road vehicle in the system, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the sleepless nights in the villa for a month to improve the proficiency of synthesis skills were really worth it. It seems that I have to wait until I have time to combine all the weapons in the space. This way, you can also take this opportunity to improve your proficiency in the 3-in-1. Young man, isn't it a bit impolite for you to just move other people's things like this? But suddenly at this moment, a sound like muffled thunder suddenly exploded above Lin Feng's head. This instantly made Lin Feng's heart tighten, and Zhou Qiang and the others clenched their spears tightly in their hands, with a look of alert on their faces. Although there were many AK-47 automatic rifles next to Zhou Qiang and his men, they had no idea how to use them, so the rifles in their hands were their best weapons. At this moment, Lin Feng knew without thinking that this must be another reborn person. So, Lin Feng immediately pretended to be terrified and looked around randomly. Who was talking? In Raymond Lam's opinion, the wisest choice is to disguise yourself first and not expose yourself too early before you really understand the other person. However, Lin Feng's sudden cowardly behavior surprised Zhou Qiang and others. Because Lin Feng is usually the kind of person who is decisive, calm, and wise. How could he be so cowardly? But, Lin Feng obviously made the right bet this time. After a brief pause, the voice sounded again above Lin Feng and the others' heads. Let me ask you, did you hear any hawking yesterday? The sound of hawking? Lin Feng's heart was moved when he heard it. The voice affirmed, yes, it's the sound of hawking. Brother Immortal, please stop teasing me. It's already this late. How could there still be hawking? Didn't you hear the people hawking Bobo chicken yesterday? When Lin Feng heard this, he completely understood. It turned out that he had met his enemy. So Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head and said, the whole city is so big, How can we just wander around here to find something to eat? We don't know what bobo chicken you are talking about. Huh. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the voice was obviously very confused, but then the voice said, then you guys help me keep an eye out. If you find it, come back here to find me. Then I promise you won't be hungry again. Really? Thank you so much, Immortal. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately turned around and blinked at Zhou Qiang and the others at lightning speed. Have you all remembered? Zhou Qiang and the others understood Lin Feng's meaning in an instant, so they quickly said, remember it. Very well, these guns and ammunition you picked up are mine, so don't take them away. Okay then, we won't take these weapons away. As Lin Feng spoke, he pretended to be very scared, waved to Zhou Qiang and the others, and left on foot. After all, he had already copied all the weapons and equipment here tens of millions of times into his own space. So Lin Feng is not bad at this. Brother Feng, are we really not going to use all those guns and ammunition? What can we do? That man is unfathomable. Can we not listen to him? After hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Lin Feng deliberately raised his voice, as if he was afraid that the voice could not be heard. At this time, Feng Zhen, who had regained his composure, looked extremely solemn. After all, he had just used his ability to talk to Lin Feng, but still couldn't find any clues. Chapter 106 Tonight, I'll be Sister Ru Xuan. Lin Feng returned to the villa and stood silently by the window. He seemed to be thinking about something, and the expression on his face looked uncertain. Obviously, he had provoked another reborn person who looked very powerful. So this made him feel helpless. After all, every fight with a different reborn person is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Maybe one day you will meet a reborn person who is more powerful than you, and then you will be really finished. Lin Feng, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi walked behind Lin Feng and said softly. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked out the window and sighed. Nothing. I was just thinking, how nice it would be if this community, this villa, was forever isolated from the world. In fact, for us, having such a safe haven is enough for us. Zhao Jingyi obviously misunderstood what he said, but Lin Feng just smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. After all, Lin Feng has too many secrets in his heart, and he can't tell them to his bedmates. So it is inevitable that they sometimes misunderstand. At this time, Zhao Jingyi suddenly took Lin Feng's arm and said softly, okay, Lin Feng, stop imagining that. Everyone is waiting for you to have dinner. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and took advantage of the situation to hug Zhao Jingyi's waist, and once again became his usual unruly self. So what are you waiting for? Let's go eat. Humph, you're such a dead thing. Zhao Jingyi snorted and said something, then returned to the living room with Lin Feng, ready to have dinner with the girls. But what was unexpected was that when Lin Feng hugged Zhao Jingyi and just stepped into the living room, he was instantly greeted with dozens of burning gazes from Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and others. Bang! At this time, Ning Rushuang deliberately slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, why are you still so greasy while eating? It's really boring. Xiaoxi, what do you mean by this? Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi immediately retorted. I didn't tell anyone, so I can just say I'm on my own, right? Xiaoxi, don't think I don't know what you mean. I just want to get closer to Lin Feng. Why are you like this? I humph. Ning Rushuang was speechless after being rebuked by Zhao Jingyi. She could only snort coldly and shovel the rice in the bowl hard. Oh my god, they are just jealous of each other. When Lin Feng saw this situation, he couldn't help but scream in his heart, and immediately coughed deliberately and said, people like you are really not conducive to family harmony. It's all your fault. But what was unexpected was that Lin Feng was met with Ning Rushuang's resentful gaze before he was halfway through his words. Lin Feng was startled when he heard this. Then he nodded repeatedly and said, okay, it's all my fault, okay? Humph. Ning Rushuang snorted coldly and started to dig into the food in the bowl again. Facing Ning Rushuang, who suddenly acted willfully for no reason, Lin Feng felt helpless. For Raymond Lam, these women can act unreasonably and throw tantrums in front of him. But as long as Zhao Jingyi and the others don't make mistakes on matters of principle, Lin Feng feels that this is life. Lin Feng, are you still going to let all of us accompany you tonight? But suddenly at this moment, Zhao Jingyi's sudden words made everyone stop eating. They all looked at Lin Feng quietly, wondering how to respond. Even Ning Rushuang, who was still angry, looked at Lin Feng. Oh my god, if I don't teach you a lesson tonight, you really don't know how powerful I, Lin, am. Tonight, I'll be Sister Rushuang. So Lin Feng thought of this and said something lightly, which immediately made the girls look disappointed. Only Ning Rushuang, who was still acting like a spoiled child just now, showed a look of arrogance on her face. The next day, Lin Feng got up early, leaving Ning Rushuang alone. She curled up there quietly like a tired kitten, still sleeping soundly with her mouth half open. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and went downstairs. At this time, Zhao Jingyi had just prepared breakfast, so Lin Feng started eating first without any hesitation. Lin Feng, what are you going to do today? At this time, Zhao Jingyi poured Lin Feng a glass of milk and asked. Lin Feng took the milk that Zhao Jingyi poured and said, I'll be leaving in a while. You guys just wait for my notification at home. Are you going to use that method again? Lin Feng answered truthfully. Seeing Lin Feng's straightforward answer, Zhao Jingyi sighed and said, "Well, when you're done, just call us on the intercom like you did last time." "Good." Lin Feng raised his head and drank the milk in one gulp, then walked out of the villa with Daha. Ever since he found out yesterday that he had provoked another reborn person, Lin Feng knew that he could no longer wait as the zombies in this city continued to evolve. Therefore, he must obtain a large number of crystal cores in the shortest possible time and quickly improve his own strength. Lin Feng drove a Land Rover and brought Daha to the largest hospital in the city, Songhai Public Hospital, and stopped. Lin Feng got out of the car and came to the hospital entrance. He looked around, and then he had an idea and immediately combined the two giant meat grinders. Two giant meat grinders detected. Should they be combined? Synthesis. After Lin Feng murmured, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 2-in-1 giant meat grinder. Length increased by 3 meters. Height increased by 2.5 meters. Cutters increased by 300. Gas and diesel tanks increased by 100%. Hearing such incredible data about the synthesized giant meat grinder, Lin Feng was suddenly extremely excited. After all, such a powerful giant meat grinder can absorb not only the 2nd and 3rd level zombies, but even the 4th level zombies. So Lin Feng had an idea and immediately used this huge synthetic meat grinder to block the hospital gate. After filling the tank with diesel, Lin Feng took out an oversized speaker and played a catchy piece of music towards the hospital. In the big garden, dig and dig, plant big seeds, and bloom big flowers. As the music started, the originally quiet hospital suddenly became noisy. It was like a drop of cold water falling into a boiling oil pan, causing a boiling wave. At this moment, in every corner of the hospital, the patients, doctors, and nurses who were wandering like zombies were all roaring and rushing towards the hospital entrance with quick and powerful movements. At the same time, Lin Feng fiercely pressed the start button of the meat grinder, and nearly 1,000 cold gleaming cutters of the meat grinder gradually began to rotate rapidly. Chapter 107 Advantages of the Meat Grinder After Upgrading. Oh whoa! There were so many zombies, roaring like crazy, and like moths to a flame, they plunged headfirst into the devil's giant mouth, the rapidly rotating meat grinder. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the bodies of countless zombies were ruthlessly minced into pieces. But even so, countless zombie heroes in the hospital who were not afraid of life and death still plunged into the meat grinder regardless of everything, turned into countless pieces of minced meat, and were discharged from the meat grinder. But what surprised Lin Feng even more was that countless crystal cores separated from the flesh and actually poured out from another outlet of the meat grinder, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. This immediately made Lin Feng very happy. It seems that this is the real advantage of the meat grinder after the upgrade. Lin Feng murmured softly and put the crystal cores into the space. At this time, there were still an endless stream of zombies throwing themselves into the meat grinder, and naturally there were also an endless stream of crystal cores falling from the meat grinder. After a short while, they accumulated into a small pile of crystal cores. I didn't expect that killing zombies can be quite boring sometimes. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, and then he shouted to the zombies roaring over from the hospital through a loudspeaker. "Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, could you please hurry up? It's almost time for dinner. I have to go home." It would have been fine if Lin Feng hadn't shouted. After he shouted, these zombies instantly became like cats smelling fish. They became more violent and tried their best to get into the meat grinder. After all, the hospital gate was blocked tightly by the meat grinder, so the entrance of the meat grinder was the only exit for these zombies. As time passed, all the zombies in the hospital were strangled to death. Then Lin Feng was satisfied. He put the last batch of crystal cores into the space and was about to go home to prepare to go to school in the afternoon. After all, there must be a lot of zombies there. But at this moment, a monkey-like sound suddenly sounded in the hospital. This made Lin Feng's heart tremble, because this voice was too familiar to Lin Feng. It was clearly the cry of a dead baby. Because the last time in the community, the baby corpse in the fat zombie's belly made the same sound when it came out. Hospital, obstetrics and gynecology, pregnant women, babies. At this moment, when Lin Feng thought of these words, he became more certain of his guess. Sure enough, at this moment, a dead baby had already rushed out from the hospital building, which was more than 10 stories high, and smashed the glass. He leaped down like a nimble monkey, landed lightly on the ground, and rushed towards the hospital gate. Then came the second one, the third one, and so on, until there were hundreds of them, all falling to the ground with a crackling sound, and rushing towards the meat grinder in front of the hospital. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened. After all, based on his understanding of these zombie babies, they have more or less developed some intelligence, unlike the 2nd and 3rd level zombies that can only rush forward and kill mindlessly. So in Lin Feng's opinion, these dead babies could not be like the zombies just now, rushing into the meat grinder stupidly and turning into a pile of minced meat. So, in order to be on the safe side, Lin Feng immediately thought about it, and a Barrett XM-109 armor-piercing sniper rifle appeared in his hand. It is obviously an anti-material sniper rifle. This is a sniper rifle that has the ability to destroy light armor. So a hot weapon that can attack armored vehicles can easily defeat these zombie babies. Sure enough, when the first corpse baby rushed to the meat grinder, it immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. But Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, didn't give it a chance to think. As Lin Feng suddenly pulled the trigger, the dead baby's head was instantly shattered into pieces. When the other dead babies who came rushing over saw this situation, they immediately thought that it was done by the giant meat grinder in front. Immediately, this group of dead babies let out a series of fierce screams and rushed towards the rotating meat grinder. In an instant, hundreds of dead babies turned into a pool of minced meat, and hundreds of dark purple crystal cores were spit out from the meat grinder. Lin Feng walked over, picked up a crystal core of a dead baby, took a look at it, and then directly put the remaining crystal cores into the space. Although these dead babies are also another form of zombies. However, Lin Feng would never swallow the crystal cores of these corpse babies unless he was 100% sure. After all, living in such a situation, every step you take and every decision you make must be taken with extreme caution. Otherwise, you will most likely end up in an irreparable situation. Then Lin Feng had an idea and put the meat grinder into the space. It seems that I have to try to catch a survivor before I can feel at ease. Lin Feng murmured, looked at Daha and suddenly changed the subject and said, Daha, it's noon. We should go back too. Then Lin Feng opened the car door and Daha jumped right in. But when Lin Feng and Daha drove away in a hurry, a female zombie in hospital gown suddenly appeared mysteriously at the door of the hospital from inside the hospital in an instant. She stared at the direction where Lin Feng left, with an expression that was indescribably weird. She looked almost the same as a normal person, without any wounds on her body, but her skin was pale. If there was anything special about her, it was her eyes, which had a faint golden glow. In my last life, I became a zombie and lived for only 1 year before a damn survivor smashed my head and took my crystal core. In this life, even if I am a zombie, I will be the king of zombies. At this time, Lin Feng, who had just returned to the villa, saw Zhao Jingyi and others with anxious faces. Lin Feng, you were outside the whole morning and didn't even turn on the intercom. What on earth were you doing? Brother Feng, how could you do this? Don't you know that the sisters are worried about you? That's right. We've been waiting for you for the whole morning. If you don't come back, we'll go look for you. Seeing that the girls were so worried about him, Lin Feng just laughed and said, what can I do? Besides, the city is so big, where can you find me? Come on, follow me back. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he opened the car door, took out a black backpack from the car, and threw it to Zhao Jingyi. Zhao Jingyi caught the backpack and immediately felt how heavy it was. So Zhao Jingyi looked at the other girls, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, what's in this backpack? You'll know if you open it and take a look. Lin Feng said with a smile. When Zhao Jing heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately unzipped her backpack. Chapter 108, is this considered a supernatural power? Crystal core, it's a crystal core, oh my god. How on earth did you do that, Lin Feng? When Zhao Jingyi looked at the backpack, which was filled with crystal cores of various colors, she immediately shouted excitedly. When Zhao Lucy, Yangmi and other girls saw Zhao Jingyi so excited, they all rushed over. Then they looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. There are so many crystal cores, at least several thousand of them. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he can't do it in just one morning. Because even if you do nothing, it is unlikely for one person to just dig out the crystal core from the zombie's head. Lin Feng looked at the girls who were looking at him strangely, and he naturally knew what they were thinking. But Lin Feng naturally wouldn't tell them. Ever since Lin Feng knew that he was not the only one who had been reborn, and that by killing a reborn person, he could gain the abilities of the killed reborn person, Lin Feng would never tell his secret to outsiders. After all the reborn people are now like in a dark forest. Whoever reveals his identity as a reborn person first will most likely be besieged by other reborn people. And more importantly, if ordinary survivors kill the reborn, they can also gain the abilities of the reborn. Then Lin Feng's situation will be even more dangerous. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and the others also knew that Lin Feng would never tell them his secret, so they simply kept silent. Anyway, even if Lin Feng is mentioned, he won't say anything, so let him do whatever he wants. After Lin Feng and the girls returned to the villa, Zhao Jingyi took an extra-large stainless steel basin from the kitchen and poured all the crystal cores in the backpack into it. The girls looked at the red, green, and yellow crystal cores in the basins, their eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Lin Feng, there are so many crystal cores, there must be at least several thousand of them. Did you really get them all by killing zombies today? Zhao Jingyi still couldn't believe it and said to Lin Feng. Ning Rushuang suddenly remembered something and said, Lin Feng, you must have snatched these crystal cores from other survivors, right? Am I right? As soon as Ning Rushuang said this, all the girls turned their eyes to Lin Feng. Because in their opinion, what Ning Rushuang said was very likely. Seeing that the girls were so curious, Lin Feng simply said what they thought. Look what I said. Rushuang is the smartest among you all. When Ning Rushuang heard this, she immediately snorted with a proud look on her face, appearing very proud. However, Zhao Jingyi and the others gave Lin Feng an unhappy look. If you robbed it, then you robbed it. Why are you bragging that it's yours, that you got it by killing zombies? That is. Seeing that the girls were somewhat dissatisfied with him, Lin Feng just laughed and said, "It's all my fault, okay? You guys should sort these crystal cores quickly." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls immediately started to get busy. It was not until more than an hour later that the girls stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Feng with shocked expressions again. "How is it? Is it done?" Lin Feng asked. Zhao Jingyi took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay. How many in total?" 3,810 second-order crystal cores, 7,612 third-order crystal cores, 1931 fourth-order crystal cores, a total of 13,353 crystal cores. Lin Feng was not surprised to hear the number Zhao Jingyi said. Lin Feng only got such a small amount of crystal cores from a large hospital, and he felt that it was a bit too little. After all, the number of customers in this hospital before the end of the world was at least 20,000 to 30,000. But Lin Feng thought again, this might be because of the acid rain that fell for a few days before the end of the world. Although Lin Feng thought it was too little, it was obvious that Zhao Jingyi and the others did not expect that Lin Feng could get so many crystal cores. At this moment, they were already overjoyed and extremely happy. Give the second-level crystal cores to Shou Qiang and the others, and divide the third-level crystal cores equally between you and Dahan and Era, just like before. As for the fourth-level crystal cores, they are all mine. Do you have any objections? How could we possibly have any objection, Afting? After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Jingyi immediately smiled and said, "Then I'll be welcome." Lin Feng said this without waiting for the girls to respond. He put all the fourth-level crystal cores into the bag and hurried back to the room, ready to absorb all the crystal cores. After all, time is becoming increasingly tight for Lin Feng. Therefore, he must quickly improve his strength in the shortest possible time in order to deal with unknown dangers in the future. Lin Feng absorbed the fourth-order crystal cores one by one, and suddenly he felt that the small universe in his body that was constantly rotating became brighter and brighter, and the speed of its operation became faster and faster. When Lin Feng first absorbed a fourth-level crystal core, he could feel the powerful energy within the fourth-level crystal core. But now Lin Feng is preparing to absorb these nearly 2,000 fourth-level crystal cores, which shows how terrifying this energy will be. Lin Feng's body gradually began to glow, and his skin became more and more transparent, as if one could see the surging energy flowing inside. At this moment, every time Lin Feng swallowed a crystal core, his aura became stronger. As the crystal core was continuously devoured, Lin Feng's microcosm expanded like an explosion, and his body began to tremble violently. But he gritted his teeth and resisted the severe pain with all his strength. Finally, all the crystal cores were devoured, and Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened. Moment. Two dazzling rays of light suddenly shot out from Lin Feng's eyes. Snap. A pot of succulent plants in the bedroom was pierced through in an instant, then shot out of the window and hit a branch as thick as an arm outside the community, emitting wisps of white smoke. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt the unprecedented power in his body, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. So this is the effect of swallowing a certain amount of crystal cores? Is this considered a supernatural power? Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng, something bad has happened. Something's wrong with Daha and Era. Can you come out and take a look? But at this moment, a series of hurried knocks on the door and Ning Rushuang's voice with a hint of crying suddenly sounded outside the door. This moment made Lin Feng, who was secretly happy, feel his heart suddenly tighten. Seeing Ning Rushuang so anxious, I thought something big must have happened. After all, these two Labradors are Ning Rushuang's favorite. So Lin Feng took 2 steps at a time and opened the door. He said in a low voice, "What happened to Daha and Era? You better go downstairs and take a look. I'm almost dying of anxiety." Ning Rushuang said with tears in her eyes. "Okay, let's go there now." Lin Feng said this, pulling Ning Rushuang along, and quickly went downstairs. Chapter 109. Evolution of Daha and Era. When Lin Feng came in front of Daha and Era, he took a closer look and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. I saw that Daha and Era's bodies were several times bigger than before, and they looked as chilling as 2 adult lions. Could it be that this is Daha and Era, who mutated after swallowing the crystal core? Thinking of this, Lin Feng forced himself to suppress his excitement and continued to observe carefully. The hair of Daha and Era became as hard as steel needles and extremely sharp. Sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, flashing a terrifying light. The forehooves of Daha and Era are unusually wide, with long dark black claws that are like sharp blades, emitting a sinister chill. Ha ha. At this time, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and laughed excitedly. This moment made Ning Rushuang look puzzled. "Lin Feng, it's already this time, and you're still laughing? You better think of a solution." "You little fool, this is because Daha and Era swallowed the crystal core and their bodies mutated." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others quickly gathered around him and said in unison with a confused look on their faces, "Has the body mutated? What else?" Lin Feng continued with a smile. "In the future, the fighting power of Daha and Era will definitely be terrifyingly strong." When Ning Rushuang heard this, the sadness on her face instantly disappeared. She kept stroking the heads of Daha and Era and was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on her face suddenly became tense. "Lin Feng, tell me honestly, if a person eats a certain amount of crystal cores, will they also change?" "Yes." "Ah." When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this, they instantly exclaimed. Zhao Jingyi immediately asked nervously, won't that mean we will also become monsters like Daha and Era? I will never eat this shit again. Li Xian. Zhao Lucy. Woo woo woo. Han Wushuang. While Brother Feng, is this really the case? At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the girls and everything became a mess in an instant. Lin Feng's forehead was full of black lines and he felt very speechless. So Lin Feng had no choice but to be patient and looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, Excuse me, is the transformation I'm talking about the same as yours? What else? Is there another change? Zhao Jingyi asked. You will know when the time comes, but you will never become like Daha and Era. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and the others instantly became quiet. Then Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng seriously and said, So what do you think will happen to us in the end? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Zhao Jingyi immediately said anxiously, Just tell me. Don't you even want to tell us something like this? Yes, Brother Feng, we are not asking about all your secrets now. We know that even if we ask, you won't tell us. But this is something that concerns us. You should tell us, right? Wan Shushui also quickly echoed. At this time, Zhao Lucy suddenly took Lin Feng's arm and said in a coquettish tone, Yes, just tell us, Lin Feng? Seeing all the girls so anxious, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Look at you guys, you're like a group of sparrows, chirping endlessly in front of me. Did you give me a chance to speak? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls finally came to their senses and smiled in an awkward yet elegant manner. Seeing the girls like this, Lin Feng slowly spoke. Humans and animals have different physiques, so after eating certain crystal cores, humans may have some special abilities. Special abilities? The women were even more confused when they heard this. Lin Feng, can you tell us in detail what this special ability is? At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and spoke again. But Lin Feng shook his head. I can't really say what kind of special ability it is. After all, everyone's special ability is different. So Lin Feng, do you have special abilities now? Lin Feng shook his head. I haven't yet. Seeing Lin Feng say this, the girl's eyes flashed with disappointment. If you don't have any special abilities, then it's even more impossible for us to have any. I think we shouldn't hold out too much hope. That's right. I think having special abilities should be a low probability event. That's what I thought. Seeing the girls say this, Lin Feng just smiled faintly and did not discuss the matter too much. The reason why Lin Feng didn't tell Zhao Jingyi and the others was that he actually possessed superpowers, and he still didn't completely believe them. Lin Feng's personal creed is not to trust anyone, not even Zhao Jingyi and others. Unless one day Lin Feng really and completely trusts Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng might tell them his secret. As for now, Lin Feng feels that it is not the right time yet. So at this time, Lin Feng deliberately changed the subject and asked, Have you eaten the crystal core today? Not yet. Zhao Jingyi and the others shook their heads at the same time. So what are you waiting for? Oh. The girls responded at the same time and returned to the living room, swallowing the crystal cores assigned to them one by one. After Zhao Jingyi and the others swallowed the crystal core, they immediately felt a surge of energy surging in their bodies. At this moment, this energy is gradually gathering in their lower abdomen, as if a vaguely visible miniature universe is formed in their bodies, slowly rotating. Zhao Jingyi and the others each noticed this phenomenon occurring in their bodies, and they couldn't help but frown, feeling very confused. So Zhao Jingyi, who opened her eyes first, looked at Lin Feng seriously and said, Lin Feng, you said before that a small universe seemed to appear inside your body. Now I seem to feel it too. Me too. What is going on, Brother Feng? Wan Shushui also said immediately. At this time, Yangmi also raised her hand and said, Me too. I think so too. Seeing all the girls say this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Obviously, this is a sign that Zhao Jingyi and the others will soon possess special abilities. Just imagine, if Zhao Jingyi and the others all had their own special powers, what would the scene be like in the future? So Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, glanced at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, Have all of you experienced this phenomenon now? I don't think so. But at this moment, someone among Zhao Jingyi and the others raised their hands and said timidly. Chapter 110 The Women's Dependence on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked carefully and found that it was Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you were the last one to join, so I think you might be a little late. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Lu Yun nodded with relief. Afterwards, Lin Feng had a simple meal in the villa, and after resting for a while, he walked out of the villa again and prepared to go to a high school 20 kilometers away. Because as far as Lin Feng knows, this key high school in the city is a boarding school. So in Lin Feng's opinion, there are at least 2,000 zombies in the school. But just as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, he suddenly heard Zhao Jingyi's voice behind him. Have you decided to go alone? Lin Feng turned around and nodded. Any questions? We can't stay in the villa forever, can we? Zhao Jingyi frowned, but finally couldn't help but speak out what was in her heart. After hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment and said, With your current strength, you really shouldn't stay in the villa all the time. So you agree to take us with you? Zhao Jingyi and all the other girls were immediately delighted. From now on, I have decided to let you work in pairs and go out to kill zombies on your own. What? You want us to kill the zombies ourselves? When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, they looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. After all, when they went out before, it was Lin Feng who took them out personally. But now they are asked to act alone, and Zhao Jingyi and the others are indeed finding it difficult to adapt. Lin Feng saw Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and other girls all had surprised expressions, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. From the beginning, I have been doing my best to train you. Isn't it to make you my powerful helpers? But brother Lin Feng, if we don't have you, we're really worried that we won't be able to cope with it. At this time, Wang Shushui suddenly looked pitiful and spoke. Han Wushuang, yes, brother Lin Feng, how about you lead us again? Seeing how dependent the girls were on him, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. After all, this is not what Lin Feng wants to see. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi seemed to understand what Lin Feng meant, so she immediately turned to Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others and said, Okay, sisters, stop talking. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he is only one person after all, so we can't rely on him too much. Sister Jingyi, what do you think we should do? Are we really going to go out in groups of 2 to kill zombies as brother Feng said? Wan Shushui said anxiously. What else? Zhao Jingyi asked back, and then continued. We swallow crystal cores every day, exercise our physical fitness, and train with firearms. In fact, our current strength is many times greater than that of the survivors outside. So our only shortcoming now is to overcome our dependence on Raymond Lam. When the girls heard what Zhao Jingyi said, they realized why Lin Feng insisted that they go out and kill the zombies on their own. At this time, after hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile indifferently. In fact, Lin Feng had this plan some time ago, but today he just took this opportunity to bring it out. So at this time Lin Feng deliberately coughed and said, Look at what I said. None of you understands my good intentions, except Jingyi. It seems that I have really spoiled you. You really disappoint me. When the girls heard Lin Feng say this again, they didn't know what to say, so they nodded reluctantly. Seeing that the ladies were so depressed, Raymond Lam continued. You two will form a team and kill the zombies. Whoever obtains more crystal cores will be rewarded by me tonight. Do you understand? When the girls heard this, their eyes lit up instantly, and their originally low morale disappeared at this moment. Seeing the girls behaving like this, Lin Feng felt helpless. Finally, the girls unanimously decided to let Lu Yun and Yang Mi stay in the villa to look after the house today. After all, Lu Yun had just joined and her strength was not strong enough. As for Yang Mi, it was inconvenient for her because she had her period these days. But even so, Lin Feng still asked Yang Mi to supervise Zhou Qiang and others' training. After all, in Lin Feng's plan, after a few days, Lin Feng decided to teach Zhou Qiang how to use a gun. Only then could Lin Feng's first team be considered truly formed. After saying goodbye to Zhao Jingyi and the other girls, Lin Feng took Daha into the car again and stepped on the accelerator. In an instant, he crushed the skeleton of a human zombie on the roadside from the waist to pieces and drove quickly out of the community. Zhao Jingyi and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If Zhao Jingyi and the others remembered correctly, the 3 zombie skeletons on the roadside should be those of Li Jia, her mother, and Lin Feng's brother-in-law. Because the rest of the zombie skeletons had already been dealt with, only these 3 were left, and they were deliberately placed on the road to be crushed by people. It can be imagined that Lin Feng's hatred for Li Jia and her son did not dissipate with the death of Li Jia and her son. But this also indirectly illustrates Lin Feng's attitude towards betrayal. At this time, Lin Feng had already taken Daha and flew towards a key high school in the city before the end of the world. But when Lin Feng drove to within 500 meters of the key high school, he couldn't help but frown. Because there are actually quite a few survivors wandering around here. When Lin Feng drove here, he felt that his intrusion immediately aroused the vigilance of these survivors. It seems that I am not very popular. Lin Feng murmured something and was about to turn around and leave. Because Lin Feng didn't want to turn into a large meat grinder in front of these people's gaze. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he turned his car around, he saw that the road behind him had been blocked by the survivors with roadblocks. After all, things like chevaux de frise are mainly used as roadblocks for protection, so it is simply impossible to rush through them. At the same time, a burly man led a dozen of his younger brothers, carrying a baseball bat on his shoulder, and walked towards Lin Feng with a ferocious look. It looks like this is going to be trouble. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but say something in his heart. At this moment, the burly man had walked to the front of Lin Feng's car. Without saying a word, he suddenly raised the baseball bat in his hand and swung it hard on Lin Feng's car window. Bang! With the sound of a baseball bat hitting the glass, a dull thud was heard. The car window glass didn't break, but the burly man's palm was hurt by the shock, and even the baseball bat in his hand fell directly to the ground. Chapter 111 Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, these are all misunderstandings. My God, how come this glass is so strong? The burly man suddenly felt pain and screamed with gritted teeth. Lin Feng in the car saw the burly man in such pain that he couldn't help but snort in his heart, thinking, how could it not be strong? This is a composite off-road vehicle. The glass is now on the same level as bulletproof glass, you silly old man. Bang bang bang. Fuck you. Open the door now. You're dead today. Open the door. Open the door for me. Open the door. Open the door for me. Just as Lin Feng was muttering to himself, the burly man outside the car could be heard again, banging on the door and shouting at his younger brother. You guys are such a jerk. Why do you have to mess with me? Do you think I'm right? Lin Feng sighed helplessly, turned around to look at Daha in the back seat, said something, and then pressed the unlock button on the car key. The burly man and his little brothers outside the car were overjoyed when they saw the car door open. So they suddenly opened the front and rear doors of the SUV, determined to pull the person out of the car and break his limbs first. But when they opened the back door, they were frightened to the point of turning pale in an instant. They retreated backwards involuntarily, their faces full of fear. Because a Labrador that seemed to be a size larger than an adult male lion walked out of the car with a majestic look on its face and looked at the group of people with contempt. Big brother, is this a dog or a lion? One of the younger brothers was so frightened that his face turned pale, his tongue seemed to be tied, and he stammered when he spoke. The burly man couldn't help but feel so nervous that his throat tightened and even his breathing became cautious. He was afraid that in the next second, his neck would be ruthlessly bitten off by Daha's sharp teeth. So now he has no time to answer his younger brother's questions. It's good enough that he didn't get scared to death. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly walked down from the car, lit a cigarette for himself, and then said, "Why are you blocking the road? Are you going to let me pass?" The burly man heard this and laughed unnaturally, and said nervously, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. We recognize the wrong person. We will move you away now." The big man said this, and then he turned around and looked at his men mechanically. "What are you all still standing there for? Why don't you move the barricades away quickly? Okay, let's go now." Upon hearing this, the big man's younger brother immediately responded and quickly moved away the barricades blocking the horses. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng, who was smoking a cigarette, couldn't help but laugh, and then his expression suddenly changed. "Daha, let me see your strength and kill them." As Lin Feng's words fell, Daha seemed to turn into a lightning-like afterimage, and with lightning speed, he tore the necks of the burly man's men one by one. His movements were so fast that it was hard to keep up. At this moment, let alone the burly man, even Lin Feng, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw this scene. It seems that it is true that in her previous life, Ning Rushuang relied on Daha and Era to make a name for herself in this cruel doomsday. Big brother, please forgive me, I really didn't mean it." While Lin Feng was thinking about it, the burly man had already been completely frightened. He fell to his knees on the ground and begged for mercy from Lin Feng. But Lin Feng just snorted coldly. "Do you really want to live?" "I want to. I really want to. Please forgive me, big brother." "Then can you tell me about the situation here?" "Brother, this is a place where all the survivors gather within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. So we have no choice but to do this in order to fill our stomachs. So you're here to rob other survivors? There's nothing I can do. No matter how hard you try, you still have to make a living, right?" When Lin Feng heard this, he took out a dark purple crystal core from his arms with a half smile. "Swallow it." Is this a crystal core?" the burly man asked in astonishment. "Do you recognize this thing? There are quite a few survivors here who specialize in killing zombies to obtain this thing in order to improve their strength. Of course I know that." When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Then why don't you do this? What good things can there be in zombies? I won't eat them. Besides, this thing is monopolized by those groups of survivors. Even if we want to use it to improve our strength, we don't have the opportunity. But why is your crystal core dark black? Stop talking nonsense and eat it." When the burly man heard what Lin Feng said, he felt that there was something wrong with this crystal core and became even more resistant. "Brother, please forgive me, brother." But before he could kneel down and beg for mercy, a desert eagle was already pressed against his forehead. "Eat it, and you will live. If you don't eat it, you will die immediately." Woo woo woo. When the burly man saw this, he immediately started crying like a 3-year-old child. After all, in his opinion, how could the young man in front of him ask him to eat the crystal core for no reason? So there must be something fishy about this crystal core. But how would he know? Lin Feng couldn't say for sure whether there was any problem with the crystal core. At best, he was just using it as a test subject. But now this guy kept crying and wheezing in front of Lin Feng, and it was obvious that Lin Feng had lost his patience. "You don't want to eat, right? Then go to hell." As soon as Lin Feng said this, he was about to pull the trigger. But the burly man realized something in an instant. He suddenly cried out and immediately cried, "Brother, calm down first. I'll eat it. Is that not okay?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng threw the crystal core directly to the ground and said in a cold voice, "My patience with you only lasts for the last 3 seconds." As Lin Feng finished his words, the burly man swallowed the crystal core on the ground in one gulp like a hungry dog, as if he was afraid that if he was a little slow, Lin Feng would pull the trigger immediately. However, after the burly man swallowed the dark purple crystal core, Lin Feng actually witnessed with his own eyes that countless dark purple blood vessels, like spider webs, quickly spread throughout the man's body, as if there was a mysterious purple network hidden under his skin. At this moment, the burly man suddenly yelled in pain. "It's so hot and uncomfortable. I'm about to burst." The burly man said this, raised his fist, and slammed it hard on the asphalt ground below him. Chapter 112. Taking such a big dog out for a walk without putting it on a leash? There was a loud bang, and the burly man's fist was deeply embedded in the ground. At the same time, the muscles all over his body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his skin seemed to become as hard as steel. But at this moment, Lin Feng regarded himself as a bystander, watching the changes of the burly man coldly. "Ah." At this moment, the big man suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound resounded throughout the city like thunder. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Oop. It seems that the energy contained in the crystal core in the corpse baby's head is indeed powerful. But just in case, we need to find another person who has swallowed the crystal core to try it out. Who are you?" But just as Lin Feng was thinking, suddenly someone's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. This immediately made Lin Feng frown. He looked up at the 7 or 8 survivors walking towards him and said casually, "Just passing by." Passing by. At this time, a 30-something survivor with a bald head looked at Lin Feng carefully with a vigilant look, and then suddenly pointed at the survivors who were bitten to death by the big harrier and said, "Did you kill all these people?" "No." Lin Feng shook his head. When the survivor heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Not you." "Yes, it's not me," Lin Feng affirmed. "Then how did they die?" "He was mauled to death by my dog." The bald survivor almost vomited blood after hearing this. "He was bitten to death by your dog. Do you think I will believe you?" But before the bald survivor could finish his words, his pupils suddenly shrank and a look of horror appeared on his face. Because at this time, Daha had just come around from behind an abandoned van on the side of the road and was looking at the survivors fiercely with its dog eyes. Lin Feng noticed that these survivors had strange expressions on their faces, and he knew without even having to think about what they had seen at that moment. So Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself and said, "Do you guys believe it now?" But who would have thought that even so, the bald survivor still mustered up the courage and stammered nervously. "Even if you didn't kill them, your dog killed them, so you can't shirk your responsibility. Yes, taking such a big dog out for a walk without putting it on a leash is an aggravated crime. Yes, it's an even greater crime." As the bald survivor finished speaking, the other survivors quickly echoed him, which immediately made Lin Feng speechless. This group of people must be the funny ones hired by Monkey Brother. How come their train of thought are so weird? Seeing that Lin Feng did not respond, the bald survivor suddenly felt more confident, so he shouted at Lin Feng, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? If you insist on saying so, then just assume that I killed him." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot the burly man who had just eaten the crystal core and was still recovering. Instant time. These survivors all opened their eyes wide in shock. "We have a rule here. Anyone who enters here is not allowed to kill anyone." "Haha, this is really a joke. Why have I never heard of this rule?" Lin Feng looked at the bald survivor with a sneer. The bald survivor was stunned when he heard Lin Feng say this. But at this moment, another person slowly walked over from a distance and said, "Now you should know, right?" Lin Feng looked up and saw that the man was wearing a gray and black windbreaker. He had a stern expression and even a hint of arrogance when facing Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng look at him like an idiot, and then he said in a provocative tone, "Hey, buddy, who are you? This area is mine. Who do you say I am?" The man stared at Lin Feng with cold eyes and said. At this moment, the bald survivor, upon seeing that man, immediately kowtowed and said, "Mr. Lang, he killed Biaozi and the others. We all saw him shoot Biaozi just now." The man called Lang Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold when he heard this. "My friend, I don't care what you do, but since you have come to my territory, you should abide by the rules here. I'm sorry, I only learned your rules after I killed them, so I'm innocent at best. If you ask me, that's enough. Stop pretending in front of me, okay? You were looking for death." When Lang Xiao saw that Lin Feng dared to defy him in front of so many survivors, he immediately roared and punched Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Lang Xiao's momentum, it was so fast that it was obviously the result of swallowing the crystal core. But even so, this Lang Xiao is like a weakling, not to mention in front of Lin Feng, even in front of Daha. Just when Lang Xiao's powerful punch was only 3 inches away from Lin Feng's nose, extreme fear suddenly appeared in Lang Xiao's eyes. Then his body seemed to be hit by an invisible force and flew backwards like a cannonball. There was a loud bang that cut through the air, and Lang Xiao's body actually hit a box truck on the side of the road, causing it to dent and form a noticeable dent. When the bald survivor saw this horrifying scene, he was immediately frightened and trembled like a sieve. There were even 1 or 2 survivors who had clear yellow liquid flowing out of their crotches, dripping all over the floor. It can be seen that Lin Feng just used only 20% of his strength in one punch, but the impact it brought to these people was enormous. "He is the boss here?" Lin Feng blew on his casserole-like fist, glanced at the bald survivor and asked. The bald survivor nodded dully. "No, no, no, that's right, no. But now you are." When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but snorted coldly, then he opened the car door and slowly drove inside again with Daha. After all, for Lin Feng, building a force is indeed one of his goals. Otherwise, he would not have recruited Shou Qiang and others under his command. But to be honest, the survivors he had seen so far did not meet his requirements. So he decided to go in and take a closer look before making a decision. But the further Lin Feng walked in, the more disappointed he felt. Most of the survivors here looked like they had lost all hope in life, lying casually under the shade of trees on the roadside, in street corners, in the shade of walls, etc. Some of these survivors stared at the sky with dull eyes, some closed their eyes and seemed to be asleep, and some sobbed softly, as if these survivors had lost hope in life. And this is indeed the case. Because at this moment the air was filled with depression and despair, and everyone's face was filled with fatigue and helplessness. But at this moment, Lin Fengtong's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 113, The Highest Level of Lying Flat. because he actually saw 7 or 8 people with different expressions checking the survivors lying on the ground one by one. This man is already dead. Take him away. Suddenly, a man pointed at a survivor lying on the ground and spoke in a cold and low voice. So the rest of the people threw the emaciated survivor lying on the ground into a garbage truck like a horse sack. These people then went to check on other survivors. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with confusion, and he immediately stopped the car, got out of the car alone, and came to a survivor lying on the side of the road, dying, and said simply and directly, "Answer the question so you can eat?" As Lin Feng said this, the survivor lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had a last glimmer of light, and said eagerly, "You say it. Why do you lie here all day instead of going out to find something to eat? We went out to look for them before, but the zombies evolved too quickly and became increasingly difficult to deal with. So, as soon as Yution heard what the survivor said, he understood instantly. After all, the speed and strength of a second-level green zombie is now at the level of a normal person. The third-level red zombies are as skilled as special forces soldiers and athletes. The fourth-order purple zombies are even more terrifying. Therefore, it is simply impossible for ordinary people to fight alone in such a situation. But if you form a team with others, you are afraid of being backstabbed by your teammates. After all, in this world, apart from zombies, the only thing more terrifying than zombies is human nature. So don't these people have to find a place without zombies to lie down and wait for death? Then why don't you get crystal cores to improve your strength like those people? Sorry, this is your second question. After all, speaking requires strength. The survivor weakly stretched out 2 fingers to Lin Feng and said weakly. Lin Feng smiled faintly when he heard this, and directly took out a Snickers and handed it to the survivor. When the survivor saw something to eat, he took a big bite, roughly tore open the package and swallowed it. Seeing the survivor like this, Lin Feng was surprisingly calm and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, he had experienced this kind of hunger that penetrated into his bones in his previous life. After the survivor finished eating the Snickers, he looked at Lin Feng with an unsatisfied look, and his purpose was self-evident. But Lin Feng still asked knowingly, "Do you still want to eat?" "I do. I really do." "Then answer my second question." When the survivor heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered the second question Lin Feng had just asked, so he quickly said, "We wanted to, but for us survivors who have no food to eat, how can we have the energy to kill zombies? Besides, all the zombies within a few kilometers around here are monopolized by Lang Xiao and his gang. If outsiders want to kill zombies, 90% of the crystal cores they obtain must be handed over to them. So all of us can do is wait to die here." Lin Feng nodded after hearing this, and took out a Snickers from his pocket and handed it to the survivor. "Then you are not bad. At least there will be people to collect your bodies if you die." When the survivor heard what Lin Feng said, his hand that was about to take the Snickers paused for a moment. Lin Feng noticed something was wrong and continued, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" The survivor took the Snickers from Lin Feng's hand with a bitter look on his face and said, "They are not helping us collect our bodies. They are clearly using us as fodder. But it doesn't matter. People are dead anyway, and they don't know anything after they die. So let them be." "Treat you as fodder? What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, handed the survivor another Snickers and said. The survivor sighed and pointed to the high school in front of him. "Master Lung has trapped all the zombies in the school building, and the school dormitory. After we die, they will feed us to the zombies." "What? Are you still willing to stay here?" Lin Feng looked at the survivor with a look of astonishment. After all, for Lin Feng, no matter how desperate he is, he cannot humiliate himself like this. But Lin Feng changed his mind and thought again. This might be a sign of a person who is extremely desperate, doesn't care about anything, and has completely given up struggling. Oh my god, is this the highest level of lying flat? Oh no. Young Masterling is dead. Young Masterling is dead. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard the bald survivor running towards him shouting from a distance. But those who chose to lie down and wait for death just raised their eyelids and then closed their eyes again, as if nothing had happened. After all, for them, no matter who is the boss here, it has nothing to do with them. Anyway, the final fate of these people is death. What are you shouting about? But at this moment, Lin Feng's sudden words frightened the bald survivor so much that he trembled. Because it was obvious that the bald survivor did not notice Lin Feng's existence. But now that I have seen it, I have already lost my soul. At this moment, Lang Xiao's uninformed subordinates heard the shouts of the bald survivor and immediately rushed over with murderous intent, shouting, "Baldy, who did you say was dead? Tell me again." "Long. Young Master Ling is dead." The survivor called Baldy looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes and spoke in a crying voice. "What? Young Master Ling is dead? Who killed him? You bastard, why don't you tell me something?" As soon as the bald man finished speaking, those people immediately started asking questions at once. But the bald man didn't dare to say anything even if he had twice the courage because of Lin Feng, who was not far away. "Okay, stop making things difficult for him. I was the one who killed your damn Long Xiao." At this time, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded behind these people, which immediately made these people look up and down at Lin Feng in surprise, saying in disbelief, "Did you kill Mr. Lang? Why? You don't believe it?" "To be honest, I really don't believe it." Bang. But before the man could finish his words, Lin Feng shot him in the head, blew on the still warm muzzle of the gun, and said coldly, "Do you believe it or not? Is it that important to me?" Chapter 114, Corpse Farm. At this moment, these people were instantly frightened to the point of looking pale as death, because only then did they truly realize that the young man in front of them was such a terrifying existence. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would act so decisively and resolutely. The aura emanating from Lin Feng at this moment made these people feel even more frightened. But even so, there are always one or two young people who are not afraid of death. After all, for people like them, if Long Xiao dies, they will be leaderless. So it is inevitable that there will be one or two people who are concerned about his position. Then a bald man bravely said, "Friend, it seems inappropriate for you to do this, right? Then what? You killed our boss and our brothers. You must give us an explanation today." As soon as the bald man said this, the survivor named Baldy next to him subconsciously moved away from him, fearing that the blood would splash on him. After all, Leng Xiao, the most capable fighter here, was knocked more than 10 meters away by Lin Feng's light punch. Even the box truck on the side of the road was deformed by it. But this bald guy was so stubborn, he really opened his eyes. "Really?" Haha. After hearing what the bald man said, Lin Feng sneered, "What do you want to say? Of course, it's a life for a life." Bang. Before the bald man could finish his words, Lin Feng shot him and shut his mouth completely. After all, for Lin Feng, wasting time talking to these people is simply a waste of time. Does anyone have any other opinions? Lin Feng glanced at these people and said grimly. At this time, the others had no other opinions. They were already trembling with fear and waved their hands repeatedly. No opinion. You, please do as you please." All right then. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately fired dozens of shots at these people, killing them all. After all, for Lin Feng, these people don't deserve to live in this world. The best arrangement for them is to simply let them go back to school and be retrained. Although Lin Feng is not a good person, no matter what he does, he will not feed other survivors to zombies for no reason. To take a step back, even if he wanted to feed them, Lin Feng would have to use the flesh of people like them. It is really unethical to feed ordinary survivors. But what surprised Lin Feng was that no matter how much Lin Feng shot and killed, the remaining forces of young Master Lang were still there. Those survivors who only wanted to lie down and wait for death still did not react at all. After all, for them, death may come tomorrow, today, or the next second. Therefore, for these survivors who have completely lost the will to live, no matter how earth-shattering the things happening around them are, they will only arouse the slightest interest. At this time, Lin Feng had to change 5 magazines before he killed all of Long Xiao's remaining forces. Then Lin Feng kicked open the warehouse where Leng Xiao and his men stored supplies and looked at the various canned foods, compressed biscuits, rice, and other supplies inside. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that there were 7 or 8 bags of corn and wheat seeds here. This inevitably gave Lin Feng some ideas. So Lin Feng had an idea and copied these materials. 500 boxes of canned fish with fermented black beans were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 5 billion boxes of canned fish with fermented black beans. 600 boxes of canned yellow croaker were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 6 billion boxes of canned yellow croaker. 100 bags of Wuchang rice were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 1 billion bags of Wuchang rice. 1,000 bottles of Lao Gan Ma were detected. Congratulations on getting 10 billion bottles of Lao Gan Ma. Corn seeds detected. After Lin Feng copied the materials and put them into the space, he opened the car door without even looking back and drove towards the school with Daha. When Lin Feng arrived at the school gate and looked inside through the car window, he was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that the doors and windows of this high school teaching building were all blocked tightly with iron plates, bricks, steel bars, and other things. There is only one black hole left in each classroom for feeding food. Suddenly, a zombie in a classroom let out a roar. Instant time. The zombies in the entire teaching building started a chain reaction and began to roar. Oh my god, how can this be a school? This is clearly a zombie breeding farm. At this moment, Lin Feng, who saw this scene through the car window, couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment, a lame old man wearing a pair of black rain boots, pushing a cart of dismembered meat, limped slowly across the school playground and walked towards the teaching building. As for where the meat in the lame old man's car came from, Lin Feng naturally knew where it came from. This once again refreshed Lin Feng's understanding of the bottomless evil of human nature. It seems that this old guy is the breeder here. Lin Feng murmured, then pushed open the car door, walked in with Daha, and shouted to the zombie breeder, "Old man, what are you doing?" The lame old man hunched over. When he heard someone calling him, he immediately stopped, turned around slowly, and gave Lin Feng a strange smile. It's time for dinner. The kids are hungry." Bang. But before he could finish his words, Lin Feng shot the lame old man in the middle of his eyebrows. Then Lin Feng took Daha and quickly walked towards the teaching building, locked the doors of each classroom, and installed C4 time bombs one by one. It took Lin Feng more than half an hour to finally get everything done. With Lin Feng's current physical condition, he was busy for more than half an hour. If it were an ordinary person, let alone more than half an hour, even if he was given another 2 hours, he might not be able to finish it. After Lin Feng did all this, he looked around at the school gate, and after making sure that there was no one around, he had an idea. A giant 2-in-1 meat grinder, just like the previous 2 times, blocked the gate tightly, and rows of cutting blades with cold light were facing the entire teaching building. Lin Feng glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and saw that there were only 30 seconds left. Lin Feng immediately took out a tweeter from the space. Then Lin Feng took this opportunity to light a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke, enjoying the last moment, the silence before the storm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, boom. When Lin Feng silently counted to 1, all the C4 time bombs installed on the doors and windows of the teaching building, classrooms, and dormitories detonated at the same time, and a deafening explosion sounded instantly. Then, countless purple 4th-level zombies that had seen the light of day again, and a small number of red 3rd-level zombies, poured out from every classroom like a torrent of purple mixed with a little red. Chapter 115. Harvesting the Corpse Farm. Seeing this scene at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, because he discovered that 80% of the zombies in every classroom in the teaching building were 4th-level purple zombies. I wonder how long it takes to raise such high-quality zombies to achieve such results. If I had come 2 days later, that young Master Lung would most likely have killed the zombies here and obtained the crystal cores. Lin Feng was thinking about it while turning on the meat grinder and the tweeter at the same time. In the big garden, dig and dig, plant big seeds, and bloom big flowers. Instant time. As a very gentle song sounded from the tweeter, the zombie students and teachers, who had just rushed out of the classroom and had not yet found their target, immediately roared and rushed towards the school gate with their fangs and claws. Under the high-speed operation of the 2-in-1 giant meat grinder, those arrogant zombie classmates and teachers were instantly covered in blood and flesh, turned into pieces of corpses, separated from the crystal cores and flowed out from the other end of the meat grinder outlet. So after Lin Feng put nearly 2,000 crystal cores and the meat grinder into the space, he was ready to take Daha away. But when Lin Feng drove past the group of survivors lying on the ground, waiting to die, he finally stopped and shouted at them with the loudspeaker. "I'm giving you a chance to live now. If you want to live, come to me." When Lin Feng shouted, some of the survivors didn't even bother to lift their eyelids. Because in the eyes of these survivors who were waiting for their lives to end, how could such a good thing happen in this world? Maybe this young man is planning something bad in his heart? When Lin Feng saw that these people had this attitude, he just smiled indifferently, turned around and prepared to get in the car. After all, Lin Feng could do nothing to help people like them who had completely lost all hope in their eyes. Wait a moment. But suddenly at this moment, a thin woman, holding a skinny little boy in her hand, walked weakly to Lin Feng. "Can you see me?" Lin Feng looked the woman and the child up and down, then nodded. "Okay." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman showed a hint of joy and asked, "Can I really fill my stomach by following you?" "Whether you can fill your stomach or not depends on your ability. What will you do?" I can do everything, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning the house, including that kind of thing, you know." As the woman spoke, she actually smiled at Lin Feng with her skinny face, which made Lin Feng feel a chill. So Lin Feng immediately coughed. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the kind of thing you mentioned. As long as you are absolutely loyal to me, I will never let you go hungry again if you follow me." "Really? That's great. Please rest assured that I will never betray you even if I die." While Lin Feng was talking to the woman, another survivor came over. Lin Feng looked carefully and found that it was the survivor whom he had just given Snickers and questioned. "What? Don't you want to die again?" Lin Feng asked the survivor with a smile. The survivor said non-committally, "My intuition tells me that I might be able to survive if I follow you. Besides, I've already reached this point. Is there anything worse than this?" "What if there is?" Lin Feng looked at the survivor, narrowed his eyes, and asked slowly. "Then let the storm come even harder and destroy me quickly. Anyway, there is nothing left for me to linger on in this world now. I have to say your choice is right." Lin Feng looked at the survivor with a smile on his face and said something. Then more than 20 survivors came towards him. There were men and women, old people and children among the survivors, but this was not a problem for Lin Feng. Because in the early stages of the community, different people are needed to take care of it. "Great. Who among you guys can drive?" Lin Feng glanced at the survivors in front of him and said, "I can. So can I. And I." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, many of the survivors among them immediately responded. Lin Feng said, "Then you can find 2 or 3 cars and follow me." "Okay." When the survivors heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately responded and began to look for cars on the roadside that were still drivable. Then these people drove their cars, followed Lin Feng silently, and left the place. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the large number of survivors outside the car who chose to lie here and wait for death, and couldn't help but sighed heavily and said, "Good words cannot persuade a damned person, and mercy cannot save a person who has done nothing but destroy himself." As Lin Feng said this, he sped up the car and drove forward. The survivors who were following Lin Feng also sped up and followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had already driven the survivors into his own villa complex. Shou Qiang and his companions were seen coming forward. They were already standing there alertly, looking at the cars behind Lin Feng's car. At the same time, Zhao Jingyi and the others, each holding an M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle, appeared in the villa garden with solemn expressions. After all, in the eyes of Zhao Jingyi, Shou Qiang and others, there was only one car when they left, and several more cars came back, which was indeed a bit abnormal. So when Lin Feng opened the car door, Zhao Jingyi couldn't wait to shout across the fence, "Lin Feng, who are these people?" Hearing this, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the group of survivors he had just brought back, each of whom was as thin as a noodle, and then he deliberately spoke loudly to Zhao Jingyi and the others. "These are job applicants." "What? Applying for a job?" "Yes, I plan to give them a 1-month trial period. If they don't perform well, I will kick them all out." As Lin Feng finished speaking, the survivors who came with him couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, because they never imagined that there would be a probation period if they chose to follow Lin Feng. This made them feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. So, one of the survivors mustered up his courage and looked at Lin Feng in a flattering manner. "Lin, young Master Lin, what does this probation period mean? Before the end of the world, when you went looking for a job, wasn't there a probation period? Do you really think I'm a living bodhisattva who came to save you?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, the survivor was speechless. Chapter 116, Taking in the Survivors. At this time, the expressions of the other survivors gradually became solemn after hearing Lin Feng's words. So they know that there is no free lunch in this world. But once this sentence was put out in the open, one can imagine how these survivors felt at that moment. Seeing that the survivors had stopped talking, Lin Feng slowly lit a cigarette for himself and continued. "During this month, I will provide you with food, clothing, and other necessities, but those under 40 and over 15 must train hard during this month. People in their 50s can work in this community, cleaning, farming, and other logistical work." Farming. When they heard about farming, not only the survivors, but even Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at Lin Feng with surprise. After all, you need seeds to grow crops, right? You need fertilizers, right? You need pesticides, right? You need farm tools, right? You need. In short, in the eyes of these survivors and Zhao Jingyi and others, this land cannot be cultivated just like that. At this time, a survivor in his 50s looked at Lin Feng cautiously and asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, how should we plant this land? There's such a big park outside the community. You pulled up the lawn there. Can you still plant some grass there?" "But Mr. Lin, do you have any seeds?" "Have. Where are the farm tools? Isn't it enough to give each of you a shovel?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, the eyes of these survivors lit up. After all, for them, if they could really reclaim a piece of wasteland to grow crops, it would completely solve the survival problem of them, the survivors. But don't be too happy too soon. If you can't succeed, I won't support you in vain. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. As long as we have seeds, we can guarantee that we can grow food. Yes, we can definitely grow food. That's great. Now I don't have to die. Woohoo. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the faces of all the survivors were filled with excitement, and some even started crying. Seeing these survivors so excited, Lin Feng suddenly turned his gaze to Shou Qiang and the others and said, "You will practice spear training tomorrow. Tomorrow you can just hand over the spears in your hands to them." "Really, Brother Feng? That's really great. These days I've dreamed about the semi-automatic rifles in Sister Jingyi's hands. I never thought that my dream would come true this time." "Me too." At this moment, after Shou Qiang and the others heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately started shouting excitedly. Seeing Shou Qiang and the others like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile calmly, then turned to look at Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and Li Xian and said, "Go to the villa and give each of these survivors 2 packs of military compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water." "Okay." Upon hearing this, the 2 girls nodded at the same time and hurried back to the villa. At this time, when the survivors heard that they were going to be given food, they all started swallowing their saliva and wished they could move into the villa with Zhao Jingyi and the others. But their remaining rationality told them that it seemed inappropriate to do so. After a short while, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and Li Xian brought out a box of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. When these compressed biscuits and mineral water were distributed to the survivors, all of them started to eat them voraciously. Seeing them all like this, Lin Feng was not surprised, and it was within his expectations. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have let them only eat 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Afterwards, Lin Feng asked Shou Qiang and others to find a villa for these survivors to settle down, and then Lin Feng and Daha returned to his own villa. "Lin Feng, are these survivors you brought back today reliable?" At the dining table, Zhao Jingyi peeled a shrimp, put it in Lin Feng's bowl and said casually. Lin Feng put the shrimp into his mouth. To them, "I am like the only straw they can grasp when they are on the verge of death, so I think there should be no problem." Lu Yun then cautiously asked, "Lin Feng, have you forgotten those female prison guards?" "That's right, Brother Feng. Like the group of female prison guards you took in the afternoon, they climbed over the fence at night and stole the grain, oil, rice, and flour in our yard." At this time, Wang Shushui also echoed, "Yeah, Lin Feng, are these survivors really reliable?" "Yes." Seeing the girls start their usual chattering mode again, Lin Feng just smiled faintly. "These survivors are different from those female prison guards. Of course, I still need to observe these survivors in person for a period of time." When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, she nodded slightly and thought, "We have to observe carefully, otherwise we might end up letting the wolf into the house like we did last time." Upon hearing this, the other women also nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was a bit dull, so he changed the subject and asked, "Which group of you got more crystal cores today?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girl's eyes lit up instantly. After all, Lin Feng had said before he went out that whichever group obtained more crystal cores, he would turn over their name tag tonight and reward them well. But judging from the current situation, Zhao Jingyi and the others don't know how many crystal cores they have each obtained. At this time, they all looked at each other, and no one spoke first. It seemed as if women like Zhao Jingyi were afraid of obtaining fewer crystal cores than others and being outdone by others. Seeing that the girls were silent, Lin Feng deliberately coughed and said, "If that's the case, I'll sleep alone tonight." When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, they immediately became anxious. "No, why are you sleeping alone?" "Yeah, Brother Feng, how boring is it for you to sleep alone?" "That's right, how about we all come together?" Seeing that all the girls were so anxious, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little proud. After all, it's my own system of helping others. But, so it would be strange if Zhao Jingyi and the others were not anxious? Since you don't want me to sleep alone, then just tell me how many crystal cores you each obtained? Jingyi, your group should speak first. Zhao Jingyi heard this and said truthfully, "Today I am in a group with Irina, and we have obtained a total of 96 crystal cores. My sister and I were in a group. We got 5 fewer crystal cores than Sister Jingyi, so we got 91 crystal cores in total." The twin sisters, Guan Qingyan, also spoke up. After hearing the answers from the two groups, Lin Feng suddenly turned his gaze to the other person. "What about you? How many crystal cores did you get today?" Chapter 117, Playing Cheating. After all, for Lin Feng, among all these women, Ning Rushuang has the most amazing fighting power. So Lin Feng knew without thinking that among Zhao Jingyi and the others, Ning Rushuang's group should be the one that obtained the most crystal cores. As expected, just as Lin Feng thought, Ning Rushuang straightened her back and said proudly, "Today I will be in the same group with Chun Bangxia." "Haha, you are quite good at picking. Among these people, Chun Bangxia is the strongest one except you." Before Ning Rushuang could finish her words, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak, which made Ning Rushuang look even more proud. "We call this a powerful alliance, isn't that possible?" "Okay, of course. Then tell me how many crystal cores you and Bangxia obtained today." "Today, Bangxia and I have obtained a total of 157 crystal cores." "What? 157? As soon as Ning Rushuang said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others were instantly stunned. After all, today, Zhao Jingyi and the others wanted to gain Lin Feng's favor, so each of them put their best efforts into killing zombies. But they didn't expect that in the end they would be so different from the group of Ning Rushuang and Chun Bangxia. "This is something that my uncle can tolerate, but even my aunt can't." Bang! So Zhao Jingyi slammed the table and shouted, "You can't play like this. This time it doesn't count. Sister Jingyi is right. We all know that Rushuang and Bangxia are the strongest. If they always form a group, wouldn't that put all of us on the ground?" "That's right, there's something wrong with this pairing. It definitely won't count." "Yes, it doesn't count." As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, the other girls immediately attacked her as a group, which made Ning Rushuang and Chun Bangxia very angry. Ning Rushuang blushed and retorted, "You can't say that. Why didn't you object at the beginning? Even now, at the critical moment, you still say such things. Is it interesting?" Chun Bangxia also said hurriedly. At this time, Lin Feng, who was standing aside, saw that the situation was not right. If they continued to quarrel like this, what would happen? So Lin Feng quickly coughed and said, "Okay, from now on you guys will be assigned randomly. Is that okay?" But Lin Feng. When Ning Rushuang heard what Lin Feng said, she wanted to argue a few more words. But Lin Feng interrupted her directly and continued. "So no matter what, today Rushuang and Bangxia did obtain more crystal cores than you. You have to admit this." "Well, since you said so, Lin Feng, let's start from tomorrow and pair up randomly." At this time, Zhao Jingyi could only sigh and say. Ning Rushuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then Lin Feng, "Tonight, you and Bangxia go to the room tonight and put on your stockings." "Stockings? Why are you wearing stockings?" Lin Feng immediately grinned. "Because I want to tear it up." When Ning Rushuang and Chun Bangxia heard this, their faces turned red instantly, and they couldn't help but exclaim. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard what Lin Feng said, they became even more jealous, and they all looked at Lin Feng with resentment on their faces. After all, they also want to be torn apart. The next morning, Lin Feng stood in front of the window, gently opened the curtains, and saw that the survivors they brought yesterday were already standing in a neat line and appeared outside the fence with Zhou Qiang and the others. So Lin Feng slowly put on his clothes, went downstairs, walked out of the villa, and appeared in front of these survivors. "Morning, Mr. Lin." "Good morning, Mr. Lin." "Mr. Lin, are you up?" As soon as these survivors saw Lin Feng, each of them immediately greeted Lin Feng respectfully. After all, in the eyes of these survivors, Lin Feng is now their reborn parent. If Lin Feng hadn't brought them back yesterday, they might have already become corpses. So in addition to their gratitude towards Lin Feng, they also felt a little bit of awe in their hearts. Lin Feng felt relieved when he saw that the eyes of these survivors were full of hope for life again. After all, Lin Feng still remembers clearly the scene of these people lying on the ground casually, waiting to die yesterday. Then Lin Feng scanned the survivors one by one and said in a deep voice, "When you follow me, the most important thing to me is loyalty, followed by ability. So you must not be like those dried corpses hanging on the left and be unfaithful." When the survivors heard what Lin Feng said, they all turned their heads to look towards the community. Sure enough, hanging on the branches of a thick ginkgo tree were more than a dozen bodies that had been stabbed into honeycomb coals and dried by the wind. This immediately made the survivors feel a chill, and everyone's eyes showed a little more fear towards Lin Feng. Seeing this group of survivors, each with the same expression, Lin Feng knew at this moment that his goal had been achieved. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to the woman who took care of the child yesterday and slowly said, "From now on, you can be Zhou Chang's nanny and help them with laundry and cooking." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately expressed gratitude to Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng took out a dozen shovels from the villa and distributed them to the survivors over the age of 50. He first asked them to shovel the grass outside the community and in the park, and then gave them seeds. At this time, Zhou Qiang and the others handed their spears to the remaining survivors, and then looked at Lin Feng with a smile. "Brother Feng, when will the guns be given to us?" "You little brat, why are you in such a hurry? Wait until I have breakfast." Lin Feng cursed at Zhou Qiang with a smile, then turned around and walked into the villa. "Okay, Brother Feng, we'll wait for you then." At this time, Zhou Chang's shameless response came from behind Lin Feng again, which made Lin Feng feel a little amused. Lin Feng had just returned to the villa when he saw Zhao Jingyi, who had just brought out breakfast from the kitchen. The other girls had already been sitting at the dining table, waiting for Lin Feng for a long time. "You're back just in time, come over for dinner." After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng responded lightly, walked over, and said with a playful smile, "What delicious food did our Jingyi make today? Preserved egg and lean meat porridge, steamed dumplings, rice noodle rolls, milk, egg rolls, and tea eggs." Zhao Jingyi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, pointed at the breakfast on the table, and spoke seriously. "Wow, I didn't expect our Jingyi to be so capable. Come on, give her a kiss." As Lin Feng said this, he slapped Zhao Jingyi hard on the cheek as a reward, which immediately made Zhao Jingyi as happy as if she were covered with honey. But Chapter 118 Synthetic Crystal Core. However, Lin Feng's behavior has obviously aroused public outrage among the other women. At this time, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Han Wushuang and other girls were all looking at Lin Feng with a resentful look. At this time, Zhao Lucy deliberately coughed lightly. "What? Can't you treat everyone equally?" When Lin Feng heard this, he felt a little helpless in his heart. In the end, he could only nod and say, Okay, I'll treat everyone equally, right?" As Lin Feng spoke, he kissed everyone hard on the cheek. After dinner, Lin Feng used the storage room as a smoke bomb as before, and took out more than 20 M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles from the space, and took them out from the storage room. Although Zhao Jingyi and the others were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Lin Feng taking out so many semi-automatic rifles from the storage room. But Lin Feng doesn't care what kind of mood they are in at the moment. "Why are you still standing there? Come and help me." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others came to their senses and hurried over, each holding a few M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles, and walked out of the villa. Zhou Qiang and his friends outside the fence, when they saw Zhao Jingyi and her friends, each holding an M1 Garand rifle, walking towards them quickly as if they were holding a bundle of sugarcane, they immediately started shouting excitedly outside the fence. The survivors who arrived yesterday were even more shocked when they saw the guns Zhao Jingyi and the others brought. But Lin Feng just smiled at these survivors. "Train well, and you will have it in the future." "Really, Mr. Lin?" asked a survivor. "Of course it's true. Well, we must train hard and strive to have our own gun as soon as possible. I trust you." Afterwards, Zhao Jingyi went out in groups of 2 to kill zombies, just like she did yesterday. Only this time they were matched randomly. Raymond Lam took out a deck of 20 playing cards, only 2 of which were A, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the same number of digits. Lin Feng washed it twice and let Zhao Jingyi and the others take the samples. If 2 people draw the same card, they will naturally form a pair, so there won't be a life and death fight like last night. "Rushuang, you teach Zhou Qiang and the others how to practice spears today. Banksia, you teach the survivors how to use spears." Ning Rushuang and Chun Banksia nodded when they heard this. "Okay, no problem." At this time, Ning Rushuang suddenly asked, "Lin Feng, are you going to go out alone today?" "I'm not going anywhere today. I just want to stay in the villa today." Lin Feng said this, stretched, and returned to the villa. After all, Lin Feng still has so many 4th-level crystal cores that he hasn't absorbed. So in Lin Feng's opinion, he should first absorb the crystal core obtained yesterday. So Lin Feng returned to the bedroom, closed the doors and windows, and on a thought, he took out all the crystal cores in the space. Looking at these high-quality crystal cores, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and then separated the 3rd-level and 4th-level crystal cores. I never expected that there are more fourth-order crystal cores than third-order crystal cores. It seems that if I have the chance, I will have to raise some zombies properly. After a while, Lin Feng looked at the divided crystal cores on the table and couldn't help muttering to himself. After all, if you want to obtain high-quality crystal cores, raising zombies is indeed an option. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and seemed to have thought of something. Then Lin Feng's mind suddenly moved, and a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 2 fourth-order crystal nuclei detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. As Lin Feng whispered softly, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 2 in 1 fourth-order crystal core. In addition to the total energy of 2 ordinary fourth-order crystal cores, an additional 20% of crystal core energy is added. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. So 2 synthesized crystal cores can only increase the energy by 20%, but what if it is 3 in 1 in the future? Wouldn't that be 30%? It seems that the female reborn person who had the synthesis system before never thought that crystal cores can also be synthesized, right? When Lin Feng thought of this, his eyes lit up again, so he quickly used his mind to check the proficiency of the synthesis skill. I didn't expect that without realizing it. My proficiency in the 3-in-1 synthesis skill has reached 69.98%. Seeing the synthesis skill and 3-in-1 proficiency, Lin Feng was immediately ecstatic. After all, since his proficiency in the 2-in-1 synthesis skill reached 100%, Lin Feng has synthesized almost everything that can be synthesized in the space. However, what Lin Feng never expected was that even using the 2-in-1 synthesis skill could actually improve the proficiency of the 3-in-1 synthesis skill. So Lin Feng forced himself to suppress his excitement and immediately tried to use the 3-in-1 synthesis skill. 3 fourth-order crystal nuclei detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? When Lin Feng heard the system prompt sound indicating that the synthesis failed, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment Lin Feng felt an inexplicably familiar smell. After all, in order to improve his proficiency in synthesis skills, Lin Feng stayed in the room for a whole month. He was very familiar with this unforgettable feeling. Don't be afraid, the 3-in-1 synthesis skill has reached nearly 70%, and it will definitely not be the same as before. Lin Feng comforted himself in his heart, and whispered again, continue. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 3-in-1 fourth-order crystal core. In addition to the total energy of 3 ordinary fourth-order crystal cores, an additional 30% of the crystal core energy is added. Hearing the pleasant system prompt, Lin Feng was extremely excited. So Lin Feng thought again and synthesized all the crystal cores. Since his proficiency in the 2-in-1 technique has increased by 100%, Lin Feng can completely use his mind and combine his own space with the objects he sees without even touching them with his hands. To be honest, this undoubtedly greatly improves the convenience of item synthesis. After 2 failed synthesizers, Lin Feng had successfully synthesized all the 3rd-order and 4th-order crystal nuclei. Later, Lin Feng synthesized 3 more Desert Eagles. 3-in-1 Desert Eagle pistol. The ammunition capacity is increased by 200%. The recoil is reduced by 100%. The accuracy is increased by 150%, and the effective range is increased by 300 meters. Listening to the system talking about the parameters of the Desert Eagle after synthesis, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I never expected that after the synthesis, the effective range of the Desert Eagle would increase to 300 m, which is comparable to the effective range of a semi-automatic rifle. Then Lin Feng looked at the synthesized 4th-order crystal cores in front of him and put them in his mouth one by one to absorb them. But in an instant, Chapter 119 Synthetic Electronic Fence. But in an instant, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented energy quickly gathering into the small universe in his body. And as more and more energy quickly gathered towards the small universe, the speed of the small universe's operation became faster and faster, faster and faster, until the small universe exploded, and everything seemed to return to calm. But the small universe before gradually became dim. If you observe carefully, the previously silvery white universe has gradually turned into light blue. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that his body seemed to have undergone a drastic change. For example, Lin Feng can see clearly the tiny dust particles in the air and the texture of leaves on the branches 100 meters outside the window. This feeling was very wonderful. But Lin Feng also felt that he could see that far, so Lin Feng did not feel so happy, but became more calm instead. I never thought that I would awaken the special ability of my eyes. Is this considered a superpower? After Lin Feng pondered silently in his heart, he slowly closed his eyes and carefully observed the changes in the microcosm inside his body. Why did it turn light blue? A trace of doubt suddenly arose in Lin Feng's heart. If he continued to absorb the crystal core in the future, would this small universe in his body change again? If that's the case, then every time the small universe in my body changes, will my strength have a qualitative leap? Thinking of this at this moment, Lin Feng felt more and more that this was possible. Lin Feng withdrew his thoughts, opened the door, walked out of the villa, and looking at the fence in the garden, Lin Feng suddenly had another idea. So Lin Feng turned off the high voltage and gently touched the fence with his hand. Immediately, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. One 80-meter-long electronic fence was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million 80-meter fences. I didn't expect it would work. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmured excitedly. And then Lin Feng's mind moved again, trying to combine the two 80-meter fences in the space with the fence in the garden into one. 3 80-meter electronic fences detected. Should they be combined? Synthesis. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. As Lin Feng shouted, continue, the fence in the entire yard changed drastically in an instant. I saw that the entire fence was covered with 50-centimeter sharp thorns, which emitted a deep cold light under the sunlight. Every steel wire on the fence is 3 times thicker than before. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that the sharp spikes on the fence seemed to have life and were constantly wriggling. It turns out that they are automatically adjusting themselves to the best defensive form, exposing their sharpest side. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 3-in-1 electronic fence, defense increased by 300%, conductivity increased by 150%, toughness increased by 50%, durability increased by 500%. Special effect. If you are accidentally scratched by the sharp thorns on the electric fence, there is a 90% chance of getting tetanus, which can be fatal in severe cases. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Seeing such a drastic change in the fence, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng, what on earth is going on? At this moment, Ning Rushuang's trembling voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Ning Rushuang, Chen Bangxia, Shou Qiang, and the others who were all in shock. He also pretended to be shocked and said, I don't know either. It's really strange that the fence suddenly became like this. When Ning Rushuang and the others heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately looked at each other suspiciously, and then looked at Lin Feng and questioned. Isn't this your fault? Oh my god, how could I have done this? You think too highly of me. Ning Rushuang and others were stunned when they heard this, and seemed to want to say something. But Lin Feng then continued. Anyway, this is a good thing for us, so why do you care about these details? When Ning Rushuang and Chen Bangxia heard this, they were instantly certain that it must have been Lin Feng who did it. After all, there were so many puzzling things that happened to Lin Feng before. Since Lin Feng is unwilling to say, Zhao Jingyi and the others will not be as curious as before. After all, a stable life like this is the most important thing in the eyes of these women. So they don't want to disrupt such a stable and comfortable life because of their own curiosity. But Ning Rushuang and Chen Bangxia thought so, but Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and the survivors who knew nothing about it seemed extremely excited. Oh my god, this is amazing. I never thought that this fence is alive and can upgrade automatically. Yes, this is the first time I have encountered such a bizarre thing. Seeing Shou Qiang and the others talking endlessly, Lin Feng immediately coughed deliberately. All right, hurry up and start training. In another week, Shou Qiang and the others will have to go out and kill zombies like Jingyi and the others. Brother Feng, is this true? Shou Qiang asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Why don't you hurry up and start training? Okay, Brother Feng. Shou Qiang and the others immediately responded excitedly and joined everyone else in training again. Ning Rushuang and Chen Bangxia looked at Lin Feng meaningfully before going back to teach Shou Qiang and the survivors. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang and Chen Bangxia and the meaningful looks they gave him. He just smiled faintly and returned to the villa again. How could Lin Feng not know at this time that there was already a tacit understanding between him and women like Zhao Jingyi? So as long as Lin Feng didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't ask like they did before. Boom. But at this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the distance, which suddenly shocked Lin Feng's heart. Southeast. Lin Feng turned around and looked in the direction of the explosion. He couldn't help but mutter something. Then Lin Feng immediately picked up the intercom and said, everyone return to the villa immediately. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the intercom immediately started ringing, with Zhao Jingyi and the others responding one by one. Receive. 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 10 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi and the others had already returned to the villa in their cars. They all looked at Lin Feng with serious expressions. What on earth happened to Lin Feng? Why did I seem to hear an explosion just now? I think I heard that too. Me too. At this moment, Lin Feng listened to the words of the girls and looked at the southeast direction again with a serious expression. Maybe it's coming for us. Chapter 120 Fangzhen. When Zhao Jingyi and others heard what Lin Feng said, their expressions became more serious. Lin Feng, are you saying that the group of people you killed with your zombies before are here to seek revenge again? 9 out of 10. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and said calmly. Are you so sure? Of course, the explosion in that place was most likely caused by me. Otherwise, how could you hear it so clearly from such a long distance? What? You did that? When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, they couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. At the same time, a large number of well-equipped troops, driving powerful off-road vehicles, poured into the place where the group of people who had previously encountered the tide of zombies were. At this time, the door of a military RV slowly opened, and Fangzhen walked out of the car with a gloomy face. He looked at his men with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you to be careful? What happened just now?" Reporting to Master Fong, just now when the brothers were collecting the equipment of the deceased brothers, I don't know why, a box of grenades suddenly exploded. What? Fong Jin's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, but then he shook his head and said, "No, I know this batch of grenades, they shouldn't be that powerful." Master Fong, I actually thought so too. Judging from the extent of the damage at the scene, it is at least 2 or 3 times more powerful than a grenade. After hearing what his men said, Fong Jin suddenly remembered the last time he used the god's perspective to talk with a young survivor. Could it be him? But Fong Jin immediately shook his head, denying his own guess. After all, in his opinion, the impression Lin Feng left on him at that time was indeed not that of a scheming person. Master Fong, do you know what's going on? At this time, the subordinate saw Fong Jin hesitating and couldn't help but ask hurriedly. Fong Jin snorted coldly upon hearing this. If I knew, would I still ask you? Master Fong, that's not what I meant. Okay, let's quickly pick up the equipment on the ground, and then we should get down to business. Okay, Master Fong, I'll go and urge the brothers to move faster. As the subordinate said this, he immediately ordered his men to move faster. At this moment, a servant quietly came out of the RV and said nervously, "Master, the young master seems to be hungry again." After hearing this, Fong Jin actually showed a kind smile on his face. If he's hungry, let him eat. There's plenty of meat anyway. When the servant heard Fong Jin say this, he was so frightened that he shivered and a drop of cold sweat quietly flowed down his forehead. After all, it is really horrifying that the son who has turned into a zombie has been fed with human flesh all the time. At this moment, Fong Jin noticed the fear and anxiety of his servants and smiled coldly. "You old thing, look how scared you are. Don't worry, you have been with me for so long, I will never feed you to my son no matter what." "Thank you, Master Fong. Thank you, Master Fong. What's there to thank me for? Go and take care of the brother who was just killed in the explosion. Otherwise, it would be such a pity." When the servant heard this, he trembled violently. After all, he knew too well what Fong Jin meant by "deal with it." Okay, Mr. Fong. I'll arrange it right away." "That's right, hee." Fong Jin smiled, patted the servant on the shoulder, and walked into the RV. Inside the RV, there were 2 third-level zombies, a man and a woman, locked in a thick iron cage. They were staring at Fong Jin, who had just walked in with ferocious faces. "Oh, my son and daughter-in-law, are you hungry again? Don't worry, Daddy will get you something to eat right away." As soon as Fong Jin walked into the RV, he immediately changed into a different person. He hunched his back and hurried to the freezer in the RV, took out a pot of meat, and fed it to his son and daughter-in-law. Looking at his son who had turned into a zombie and was eating the flesh in the cage, Fong Jin couldn't help but reveal a trace of kindness on his face again. "Son, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you, hee. When you evolve a few levels and gain intelligence, I think you will remember me again." Fong Jin suddenly became sad as he spoke and even started wiping away tears. "Master Fong, the brothers have packed up the weapons and equipment of the brothers who died earlier." At this moment, the voice of his men suddenly sounded outside the car. This immediately made Fong Jin put away his sadness and said in a low voice to his men outside the car, "Then what are you waiting for? According to the original plan, kill all the zombies and survivors here." "Yes, Master Fong." At this time, Lin Feng was in the villa, standing in front of the window, holding a cigarette in his mouth, as if thinking about something. After all, the strength of a reborn person who can use a god's perspective and communicate with him should not be underestimated. So Lin Feng must think of a foolproof plan. Otherwise, this hurdle might be really difficult to overcome. "Lin Feng, stop smoking, it's time to eat." At this time, Zhao Jingyi's gentle voice sounded behind him. So Lin Feng put out the cigarette and turned to the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous lunch on the table, Lin Feng's previous worries seemed to be swept away. After all, sometimes, only Zhao Jingyi's cooking skills can make Lin Feng forget some of his worries temporarily. But when Lin Feng saw a dish on the table, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, bursts of dense and rapid gunfire once again rang out in the southeast. This made Lin Feng frown. "Lin Feng, what do you think these people are doing? How about we send a drone to take a look like we did last time?" "That's what I was thinking." "Wait." Lin Feng stood up and went to the storage room as usual. With a thought, he took out the drone from the space again and walked out of the storage room. After completing the preliminary preparations, Lin Feng controlled the drone to take off again and flew towards the southeast. As they got closer, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others finally saw what they were doing. It turned out that this was a team of nearly 3,000 people. Each of them held an AK-103 rifle in their hands. They quickly shot and killed all the zombies rushing towards them and quickly obtained the crystal course. After all, in the face of these people's powerful firepower, it was impossible to get close to the scattered zombies around because of these well-trained people armed with hot weapons. At this moment, Lin Feng saw this scene through the real-time footage uploaded, and his expression gradually became more solemn. Chapter 121: Zombie Reborn. Because with his current strength, it is impossible for him to fight against this group of people head-on. So, we should use the old method of diverting trouble to others. Maybe we can teach them a lesson. So Lin Feng thought about it and immediately controlled the drone to return. Just like last time, he installed a tweeter on the drone again. Then Lin Feng tried again, using the hawking sounds from the loudspeaker to lure all the zombies on a commercial street in the city to their place. After all, only in this way can we inflict trauma on these people without sacrificing a single soldier. Bobo bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. Bobo bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. With the help of the tweeters, the devilish hawking sounds echoed in the air, and the zombies with extremely sensitive hearing rushed towards the direction where the sound came from like a tide. The originally quiet city streets suddenly became chaotic at this moment, with bursts of roars resounding through the sky. So Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the drone and lured out the zombies in a nearby community. Then Lin Feng, like flying a kite, lured nearly 40,000 to 50,000 zombies over like a snowball. At this time, a female zombie in a hospital gown also quietly joined the zombie tide that was like a mudslide. Half an hour later, the group of people who were killing the zombies could feel the ground shaking, and in the distance they could faintly hear the cries of Bobo Chicken. This immediately made Fangzhen, who was resting with his eyes closed in the main car, suddenly open his eyes. Bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. But in the blink of an eye, the cries of Bobo Chicken were already very close, and then a large number of zombies rushed towards them like a flood of beasts. Master Fang, something bad has happened, Bobo Chicken. The zombies are coming again. At this time, the frightened voices of the men were heard outside the car. Fangzhen immediately stood up and walked out of the RV, saying in a deep voice, "What's the hurry? Activate emergency mode." Okay, I'll go right away," Fangzhen's men said, and immediately turned around and yelled, "Activate emergency mode." As soon as Fangzhen's men finished speaking, a group of people immediately climbed onto each off-road vehicle, suddenly lifted the rain cloth on the roof, and a number of heavy machine guns with heavy firepower appeared. You should know that this heavy machine gun uses 12.7 by 108 mm ammunition, has a firing rate of 650 rounds per minute, an effective range of 2 kilometers, can easily penetrate light armored vehicles and enemy infantry, and is known for its high accuracy and reliability. If this thing hits a zombie, it will create a hole as big as a bowl. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. Obviously, Lin Feng did not expect that the opponent's firepower would be so strong. There are hundreds of cord heavy machine guns here, and every bullet fired is like a small cannon. If they fire at once, let alone these few zombies, even if so many more come, they won't be enough to fill their teeth. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, hundreds of cord heavy machine guns spewed out flames at the same time, and the zombies that had just rushed over were instantly shot into pieces by the powerful firepower. But even so, the zombies still rushed forward one after another, and in a short while, a huge pile of corpses formed on the ground. Seeing such a tragic scene, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, because it was obvious that these people came prepared. At this moment, Fangzhen walked out of the RV, looked up at the drone in the sky, and said proudly, "My friend, thank you for sending me so many zombies." Immediately after Fangzhen finished speaking, he ordered people to clean up the battlefield and dig out the crystal cores in the zombies' heads. "It seems like I'm just sending them heads." Lin Feng looked through the screen, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was standing aside, suddenly said with a serious expression, "Lin Feng, I have to say that this person is indeed a bit unusual. He does have some brains, but this is just the beginning." When Lin Feng said this, his expression suddenly changed. Zhao Jingyi and others noticed that Lin Feng's expression was not right, and followed Lin Feng's gaze to look at the screen. On the screen, a female zombie in a hospital gown was standing on the roof of a building. She was looking at the people below with indifference, knocking open the skulls of her own kind to obtain the crystal cores. Suddenly at this moment, the expression of the female zombie gradually became ferocious. At this moment, the bloody and sharp nails on the female zombie's hands also began to grow wildly, and only stopped when they were more than 10 centimeters long. Lin Feng, could it be that this zombie? Yes, this zombie already has a mind. What? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and others immediately covered their mouths in shock. At this moment, in the astonished gaze of Lin Feng and the girls, the female zombie standing on the roof suddenly jumped down, raised her sharp palm, and slapped Fangzhen's forehead hard. Fangzhen suddenly felt a gust of fishy wind rushing towards him. He immediately turned sideways and narrowly avoided the attack from the female zombie. But even so, the female zombie's extremely sharp nails pierced through the hard RV in an instant. You can imagine how sharp the nails of this female zombie are. But what was unexpected was that Fangzhen suddenly roared, and a black hole appeared in front of him. Countless bullets suddenly burst out from the black hole towards the female zombie. The female zombie was beaten back repeatedly. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this scene, because he really didn't expect that Fangzhen actually had such a big trump card. It seems that this person not only has a god's perspective, but also has the skill. Could it be that he, like me, has also killed other reborn people, so he has so many skills? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Fangzhen stared at the female zombie and said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect your body to be so strong. You know, the bullets I shoot are twice as strong as those from a heavy machine gun." The female zombie also spoke in a cold voice. She looked at Fangzhen and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are also a reborn person, right?" When Fangzhen and Lin Feng heard what the female zombie said, their faces changed at the same time. Because it is obvious that this female zombie is also a reborn person. This means that not only humans can be reborn, but zombies can also be reborn. So when Fang Zhen heard this, there was actually a hint of greed in his eyes. After all, if you kill a reborn person, you can gain the abilities of the killed reborn person. This is really too tempting for Fang Zhen. Chapter 122 Threat. It is obvious that this female zombie who has been reborn does not know the secret that by killing the reborn, she can obtain the reborn's abilities. The clueless female zombie frowned slightly when she saw Fang Zhen remain silent. Why don't you say anything? Am I wrong? Then can you tell me what your abilities are? Fang Zhen stared at the female zombie and asked. At this point, Fang Zhen has implicitly acknowledged the fact that he is actually a reborn person. The female zombie snorted. Do you think I will tell you? No. So I killed you and naturally knew everything. But who would have thought that before Fang Zhen finished his words, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and a thought moved in his mind, as if tearing the curtain of space, and a deep black hole suddenly appeared in front of him again. As if it was the entrance to another world. Asshole. The female zombie's pupil shrank sharply, her anger erupted like a volcano, and her curses at the other party almost tore the air apart. And at this moment, it seemed as if countless flames of anger were ignited in the black hole, and countless bullets gushed out from the endless darkness again like a storm, pointing directly at the face of the female zombie. It was obvious that Fang Zhen was determined to kill her this time in order to seize her abilities. In an instant, thousands of bullets, like a meteor shower, violently hit the female zombie, directly piercing her body completely. However, before Fang Zhen could be happy, the female zombie's body began to become blurry and gradually dissipated like smoke. After image. Fang Zhen's face suddenly changed, and as he screamed in disbelief, he immediately felt a sudden fishy wind coming from behind him. So Fang Zhen's body reacted immediately and instinctively, dodging at lightning speed. The female zombie's sharp claws almost brushed against the back of Fang Zhen's head, bringing up a gust of biting cold wind. Fang Zhen steadied his body at this moment. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes for a moment, and he was about to use his ability again to completely destroy this female zombie. However, when his eyes fell on the RV behind the female zombie, he hesitated. After all, his son, who had turned into a zombie, was still in the RV. It would be troublesome if the bullet he fired hurt his son. When the female zombie saw Fang Zhen's appearance, she immediately guessed something or two. Although she is a zombie now, don't forget that she is also a reborn person, and her IQ is no worse than that of a normal person. It's even worse than that. So the female zombie deliberately used her sharp claws to hit the RV behind her and sneered, "Why don't you fight?" Fang Zhen's mouth twitched and his face turned ashen. Haha. Seeing Fang Zhen didn't say anything, her guess was further confirmed. The female zombie immediately sneered, fiercely slashed the paper-like RV with her claws, and jumped into it. Don't want. Fang Zhen's face suddenly changed when he saw this, and he was about to speak out to stop it, but it was obviously too late. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang, and the female zombie crawled out of the RV again. But this time, she was holding two third-level red zombies, a man and a woman. It's him. At this moment, when Lin Feng saw the male, third-level zombie through the screen, his heart suddenly tightened. Lin Feng, do you know him? Zhao Jingyi asked. It turns out that all this is because of me. What? When Zhao Jingyi and other girls heard what Lin Feng said, their expressions instantly became stunned. At this moment, Fang Zhen saw his zombie son being carried by the female zombie like a chick. He did not dare to resist, and was immediately shocked. So Fang Zhen immediately said to the female zombie, "Let's talk it out. If you're willing to let them go, I can let you go." Haha, this is really a joke. Do you really think that I would be as despicable as you? As the female zombie spoke, she actually loosened her hands, which immediately made Fang Zhen overjoyed. But the next second, Fang Zhen's expression suddenly changed again. Because at this moment he was surprised to find that his beloved zombie son and daughter-in-law were standing beside the female zombie, very obediently, like two servants. How could this happen? What on earth did you do to them? Old man, this is called bloodline suppression. My position in their hearts is like that of a queen. Can't you even see this? What? Fang Zhen looked at his zombie son in disbelief, then looked at the female zombie, and said in a trembling voice, "Let my son go, and I will agree to anything you ask." Ouch. But when Fang Zhen had just said half of his words, Fang Zhen's zombie son immediately roared at Fang Zhen ferociously. "What did you say just now? He is your son?" The female zombie looked at Fang Zhen with surprise. Fang Zhen was so angry that he trembled and said, "So what? Nothing. It's just that your son is now my servant." "What? I'm going to kill you." Ouch. But as Fang Zhen said this, Fang Zhen's zombie son suddenly became even angrier and roared at Fang Zhen again. This immediately made Fang Zhen's face change suddenly. At this time, the female zombie sneered again. "Did you see that? Your son is willing to follow me. If you dare to attack me again, your son will really pounce on you and bite you. What exactly do you want?" Fang Zhen said with a gloomy face. "Tell me, why did you want to kill me immediately after you found out that I was a reborn person?" "The reason I killed you is just because you are a zombie." There was a hint of panic in Fang Zhen's eyes, but he immediately hid it in the dark and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid there is another reason behind this." The female zombie looked at Fang Zhen and snorted coldly. "Believe it or not?" "Of course I don't believe it." "You? Well, since you don't want to tell me, I will take your son away and let you think carefully about whether your secret or your baby son is more important. When Fang Zhen heard the female zombie's words, he immediately felt anger burning in his chest. If you dare to take my son away today, I will kill you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Okay, today I want to see how you kill me. As soon as the female zombie finished speaking, Fang Zhen's zombie son and zombie daughter-in-law immediately roared ferociously and pounced towards Fang Zhen to bite. At this moment, not to mention Fang Zhen and his men, even Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi who were watching in front of the screen could not help but show horror on their faces. Chapter 123. Find a way to kill them all. Just as everyone was horrified, Fang Zhen's zombie son and daughter-in-law had already pounced on Fang Zhen fiercely and bit him. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Fang Zhen suddenly became fierce. With a thought, a bullet suddenly shot out from the black hole accompanying Fang Zhen. Bang! With a loud bang, the sword pierced through the zombie daughter-in-law's forehead. But when it came to his own son, Fang Zhen obviously couldn't bring himself to do it, and could only keep dodging. My son, I am your father. At this time, the female zombie next to her suddenly said, just tell me, and I will let your son remember you again. As soon as the female zombie said this, Fang Zhen was overjoyed. If it is true as the female zombie said, that her son has regained his mind, isn't that also another kind of rebirth? So Fang Zhen immediately said impatiently, okay, then we have a deal. Okay, it's a deal. As soon as the female zombie finished speaking, Fang Zhen's zombie son immediately stopped biting Fang Zhen. At this time, the female zombie stared at Fang Zhen and said again, tell me, why did you do this? Fang Zhen looked at his son who had turned into a zombie with a complicated expression and said, can you really make my son remember me again? Certainly. Well, I'll tell you the secret. Fang Zhen was talking when he suddenly looked up and noticed the drone was still hovering in the sky. So Fang Zhen had an idea and fired a volley of bullets towards the drone. At the same time, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and other girls who were watching in front of the screen instantly lost all signals of the real-time picture. At this moment, the expressions of the women standing in front of the screen all looked very solemn. After all, this was the first time they had actually witnessed such a fantastic scene that could only be seen in movies and TV shows. It was not until 5 minutes later that Zhao Jingyi gradually recovered from her shock and said in shock, Lin Feng, how come that man and that intelligent female zombie are so powerful? Zhao Lucy. Yes, such a solid RV was like paper under the claws of that female zombie. A big hole was made in it in an instant, and she got in. Wang Shushua. And that old man, how come there is a black hole in front of him that can shoot bullets? Han Wushuang. Yes, this is too unscientific, isn't it? Seeing the girls start chattering again, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, then slowly said, this world is no longer the world we once knew. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and others immediately fell silent, and everyone was blinking their eyes and looking at Lin Feng. Each of them hoped that Lin Feng would continue speaking. At this time, Lin Feng continued, do you still remember the so-called small universe in your body? When the girls heard Lin Feng's words, they were all stunned, and there was a hint of confusion on everyone's face. After all, Zhao Jingyi and the others really didn't understand why they were suddenly involved in the matter. Lin Feng, what do you want to say? Zhao Jingyi asked. Once you have absorbed a certain number of crystal cores, you will also awaken a special ability. What? When the girls heard this, they all opened their mouths in surprise, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Then Zhao Jingyi suddenly thought of something, so she immediately looked at Lin Feng and asked, if that's the case, Lin Feng, have you awakened some ability now? That's right. Lin Feng nodded and spoke truthfully. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, there is nothing to hide about this matter. It won't be long anyway, and Zhao Jingyi and the others will awaken this ability. It's just not a system skill. Then Lin Feng, can you tell us whether you have awakened your ability? Aye. Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this and asked in unison, eyes. I can see hundreds of meters and anything. Lin Feng subconsciously glanced out the window and spoke. Wang Shushua immediately exclaimed, wow, I didn't expect brother Lin Feng to be a clairvoyant. Han Wushuang, when will I awaken? I'm really looking forward to it. It seems that we have to obtain more crystal cores in the future, so that we can awaken earlier like brother Feng. Chen Bangxia said with anticipation. Seeing that all the girls were excited, Lin Feng did not mention the other ability of his eyes. In today's world, the best option is to keep some skills for yourself. Even if it's the person next to you, it's not allowed. After all, Lin Feng does have too many people sleeping with him. Who knows, one day these women might let something slip from their chatter, which would be bad after all. But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others not know that Lin Feng actually had many secrets that he was deliberately hiding from them? At this time, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, it seems that the gang will stay here for a long time, so you should stay in the villa for the next few days. Lin Feng, did you just say that this incident might have been caused by you? Zhao Jingyi asked. Lin Feng nodded, and then he roughly recounted the incident of that day when he was driving a tank and attracted a large number of zombies to chase him, which led to a group of people being swallowed up by the tide of zombies. After listening to Lin Feng's story, The girls all looked at him in astonishment and couldn't say a word for a long time. After all, a tide of tens of thousands of zombies chasing a tank is such a shocking scene that it gives people goosebumps just thinking about it. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was gradually recovering from the shock, seemed to mutter to herself. No wonder you drove a tank back last time. But we can only blame them for bad luck. We can't blame anyone else. Why do you think those people are there now? Why else? You're just like me, going there for the ammunition in the military camp. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Zhao Jingyi pondered and said, now that we know that this group of people is coming for us, how should we deal with them next, Lin Feng? Find a way to kill them all. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls' expressions instantly became solemn. After all, given their current conditions, they would have no chance of winning if they fought this group of people. They have at least several thousand people, and they are well equipped. Lin Feng, are you really sure about this? Hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng shook his head. No. Then why are you still? So we have to find a way. Have you thought of a solution? Zhao Jingyi and the other girls looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Chapter 1, 24 Destruction of Supplies. I only have a rough outline, but whether it will succeed in the end depends on God's will. When the girls heard Lin Feng say this, their eyes lit up. At the same time, the female zombie who Feng Zhen said knew that by killing the reborn person, she could obtain the abilities of the killed reborn person, actually showed a hint of greed towards Feng Zhen in front of her. After all, the power of Feng Zhen's skill just now was indeed strong. If I kill him, then wouldn't that skill be mine? The female zombie was thinking in her heart, and Feng Zhen immediately realized that the look in the female zombie's eyes when she looked at him was full of greed and ferocity. This made Feng Zhen's heart tighten. He immediately stared at the female zombie and said in a deep voice, since I have told you my secret, in a sense, we are in the same camp, so you won't have any ideas about me, right? Don't worry, I won't attack you. As far as I know, there are no less than 10 reborn people in the city alone, so I just need to kill them. Feng Zhen was immediately excited when he heard this. If that's the case, we can join forces. What do you think? I don't think it's that great. The female zombie glanced at Feng Zhen with disdain and said, what do you mean by that? It's not like I don't have the ability. Why should I take you with me to share a piece of the pie? When Feng Zhen heard this, he suddenly felt a little angry. In that case, then according to our previous agreement, you will restore my son's mind, right? Sorry, I'm afraid not right now. What? As far as I know, in order to have a mind, your son must reach the 9th level, so why don't you wait a little longer? Feng Zhen's face was terribly cold, and at this moment he wanted to eat her alive. How dare you play tricks on me? How could I be kidding you? What I said is all true. By the way, if you want your son to reach the 9th level sooner, you can let him eat more offal. Internal organs? What internal organs? What do you think? The female zombie smiled evilly at Feng Zhen and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Feng Zhen was immediately anxious when he saw this, and he immediately shouted in the direction where the female zombie disappeared. Explain it to me clearly. What are these internal organs? Whose internal organs are they? If you don't want to be my enemy, don't massacre my people in the future. Otherwise, your son will hate you, haha. But what Feng Zhen didn't expect was that the female zombie actually said such words, which instantly made Feng Zhen's heart tighten. It was originally thought that he was the only one with good luck and favored by God. After he died in the end of his previous life, God gave him another chance to be reborn. But he never thought that he was not the only one who was reborn. Even the intelligent zombie just now was also a reborn person. This was something Feng Zhen had not expected. Oh my God, what do you mean? Feng Zhen couldn't help but let out a sigh towards the sky, then turned around and looked at his zombie son who had returned to the iron cage, with a bitter look on his face. At this moment, Feng Zhen's servant cautiously walked up to Feng Zhen and said in a trembling voice, Master, what should we do next? Should we go back? Go back? Where to? Go back. Back to our base. Feng Zhen snorted coldly. Now that I'm here, do you think I will go back so easily without finding the murderer who killed my son? But sir, buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, when Feng Zhen was talking to the old servant, more than a dozen drones made a roar and flew towards Feng Zhen. This made Feng Zhen's heart tighten, and his alarm bells rang instantly. But before he could react, all the drones carrying gasoline had already clearly and quickly dived towards Feng Zhen and his team's military truck, which was covered with a layer of green tarpaulin. In an instant, the pungent smell of gasoline covered the entire tarpaulin of the military truck. When Feng Zhen saw this, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. They are trying to destroy the supplies. Just as Feng Zhen was stunned, the entire supply truck suddenly burst into flames with a loud bang. You have to know that these are all the supplies that Feng Zhen and his team brought with them. If they were burned like this, they would really face the dilemma of hunger in the future. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and put out the fire. After Feng Zhen's hysterical roar, everyone reacted and hurriedly prepared to rescue the supplies on the military truck. But at this moment, one drone after another carrying a dozen thermite grenades hovered arrogantly over the military trucks. Then more than a dozen thermite grenades fell on the supply truck, immediately scaring those who still wanted to go and rescue the supplies back away. You should know that thermite grenade, although also called a grenade, this thing will not explode, it will only burn continuously. The temperature is as high as over 3,000 degrees. Not to mention trucks, even tanks can have their armor burned through. So those who were still thinking about rescuing supplies could only stand there and stare. After all, the temperature was so high that no one dared to move forward. They could only wait until the thermite grenade stopped burning. But once this happens, all the supplies in the car will miss the best time to rescue them. So when Fang Jin saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth in anger and vented a burst of impotent rage at the drone hovering in the air. Do you think you can let me leave here by burning my supplies? Don't even think about it. I won't go back until I find you and feed you to my son. After Fang Jin finished speaking, he waved his hand violently, and a black hole suddenly appeared. A volley of bullets immediately spurted out of the black hole and shot down the drone in the air. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and others who suddenly lost the drone video signal immediately looked at Lin Feng and chattered. Brother Feng, this person looks so fierce. Lin Feng, it seems that this person is indeed a big trouble. Lin Feng, it seems that we can't resolve the feud with this person today. Brother Feng, what do you think our next move should be? Lin Feng suddenly coughed dryly, and Zhao Jingyi and the others gradually quieted down. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others were all blinking their eyes, waiting for Lin Feng to tell them his plan. But when Lin Feng expressed his idea, Zhao Jingyi and the others were confused. Chapter 125 Synthetic Villa? Wait. As soon as Lin Feng uttered a word, Zhao Jingyi and the others were confused and said in unison. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. As the saying goes, food and fodder must be sent before troops move. We have just burned all their supplies. There are so many of them, so they must need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. I wonder how long they can hold out. But Lin Feng, what if they survive and refuse to leave and insist on finding you? Then they can't blame me. As Lin Feng spoke, a chill suddenly burst out from his eyes, as if a person had fallen into an ice cave, making the whole body feel cold. After all, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, being decisive, ruthless, and vicious are the only rules for survival. Seeing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Jingyi nodded heavily. That's right. It seems that only by completely solving this problem can we survive this crisis. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this, but immediately glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, tell Zhou Qiang and the others to go on alert from now on, and take turns patrolling the neighborhood 24 hours a day. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Lu Yun said this and quickly walked out of the villa. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Chen Bangxia. Go tell those elderly survivors that from today on, they no longer have to do farm work in the park outside the community. Just ask them to keep the community clean. Okay. Chen Bangxia responded with a serious expression and quickly left the villa. Then Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang again. From now on, you have those young survivors stand guard at various intersections in the community. If they find anything unusual, report it immediately. Okay. Ning Rushuang nodded and immediately walked out of the villa. At this moment, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Lin Feng's mind. So Lin Feng immediately walked out of the villa, turned around, and looked at the villa where he lived, and fell into deep thought. Zhao Jingyi and others who were still in the villa at this time could not help but look at each other, wondering what Lin Feng was thinking at this moment. But at this moment, Lin Feng slowly stretched out his hand, and after touching the villa, he immediately had an idea. Sorry, because this system is currently at 2.0, it is currently unable to copy houses with living creatures. There are living things. So if there are no living things, they can be copied. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. So Lin Feng immediately shouted to Zhao Jingyi and the others who were still in the villa. You guys hurry up and come out. Zhao Jingyi seemed even more confused when she heard Lin Feng say this, but they still walked out of the villa. What's the matter, Lin Feng? Don't say anything. I seem to have discovered the secret of the villa. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others, talking nonsense in a serious manner. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, in order to keep his own secret, this is the only way he can use at present. As for whether Zhao Jingyi and the others believe it or not, that is their business. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others showed obvious expressions of surprise. Secret? What secret? Yes, Brother Feng, can you tell me? Seeing that the girls started to shout again as usual, Lin Feng just hesitated for a moment and lied. Have you forgotten the magic of this villa's storage room? But as soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others' faces changed instantly. After all, for Zhao Jingyi and the others, the magical storage room in the villa will always be an unsolved mystery in their hearts. But now that they heard Lin Feng mention it with their own ears, it was inevitable that Zhao Jingyi and the others began to imagine it again. But at this time, Lin Feng didn't care about what they were thinking. At this moment, he just wanted to verify his guess. And just now, through the prompt of the 10 million times replication system, the current 10 million times system is 2.0, which cannot replicate living things. This means that when we upgrade to 2.5 or 3.0, we will be able to clone living things. If by then I could copy myself 10 million times, what an explosive scene that would be. So Lin Feng thought about it and touched the wall of the villa again. A 3-story 600 square meter villa was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million 3-story 600 square meter villas. The system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind, which immediately made Lin Feng excited, and even his breathing became rapid. Because according to his initial guess, if he uses the synthesis skill to synthesize the villa, wouldn't the villa's defense power be doubled? So Lin Feng's mind moved, and the system synthesis skill also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. A 3-story, 600 square meter villa was detected. Should it be synthesized? Synthesis. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. Synthesis failed. Do you want to continue? Continue. 3-in-1 villa. Defense is increased by 300% on the original basis, and durability is increased by 500%. As the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind, it seemed that nothing had changed in the entire villa. However, the entire villa gradually turned into a material that looked like iron but was not iron. It seems that the defense and durability of the entire villa have indeed been greatly improved. If this is the case, why not combine the walls of the entire community together using this method? Even if someone comes to cause trouble in the future, nothing good will come of it. At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking excitedly in his heart. Zhao Jingyi and the others beside him also noticed that the whole villa seemed to be different from the previous ones. But they couldn't put it into words for the moment. Lin Feng, why do I feel like this villa seems to have changed? Zhao Jingyi. Wang Shuxue. Yes. Brother Feng, what is going on? Yes. At this moment, the foreign girl Irina finally discovered the clue and immediately pointed at the wall of the villa and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, have you noticed that the villa seems to be made of iron?" When Zhao Jingyi and others heard this, they noticed that the material of the original villa had undergone a drastic change. What on earth is going on with Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi and the other girls all looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. After all, only Lin Feng can explain such an extraordinary change. But Lin Feng had no intention of telling Zhao Jingyi and the others. So Lin Feng looked up and saw the iron-like villa and said casually, "How would I know? But judging by the changes in this villa, it must have become more solid and sturdy, right?" Chapter 26 Synthetic Community Wall. When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they understood instantly. So Zhao Jingyi and the others all shut their mouths tacitly. I saw that each of them was looking at Lin Feng with a strange look. First it was the fence in the yard, and then it was the villa, so no matter how hard Lin Feng tried to cover it up this time, Zhao Jingyi and the others would never believe his lies again. After all, after what happened today, Zhao Jingyi and the others have gained a new understanding of this world. So now all the girls unanimously agree that Lin Feng must also have some special abilities like Fengshen. What confused them was that they already knew that Lin Feng had extraordinary abilities. But why doesn't Raymond Lam admit it openly? Isn't this just adding unnecessary steps and doing unnecessary things? But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others know that what Lin Feng really wanted to hide now was his identity as a reborn person? After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, if people discovered that he was a reborn person, his future situation would be even more dangerous. That's why Lin Feng didn't dare to reveal too much in front of them, for fear that the news would leak out in the future. At this time, Lin Feng saw that all the girls were staring at him with such questioning eyes. Lin Feng deliberately coughed and said, "Don't stand there like an idiot. Let's go back to the house." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and others had no choice but to look away and return to the villa. Oh my god, how could this happen? But what was unexpected was that Zhao Jingyi and others exclaimed shortly after they stepped into the villa. This immediately made Lin Feng's heart tighten, and he hurriedly walked in. Except for the food, all the items in the villa had undergone a drastic change. The single-door refrigerator became a 3-door refrigerator, and the 3-door refrigerator became a multi-door refrigerator. The mop turned directly into a vacuum cleaner. Even the plates on the dining table have changed a lot from before. Did we combine all the items in the villa together? At this moment, not to mention Zhao Jingyi and the others, who were shocked by this scene, even Lin Feng himself found it unbelievable. After a while, Zhao Jingyi gradually recovered and looked at Lin Feng with mixed feelings and said, "Lin Feng, I have to say that your ability is indeed quite practical. This villa is responsible for this." "Okay, it's this villa that's causing the trouble, okay?" Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Zhao Jingyi had already spoken. It was obvious that Zhao Jingyi and the others already knew the truth and could not be fooled so easily by Lin Feng again. Believe it or not. Upon hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng waved his hand, said something casually, and walked out of the villa again. After all, for Raymond Lam, no matter whether you believe it or not, no matter how much you doubt it, it is just your doubt. I just won't tell you. What can you do to me? Lin Feng thought about it as he stepped out of the fence, stepped on the skeletons of Li Jia, mother and daughter, and came to the area around the community wall, looking around first. Now that he already knew that buildings could be copied and synthesized, Lin Feng would naturally try to synthesize the walls of the entire community as soon as possible. After all, this community is its base, so Lin Feng naturally attaches great importance to this community. A 3-meter high and 2,000-meter long villa community wall was detected. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 million 3-meter high and 2,000-meter long villa community walls. As Lin Feng touched the wall, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng immediately had a thought, and another system skill, synthesis, was activated. 3 villa community walls with a height of 3 meters and a length of 2,000 meters were detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. Just as Lin Feng whispered softly, the wall in front of him suddenly rose several meters higher. There are countless half-meter-long thorns, sharper than steel, each one flashing with cold light, making people shudder. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that the wall actually began to repair itself. The walls that had some previous damage are being repaired quickly and are even becoming stronger. Lin Feng watched all this and was suddenly filled with joy. Because this composite wall has far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. This wall not only became an impenetrable line of defense against zombie attacks, it can also serve as a deterrent to other survivors. However, the only drawback of this wall is that it looks too conspicuous. Lin Feng was looking up at the several-meter-high wall and sighing when the system displayed all the parameters of the wall after synthesis. 3-in-1 villa community wall, 9.9 meters high, 2,000 meters long, defense increased by 450%, durability increased by 600%. Passive attack, stab, passive attack effect, can cause the opponent to bleed profusely, with a 55% chance of contracting tetanus and death in severe cases. Hearing the sound of the synthesis system in his mind at this moment, Lin Feng was even more ecstatic. Brother Feng, what is going on? But at this moment, Zhou Chang's surprised voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. This immediately made Lin Feng's heart tighten. First it was the fence, then the villa, and then the wall in the community. Even the most slow-witted person would think that this matter was related to him. It seems that this ability really cannot be concealed. If I had known earlier, I would not have told Zhao Jingyi and the others that I had awakened the special ability of my eyes. It would have been much better to just tell them that I had awakened this ability. Anyway, judging from the current situation, this skill can obviously no longer be concealed. It is true that there is always a loophole in 100 precautions. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he turned around and said to Shou Qiang, Su Sheng and others, "How about it? Isn't my ability amazing?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang immediately exclaimed, "What? Brother Feng, did you do this? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Is this magic shining into reality?" Su Sheng slapped himself twice and said in disbelief. Seeing how excited they were, Lin Feng immediately said, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. You may be more powerful than me in the future. Brother Feng, how is this possible? Stop joking with us. Shou Qiang said. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, how can this be a joke? I'm telling you the truth. The reason I have this ability is because I absorbed the crystal core. So I think it won't be long before you can also awaken the special ability of dreams. When Shou Qiang, Su Sheng and others heard this, they immediately looked happy and their eyes were full of anticipation for the future. But at this moment, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He looked at Shou Qiang and the others and hesitated to say, but, Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Shou Qiang looked at Lin Feng anxiously and asked. Chapter 1